I was a promising doctor, but 4 years ago, while trying to protect my wife from being bullied by a rich man, I accidentally injured someone and was eventually sentenced to prison. During the days of imprisonment, my only belief was that I would be able to return to my family one day. However, for years later, I finally walked out of the prison, but what I received was a divorce agreement and my wife's cold eyes. "I'll leave my daughter to you. I won't be a burden." She said this coldly, got into the luxury car without looking back, and left without any emotion. At that moment, the little hand held me tightly, and the tender but trembling voice came, "Dad, doesn't Mom want us anymore?" Looking at my daughter's tearful face, my heart seemed to be torn apart. I was unwilling. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Yichio had never imagined that the long-awaited reunion would be like this. "Let's get a divorce." At the prison gate, his wife Li Hongmei mercilessly handed over the divorce agreement. This cold document stabbed Yichio's heart like a knife. 2 years ago, in order to protect her, he accidentally injured a rich second-generation classmate who molested her and was sentenced to prison. In the past 2 years, he lost everything: his job, his future, and even separated from his young daughter. He endured loneliness and humiliation just to be reunited with his family on this day. But what awaited him was a heartless farewell. "Do you know how I've been living these past 2 years?" Li Hongmei said coldly. "I don't want to live a life of poverty and lack of dignity anymore." Before Yichio could come to his senses, he saw a smug smile in the luxury car. That was the man who had teased her that year. "Where's my daughter?" Yichio tried to suppress his anger, but Li Hongmei only gave a cold reply. "My daughter is yours. I won't bring any more burdens with me." Before she finished speaking, she got into the luxury car and left without looking back. Yichio staggered back home, his heart full of mixed emotions. The moment he opened the door, he saw a little girl wiping the floor carefully. She looked up with confusion and surprise in her eyes. "Dad." It was Yi Xiaoyu. She rushed up with surprise and hugged him tightly. "Dad, it's really you." Yichio's eyes were filled with tears, and he hugged his daughter tightly. However, when he saw Xiaoyu's tattered clothes and thin body, his heart was filled with guilt and anger. He asked Xiaoyu, "Where's your mother?" Xiaoyu lowered her head and said that her mother told her that her father was on a business trip, and she had to do housework obediently before her father would come back. As he said that, Xiaoyu ran to the cupboard and took out a bucket of instant noodles. He asked carefully, "Dad, can we eat now? Mom said that we can only celebrate happy things." Yichio took the bucket of expired instant noodles and could no longer suppress his anger. He told his daughter, "Don't eat this. Dad will make you something delicious." He picked up Xiaoyu, comforted her softly, helped her comb her hair, and secretly made up his mind that no matter how difficult it was, he would give his daughter a warm home in the future. But when he walked into the kitchen, the refrigerator was empty, with only a few pieces of moldy vegetables. Yichio punched the wall angrily, and blood flowed down his fist. At this moment, the ancestral bracelet on his wrist that he had worn for many years flashed with light, and a strong force surged into his body. A deep voice sounded in his mind. "Only when you have righteousness in your body can you control the righteousness art. My inheritance of heavenly medicine will be passed on to you." Chapter 2. Deliberate. Yichio felt a sharp pain, as if countless information was poured into his brain. He couldn't help but groan. Xiao Yuer heard the sound and immediately ran over, holding Yichio's hand with concern. "Dad, what's wrong with you?" "It's okay. I got my hand stuck in the refrigerator." Yichio forced a smile, but he was confused and puzzled. There seemed to be a lot of things in his mind. What was even more strange was that he saw that the meridians on Xiao Yuer's body were clearly visible. In just a blink of an eye, the sight disappeared. Yichio picked up his daughter and comforted her. "Little Yuer, be good. Daddy will take you out to eat fried chicken legs, okay?" Xiao Yuer's eyes were full of surprise. "Dad, is it really possible?" "But I don't have any money." Yichio held her little hand tightly. "Daddy has it. Let Xiao eat enough today." At this moment, the door suddenly opened, and Li Hongmei stood at the door with an unnatural look. Xiao Yuer ran over, grabbed her hand, and said excitedly, "Mom, Dad will take us to eat." But Li Hongmei pushed her away coldly, saying, "I'll get something," and left in a hurry. Xiao Yuer was stunned and whispered, "Dad, does Mom not like me?" Yichio felt a sharp pain in his heart and rubbed her little head gently. "Mom is busy. Let's go eat first, okay?" He picked up Xiao Yuer and walked towards the hamburger shop on the street. Just as Yi Qiu was queuing, a sarcastic voice came from behind him. Hey Yi Qiu, you're out? I'll pay for this meal. Don't worry, I've taken good care of Hongmei in the past 2 years. Sun Long was sitting in the Mercedes-Benz at the door, waving at Yi Qiu proudly. Yi Qiu suppressed his anger, turned around, and prepared to leave with Xiao Yuer. Suddenly, a cry broke the silence. A middle-aged man was holding his throat in pain. His face was blue and purple, and his breathing was rapid. Yi Qiu glanced at the chicken bone on the table and immediately realized that he was choking. He walked behind the man without hesitation and pressed hard on his abdomen. After a few times, the man finally spit out the stuck chicken bone and panted gratefully. Thank you, I almost died. The onlookers applauded. Xiao Yuer took Yi Qiu's hand and shouted proudly. This is my dad. My dad is a doctor. However, Sun Long sneered and said sarcastically, Doctor? Is someone whose license has been revoked qualified to be called a doctor? As soon as he said this, the surroundings instantly became quiet. Chapter 3. Don't want us anymore. No one expected that Yi Qiu would have his medical license revoked and even be suspected of having killed someone. You should be thankful that you are still alive. Sun Long glanced at the man who had just been rescued by Yi Qiu and sneered. The man's face darkened, and his wife immediately pulled him away, saying, Mind your own business. Yi Qiu was stunned. He was scolded for saving someone, and the people around him gradually moved away, without a single word of gratitude. Sun Long saw Yi Qiu's predicament and took the opportunity to sneer. Don't be afraid even if you don't have money. Today I will treat you and your burden to a meal. Yi Qiu suppressed his anger and hugged Xiao Yuer tightly, not wanting to respond. Xiao Yuer seemed to understand and said obediently, Dad, let's go home. Just as the two men walked to the vegetable market, there was a sudden commotion in the alley. A man came running towards them, and a man behind him shouted, Stop! Suddenly, two helpers jumped out, covered the pursuer with a basket, and started hitting him with their fists. They also pulled out a dagger and stabbed the pursuer in the chest. Seeing the critical situation, Yi Qiu pushed Xiao Yuer to the crowd without thinking, and rushed forward, punching the knife-wielding man with an inexplicable force, knocking him away with one punch, and the dagger fell. The pursuer broke free from the shackles, quickly subdued the two men, and took out handcuffs to lock them up. The pursuer looked at Yi Qiu in amazement and panted, Brother, thank you for saving my life. Yi Qiu looked at his hands in disbelief. The explosive force just now actually came from himself? When the pursuer thanked him, Yi Qiu inadvertently saw a black spot on his chest, faintly spreading outwards. Your old injury is very serious, Yi Qiu said coldly. The pursuer was stunned, but Yi Qiu did not explain much, only left the address and phone number, and left with Xiao Yuer. Looking at the note, the pursuer stroked the dull pain in his chest, his eyes deep. This guy is not simple. Along the way, Xiao Yuer proudly held Yi Qiu's hand and asked excitedly, Dad, are you Superman? Yi Qiu smiled and pinched her nose. Dad is not Superman, but Dad will always protect Xiao Yuer. After returning home, Yi Qiu cleaned up and cooked carefully. Xiao Yuer's mouth was covered with rice grains, and his eyes were curved with happiness. Yi Qiu looked distressed and couldn't help asking, Don't you usually cook at home? Xiao Yuer shook his head and carefully put down the spoon, his eyes slightly red. Dad, does Mom not want us anymore? Yi Qiu's heart tightened, and he hugged Xiao Yuer, comforting him softly. No, Xiao Yuer, Daddy will always be here. Chapter 4. Help. Yi Qiu didn't know how to answer her daughter's question. She could only stroke her little head and said softly, Mom has her choice, but she is still your mom, and she loves you. Xiao Yuer wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, with a hint of strength on her tender little face. Mom said that as long as I am good, Dad will come back. Now I can clean the table, wash clothes, and do many other things. As long as I am better, will Mom come back too? Listening to his daughter's words, Yi Qiu's nose felt sore. He gently hugged Xiao Yuer and secretly decided in his heart that no matter how difficult the future would be, he would stay with his daughter. The early morning knock on the door interrupted Yi Qiu's thoughts. He opened the door and saw two policemen with nervous expressions. Are you Yi Qiu? Captain Zhao suddenly fell ill and fell into a coma. The hospital was helpless. Before he fell into a coma, he told me that only you could save him. Yi Qiu was stunned. Zhao Jinlin's condition had deteriorated so quickly. He woke up Xiao Yuer and took her into the car. The car drove all the way to the hospital. At this moment, The emergency room was crowded with anxious colleagues and family members. The electrocardiogram gradually stabilized, and everyone almost collapsed. Just when the doctor was about to give up, Yi Qiu rushed into the emergency room without waiting for any explanation, and lifted the white cloth covering Zhao Jinlin. "What are you doing?" The elderly expert Gao Qiao angrily stopped him. "Captain Zhao is beyond saving. He can still be saved." Yi Qiu confidently inserted needles into Zhao Jinlin's acupuncture points without even looking up. His technique was as steady as a rock, and a faint stream of air flowed through his fingertips. Gao Qiao's eyes widened in shock, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Xuanqi needle? How is this possible?" The whole audience fell silent. Chapter 5, Recruitment. Yi Qiu never thought that he would be able to perform the legendary Xuanqi needle here. Even Gao Qiao, who was standing beside him, was so excited that his beard was shaking. "It's actually true." The sword points to control the air, to form a needle. Before he finished speaking, Yi Qiu shouted indifferently, "Quiet, don't disturb me." Gao Qiao shut up instantly and looked at Yi Qiu in amazement. Who on earth was this young man that he could scold him like this? And he was not angry at all. Yi Qiu concentrated his energy, condensed the airflow into a needle, and accurately pierced Zhao Jinlin's chest to clear the blocked blood vessels. A trace of black blood flowed out of Zhao Jinlin's chest, and the electrocardiogram monitor made a beeping sound again. "Alive!" someone shouted. Yi Qiu retracted the qi needle and watched Zhao Jinlin's vitality recover. He exhaled softly and couldn't help but secretly marvel at the pair of eyes with the ability to see through things. He was successful the first time he used the qi needle, and even he himself was a little bit unbelievable. Yi Qiu bowed slightly to Gao Qiao and said apologetically, "The situation was urgent just now, and I apologize for any offense. I hope you can forgive me, senior." Gao Qiao was overjoyed and not angry at all. Instead, he said excitedly, "It was me who almost made a mistake. Young man, you are a real doctor." The doctors around were all shocked, and Gao Qiao's eyes lit up. He immediately invited him. "If you don't mind, how about joining the expert team of Tianhai City First Hospital?" When this invitation came out, the whole audience was shocked. How could a person without a license be directly employed by the expert team? Yi Qiu was also a little surprised and was about to refuse. But Gao Qiao directly patted his chest and guaranteed, "The treatment and salary are not a problem. You can set the conditions." Yi Qiu smiled and said, "I'll think about it." Then he took Xiao Yuer and left the hospital. Gao Qiao immediately ordered, "No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today." Everyone nodded, knowing that they had met the legendary miracle doctor. When leaving the hospital, a group of people gathered outside the door, expressing their gratitude. "Captain Zhao is out of danger for the time being," Yi Qiu said briefly. Several police officers breathed a sigh of relief and saluted Yi Qiu in unison. "Thank you, Dr. Yi." The long-lost feeling of being called a doctor spread a warm feeling in Yi Qiu's heart, and he left quietly with Xiao Yuer. At the same time, Gao Qiao's voice came from the office of the director of the first hospital. "I must have Yi Qiu. His medical skills do not need a certificate to prove it. I tell you, one day, you will be glad to have met him." Chapter 6, Deliberately Making Things Difficult. After hearing Gao Qiao's recommendation, the dean dared not say no. After all, Gao Qiao was his teacher, the previous dean, a man of high moral character and prestige, and he had personally witnessed Yi Qiu's Xuanqi acupuncture skills. When he said that Yi Qiu's skills were unfathomable, the dean naturally believed him. Soon, Gao Qiao contacted Yi Qiu with a special admission quota and repeatedly invited him to join the hospital. He was relieved when he heard Yi Qiu agreed. He knew that once such medical skills were spread, other hospitals would never let this talent go. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qiu took a deep breath, his eyes slightly red. He found a job again, and it was in Tianhai City's top 3 hospitals, which was much better than the internship hospital 4 years ago. He smiled and looked at Xiao Yuer. "Dad has found a new job, and we will live a better life from now on." At the same time, in Tianhai City First Hospital, the news that Yi Qiu had joined the expert team had spread. Some doctors were discussing privately. "I heard that the new expert doesn't even have a practicing certificate." As they were discussing, Luo Ping, the director of the Department of Surgery, walked in. After hearing the news, his face instantly darkened. He had tried for many years but still failed to join the expert group. Why did the newcomer Yi Qiu qualify? Yi Qiu came to report, and Luo Ping had been waiting for a long time. He looked at Yi Qiu coldly. Are you Yi Qiu? There was a bit of contempt in his words. After completing the formalities, go to my department for internship first. Although Yi Qiu had doubts, he didn't say much and followed him to the office. Luo Ping pointed to a dusty corner and said, sit there. He also arranged for Yi Qiu to be on duty that night, without giving him any chance to refuse. Yi Qiu was about to explain that he had a little girl at home who needed to be taken care of, but Luo Ping interrupted him coldly. Young doctors have to start from the grassroots level. Besides, if Mr. Gao has new arrangements, we can adjust at any time. Yi Qiu had to swallow his anger. After all, the job was not easy to come by. Seeing this, Luo Ping felt quite proud. Suddenly, a nurse rushed in. Director Luo, there is a critically ill patient in the emergency room. The condition is very dangerous. Luo Ping frowned impatiently and snorted. Is there no one in the emergency room? The nurse looked anxious and stammered. The patient specifically wants, Director, you to rescue him personally. Specify me? Chapter 7, A Favor. Luo Ping looked at the scene in front of him, his face so gloomy that water could almost drip out. He had tried for many years but failed to get close to the Chu family. But now he was easily won over by Yi Qiu. This unwillingness almost burned him to ashes. Chu Tiangang excitedly held Yi Qiu's hand, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, and said repeatedly, Dr. Yi, our Chu family will remember this kindness. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Yi Qiu smiled indifferently and nodded slightly. It is my duty to save the dying and the wounded. These humble words made Chu Tiangang admire him even more. He had seen countless people in his life, but this young man in front of him was decisive and resolute when saving people, but he did not seek credit afterwards. This indifference made him look at him with more respect. Seeing that Chu Tiangang personally attached so much importance to Yi Qiu, Luo Ping finally couldn't help it. He stepped forward with a sneer and said sarcastically, Dr. Yi, it's right to save people, but the hospital has rules. Not just anyone can intervene in the rescue. Yi Qiu glanced at him calmly and asked, as a doctor, if you still care about personal gain and rules at the critical moment of life and death, you'd better not be a doctor. This sentence hit the nail on the head. Chu Tiangang heard this and showed displeasure on his face. He said in a deep voice, Director Luo, if this is the rule in your hospital, I won't dare to come again. Luo Ping's face turned pale, and he quickly smiled and said, Boss Chu, you misunderstood. This is all thanks to Dr. Yi. We all admire his medical skills. Chu Tiangang ignored Luo Ping and turned around to pat Yi Qiu on the shoulder. Dr. Yi, I'll be waiting for you at Chu's. If you need anything, feel free to come to me. After saying that, he glanced at Luo Ping, snorted, turned around, and left with his wife. After watching Chu Tiangang leave, Luo Ping's face became even uglier. He stared at Yi Qiu and said coldly, Dr. Yi, congratulations, you are really capable. After that, he turned around and left gloomily. Yi Qiu looked at his back with an indifferent expression. Chapter 8. Can't forget the old love? Yi Qiu faced everyone calmly. Those words not only completely humiliated Luo Ping, but also made him feel inferior. At this time, Chu Tiangang excitedly expressed his gratitude to Yi Qiu. Dr. Yi, whenever you need me, come to me anytime. However, Yi Qiu smiled faintly, glanced at Chu Tiangang, and advised, Mr. Chu, you'd better stay out of the house recently. Chu Tiangang was slightly stunned, but he was anxious to see his son, so he had to leave with doubts. When Yi Qiu turned back to the office, Luo Ping's eyes were full of jealousy and his heart was even more unwilling. Just as he was thinking angrily, his cell phone rang. It turned out to be Sun Long's call. Sun Long said coldly, Luo Ping, do you know who Yi Qiu is? He is a good-for-nothing with a criminal record, and even his qualification certificate has been revoked. Luo Ping's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he was overjoyed. Now he had found a reason to deal with Yi Qiu. After hanging up the phone, Luo Ping was ready to report Yi Qiu regardless of everything, sneering in his heart. Yi Qiu, do you still want to stay here? Just wait to be kicked out. At the same time, Sun Long also smiled triumphantly. He had already planned to destroy everything Yi Qiu had. At home, Yi Qiu quietly accompanied his daughter Xiaoyue for dinner. Just as the father and daughter were enjoying themselves, there was a sudden knock on the door. 5 or 6 thugs armed with sticks rushed in, and the leader sneered. Yi Qiu, remember, there are some people you can't afford to offend. Yi Qiu protected Xiaoyue and rushed forward in anger. just as the gangsters swung their sticks at him. He grabbed the stick with one hand and crushed it to pieces. The leading gangster was horrified, and before he could react, he was punched by Yi Chio and flew out, falling to the ground. "Whoever dares to hurt my daughter, I will never let him go." Yi Chio roared like a mad lion, with anger shooting out of his eyes. He was agile and knocked all the thugs to the ground in a few moves, frightening them so much that they trembled all over and fled away. Yi Chio took a deep breath and looked at the mess in front of him. Then he realized how powerful he had become. Stepping on the chest of the leading thug, he said coldly, "Remember, there are some people you can't mess with." Chapter 9. You're invited. Several hooligans were beaten by Yi Chio and wailed, unable to get up. The neighbors heard the noise and quickly called the police, and the siren sounded. The police got out of the car and saw 5 or 6 people lying on the ground in front of Yi Chio's house and frowned. It turned out that they were all Zhao Jinlin's colleagues. They witnessed Yi Chio rescuing Zhao Jinlin a few days ago and were grateful to him. "What happened?" asked the person in charge. Yi Chio shook his head and replied calmly, "These people suddenly broke into my house and threatened to break my and my daughter's legs. I took action to protect myself." The person in charge nodded and said, "The neighbors around here have testified that they broke into a private house in self-defense." After that, he took the hooligans away. Yi Chio picked up Xiao Yuer and comforted him gently. "Don't be afraid. Dad is here. No one can hurt you." Xiao Yuer blinked his eyes and looked at Yi Chio in admiration. "Dad is so awesome. He beat the bad guys away." Seeing that his daughter was not frightened, Yi Chio breathed a sigh of relief and said gently, "Then Daddy will teach you in the future, okay?" Xiao Yuer nodded immediately, imitating the wave of her fist, her eyes full of pride. At night, Yi Chio coaxed her to sleep and felt that not only his medical skills were superb, but his physical skills had also become so strong without him noticing. The next day, Zhao Jinlin visited Xiao Yuer with gifts and offered to help her go to kindergarten. Yi Chio gratefully agreed and took Xiao Yuer to report in the afternoon. However, at the entrance of the kindergarten, several parents dressed in fancy clothes showed disdain when they saw Yi Chio's plain clothes. A man in a suit taunted, "This is a high-end kindergarten. Did you go to the wrong place?" Yi Chio responded coldly, but the other party refused to give in. Seeing the teacher coming, the man in the suit stopped Yi Chio and asked the teacher to investigate. "How can such an ordinary person go to school with our children?" The teacher was a little embarrassed, and the scene was awkward for a moment. At this moment, a long horn sounded and broke the deadlock. Everyone turned around and saw a Rolls-Royce slowly driving in. As soon as the door opened, the driver got out of the car, walked straight to Yi Chio, and said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, our master wants to see you." Chapter 10. Offending a Villain. Instantly, everyone was silent. The man in a suit who had been so arrogant just now was stunned when he saw the license plate on the Rolls-Royce. Chu Tiangong's car, the top boss of Tianhai's business community, a person whose boss had waited in line for half a year but still couldn't see him, actually sent a car to pick up Yi Chio. The faces of the parents around changed, and they dared not say anything more, fearing to offend Yi Chio. Yi Chio had no expression on his face and turned to the teacher and said, "I have already contacted the headmaster. Please handle the admission procedures for my child." The teacher was stunned for a moment and quickly responded respectfully. Xiao Yuer waved sweetly to his father, and after Yi Chio gave a few gentle instructions, he got into the conspicuous luxury car. The Chu family manor was decorated as luxuriously as a palace. Yi Chio looked around. The driver beside him said respectfully, "Mr. Yi, please wait a moment. Our master will be out soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tiangang came up to him with an anxious look on his face, with a bandage on his head. "Brother Yi, you are finally here. You have to save me," Yi Chio asked calmly. "Master Chu, did I remind you not to go out casually?" Chu Tiangang nodded awkwardly and couldn't help sighing. "I wanted to celebrate my son's recovery and hold a banquet, but I didn't expect all kinds of bad luck to come one after another. He was hit by a flower pot, hit by a car, and even almost choked to death while drinking water." He looked horrified. "Brother Yi, you must have a way, right?" Yi Chio glanced at him and said calmly, "Snatching people's luck and offending villains will definitely bring disaster." Before he finished speaking, Chu Tiangong's phone rang. After he answered the call, his face changed drastically and he looked at Yi Chio in disbelief. Chapter 11. There is danger. "Okay, I get it. Don't touch that project for now." Chu Tiangang put down the phone, took a deep breath, and was shocked. He had seen many ups and downs in his life, but he had never met someone as powerful as Yi Chio. Brother Yi, I'm convinced. I'm completely convinced, Chu Tiangang said sincerely. I just received news that a body was found on that piece of land. It's the first scene of the murder. Thinking of the coldness when he inspected the grove, he couldn't help but feel a chill on his back. If Yi Qiu hadn't reminded him, he might have died. Yi Qiu smiled calmly. It's good that you have figured it out. Money is external to the body, life is important. After that, he helped Chu Tiangang to deal with the wound simply and prepare to leave. At the same time, a Mercedes-Benz slowly stopped at the entrance of the kindergarten. Sun Long stared at Yi Xiaoyu playing on the playground with a vicious look in his eyes, unable to hide his hatred. Li Hongmei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked at her daughter's smiling face with a complicated expression. If you miss your daughter, take her back to stay with you for a few days. Sun Long said lightly. Is it okay? A hint of anticipation appeared in Li Hongmei's eyes. Sun Long smiled and said, Of course, take her back. Li Hongmei struggled internally, but finally got off the car and walked towards the kindergarten. Hello, I'm Yi Xiaoyu's mother. I'm here to take her home. Hearing her mother's voice, Yi Xiaoyu excitedly jumped into her arms. However, when Li Hongmei took Xiaoyu to the car, Xiaoyu's smile froze instantly. Looking at Sun Long sitting in the driver's seat, her little face was full of vigilance. I want to get off the car. My dad won't let me get close to him. As he was talking, the car door locked with a muffled sound. Sun Long smiled evilly, started the engine, and drove away. Yi Qiu returned to the kindergarten to pick up Xiaoyu, but was told by the teacher that the child had already been picked up. When he heard the license plate number, he was struck by lightning. It was Sun Long's car. Realizing that something was wrong, Yi Qiu roared, Sun Long, if you dare to touch my daughter, I will never forgive you. He ran over and called Zhao Jianlin. Brother Zhao, help me find that car, quickly. Chapter 12. You're looking for death. Sun Long's private manor was filled with a chilly atmosphere. Yi Xiaoyu timidly held Li Hongmei's hand and whispered, Mom, I'm scared. Li Hongmei comforted her softly, but she also felt uneasy. In the hall, Sun Long sneered, and the blue potion in the syringe gradually became transparent in his hand. He injected the potion into another bottle with a weird smile on his face. Li Hongmei saw this. Her face suddenly changed, and she asked tremblingly, What are you going to do? Sun Long sneered. I said that I would make Yi Qiu lose everything, including you and this little bastard. Do you really think I love you? Idiot. I was just playing with you. Before he finished speaking, Sun Long suddenly stabbed the needle into Li Hongmei's neck, and the venom was quickly injected into her body. Li Hongmei's eyes were full of fear. She collapsed to the ground, and her consciousness gradually faded. Sun Long walked towards Yi Xiaoyu with a syringe in his hand, with a cold smile on his face. Little bastard, Uncle brought some good stuff. Do you want to try it? Yi Xiaoyu stepped back in fear, shouting in horror. Don't come over. Mom, save me. Sun Long sneered and raised his phone to take a picture of Yi Xiaoyu's fear. He wanted Yi Qiu to see his daughter despair. At this moment, the door was kicked open and a roar resounded throughout the hall. At the door, Yi Qiu's face was filled with murderous intent, his eyes staring at Sun Long like knives. Beast, you're looking for death. Chapter 13. The crime deserved. Sun Long turned around and saw that several of his bodyguards had fallen to the ground. His face suddenly changed, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He clenched the needle in his hand and glared at Yi Qiu with gritted teeth. Very good. It's just right that you are here, so you can witness your wife and daughter disappear in front of you. Before he finished speaking, Sun Long went crazy. The needle in his hand flashed with cold light, pointing directly at Yi Xiaoyu. Yi Qiu instantly became furious. The blood in his body seemed to burn. He quickly rushed to Sun Long and kicked him hard. Bah! Sun Long's body was kicked away like a rag and fell heavily to the ground. But Yi Qiu did not give up. He rushed forward and slapped Sun Long one after another, making Sun Long's teeth fly everywhere and blood flow from his mouth. You dare to hurt my daughter? You're courting death. Yi Qiu growled and twisted Sun Long's arm violently. The sound of the bones breaking was so deafening that it made people's scalps numb. Sun Long screamed and tried to struggle, but Yi Qiu broke his limbs one by one and threw him to the ground like a piece of trash. Yi Qiu picked up the needle and coldly stabbed the potion into Sun Long's thigh, saying coldly, You prepared it yourself, enjoy it slowly. Sun Long watched the potion being injected into his body, his face filled with fear. His pleading voice suddenly stopped, and he gradually fell to the ground. Yi Qiu picked up Xiao Yuer and gently covered her eyes. Don't be afraid, Daddy is here. Xiao Yuer buried herself in his arms and asked softly, Where's Mom? Yi Qiu carried her into the house and saw Li Hongmei lying on the ground, barely breathing. Without thinking too much, he quickly used the Xuanqi needle to treat her and expel the toxins from her body bit by bit. Soon, Zhao Jinlin arrived and saw what happened to Sun Long. He coldly ordered, Take these beasts away and interrogate them thoroughly. He then turned to Yi Qiu and said, Xiao Yuer is safe. You take her back first. Leave this to me. Yi Qiu nodded and left with Xiao Yuer in his arms. When he got home, he gently coaxed Xiao Yuer to sleep. At this moment, the phone rang. It was Luo Ping's sarcastic voice. Yi Qiu, you dare to come to the hospital without reason when you are absent from work? The supervision department has started to investigate you. Get out now. Yi Qiu sneered, not wanting to argue with this villain anymore, and angrily said, If you don't want to go, then don't go. Don't come and beg me when the time comes. Chapter 14. Go and ask him to come back immediately. Yi Qiu hung up the phone angrily, sneering in his heart. Over the years, he had honed his amazing medical skills and strong physical strength. Could it be that he couldn't find a job to support himself and his daughter? He was too lazy to endure Luo Ping's anger. At this time, Luo Ping on the other end of the phone was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Yi Qiu to dare to hang up on him. He snorted coldly. Yi Qiu, do you really think you can fly to the sky? You will be kicked out even if you don't resign. Luo Ping was jealous and crazy when he thought of Yi Qiu easily entering the expert group by backdoor. At the same time, on the other side of the hospital, Gao Qiao was happily drinking tea with an old friend with gray hair. Guess what I discovered? The Xuanqi needle. There are actually people who know this lost acupuncture technique, he said excitedly. The old friend was shocked and immediately couldn't sit still. What did you say? Lao Gao, don't make fun of me like this. Gao Qiao laughed proudly. Who is kidding you? I saw it with my own eyes. He is a young man with superb medical skills. I had a lot of trouble to get him into the hospital. Where is it? Take me to see it, the old friend urged excitedly, afraid of missing it. The two were about to go find Yi Qiu when the dean came running over in a hurry. Mr. Gao, this is bad. Yi Qiu has been reported, and the people from the supervisory department are investigating. Gao Qiao's face suddenly changed, and his beard was shaking with anger. Which bastard was so idle that he made random reports? Yi Qiu was appointed by me, who is so blind as to chase him away. The dean whispered, It seems to be Luo Ping. Gao Qiao's face darkened when he heard this. Without saying anything, he rushed straight to Luo Ping's office and started to scold him. Are you sick? Yi Qiu is someone our expert group personally approved of. What right do you have to stop him? Seeing this, Luo Ping knew that something was wrong, and hurriedly said in a flattering tone, Mr. Gao, I am blind. I will go and invite Yi Qiu back right away. Chapter 15. God. Luo Ping ran out of Yi Qiu's house in panic, his face livid, secretly cursing himself for provoking such a powerful person and feeling resentful. But Yi Qiu remained unmoved, sneered and closed the door, ignoring his sarcastic complaints outside the door. Furious, Luo Ping could not help but roar at the door, trying to win Yi Qiu's sympathy with a sad story. But he didn't know that Yi Qiu had already called Gao Qiao and bluntly said that he would not return to the hospital. Gao Qiao on the other end of the phone was so angry that his beard stood up. He angrily called Luo Ping and yelled, Get out of the hospital. Luo Ping, who was standing at the door in a daze, had just hung up the phone and was about to slam the door to vent his anger, but he didn't expect a cold voice to sound behind him. What are you going to do? He looked back and saw Zhao Jinlin in uniform. He was immediately frightened and his face turned pale. He hurriedly picked up the gift bag on the ground and ran away in shame. Inside the house, Zhao Jinlin said to Yi Qiu with a serious face, Sun Long's case has come to a conclusion. Your actions have been determined to be legitimate defense, but the Sun family may take retaliatory measures. I suggest that you take Xiao Yuer and temporarily leave Tianhai to avoid the limelight. Yi Qiu sneered and shook his head firmly. If the Sun family dares to cause trouble, I will make them regret it. Zhao Jinlin nodded and handed over a ring. Li Hongmei asked me to pass it on. She left Tianhai and asked me to apologize to you. Yi Qiu took the ring, and the past came flooding back to his mind. With mixed feelings, he put the ring away and said softly, She will have a new life, and so will we. At the same time, in the Chu family manor, Chu Tiangang excitedly slammed the table and said excitedly, Brother Yi is really a miracle doctor. It's amazing. Chapter 16. Doing Good Deeds. Chu Tiangang was still a little hesitant in his heart, as this project had repeatedly caused him a lot of losses. However, within just a few days, the situation had completely turned around. The person on the other end of the phone reported, Boss, the transfer price of that piece of land is now more than 1 billion lower than before. Do you want to take it back? Chu Tiangang replied calmly. Wait a little longer, wait for my call. After hanging up the phone, he excitedly went to find Yi Qiu in person. When he arrived at the kindergarten, he happened to see Yi Qiu picking up Xiao Yuer from school. As soon as Chu Tiangang appeared, all the parents around were stunned. Chu Tiangang, the business tycoon of Tianai, actually came to pick up this Brother Yi in person. Brother Yi! Chu Tiangang called out loudly, with a respectful look like a little follower. Yi Qiu glanced at him indifferently, and took Xiao Yuer to bid farewell to the teacher and classmates gently. Xiao Yuer shouted sweetly, Dad, I want to eat your fried eggs. Seeing this, Chu Tiangang hurriedly stepped forward and said with a smile, Brother Yi, take Xiao Yuer to my house for a big meal today. I prepared a big lobster for her. Xiao Yuer looked at Yi Qiu, and Yi Qiu nodded gently. Xiao Yuer then said politely, Thank you, Uncle Chu. When they arrived at the Chu family, Chu Tiangang prepared a sumptuous seafood feast, and Xiao Yuer ate it with gusto. Chu Tiangang took Yi Qiu to the living room to drink tea and said excitedly, Brother Yi, it's really amazing. The project you asked me to give up actually went wrong, and the opponents suffered heavy losses. Now you want to transfer it at a low price. Yi Qiu smiled and said, You want to ask me if there is a way to crack it? Chu Tiangang nodded, his eyes full of expectation. Yi Qiu said calmly, Only by doing good deeds and accumulating virtue can you seek benefits and avoid harm. Wait a minute, I will go to the project site with you to take a look. After dinner, Yi Qiu and Chu Tiangang went to the land with bad feng shui. After arriving, there was a chilling wind around. Yi Qiu's eyes were shining, and he saw a black shadow floating. Then he asked people to put up the sacrifice, drew a spell in the air with his fingers, turned to Chu Tiangang, and said calmly, Now let me tell you how to crack it. Chapter 17. Checkout. Chu Tiangang stood beside the grove with a serious expression, listening to every word Yi Qiu said. He nodded. Yes, I am willing to support his parents. Yi Qiu said slowly. Are you willing to take care of his parents until they die? Chu Tiangang once again solemnly replied, I am willing. Yi Qiu looked around, as if speaking to an invisible being. Master Chu is a kind person. Your parents and family will be properly arranged. You can go with peace of mind. As soon as he finished speaking, a warm breeze blew by, and Chu Tian felt the coldness around him dissipate instantly, and his scalp tingled. This is too mysterious. Master Chu, you must do what you say, otherwise the consequences will be more serious. Yi Qiu said calmly, Now you can take over this project. Chu Tiangang immediately turned around and took action, bargaining hard, and finally won the land again at a lower price than before. As a result, this project went surprisingly smoothly. Not only did he not have any problems after taking over, but it seemed as if there was a mysterious force helping him, and every step went smoothly. As soon as Chu Tian returned home, he was more and more in awe of Yi Qiu's magical abilities. He immediately decided to set up a 100 million charity fund to specifically help the lonely elderly. When Yi Qiu was about to leave with the sleeping Xiao Yuer in his arms, Chu Tiangang stuffed him a bunch of keys and a card and said sincerely, Brother Yi, this is just a small token of my appreciation. You are a noble person and don't care about these things, but the child must have better living conditions. Yi Qiu looked at the little fish in his arms and finally nodded. Okay, then I'll take it, thank you. The next morning, Yi Xiaoyu ran around in her spacious home, her eyes shining like stars. In the mall, Yi Qiu saw a beautiful skirt and planned to buy it for Xiaoyu, but the clerk looked contemptuous and said, Pay first and try it later. This is not a place for you to touch casually. Yi Qiu sneered, took out his card and slapped it on the counter. Check out. Chapter 18. Stolen? When the bank manager heard that the head of the Chu family came in person, his face suddenly became serious, and his originally arrogant attitude instantly restrained. He hurriedly ordered everyone to stand at attention and wait. The store manager and the waiter also looked at each other, feeling uneasy, and dared not to look down on him anymore. At this moment, a luxury car stopped steadily at the door. Chu Tiangang got out of the car with a stern expression and walked directly towards Ichio. He glanced at the scene and his cold eyes fell on the bank manager. I heard that my Chu Tiangong's card was stolen by someone. The head of the bank was sweating profusely and bowed repeatedly. Master Chu, I never thought that this would happen. We will deal with it immediately. Chu Tiangang sneered. Deal with it? Then who is this Mr. Yi? Do you know? The scene suddenly fell into a dead silence. The head of the bank was dumbfounded, looking at Yi Qiu with a pale face, and muttered in disbelief. Chu, Master Chu, he is my Chu Tiangong's benefactor. Not only did you frame him, you also humiliated his daughter. Where are your eyes? Chu Tiangang spoke every word, his voice like thunder, and the whole audience was silent. Yi Qiu looked at the stunned store manager and the bank manager with disdain, and said coldly, I'm not leaving today. I want to see who should apologize to whom. Chu Tiangang immediately said, Brother Yi, I will apologize to you on their behalf for what happened today. Later, I will close this store and have all the relevant personnel review their actions one by one. The store manager and the person in charge of the bank turned pale and begged for mercy, but Yi Qiu glanced at them coldly and said indifferently, Xiao Yuer, let's go. He picked up his daughter and walked out of the store without looking back, leaving behind only Chu Tiangong's furious voice. All responsibilities will be investigated to the end. Chapter 19, Dreaming. Chu Tiangong's cold questioning made the mall manager sweat coldly. He felt uneasy and quickly explained in a low voice. Boss Chu, I don't know what happened. If there is anything wrong in the store, I will deal with it immediately. Chu Tiangang sneered. His eyes swept over the children's clothing store manager and the waiter, and his tone was grim. Inappropriate? Not only inappropriate, it's simply insane. My brother brought his child to buy a skirt, but you treated him as a thief, and you dared to insult his daughter? Chu Tiangang pointed at the pale-faced store manager and said, From now on, all contracts at your store will be terminated. Clear out the store immediately, and get out of my mall. When the store manager and the waiter heard the decision, their faces turned pale as paper, and they begged, Master Chu, please give us another chance. We really know we were wrong. Chu Tiangang no longer looked at them, and took Yi Xiaoyu's hand, saying in a gentle but firm tone, Xiaoyu, Uncle promises that he will never let anyone bully you again. Xiao Yuer's eyes were red, and she nodded. Thank you, Uncle Chu. Chu Tiangang patted her head gently, turned to Yi Qiu, and said sincerely, Brother Yi, it's my fault this time. I made you and Xiao Yuer suffer. I will deal with today's matter myself. Yi Qiu nodded indifferently, glanced at the bank manager and the children's clothing store employee who were still kneeling on the ground with pale faces, then took Xiao Yuer's hand and left without looking back. Chu Tiangang stood there and looked coldly at the mall manager. Remember, whoever dares to disrespect my brothers again in the future, there will be no place for him in the entire Tianhai city. Chapter 20. If you can, just hit it. When the supervisor heard this, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Boss Chu, I failed to do my job this time. I failed to conduct a strict audit and management. I will deal with it immediately. Our Chu family shopping mall will not allow such merchants who have no respect for customers to appear. Chu Tiangang pointed at the sign of the children's clothing store. From now on, Tianhai, and even the entire provincial capital, any Chu family business is prohibited from entering this brand. Do you understand? Yes. Terminate the contract immediately and expel them from the mall. The supervisor responded tremblingly. Hearing this, the manager of the children's clothing store fainted. All the chain stores were expelled, and he couldn't afford to pay for the loss. Manager! Manager! The waitress was also stunned and hurriedly supported him, tears streaming down her face. She never thought that her casual words would cause such a disaster. Chu Tiangang turned his gaze towards the security guards, cold as a knife. Who pushed my niece? The security guard who took action was so frightened that he was trembling with fear and couldn't even speak. Which hand? Chu Tiangang roared. Do you want to do it yourself? Or do you want me to do it? The security guard turned pale with fright. Forget it. Yi Qiu waved his hand, unwilling to pursue the matter further. These people were just following orders. He picked up Xiao Yuer and comforted him softly. I'm sorry, it's Dad's fault that you have been wronged. Let's go. He said no more and left with Xiao Yuer. Chu Tiangang followed closely and said apologetically, Brother Yi, it was my negligence this time. Don't be angry. It's okay with me. I just don't want to see Xiao Yuer sad. Yi Qiu said softly. Chu Tian just nodded, and seeing Xiao Yuer crying in grievance, he felt so distressed that he couldn't help asking, Xiao Yuer, are you angry with your uncle? Xiao Yuer shook his head and said obediently, Uncle is very good to me. I am not angry. Hearing this, Chu Tiangong's eyes were filled with tears. If anyone dares to bully you in the future, your uncle will not allow it. He patted his chest and said, Remember, if anyone dares to bully you, tell him that Chu Tiangang is your uncle. Xiao Yuer nodded, and finally a smile appeared on her face. Chu Tiangang also patted her head with satisfaction and handed her a bank card. Here, this is the pocket money your uncle gave you. Chu Tian had just settled everything and watched Yi Xiao and Xiao Yuer leave, intending to clean up the aftermath for him. At the same time, Tianhai Bank was hit by an earthquake. The Chu family withdrew all their funds, causing the bank's stock price to plummet instantly. The branch manager was scolded by the head of the head office. You idiot, you almost ruined the entire bank. Can you mess with Chu Tiangang? The president was so angry that he slammed the table. The Chu family withdrew their investment, and several well-connected companies also withdrew. Do you know how big the loss is? I didn't know he was so powerful. The person in charge looked ashen and muttered. He was dressed so ordinary. How could I know he was Chu Tiangong's friend? Apologize, the head of the head office roared. Go and apologize to Yi Qiu. The person in charge was scolded so badly that he had to apologize in person. On the other side, Yi Qiu took Xiao Yuer back to the old house and picked up some old clothes to take away. Just as they were about to leave, they found that the parking space was blocked by a sports car. Yi Qiu called the car owner and said politely, Hello, your car is blocking me. Please move. The other end said impatiently, Why are you moving? I'm busy. Yi Qiu frowned and dialed again. I'm in a hurry to leave. This is not a parking space. Please cooperate. Don't you understand? I like to stop here. If you have the guts, just push me out of the way. The other party hung up the phone. Yi Qiu smiled coldly, looked at Xiao Yuer beside him, started the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and slammed into the sports car that was blocking the road. Chapter 21. Satisfied or not? With a loud bang, the Ferrari's headlights exploded instantly, the sides were dented, and a series of rapid alarms sounded. Yi Qiu was too lazy to pay attention to him, and just stepped on the accelerator and left. The Ferrari owner asked him to crash the car. He had never seen such a strange request in his life. Soon, someone came from a distance, talking loudly on the phone. Don't worry, the bank has approved the loan and will release it soon. As long as the money is in place, I will pay you back immediately. The Ferrari owner was very proud. This is a huge sum of money. I put in a lot of effort and used the connections of the head office. Don't worry, I guarantee you will make a profit. He wanted to brag a little more to get his friends to invest more, but halfway through his words, he suddenly became stupid. My car! He ignored the phone call and quickly ran to the side of his Ferrari sports car. Looking at the deformed front of the car, he was so angry that his body began to tremble. My car! Who the hell did this? Who did this? He turned his head and looked around, roaring angrily like a mad lion. But no one paid any attention to him. Ferrari sports car. He was hit like this, and it was intentional. People around him couldn't help but sigh, wondering who this warrior is to be so strong. Seeing the Ferrari owner screaming hysterically, the people around could only stay away and secretly take pictures of this scene with their mobile phones and post them online. This is something that many people want to do but dare not do. Today, someone finally took care of this bastard who relied on his luxury car to park randomly and disturbed others. It's so refreshing. The Ferrari owner was trembling all over. The damage to his car was not small, but more importantly, he couldn't stand this humiliation. Thinking about how someone just called me and asked me to move my car, but I refused. It must be that bastard. He immediately found the number and called back. Hello, the Ferrari owner yelled. Did you hit my car? On the other end of the phone, Yi Qiu was too lazy to pay attention and hung up directly. He was so arrogant and domineering before, causing me to bump into him. How come he is so cruel now? The Ferrari owner didn't expect that Yi Qiu would crash into his car and dare to hang up the phone. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. He immediately found out that the owner of the phone number was Yi Qiu and got Yi Qiu's address. He planned to go to Yi Qiu in person to settle the score. At the same time, people from the bank head office were rushing towards Yi Qiu's house. They knew very well that the reason Chu Tiangang was angry was because the head of the branch had offended Yi Qiu. The person who tied the bell must be found to untie it. Only after pacifying Yi Qiu and getting Yi Qiu's forgiveness could they further strive for Chu Tiangong's forgiveness. Their sincerity is great. After finding Yi Qiu's address, several senior leaders of the head office personally went to Yi Qiu's home with gifts. Yi Qiu had just arrived home and was preparing dinner for Xiao Yuer when he heard a noisy sound outside the door. "Get out of here! I'm going to find the owner of this car and ask him to come out." "Fuck, he hit my car and dared to run away? I'll make him pay." Several security guards were very responsible and stopped the Ferrari owner from making loud noises. However, the Ferrari owner was used to being domineering, so why would he care about these security guards? "Roll!" he roared. "If you make me angry, I will beat you to death. I have plenty of money, enough to pay for your lives." The doors suddenly opened. Yi Qiu walked out and waved to the security guards to go back, saying that he would be fine here. "You were the one who hit my car?" Seeing Yi Qiu dare to come out, the Ferrari owner sneered. "You were quite brave. You dare to come out. You are awesome. Not as good as you." Yi Qiu said, "You actually came to my house. Why? Are you scared?" The Ferrari owner said angrily. "Why didn't you think of being afraid when you hit my car? I'm telling you, I don't even need to call the police for this kind of thing. I'm going to make you kneel down and apologize to me personally, so that you'll regret provoking me." As he said this, he was about to rush forward, raise his fist, and hit Yi Qiu hard in the face. Bang! However, this slap landed on the face of the Ferrari owner with such force that he was knocked to the ground. The Ferrari owner felt dizzy. He didn't expect that Yi Qiu would dare to fight back. You dare to hit me? I'm going to hit you," Yi Qiu said bluntly. "You are used to being arrogant and domineering. Do you really think that everyone is your father and will spoil you? You parked your car randomly and blocked my way, so you asked me to hit your car. What? Did I not hit you hard enough and did not satisfy you?" He snorted, not caring at all. What does it matter if a Ferrari owner is rich? Yi Qiu is a man who died once. Now he has a lot of skills in his hands. His state of mind and vision are different from the past. He will not let others bully himself or his daughter. The Ferrari owner was furious. He struggled to get up and was about to rush towards Yi Qiu again. "Stop!" But suddenly, an angry voice came from behind. "Who wants to meddle in other people's business? I'll beat him up too," the Ferrari owner shouted, but he turned around and wilted instantly, his voice trembling. "President Fong, how could it be you?" He hurried over and smiled awkwardly. "President Fong, why are you here? Who are you?" Fong Yang didn't even look at him. He walked straight to Yi Qiu and bowed slightly. "You must be Mr. Yi Qiu. What do you want from me?" Yi Qiu said lightly. He didn't know Fong Yang in front of him and didn't care about Fong Yang's identity. Even if he was the king of heaven, he didn't need to be polite now. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Yi. I'm Fong Yang, the president of Tianhai Bank's head office. I already know that the person in charge of my branch offended you before, and I came here today to apologize." Fong Yang was very polite and didn't dare to show any airs. The Yi Qiu in front of him is Chu Tiangong's brother. It is even possible that he has a hidden identity and a higher status than Chu Tiangang. He must be careful. "I'm busy." Yi Qiu shook his head and glanced at the Ferrari owner. "This guy is causing trouble for me. I have to deal with him first." Hearing this, the Ferrari owner was stunned for a moment. His Adam's apple slid, and he felt his head go blank in an instant. He had never seen the president of Tianhai Bank be so polite to anyone. In fact, he wanted to meet the president, but he never got the chance to meet him even after making an appointment for half a year. But now, Fong Yang actually took the initiative to come to Yi Qiu in person to apologize? Who exactly is Yi Qiu? After hearing what Yi Qiu said, Fong Yang turned his head and glanced at the Ferrari owner. The executives around him immediately stepped forward and whispered a few words in Fong Yang's ear, and Fong Yang nodded. "Mr. Yi, I will help you deal with the trouble here first. Can you give me a chance later and take up 2 minutes of your time to explain it to you?" Yi Qiu glanced at the Ferrari owner and said calmly, "That depends on you, whether you are satisfied with my handling of this matter or not." Chapter 22. Depriving someone of their wealth is like killing their parents. After saying that, Yi Qiu stopped talking. Fong Yang understood immediately. He turned to look at the Ferrari owner. In his eyes, it didn't matter whether he drove a Ferrari or any other sports car. No one knew better than them whether he was rich or poor, and whether he had influence on the bank. The person in front of them is the one who wants something from their bank. President Fong, this is a misunderstanding. When the Ferrari owner heard Yi Qiu's words, he was so anxious that he broke out in a sweat. He never thought that Yi Qiu was such a big shot. Even the president of Tianhai Bank head office was so polite to him. Misunderstand? Fang Yang said calmly. I didn't see any misunderstanding. I only saw your arrogance and aggressiveness. I have reasonable reasons to suspect that you have borrowed a huge amount from our bank and would use it in an inappropriate field. Ah, no, no. President Fong, the Ferrari owner was so anxious that he almost cried. He is now waiting for this loan to come through to turn things around. Otherwise, once the capital chain is completely broken, his business will be over. He may even not be able to afford to repair that second-hand Ferrari. Call the credit manager. The head office needs to review his loan again. The loan cannot be issued until the risk report is passed. Fang Yang gave the order directly. Yes. Upon hearing this, the Ferrari owner's face suddenly turned pale, as if his soul had been sucked out of him in an instant. Almost crying, he regrets it. He was used to being arrogant and always thought he was very powerful, but he never expected that he would hit a wall today. At this moment, he no longer had any thoughts of revenge. How could he take revenge on someone who even the president of Tianhai Bank treated politely? Like an egg hitting a rock? Why, you still don't want to leave? You want me to reject your loan right here and now, right? Seeing that the Ferrari owner was still standing, Fang Yang frowned. No, no, I'll leave right away. Right away. The Ferrari owner was panicked. Etc. Fang Yang called out to him. Did you just ask Mr. Yi to help you fix your car? No, that's not the case. I bumped into him by accident. It has nothing to do with him. It has nothing to do with him at all. The Ferrari owner hurriedly explained. I'll fix it myself. I'll fix it myself. I don't dare to trouble Mr. Yi. After saying that, he immediately ran away in shame. To deal with people like him, a bank executive like Fang Yang is the most suitable person. After all, these people's houses and cars were almost all bought with loans, and even to do some unconventional business, they had to borrow money from the bank. How could they dare to offend Fang Yang and others? Mr. Yi, Fang Yang smiled and said, Now, can you give me a few minutes to sincerely apologize to you? Yi Qiu could definitely solve this kind of small trouble even without his help. But for ordinary people, there was no need for Yi Qiu to do it himself. No need to apologize. Yi Qiu waved his hand and said, People who do wrong should pay the price they deserve. I remind you that as a service industry, you should have the minimum respect for others. Don't judge people by their appearance, and don't be arrogant and bully others at will. Yes. Fang Yang nodded. Mr. Yi is right. I feel deeply ashamed and will definitely take this as a warning. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for helping us discover the serious loopholes in management. I am deeply grateful. He picked up a gift box and handed it to Yi Qiu with both hands. Mr. Yi, this is a small gift from me. I hope you can accept it. I really want to make friends with Mr. Yi. He did not say that it was a gift from the bank, but said it was from himself, which was quite smart of him. Yi Qiu didn't want to accept it, but Fang Yang insisted. It's not a valuable thing, but I think your daughter will like it. Hearing this, Yi Qiu did not refuse anymore. Thanks. You're welcome, Mr. Yi. Fang Yang was relieved when he saw Yi Qiu didn't pursue the matter any further. It's nothing. I won't bother you, Mr. Yi. I'll visit you another day. Yi Qiu nodded. He had to say that Fang Yang was really flawless in his work. He was indeed the president of a big bank. His way of dealing with people and things was not comparable to that of ordinary people. After Fang Yang and others left, Yi Qiu returned to the house. Dad, who is it? Yi Xiaoyu looked up and asked. A few friends. Yi Qiu smiled. Seeing that Yi Qiu had a gift box in his hand, Yi Xiaoyu immediately climbed down from the sofa and ran over with his feet clacking. What is this? She looked at Yi Qiu and asked if she could open it. Yi Qiu knew that Xiao Yuer was curious, so he opened the gift box and found several very beautiful skirts inside. Wow! Xiao Yuer's eyes lit up and she jumped up and down. What a beautiful skirt! This one is even prettier than the one she saw in the mall. It's sparkling like a princess dress. Do you like it? Yi Qiu knew that he was asking a question even though he knew the answer. Ah! Yi Xiaoyu nodded quickly. Dad, is this a gift from your friend? Yes. Yi Qiu handed the skirt to Xiao Yuer and said, Put it on and see if it fits you. Xiao Yuer immediately ran back to her room to change her skirt. After a while, she walked out of the room like a beautiful princess. So cute. Fang Yang really knows how to pick things. Yi Qiu couldn't help but sigh. Does it look good, Dad? Beautiful, my baby girl, the most beautiful girl in the world. Yi Qiu said with a smile. Xiao Yuer was very happy. She danced gracefully, pinching the hem of her skirt and humming a song, like the happiest child in the world. Seeing this, Yichio was also in a good mood. At the same time, a building somewhere in Tianhai City. Chu Tiangang is so lucky that he can encounter such a thing. Damn it, we lost billions on this project. The middle-aged man sitting here, and there was smoking heavily, and the ashtray in front of him was already full. His bloodshot eyes were filled with resentment and anger. He had originally won this project, which would not only have defeated Chu Tiangang, but also brought huge profits to the group company. However, due to constant accidents, the group company asked him to get rid of it and stop the loss in time. But who would have thought that Chu Tiangang would take it back at a very low price? This single transaction saved him over 10 billion yuan. He originally wanted to watch the fun and wait to see Chu Tiangang suffer heavy losses again after reselling the project. But he never expected that the project is now going extremely smoothly, as if God was helping Chu Tiangang. How could he accept it? Boss Lei, this is strange. When we were working on this project, there were accidents every day, and people even died. How come Chu Tiangang didn't have any problems at all? How should I know? Lei Song snorted. He felt it was weird. I heard that Chu Tian just hired a master who is proficient in feng shui. Could it be that this master is interfering and ruining our plan? When Lei Song heard this, his face suddenly darkened. It turns out that someone was secretly harming me. Depriving someone of their money is the same as killing their parents? Have you found out who it is? Chapter 23. Test it out. The loss this time is billions, which is not a small amount and can make people angry. The most important thing is that in Tianhai, everyone knows that their company has always been in competition with Chu Tiangang, and the two bosses take turns to be the top boss. But this project has been started by Chu Tiangang, so it will be difficult for them to make a comeback. We are still investigating, Mr. Lei, don't worry. The man sitting opposite him saw that Lei Song was so concerned and immediately said, "We just need to test him a little bit, and that master will naturally reveal his true form. Then, we still have a chance." Lei Song nodded. He immediately called the finance department and said, "Transfer 1 million to Mr. Chi's account first." Hearing this, Chi Yin narrowed his eyes and laughed. Mr. Lei is so polite. He knew that Lei Song was a decisive person, who was swift in his words and deeds and never dragged his feet. This time he gave him 1 million directly, and it seemed that he was determined to win this project. "Mr. Chi, I'll leave this matter to you." Lei Song said, "I don't ask about the process. I only care about the results. If the money is not enough, just tell me again. It's not a problem. If I can't do this project, then Chu Tiangang can't do it either. Do you understand what I mean?" Clear. Chi Yin stood up and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely handle this matter for you. No matter who that master is. Even a dragon will be defeated when he comes to Tianhai." After saying that, he immediately turned around and walked out. Lei Song lit another cigarette, still feeling irritated. He knew that Chi Yin was a ruthless man with a cruel heart. There was nothing he couldn't do when he helped him over the years, and his hands were even stained with a lot of blood. But he always felt that this matter was a bit troublesome. Chu Tiangang has always been difficult to deal with, and he is not someone who can be dealt with by being ruthless. I can't count on Chi Yin to take the project back, but it shouldn't be difficult to destroy the project and make Chu Tiangang unable to do anything, right? Lei Song said secretly, "As long as the two companies are at the same level and starting from the same starting line, there will be no big problem. There is no winner in this contest, but there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Yi Chio's mind is now all on his daughter. To him, Xiao Yu is everything to him, his whole world. After school, Yi Chio lined up at the door, waiting to pick up Yi Xiaoyu from school. "Mr. Yi, please go first. Please go first." It's Xiaoyu's father. "My child is good friends with Xiaoyu. He always says Xiaoyu is pretty when he comes home every day. Xiaoyu is so cute. Daddy Yi taught him well." Many parents took the initiative to say hello and were very enthusiastic. Yi Chio smiled, responded briefly, and said nothing more. He didn't like this kind of polite scene very much. "Dad!" The door of the kindergarten opened, and Yi Xiaoyu was the first to run out, opening her arms and rushing towards Yi Chio. "I missed you." With a smacking sound, she kissed Yi Chio on the face. "Dad, I want to eat hamburgers tonight, can I?" "Oh, so kissing Daddy has a purpose." Yi Chio picked her up and said, "Isn't it because you miss your dad?" "No." Xiao Yuer kissed him again. "Look, did I miss you a lot?" Yi Chio laughed out loud. "Okay, I'll take you to eat." He let Xiao Yuer ride on his neck, and the father and daughter left happily while singing. At the same time, Chu Tiangang didn't expect that something went wrong with the project. But it is obvious that this is not a natural disaster, but a man-made disaster. They have all been sent to the hospital. There are no problems for now, but this is not a small matter. It has affected the progress of the project. How could they all be poisoned? Has the cafeteria investigated? Is there any problem with the food? Chu Tiangang frowned. This project is of vital importance. If we don't do it, then don't do it. But now that we have started, there can't be any problems. We checked it out and there's no problem, so we're also surprised. Mr. Chu, could it be? The subordinate thought that maybe the dirty thing was still there. Brother Yi, please come over. Chu Tiangang now trusts Yi Qiu very much. He believes that there will definitely be a way when Yi Qiu comes. Yes. Soon, Yi Qiu came with Xiao Yuer, who was eating a hamburger happily in his hand. Oh my goodness, do you like to eat this? As soon as Chu Tian saw it, he immediately waved his hand and called the housekeeper over. Asked the chef to cook for Xiao Yuer. Make a few delicious flavors, and let Xiao Yuer try them all. The food outside is so unhygienic. If you want to eat it next time, just come to Uncle's house. Chu Tiangang pinched Xiao Yuer's face and let her go to play in the manor by herself. Brother Yi, I have something to trouble you again. He was not polite and told the story again with a worried look on his face. This project is of vital importance. Once we start, we cannot fail, otherwise the loss will be too great. Are they all poisoned? Yi Qiu was a little surprised. He had been to the cafeteria on the project, and they all followed strict standards, especially in terms of hygiene. Chu Tiangong's requirements were even stricter because he himself was a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. How could such incidents of mass food poisoning happen one after another? Yes, the hospital found out that it was food poisoning, but we checked, and there was nothing wrong with the ingredients, so we found it strange. Chu Tiangang asked, could it be? Won't. Yi Qiu shook his head. Those things are more trustworthy than people. Chu Tiangang nodded. What could be the reason? Well, I'll go to the hospital with you. Thank you so much. Yi Qiu and Chu Tiangang, along with several responsible persons, immediately rushed to Tianhai First Hospital. Upon learning that Yi Qiu had arrived, Gao Qiao, who was supposed to be taking a day off, immediately rushed to the hospital from home, wanted to have a good chat with Yi Qiu in person. In the ward, Yi Qiu examined several patients and frowned slightly. It's poisoning, but it's not food poisoning. His words made the accompanying doctor startled, and then he frowned, as if he thought Yi Qiu was a bit arbitrary. He didn't look at the biochemical test report, nor did he do vomit analysis. How could he know it just by taking the pulse and taking a look? Mr. Yi, you have to be responsible for what you said. The doctor couldn't help but say. Yi Qiu glanced at him and said, are you new here? The doctor was startled. Is he new here? What does this have to do with him? Yi Qiu. Without waiting for the doctor to speak, Gao Qiao walked in quickly, pointed at the doctor and said, don't mind, he is the new one. Mr. Gao. When the doctor saw Gao Qiao coming and that he knew Yi Qiu, he couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. Could it be that the person in front of him was the miracle doctor? The expert with such amazing medical skills that even Mr. Gao and other experts are trying their best to invite him to the hospital? You can question anyone, even me, but don't question Yi Qiu. Gao Qiao said seriously, do you understand? Yes, Mr. Gao. I was rude. The doctor quickly apologized. Mr. Yi, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have questioned you. He said this, but he was very unwilling in his heart. Chapter 24. I also know who he is. But since Gao Qiao was here, he didn't dare to say anything. Wasn't it because Luo Ping, the chief surgeon who was fired before, offended Yi Qiu? Yi Qiu didn't want to bother with this newcomer. It's not food poisoning, this is metal poisoning. After reading it carefully, Gao Qiao came to the same conclusion. Hearing this, Chu Tiangong's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? He was a little confused. They are all poisoning. Is there any difference between food poisoning and metal poisoning? Yi Qiu and Gao Qiao looked at each other. People who get food poisoning are most likely accidental, because of the ingredients, but metal poisoning. Gao Qiao paused and asked, do you want to call the police? When Chu Tiangang heard the words call the police, he understood immediately. Someone poisoned this intentionally. What a cruel heart. He quickly thought of something in his mind. It must be his competitors. They felt uncomfortable that he had taken back the project again, and it was so smooth. How could they accept it if we don't cause some damage? But using such a despicable and shameless method as poisoning is a bit too much. Brother Yi, how do you think we should deal with this? Chu Tiangang didn't make a decision on his own, but looked at Yi Qiu. Let me handle this matter. Yi Qiu thought about it and decided not to tell Zhao Jinlin for the time being. This was just a small matter. After catching the person, he would notify Zhao Jinlin and send someone to take him away. Mr. Gao, please take care of these people, he said to Gao Qiao. Don't worry, I will pay more attention to what you tell me. Gao Qiao nodded. He was so happy that Yi Qiu was willing to ask him for help. After saying that, Yi Qiu and Chu Tiangang left. In the car, Chu Tiangang looked a little angry. How shameless. They actually poison people. Aren't they afraid of poisoning people to death? Chu Tiangang was really angry that someone did this for business. This method of poisoning is very covert and difficult for ordinary people to detect because it will not take effect in a short period of time. But once it accumulates, even gods and immortals cannot cure it. Yi Qiu also felt ashamed of this behavior. Moreover, they're doing it in batches, gradually increasing the dosage, just to make your project fail one after another, just like theirs, and then you can't continue. What a good trick. Not only is he cruel and ruthless, but he is also extremely secretive. Even his method of poisoning is very covert. If he didn't have eyes that could see the human meridians, he probably wouldn't have been able to discover it easily. The two quickly got to work on the project. Chu Tiangang followed Yi Qiu's request and immediately had someone start the sprinkler truck to spray water back and forth on the construction site. Trucks transporting materials must pass through pools of water to clean wheels and other areas to keep them moist. You can't imagine where they hide the poison powder, so keeping the air moist to prevent the dust from floating out is the best way. Yi Qiu explained. I see. Chu Tiangang nodded. If it weren't for Yi Qiu, they probably wouldn't have been able to discover the cause, let alone come up with a solution in the first place. There were quite a few people surrounding them. In the crowd, there was a pair of eyes staring at Yi Qiu, who was standing there. Seeing that everyone's attention was on Yi Qiu and the others, he took out his cell phone, took a photo of Yi Qiu, and sent it out immediately. Mr. Qi, we have found out that this person is the master who helped Chu Tiangang. He sent the photo and immediately edited the text. After finishing the work, he looked up and found that Yi Qiu was standing in front of him. Ah! He was startled and looked a little flustered. What are you doing? Take it out. Yi Qiu stared at him and stretched out his hand. Phone. Take it out. His perception is now extremely sharp, and he can feel that this person just took a picture of him with his mobile phone. What are you talking about? You're crazy. When the man heard this, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately put on an unreasonable look. Who do you think you are? You asked me to take out my phone, and I'm going to take it out? His reaction made Yi Qiu confirm that this guy had indeed taken a photo of himself and sent it to someone. It seemed that this was the spy planted by the person behind the scenes. Who are you going to send this photo of me to? The one who poisoned the other workers? Yi Qiu shouted, and the man couldn't help but tremble and became extremely panicked. What are you talking about? I don't know what you were talking about. After saying that, he turned around and was about to run away, but Yi Qiu grabbed his shoulder. Let go! He roared, turned around, and swung his fist, hitting Yi Qiu's head. Bang! Yi Qiu caught his fist easily and twisted it, twisting the man's arm up and causing him to scream in pain. Stop! Stop it! He yelled. If Yi Qiu used a little more force, he could break his arm. You have no right to search my phone. I'm going to sue you. You know the law well. Yi Qiu snorted. If I misunderstood you, you can do whatever you want. After saying that, Chu Tiangang immediately asked someone to search for his cell phone. When he opened it, he saw the message he had just sent. Chu Tian just took a look, and his face immediately darkened, and he was furious. You are so brave. He has always been good to his employees, and their salaries and benefits are the best in the industry. But the man in front of him actually colluded with outsiders to poison his colleague. Now he even took a picture of Yi Qiu. What does he want to do? Revenge on Yi Qiu? Boss Chu, You don't have to explain. Chu Tiangang didn't want to waste time talking. Call the police. Go and explain to them. Boss Chu. No. Boss Chu, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The man begged desperately, saying that if he was caught, he would be finished. Conspiring with others to poison someone was a crime. Take him away. Chu Tiangang shouted. He turned to look at Yi Qiu. What should we do now? I'm afraid they want to deal with you. It's all my fault. He felt a little regretful and asked Yi Qiu to help him, but he didn't expect that he would implicate Yi Qiu instead. Yi Qiu glanced at the phone number and said, they are trying to find out who is the person around you who helps you solve the problem. Now, they know it's me, but I also know who he is. He took the phone, wrote another text message, and sent it. On the other end of the phone, Chi-Yun looked at Yi Chio's photo and frowned slightly. So young? What kind of master is he? He seems to be a swindler. However, he is quite capable to discover that I was poisoning you. But he didn't take Yi Chio to heart at all. As long as we find out who Yi Chio is, things will be easy. He believes in a principle. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the person who created the problem. Since Yi Chio has been helping Chu Tiangang all this time, as long as he is dealt with, there will be no one else around Chu Tiangang who can fight against him. He must prove to Lei Song that having him can help him achieve twice the result with half the effort, and no one can stop any of his plans. Qian took a look at the text message that had just been sent. Such a good opportunity. Don't blame me for being rude to you. If I have to blame someone, I can only blame you for meddling in other people's business. Chapter 25. This month's performance has. He got the news from his own spy that Shu Tiangang would invite Yi Chio to dinner in the evening, and once the dinner was over, it would be a good opportunity to take action. Qian has done this kind of thing more than once or twice. This is the business he does. Take money from others and help them eliminate disasters. A billiard hall, full of smoke. The swirling smoke would make non-smokers faint if they walked in. Brother Chi. Brother Chi is here. Hello, Brother Chi. Many people greeted Chi Yun. Chi Yun nodded and walked into the office nearby. A fat man with big ears was sitting on the sofa inside, leisurely making tea. When he saw Chi Yun coming, he smiled and said, "Do you have work to do again?" Kuyun sat doham. It shouldn't be that hard to deal with a charlatan. A charlatan? The fat man smiled and said, "I've seen a lot of this kind of stuff. Is it the kind that's specifically used to defraud rich people of their money?" Clever. Chi-Yun didn't beat around the bush. 500,000. After the job is done, there should be extra. As for how much, it depends on how well you do your job. When he heard that there was a reward of 500,000, the fat man's eyes lit up. This is not a small amount of money. It is enough for them to waste a lot of time. Chi-Yun was equally straightforward. He opened the bag he brought, which was filled with red banknotes. Without money, these people would have no motivation to do anything. Only when they saw money could they be more ruthless than anyone else. The time, place, and photos of the people are all given to you. Do it well and don't leave any loose ends. Kuyun Site, don't worry. This isn't the first time we've worked together. Do you still not trust me? The fat man took a look at the photo. This young boy is quite capable. He actually dares to cheat a rich man like Chu Tiangang. He really has some skills. Chi Yun didn't say anything else. He just gave a few instructions and left. He never does this kind of thing himself, leaving the dirty work to Fatty and the others. He only needs to make the deployment and arrangements. In the Tianhai Underground Circle, there are not many people doing their business. Other big guys have gradually entered the business world to whitewash themselves, but Chi Yun always feels that this old business is the easiest to do. There are fewer people doing this, so the competition is relatively small. Hey. The fat man walked out of the door and clapped his hands. Stop playing around. Let's get down to business. In the evening, Chu Tiangang arranged dinner as planned. He was going to invite Yi Chio to dinner, but the family dinner originally scheduled at home was changed to a random restaurant near the project. Do you want me to arrange a few more people to follow? Chu Tiangang was a little worried. Yi Chio's medical skills were indeed amazing, and his abilities were astonishing, but he had never seen how Yi Chio would perform against that kind of low-class scoundrel. If something went wrong, it would be no joke. It's all right, Yi Chio said. With so many people, they dare not take action. These people are very cautious and look careful. At first glance, they are repeat offenders who specialize in this kind of business. If he brings a lot of people with him, the other party will definitely not act easily. If they want to catch him, they must first let him out. Seeing that the time was about right, he went downstairs in unison with Chu Tiangang. Mr. Yi, drink some more. What are you going back home so early for? I have to go back first. Then I'll ask the driver to take you there? No, I want to walk alone. Yi Chio left the hotel alone and walked along the road. In the dark night, there was no one on the street. There was no crowd in such a remote place. Instead, Yi Chio walked towards the dim place. In the distance, a car was following slowly, but without turning on its lights. You want to pee, right? He keeps hiding in dark places, ready to take action. People who have been drinking can't hold their urine, right? The car door opened, and 6 people wearing black hoods ran quickly towards Yi Chio. In the darkness, one could see that they all had weapons in their hands. Sure enough, there was a rustling sound of water coming from under the woods. The fat man who was in the lead had a ruthless look in his eyes, and he made a gesture, and 5 or 6 people immediately surrounded him. They must not let their prey escape. Otherwise, 500,000 will be gone. D. Seeing that Yi Qiu had no reaction, as if he was drunk and his reactions had become very slow, the fat man immediately rushed over, with an agility that was completely inconsistent with his body shape. He held the dagger tightly in his hand and stabbed towards Yi Qiu's waist. Several other people behind him surrounded him at the same time, intending to end Yi Qiu's life in the shortest possible time. But suddenly, Yi Qiu turned his head, and his eyes were like stars in the darkness, so bright that it was scary. When the fat man was glanced at by Yi Qiu, he clearly felt his heart sink suddenly, as if he had instantly fallen into an abyss, and his whole body movements became sluggish. Bang! When he reacted, Yi Qiu punched him in the chest, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. Ah! The fat man screamed, and the other people were suddenly shocked. He's a martial artist. Kill him! Someone shouted, and 5 or 6 people rushed forward at the same time, all pointing the daggers in their hands at Yi Qiu. Bang! 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 However, following a few muffled sounds, the 6 people flew out again, fell heavily to the ground, and screamed miserably. Their arms were broken by Yi Qiu, and they curled up on the ground, wailing in pain. Ah! My hand! My hand is broken! Go! Go! Ah! Only then did they realize that Yi Qiu was not an ordinary person. They were no match for him. Didn't they say that Qi Yun, that bastard, was just an ordinary swindler? With his kind of strength? Is he a liar? The fat man struggled to get up, and seeing Yi Qiu standing there and not chasing him, he could not care about anything else. He covered his broken bones and fled in panic. The other few people wanted to escape, but it was too late. Catch them! A majestic voice came from the woods, and then several plainclothes officers rushed out quickly and controlled several people. The fat man was so frightened that he ran away like a madman and rolled down the hillside. No need to chase. Zhao Jinlin wanted to chase him, but Yi Qiu shouted, he can't escape. The injuries on his body can only be cured by me. He will definitely come to me. Yi Qiu's eyes are like stars. Zhao Jinlin nodded. Even for him, a man who had experienced many ups and downs and whose temperament had long been calm, he still felt shaken when he saw Yi Qiu's eyes. What does it mean to have God? This is what it means to truly have God. Captain Zhao, there are 2 of them. They are the prisoners we are chasing. The subordinate came over and said, I never thought we would catch them today. In order to catch these people, they worked overtime, but still had no clues. Thanks to Yi Qiu, their mission was finally completed. Look, everyone has achieved good results this month. Zhao Jinlin smiled at Yi Qiu and said, tell me, how can I thank you? Chapter 26. Walking into a trap. Why should we be polite? Yi Qiu smiled and said, if you really want to thank me, then catch more of these social scums and make our city a better place. Good. Zhao Jinlin nodded. Did you hear what Brother Yi said? I heard it. Everyone was in high spirits. Ever since Zhao Jinlin met Yi Qiu, their work has become easier. They used to be afraid of getting hurt, but Yi Qiu's medical skills also gave them great confidence. Take him back and interrogate him. Yes. Several people were taken away. When Zhao Jinlin and Yi Qiu walked outside, the fat man had disappeared, and even the car with the fake license plate didn't have time to drive away. Yi Qiu, I have to remind you a few things. He lit a cigarette and said meaningfully, Brother, I know you are not a high-profile person, but sooner or later you will be unable to hide your abilities. People are like this. If you have great abilities, you can gain a lot of things for yourself, but at the same time, you are also likely to attract jealousy and resentment. You have to be mentally prepared. Yi Qiu nodded. Of course he knew this, especially since his life had undergone tremendous changes during this period of time. It is because he now has mastered amazing medical skills and powerful physical abilities. Thank you, Brother Zhao, for reminding me. I will pay attention to it. Well, I'm not reminding you. Zhao Jinlin laughed and scolded. What do you have to worry about? I'm worried about Xiao Yuer's safety. This is indeed a problem. Yi Qiu cannot stay with Xiao Yuer all the time. She is just a child. She needs to live a normal life, make friends, and have fun. She cannot live in danger all day long. Yi Qiu frowned slightly, and suddenly a light flashed in his mind, as if something flashed by. Yes, I understand. He nodded. I know what to do. Okay, that's all you need to know. If you need any help from me, don't hesitate to ask me. Well, I won't be polite with you. Yi Qiu has saved Zhao Jinlin twice, and now he has helped him several times. To Zhao Jinlin, Yi Chio is a man of great ability and good character. He would look up to such a person even if he has never saved him. Zhao Jinlin went to work first. Yi Chio also called Gao Qiao and told him to notify him immediately if anyone came with strange injuries. The fat guy was really scared to death. How could he know that this was a trap? People from the reconnaissance team were actually there. Now that several of his brothers were caught, they were afraid that they would have no chance to get out. If he hadn't reacted quickly, he would have died today. Bang! The fat man slammed his fist on the table, his whole body trembling with pain. Lao Chi, how are you going to explain this to me? It hurts. He didn't know how many bones he broke, but he had never experienced such pain before. Even when he had suffered more serious injuries before, they were never as painful as this. He called Qi Yun, and Qi Yun was also shocked. How so? You asked me? The fat man said angrily. Who the hell am I going to ask? That guy's already called the police. This is a trap. Are you trying to trick me on purpose? We are in the same boat. If I cheat you, wouldn't that be cheating myself? Qi Yun frowned. I'm afraid the person I bribed was arrested. He deliberately used that person's phone to deceive me. Damn it. I've been catching eagles for decades, but I didn't expect that today I would be pecked in the eyes by an eagle. Ah! The fat man leaned on the sofa, his body twitching and the pain becoming more and more intense. The painkillers he took were of no use. Call Lao Lu here quickly. He gritted his teeth, his voice trembling. My injury seems to be quite serious. Qian didn't care about anything else and immediately called the private doctor they were working with. But after examining him for a long time, old Lu just kept shaking his head. This injury is very strange. I can't treat it. You can only go to the hospital. How the hell am I going to get to the hospital? Someone must be catching me outside now. The fat man said angrily. If you don't go to the hospital, you might die. Old Lu had no other options. Your bones are broken in a strange way. I've never seen this before. You'd better hurry up, or even the gods can't save you. After saying that, he left. The fat man had no choice but to turn and look at Qi Yun. I'll take you there. Qi Yun was not afraid, because he had a legitimate identity and could move freely outside. It was late at night, and the fat man was wearing a hood before he took action. How could Yi Chio and his men see his face? He immediately helped the fat man into the car and headed for the best hospital. The two people rushed to the hospital quickly and found nothing abnormal. There was only a young doctor on duty in the emergency department at night. How did you get this injury? It's so strange. After examining the wound, the young doctor shook his head and said, I can't treat it. The fat guy was almost crying in anxiety. He was just hit by Yi Chio. How strange could the injury be? Why do all these doctors say they can't handle it? Who can handle it then? Qi Yun frowned. It was just two broken bones. He could just connect them. It wasn't that difficult to deal with. I'm afraid we'll have to ask our experts to do it. The young doctor said, but at this late hour, is the patient's life not important? Qi Yun immediately shouted angrily. Send your experts here. Hurry up. Money is not a problem. Okay, I'll make the call. Two people sat in the emergency room. The fat man almost fainted from the pain. His face turned pale and his whole body was shaking. He felt as if there was something rubbing against the wound where his bone was broken. He didn't know how to describe the pain. Are you here yet? The fat man asked weakly. Have the experts arrived yet? Qi Yun yelled, very annoyed. He couldn't understand why he was deceived by Yi Chio. He didn't think he would be discovered. After dealing with the fat guy, he will definitely fight back. I will make Yi Chio pay the price for provoking me. Yeti come. There was a voice in the corridor. The fat man trembled. This voice seemed a little familiar. He struggled to raise his head slightly and took a look. When he saw Yi Chio coming towards him, his whole body instantly went numb. He opened his mouth, but couldn't even speak clearly. You, why is it you? Qian also saw Yi Chio's face. His expression suddenly changed, and he immediately realized that this was still a trap. Escape. His first reaction was to escape. Without caring about anything else, he pushed the fat man to the ground and turned around to escape through the back door. Don't move! But there was already someone blocking the door. Qi Yun was shocked and gritted his teeth and wanted to rush over, but when he saw the black muzzle of the gun pointing at him, he lost all his temper. Don't do it! Don't do it! He shouted hurriedly, then squatted down obediently with his head in his hands, his movements very skillful. He turned his head and looked at Yi Chio, gritting his teeth in hatred. He never thought that he would be tricked by Yi Chio twice in a row. Now he has walked into a trap. We have made this feud. Qi Yun stared at Yi Chio and said viciously. Chapter 27, Runes. He had a fierce look in his eyes, like a madman. You have a daughter, right? She seems very cute. There must be a time when you're not with her, right? Wait till I come out, and then you'll see how I. Before Chi Yun could finish his words, he was punched by a plainclothes officer. Get down. Be quiet. It's already this hour, and you still dare to threaten me? He lay down obediently with a grim smile, but his eyes were still staring at Yi Chio fiercely. Yi Chio glanced at him and ignored him. He walked up to the fat man and scared him so much that he tried to step back but couldn't move because of the pain. Don't move. Yi Chio took action and placed his palm on the fat man's broken bone. In an instant, a warm current covered the wound. The fat man was stunned for a moment. Yi Chio was helping him heal his injuries, but after a moment, the pain disappeared for the most part. The fat man recovered his breath and felt that he had finally survived. He looked at Yi Chio with some surprise. Why did you save me? He went there to kill Yi Chio, but he didn't expect that Yi Chio would actually be willing to save him. I study medicine not to hurt people, but to save people. Yi Chio said calmly, saving you is my duty as a doctor, and judging you will be left to the law. The fat man opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but nothing came out. He really didn't expect that Yi Chio would be willing to save him even though he was dead, and didn't care at all that he was the murderer who wanted to kill him not long ago. He suddenly felt that he was such a scumbag. Take it away. Several plainclothes officers came forward and saw that the fat man's injuries had been treated, so they immediately took him away. Brother Yi, please be careful. We are worried that this guy has accomplices. They reminded. Yes, I know. When Yi Chio returned to the Chu family, Xiao Yuer was already asleep there. Chu Tiangang had arranged a lot of bodyguards around to ensure Xiao Yuer's safety, so Yi Chio was not worried. During this period of time, why don't you let Xiao Yuer live with me? It's safe here. Chu Tiangang was finally relieved when he saw that the person behind the scenes had been caught, but Qi Yun's harsh words were definitely not just talk. For people like them who are in the underground circle, going in and out of prison is like going home. Especially since Qi Yun has made it clear that he has nothing to do with this matter. All the charges will be placed on the fat man, and Qi Yun will be out soon. By then, who knows how he will retaliate against Yi Chio. Okay, thank you for your help. Yi Chio didn't want to take any risks with Xiao Yuer. I'm the one who implicated you and your daughter. Don't be polite to me, Chu Tiangang said. Yi Chio didn't say anything else and went back to the room. Xiao Yuer was sleeping soundly with the doll in his arms. He sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the lovely girl, his eyes full of tenderness. Baby, Daddy will definitely protect you and won't let anyone hurt you. Suddenly, Yi Chio's mind shook, and the rune that appeared before flashed by again. This time, he caught it immediately. Amulet. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Chio's eyes. So there is such a thing. I can make a talisman for Xiao Yuer. In his mind, the memory became clearer and clearer. The rune pattern and the refining method were all there, as if they had been engraved in his mind. No words were spoken that night. When I woke up in the morning, Xiao Yuer was lying there, looking at me with a grin. What's wrong? Dad has a flower on his face. Yi Chio couldn't help but say, Dad, you were talking in your sleep. Xiao Yuer laughed. Huh? What did I say? I don't know. Some weird words babbling. Xiao Yuer laughed and imitated what Yi Chio said. Yi Chio then realized that it was the formula of Jingqi Ju. Was he actually practicing martial arts in his dream? He touched Xiao Yuer's head. Okay, get up, wash up, and get ready for breakfast. Uncle Chu has hired several chefs to cook for you. Wow, Uncle is so nice to me. Xiao Yuer immediately jumped out of bed and went to wash up obediently. After dinner, Yi Chio asked Chu Tiangang to arrange someone to send Xiao Yuer to kindergarten and stay nearby to ensure Xiao Yuer's safety. Yi Chio drove to a street in the west of Tianhai. That is a place that specializes in buying and selling old items. He wanted to make an amulet for Xiao Yuer. The older the amulet was, the better the effect would be. Come, come, come. Take a look. This is an old item from 300 years ago. It only costs $1,000. You won't be cheated if you buy it. This is from the Shang dynasty. I'll sell it to you for 35,000. What? You want to buy it for 160? You must be kidding. Don't go, don't go. 160 is 160. I'll take the loss. Yi Chio couldn't help laughing. At first glance, he saw that these things were made in small workshops, and it was about right to buy them for 16 yuan. He walked and looked along the way, but didn't find anything good. There were all kinds of people here, and there were far more fakes than real ones. Even if there were real ones, it would be difficult to spot them without a pair of discerning eyes. It seems that I have overestimated this place, and today's trip may be in vain. Suddenly, Yichio stopped, and his eyes fell on the stone coin. At first glance, it was just an ordinary coin, ground out of stone. It didn't look special at all, and even the stall owner had just casually thrown it in the corner. Apparently, no one ever paid attention to it. Yichio squatted down without any expression and pretended to look at other things. What do you want? These are all old items from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. The stall owner was obviously not very experienced, and the words he spoke were all learned on the spot. He had not opened his shop for a long time, and now that someone finally came, he had to seize the opportunity. These are a bit interesting. Yichio randomly picked two and asked, "How much are they?" "I'll give you these for cheap. 5,008. Yichio raised his head and glanced at the stall owner, who blushed, obviously knowing that the price was nonsense. However, Yichio in front of him exuded a calmness and was obviously not someone who would be easily fooled. He smiled awkwardly. "Brother, if you like it, just give it to me as you see fit." "How about this? 200 yuan. I like it. I'll take it," Yichio said lightly. 200. 200 is 200. After the stall owner calculated, he found there was still room for profit, so he agreed immediately. Etc. Yichio said, "Boss, you agreed so quickly. I feel a little bit cheated. How about you give me another item to make me feel more balanced?" The stall owner became anxious when he heard this, but when he saw Yichio reaching out and taking the ordinary stone coin in the corner, he didn't care. Okay. Today is the first time we opened the store, so I'll give you a discount. I have to say, young man, you have a really good eye. These are all good things." The stall owner took a plastic bag and put the food in it for Yichio. Yichio didn't care about anything else. Just as he was about to pick up the coins, suddenly, a very pleasant voice came from behind him. "Boss, I want that coin. I'll give you 5,000 yuan. Chapter 28, Seeking Medical Treatment. 5,000 yuan? The stall owner was stunned for a moment, and when he looked up, he saw a very beautiful woman, exuding a unique temperament. One look at her would make people dazed. "What?" The stall owner glanced at Yichio, but Yichio seemed not to hear anything. He picked up the coins and put them in his pocket. "Little brother, why don't you change something? You can pick any one here. I'll give it to you." "No, I want this one." Yichio stood up and was about to leave, and the stall owner stood up anxiously. "This is 5,000 yuan. He never thought that Yichio would take away 5,000 yuan from him as a bonus. "I won't sell it anymore," the stall owner said anxiously. "Little brother, I won't sell those things of yours anymore. Give me back the coins." He stepped forward to stop Yichio, but Yichio was not in a hurry at all. "You want this coin?" He turned his head and looked at the beautiful woman, wondering why she was staring at the coin. Lin Wanqiu looked at Yichio and nodded slightly. It wasn't that she had a hobby for old things, but she had no choice but to follow the advice of an expert to look for some old things. She already had quite a few in her bag. She bought them all from various stall owners. As for the prices, she had no idea. She could actually bargain for these things. $5,000. Do you know how much this thing is worth? Yichio said calmly. It's not even worth $10. You should be able to tell by looking at the stall owner's reaction. Hearing this, the stall owner's face turned red and white, and he felt a little embarrassed. "Little brother, how can you say that? In business, it's all about mutual consent. How can you?" "Boss, the comrades from the industrial and commercial department are checking ahead. Do you want me to call them over for you?" Hearing this, the boss immediately lost his temper, glared at Yichio, but stopped talking. Of course he knew that these things of his would not make much money if they were wholesaled. 5,000 yuan is enough for him to purchase goods for a month. After saying that, Yichio turned around and left, not wanting to get involved any further. "Wait a minute." But Lin Wanqiu stopped him and pointed at the coins in Yichio's pocket. "I still want this thing. Since you bought it first, I can buy it back from you." She didn't care how much it cost, nor did she want to bargain. However, she saw that the pattern on the coin seemed to be the same as the one drawn by the old Taoist priest. This thing might be useful. I won't sell it. Yichio glanced at Lin Wanqiu and thought, could she also tell that this thing was unusual? But no matter how he looked at it, Lin Wanqiu didn't seem like someone who was well versed in physiognomy and divination. Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but frown slightly when she saw Yichio staring at her. She didn't like being stared at from head to toe like this. This way of looking at her made her feel a little offended. How could she know that Yichio was just judging whether she understood divination or not? "Have you seen enough?" Lin Wanqiu's voice was a little cold. If you've seen enough, give me the coins and you name a price. Yi Chio smiled and shook his finger. 10,000. Lin Wanxiu saw Yi Chio shaking a finger. Still 100,000? The stall owner on one side almost fainted. Just one transaction cost him 100,000? He suffered a huge loss. I mean, I won't sell it. No matter how much money you offer, I won't sell it. After Yi Chio finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Lin Wanxiu was a little angry, and then she realized that the way Yi Chio looked at her was completely different from that of other men. There was no lust in it. It seemed that he was just curious about why a woman like her had to fight with him for the coin. She chased after him for 2 steps, but Yi Chio had already disappeared in the crowd. Well, Lin Wanxiu stamped her feet, thinking that Yi Chio was really ungentlemanly. She looked around again and found nothing, so she took the things she had collected and returned to the hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, Lin Wanxiu took photos of the items one by one and sent them to the old Taoist priest far away in Kyoto, but the old Taoist priest kept shaking his head, and none of them was what he wanted. These are useless? Lin Wanxiu sighed. You said Tianhai might have it, but after looking around, I only found these things. But I did find a coin. She gestured and said, It's the one you drew last time. Hearing this, the old Taoist priest immediately asked, Where's the money? Someone else bought it. The old Taoist priest slapped his thigh and said, Oh my. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but be startled. Is that thing useful? It works. It works. The old Taoist priest was anxious. That thing is most suitable for making amulets. At least it can make your father's health better. Go and find it quickly to see if you can buy it. He won't sell it. Lin Wanxiu shook her head. I offered 10,000 yuan, but he still refused to sell it. When I thought that Yi Chio just picked it as a bonus, I was afraid that he didn't even spend $10. I offered 10,000 and he didn't even sell it. It was obviously intentional. 10,000? My God, this thing is worth millions. The old Taoist priest couldn't help but jump up. I'm afraid that guy is an expert. Ah, Lin Wanxiu was surprised. If that's the case, then she has no chance at all. Someone who knows the business would never sell this thing to someone else. Alas, that thing seems hopeless. The old Taoist priest was somewhat helpless and regretted not following him. You should go find that miracle doctor first. Maybe he will have a solution. Lin Wanxiu nodded. She thought that if she could see Yi Chio again, she would buy the coin back no matter what the cost. Now I can only go find the legendary miracle doctor. She had heard people say that a miracle doctor appeared in Tianhai with superb medical skills that could bring the dead back to life. So she rushed here from Kyoto and bought some old items to make amulets. I didn't expect to miss a useful coin. I hope the doctor won't let me down. If the miracle doctor has a way to cure his father's illness, then it doesn't matter whether he has the amulet or not. Lin Wanxiu did not dare to delay and immediately took a taxi to Tianhai First Hospital. He went straight to the dean and stated his identity and purpose of visit, saying that he wanted to find the miracle doctor of the first hospital. Upon hearing Lin Wanxiu's identity, the dean dared not delay and immediately called Gao Qiao and asked him to come over. Ms. Lin, Mr. Gao, is the miracle doctor of our hospital. He is the treasure of our hospital. The dean introduced. You can talk to Elder Gao about your father's condition. Gao Qiao nodded slightly. He didn't expect that someone would come all the way from Kyoto to see him. He couldn't help but feel relieved that his efforts over the years were not in vain. However, after listening to Lin Wanxiu's introduction of her father's condition, Gao Qiao's brows were furrowed so tightly that they almost formed a Chan shape. You should have looked for someone from the Kyoto National Medical Hall, right? Gao Qiao asked. They looked for it, but they couldn't find a way. Lin Wanxiu nodded. Sure enough, this disease is very difficult. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Gao Qiao sighed, and Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Was even the last glimmer of hope shattered? But there is someone who can definitely cure it. Chapter 29. How do you know? But after hearing Gao Qiao's words, Lin Wanxiu hurriedly asked, Is there anyone who can cure it? Yes, if he can't cure it, I'm afraid no one in this world can cure it. Gao Qiao nodded and said seriously. Lin Wanxiu was a little surprised. Gao Qiao is an expert at Tianhai First Hospital and the treasure of the hospital. She looked up information and found that even people from Kyoto National Medical Hall had heard of Gao Qiao, but he had no way to help. Now there is someone else. Judging from Gao Qiao's tone, it seems that the person's medical skills are much better than his. Where is he? Lin Wanxiu was skeptical and asked, Mr. Gao, can you introduce someone to me? She has no other choice now. She has to try any possibility, even if it means getting cheated. At least Gao Qiao in front of her is a man of high moral character and respect, and he would not lie to her. Gao Qiao paused and said nothing. Lin Wanqiu thought that he needed her to give him some benefits. Remuneration is not a problem. As long as my father's illness can be cured, any amount of money is fine. You misunderstood. It's not about the money. Gao Qiao waved his hands repeatedly. I don't know if he is free recently. Of course, as long as he is free, he will definitely help me if I ask him. This guy is kind-hearted. Then could you please ask for me, Mr. Gao? Lin Wanqiu is very polite. Gao Qiao nodded. Wait a moment. He stood up and went out to make the phone call to avoid being rejected by Yi Qiu, which would be very embarrassing. Now, Yi Qiu was at home, and while Yi Xiaoyu was in kindergarten, he started to make a talisman for her. In his mind, the runes were clearly visible, as if they had been engraved in his memory since birth. Extremely mysterious. Yi Qiu even knew the refining method by heart, as if he had already mastered this skill to perfection. He pushed the righteous energy in his body to flow, and it evaporated through his palms, making the coin become hotter and hotter. When the time was right, Yi Qiu drew lines with his fingers and imprinted the runes in his memory on the coin one by one. Accurate and accurate. Such delicate operation is like carving along the river during the Qingming festival on a grain of rice, which is simply breathtaking. If Gao Qiao were here at this moment and saw this scene, he would probably jump in horror. All right. Yi Qiu finished this set very quickly. He could feel that the coin was emitting warmth, and when viewed from different angles, he could sense that the runes engraved on the surface of the coin were emitting a faint glow. With this amulet, Yi Xiaoyu can be protected at critical moments. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang. Yi Qiu put the coins away and looked at the number. It was Gao Qiao calling. Gao Qiao helped a lot in capturing Qi Yin last time, so it seems he has to repay the favor. Yi Qiu answered the phone. Mr. Gao, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Qiu, what are you busy with? Are you free to come over and have some tea with me? Gao Qiao asked with a smile. I won't go for tea. Just tell me what's going on. Yi Qiu knew very well that this old fellow Gao Qiao didn't really want to have tea with him. He must have called because he had something. Look, I have a patient here whose condition is a bit tricky, and I'd like you to help treat him. Isn't Mr. Gao's medical skills enough? Haha, I just want to see how you treat it. Gao Qiao would never say that his medical skills were not good enough. He wanted to save face. It's mainly about this kind of disease. You must be better at it. Come and help when you have time. Gao Qiao had said so much, so it was impossible for Yi Qiu to refuse. He glanced at the time and saw that Yi Xiaoyu was not yet out of school, so he decided to go there. Okay, I'll be there in a minute. After hanging up the phone, Yi Qiu got up and drove towards the first hospital. Gao Qiao was delighted to get Yi Qiu's consent. He walked into the office. Lin Wanqiu asked, How is it? Is the miracle doctor free? I was not free originally. Gao Qiao sighed. I was just shameless and asked him to come over. He had to give me face after all. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Lin Wanqiu nodded, feeling a little anxious but also very expectant. She wondered who this miracle doctor was and how he could have such great medical skills that Gao Qiao could trust him so much. She had consulted people from the National Medical Hall and had also visited many legendary famous doctors, but no one could cure her. Even many people just shake their heads when they hear about such symptoms, saying that there is no way. At most, they will prescribe a prescription and ask the patient to try taking the medicine. No one dares to say that they can cure it. The two of them chatted while drinking tea, while waiting for Yi Qiu to arrive. Not long after, footsteps were heard outside. Gao Qiao pricked up his ears and listened. Haha, if you mention the devil, here he comes, here he comes. He quickly stood up and said, Let me introduce you. Lin Wanqiu stood up as well, and the office door just happened to open. She looked up and was startled when she saw the person walking in. Yi Qiu was also stunned when he saw her. Why is it you? The two people said in unison. Now it was Gao Qiao's turn to be stunned. He glanced at Lin Wanqiu, then at Yi Qiu, and asked in surprise, Do you two know each other? He wanted to say, Lin Wanqiu knew Yi Qiu, so didn't she know that Yi Qiu himself was a miracle doctor? I don't know him. The two people spoke in unison again. Gao Qiao was even more confused. He had no idea what was going on. How could this be called not knowing? He didn't know how to introduce himself for a moment. We met once. It was Lin Wanqiu who spoke first. I didn't expect that you were the miracle doctor that Mr. Gao mentioned. You were a little young. There was a hint of doubt in her tone. Obviously, the famous doctors she knew in the National Medical Hall were all quite old. Even if they didn't all have gray hair, they were at least in their 40s or 50s. The Yichio in front of him is probably not even 30 years old. Who says young people can't be good at medicine? Yichio said, if you don't believe in my medical skills, you don't have to ask me to come here. Hearing the arrogance in Yichio's words, Lin Wanxiu didn't expect Yichio to be angry. He had snatched away her coins, and she hadn't even told him about it. Ms. Lin, don't worry. I can prove Yichio's medical skills. Gao Qiao hurriedly came out to smooth things over. How about you tell him about your father's symptoms and see what he thinks? If Gao Qiao hadn't explained it, Lin Wanxiu would have really thought that Yichio was just a charlatan. But when she thought of the old Taoist words, she realized that Yichio was able to pick out coins from the street stalls, so he was obviously a knowledgeable person. She nodded and recounted the symptoms of her father's strange illness. Is he sleepy? Especially with his day and night reversed. He can't fall asleep at night, but he can't be woken up during the day. After listening to this, Yichio thought for a moment and asked. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiu was stunned for a moment, his face full of disbelief. How do you know? She hasn't told Yichio this information yet, so it's impossible for Yichio to know it. Chapter 30, Thank Him Well. Yichio didn't explain why he knew it, because he himself didn't know why he knew it. After listening to Lin Wanxiu's introduction to the illness, other information about this strange disease naturally emerged in his mind, as if he had encountered it before. Lin Wanxiu was still in shock before he came to his senses. Can you cure it? Since Yichio can diagnose this, there must be a way. Able. Yichio nodded. That's great. Lin Wanxiu was a little excited. Okay, then you will go to Kyoto with me now? She couldn't wait any longer. Going to Kyoto? Yichio shook his head. I can't leave Tianhai. Xiao Yuer is here. He can't leave his daughter and go so far away alone. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiu became anxious. Yichio has a way to save his father, but he refuses to go to Kyoto with me. What does this mean? If you don't go to Kyoto, how can you treat my father's illness? She said anxiously. As long as you come with me to rescue people, you can set any conditions you want. Isn't it just money? Or maybe some other things? She can give it to you, and she will do whatever it takes to give it to you. As long as her father can be cured, everything can be negotiated. But Yichio frowned, as if he understood the meaning of Lin Wanxiu's words. I'm not asking for anything outrageous, he said calmly. Besides, you can still treat your father's illness without going to Kyoto. Ah! Lin Wanxiu was stunned. Even Gao Qiao, who was sitting on the side and listening, didn't react. He immediately became interested. Sure enough, he could see Yichio's superb medical skills again. Can you video call your father? Yichio asked. Can. Lin Wanxiu immediately took out his cell phone and asked. Can the disease be cured through video? You open it. Yichio did not explain much. It is not uncommon to have video consultations, but ordinary doctors would not dare to treat such strange diseases. At least they would need some examination reports to assist. But now, apart from providing some symptom descriptions, Lin Wanxiu only had a few biochemical test reports that were of no reference value. Lin Wanxiu quickly turned on the video call and connected with the person in Kyoto, saying that he had found a miracle doctor and could have a consultation via video. When the video was connected, what came into view was an elderly person with a slightly pale face and visibly weak. Stick out your tongue. Come closer. Yes, open your eyelids so I can see. Move higher. Yichio instructed the patient over there to make certain movements while observing carefully, confirming his guess. Give me a pen and paper. He turned around and Gao Qiao hurriedly took out paper and pen and handed them to Yichio. He didn't care about his identity at all and acted like a little follower, watching with excitement. Yichio wrote down a prescription and wrote the cause and location of the strange disease on the side. Gao Qiao was standing on this side, bending over and looking through. When he saw what Yichio had written, he couldn't help but nodded, as if he had suddenly been enlightened. I see. So that's how it is. We thought of a way, but we never thought that this would be possible. Gao Qiao sighed. This kind of lesion is indeed hidden, and ordinary doctors would never think of it because it is covered up by the symptoms of other complications and misled. But Yichio saw through the essence and found the most fundamental problem. There should be someone knowledgeable around your father, right? Yichio handed the prescription to Lin Wanxiu and said, follow the prescription and take it for a month, and most of the problems will be solved. If it is not completely healed, come to Tianhai to find me, and I will solve it all at once. Lin Wanxiu was still a little dazed. as if she couldn't quite believe that the strange disease that she had been looking for a long time, but no one could cure it, seemed to be nothing to Yi Qiu. Of course, she had doubts, but Yi Qiu was so calm that she felt her doubts were ridiculous. In particular, Yi Qiu actually guessed that there was an experienced Taoist priest around his father, which was enough to show Yi Qiu's confidence. "How much does your consultation cost?" Seeing that Yi Qiu was about to leave, Lin Wanxiu finally reacted and asked hurriedly. This kind of exquisite and mysterious medical skill would probably have a sky-high price. Little did she know that Yi Qiu didn't even look at her and hurried away, saying casually, "No need, it's just a small favor. I'm just helping Mr. Gao." After he finished speaking, the door was closed, and Yi Qiu's hurried footsteps soon disappeared outside the door. Gao Qiao was very happy. Yi Qiu's words were to help him, which made him feel really proud. Why is he like this? Lin Wanxiu frowned slightly. Yi Qiu came and left in a hurry, but he didn't even give her a chance to say thank you. Was it because she wanted to buy his coins before? He didn't sell it either. She could feel Yi Qiu's arrogance and stubbornness, and his attitude towards her was lukewarm. People of her status, around her, were always eager to please her. This is indeed the first time I have met someone like Yi Qiu. It's okay, Miss Lin, don't take it to heart. It's not that he doesn't want to talk to you, he just doesn't have time. Gao Qiao glanced at the clock hanging on the wall. Yi Qiu has to pick up the children from school and cook for his daughter. Yi Qiu? Only at this moment did Lin Wanxiu realize that his name was Yi Qiu, which sounded quite nice. Is he married and has children? She asked. Why do you ask a grown man to cook? Doesn't his wife cook? Gao Qiao's expression changed slightly, and he gave a dry laugh. It's not easy for him to raise a child alone. His words made Lin Wanxiu blush. She knew she had said something wrong and felt a little embarrassed. She didn't expect that Yi Qiu was actually a single father. A man with such mysterious and superb medical skills is actually a single father. With Yi Qiu's conditions, it should not be difficult for him to find a woman to marry. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked. It's okay, it's okay. Now that you have the prescription, Miss Lin can go back and try it as soon as possible. When the situation gets better, you can bring your father to Tianhai again, and there will be no problem. Gao Qiao smiled and said, if you need anything, feel free to contact me. Okay, then I won't be polite to you, Mr. Gao. After thanking Gao Qiao, Lin Wanxiu hurriedly left Tianhai, thinking that next time she came, she would ask Yi Qiu to help completely cure her father's illness and then thank him properly. At the same time, Tianhai Detention Center. The door opened with a loud noise. Brother Qi is out. Qi Yin came out with a smile on his face. The stubble on his face made him look even more ferocious. Nothing happened to him. Everything was taken care of by the fat guy. He cleared himself of all blame and was released after being detained for a few days. The subordinate lit a cigarette for Qi Yun. Brother Qi, you've been home for a few days. How do you feel? Good. Qi Yun didn't think that being captured and locked up for a few days was a big deal. He was used to it, just like going home. But this time, he was defeated by Yi Qiu, which made him very unhappy. He sneered, took a deep puff of his cigarette, and said fiercely, I have to thank that Yi Qiu. Thank him very much. Chapter 31. Are you sure you don't want to? He has been in the industry for many years and has gained some fame in the underground circle, but he has never suffered a loss like this. If he doesn't settle this account, how will he survive in the future? I'm afraid that others will laugh to death. Qi Yin finished smoking, threw the cigarette but into the car and said, let's go. He did not retaliate against Yi Qiu immediately. Having suffered a loss once, Qi Yin knew that Yi Qiu still had some ability. If he was to take action again, he had to be absolutely sure of success. He wanted Yi Qiu to regret provoking him and make him feel pain. But what would he have to lose that would be the most painful? Qi Yin knew very well that losing the most important person to one would be the most painful thing. Doesn't Yi Qiu have a daughter? He said before that if he wants Yi Qiu to look good, a man should keep his word. He went to find Lei Song first. After all, he took other people's money but didn't get the job done, so Qi Yin needed an explanation. In the office, Lei Song looked unhappy. He gave the 1 million yuan as soon as he said it would, but until now, Chu Tiangong's project is still going on and is going smoothly, which makes it difficult for him to accept. I was wondering why I couldn't find you these days. Lei Song sneered, so you've been arrested. There was a hint of sarcasm in his tone, but Qi Yun ignored it. People make mistakes, horses stumble, it's normal. Qi Yun smiled and said, that Yi Qiu is quite capable. Otherwise, he would have given you, Mr. Lei, a headache just by helping Chu Tiangang a little bit, right? Lei Song snorted and did not comment. So now, what are you going to do? He lit a cigarette and said, "This guy seems to be difficult to deal with. If you can't handle him, I'll have to ask for help from someone else. His money is not so easy to get." When he gave the money to Chi Yun, he did not hesitate at all. But Chi Yun has not done the job for him yet, so Lei Song is of course unhappy. "Boss Lei, please be patient." Chi Yun smiled and said, "We have worked together so many times that we are old friends. Why don't you trust me? I came here today just to reassure you. I will definitely help you deal with Yi Qiu and make Chu Tiangong's project bankrupt so that he won't be able to continue." His expression suddenly changed, becoming fierce and ferocious. After all, this is no longer just a job, but a personal grudge. Lei Song narrowed his eyes and looked into Chi Yun's eyes. It seemed that Chi Yun had failed this time and had lost all face, so he needed to regain his face. "How long will it take? I don't have that much time for you," Lei Song said. 3 days. Chi Yun held up 3 fingers. "Of course, I still need 2 million. Lei Song's face darkened. "Chi Yun, I am rich, but I am not sick," he snorted. "You haven't done anything yet, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money?" He has already given 1 million. As a human being, you have to have a good reputation. Lei Song immediately ordered them to leave. "All right, if you want money, you should deal with Ichio first. Don't be so obsessed with money when you have nothing to do." The corner of Chi Yun's mouth twitched and a ruthless light flashed in his eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. He nodded and shrugged. "Boss Lei is right. Chi Yun, cannot ruin my reputation. But I have to make it clear that I will help you solve this matter for a total price of 3 million. You must give me the other 2 million after the matter is completed." Of course, he knew that Lei Song would definitely not give him the money today, but he had to ask for it, and not a penny less after the deal was done. That ferocious look was obviously warning Lei Song that people like him were desperados. People die for money and birds die for food. He could do anything for money. Lei Song naturally understood the meaning of these words. "Okay, once it's done, money won't be a problem." With this promise, Chi Yun smiled and nodded. Without saying anything else, he immediately led his men away. Watching Chi Yun and others leave, Lei Song narrowed his eyes. It was okay to use this kind of desperado as a tool, but he would not allow it. Otherwise, the tool would hurt his hands. Yi Qiu arrived at the kindergarten just in time for school to be over. Chu Tiangang had already made all the arrangements, and had specially arranged for bodyguards to pick up Xiao Yer to school, but Yi Qiu still wanted to do it himself. Everyone else has parents to pick them up, so of course Xiao Yer has to have one too. During this period of time, they are temporarily living in the Chu family, so that Xiao Yuer's safety can be guaranteed in case Yi Qiu has to go out and leave her alone at home. "Dad!" From a distance, Xiao Yuer saw Yi Qiu wave his little hands and ran out happily. There was a small red flower on her face. "Does it look good?" "It's a reward from my teacher." Xiao Yuer's face was full of pride. "It looks good. It looks really good." Yi Qiu smiled. He held Xiao Yer's hand and listened to her talk about the interesting things that happened in the kindergarten today. The backs of the father and daughter were particularly warm. In the distance, inside a car that had been parked for a long time, a pair of eyes were staring at the backs of the two people. Brother Chi, Yi Qiu's daughter, is studying at the Clover Kindergarten. Yi Qiu personally picks her up and drops her off every morning and evening. I'm afraid it's difficult to do anything. They had seen how skilled Yi Qiu was. The fat man and his men were knocked down by Yi Qiu in the first encounter. Even if they have more people, they're not sure they can deal with Yi Qiu. If they want to take revenge on Yi Qiu, they have to start with Xiao Yuer and let Yi Qiu know what hurts the most. Why rush? There will always be a chance. Just keep your eyes on it. Chi Yun's lazy voice came from the phone. He didn't believe that Yi Qiu could always be by Xiao Yuer's side. There must be a time when he is not there, right? Chi Yun believed that the feeling of losing his loved ones due to his own negligence would be enough to make Yi Qiu suffer for the rest of his life. "Yes, I'll keep watching." On the other end of the phone, Chi Yun was soaking in a hot spring, accompanied by a slim woman on each side, looking very comfortable. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes, a fierce look in his eyes. "Brother Chi, your expression is so scary. It scares my sister." The woman pretended to be delicate and leaned forward. "Is there anyone who dares to mess with Brother Chi?" Chi Yun enjoyed the gentleness and sneered. "There are always people who don't have long eyes." The face that appeared in his mind was Yi Qiu. He would never be able to swallow his anger until he had avenged himself. Ring, ring, ring. His cell phone rang again. After taking a look at the number, a ruthless light flashed in Chi Yun's eyes. He waved his hand and asked the two women beside him to leave. Brother Chi. The woman was still somewhat reluctant. Go out. Chi Yun doesn't talk nonsense, but what he says cannot be heard by others. He answered the phone only after the two women went out. Have you found a buyer? Chi Yun narrowed his eyes and asked. We don't want the dead body. We don't want the whole body. We can take it apart, whether you want the heart, kidneys, or eyes, we can sell them. If someone heard this, they would probably break out in a cold sweat. But Chien seemed to have gotten used to it. My cargo this time is very good, a very cute little girl. Are you sure you don't want it? Chapter 32. You are a good person. After getting a positive answer, Chi Yin laughed. Don't worry, I will definitely get the goods. Even if I have to rob them, I will just grab them. After hanging up the phone, Chi Yin squinted his eyes, and the light that came through his eyes was a little creepy. Over the years, he was not just hanging out in this underground circle. That was just an identity he hid. Even if he was caught occasionally, most of the time it was intentional. Hiding in it could help him avoid the limelight. His true identity cannot be revealed to the public at all. Once caught, he will surely die. Using a lighter crime to replace a serious crime will keep the suspicion of Zhao Jianlin and others on him at a very low level. This method is not something that ordinary people can think of, but this time he couldn't care less. If he didn't take revenge on Yi Qiu, he would be so angry that he couldn't even sleep. Yi Qiu, when you see your daughter's body with her organs removed, I wonder if you, as a doctor, can save her. Qian let out a terrifying, strange laugh. Ha 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 ha. He was ready to take action and was waiting for the right opportunity. Even if he had to rob, he would take Xiao Yuer away and sell him. At that time, in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, the fat man who was arrested has recovered well from his injuries. With Yi Qiu personally treating him, it is naturally not a problem. At this moment, he was being interrogated, but he remained silent. He knew that the things he had done were enough to send him to jail for life. I want to see that Yi Qiu. The fat man suddenly looked up and looked at the person who was interrogating him. He doesn't have time to see you. The most important thing you should do now is to explain everything. The fat man sneered. I want to see Yi Qiu. It's too late. It's too late. Hearing this, the two interrogators looked at each other. They didn't know if the fat man was playing some trick, but he didn't look like he was joking. I'm warning you, if you try to play tricks, I won't be polite to you. After saying that, he immediately walked out of the interrogation room, went to find Zhao Jianlin, and repeated what the fat man had said to Zhao Jianlin. Zhao Jianlin frowned slightly after hearing this. Of course, he knew that it was difficult for these criminals to tell the truth, but his intuition told him that the fat man must have something to say to Yi Qiu. Okay, I'll give Yi Qiu a call to see if he's free. Yi Qiu was very skilled, and they had people with him. The fat man was injured, and his hands and feet were cuffed, so he couldn't do anything to hurt Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu had just sent Xiao Yuer to kindergarten when he received a call from Zhao Jianlin. When he heard that the fat man had something to say to him, he did not refuse and immediately drove to the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Yi Qiu, that fat guy wants to see you. You should be careful later. Zhao Jianlin accompanied Yi Qiu to the interrogation room and gave him instructions. Don't worry. Yi Qiu walked in and saw at a glance that the fat man's injuries were recovering well, and it would not take long for him to fully recover. You looking for me? He walked up to the fat man and said, Well, your injuries are recovering well. The fat man raised his head, glanced at Yi Qiu, then turned his head and glanced at Zhao Jianlin and others, with two completely different looks in his eyes. The fat man was disgusted with Zhao Jianlin and the others, even felt disgust and hatred, but he was a little more gentle and grateful towards Yi Qiu. Your daughter is in danger. The fat man spoke directly. What did you say? Yi Qiu frowned slightly. I wouldn't have said this before, but you're a good person and you don't deserve to be treated like this. The fat man said, Qian should have gone out, right? Hearing this, Zhao Jianlin made a gesture and immediately asked his men to verify it. People like him will definitely take revenge on you. And given his habit, if it's not easy to deal with you, he will definitely attack the people around you. You have a daughter, right? Qi Yun has collected your information. He will definitely take action. Yi Qiu recalled that on the day Qi Yun was arrested, he had indeed said such cruel words that he would regret it and would take action against Xiao Yuer. He couldn't help but his expression changed slightly. Let me tell you, Qi Yun is a cruel and ruthless person, far more brutal than you can imagine. The fat man gritted his teeth. He had worked with Chi Yun for many years and knew some of Chi Yun's background. In the past, he would not tell anyone, even if he had to bear everything on his own. Because he is not alone. Since he has betrayed Chi Yun, he will definitely take revenge on his family and friends. Where is Chi Yun now? Zhao Jianlin asked immediately. The fat man glanced at him and snorted. Why should I tell you? He looked at Yi Qiu. Come here, I'll just tell you. Zhao Jianlin reminded Yi Qiu to be careful of traps and that getting too close might be dangerous. But Yi Qiu waved his hand and said it was okay. He walked up to the fat man, squatted down, and looked at the fat man seriously. My daughter is the person I care about the most. I will not let her get hurt. Tell me where Chi Yun is. The fat man took a deep breath and whispered an address into Yi Qiu's ear. There is a high possibility that he will hide here. Thanks. Yi Qiu stood up and ran quickly out of the interrogation room. After the fat man finished speaking, he seemed to be much more relaxed, with a smile on his face. I have never liked owing favors to others in my life. Now we are even. He raised his hand and looked at Zhao Jianlin. Captain Zhao, arrange for someone to interrogate me. I will confess everything. Zhao Jinlin's heart was trembling. He didn't expect the fat man to be willing to speak. This kind of ruthless man had been to the palace several times and was no longer afraid of boiling water. But he didn't expect that he would ask to see Yi Qiu, and after meeting him, he would be willing to speak. He didn't say anything and immediately arranged for someone to interrogate him. He then chased after him, but Yi Qiu had already driven away. Hurry up and follow me. Zhao Jianlin led a team of people and immediately chased after them. If this bastard Chi Yun dares to hurt Yi Xiaoyu, then let alone Yi Qiu, none of them will let him go. Yi Qiu was a little anxious. He called the kindergarten. Xiaoyu was still there, playing games with other children. There was nothing unusual, but he had a very strange feeling. Xiaoyu is in danger. Brother, take them to the kindergarten quickly. Yi Fei called Zhao Jianlin. I'm going to catch Chi Yun. Good. Zhao Jianlin immediately asked someone to turn the car around and rush towards the kindergarten. Chi Yun would have no problem with Yi Qiu going there, but Xiaoyu was not the only child in the kindergarten. There must be no mistakes. At that time, the children in the kindergarten were all playing the game Eagle Catches Chicken on the playground. The laughter of a group of children makes people feel good. Under a tree not far away, 3 people were staring and searching for their target. I saw that kid. One of them spoke, staring at Yi Xiaoyu who was playing the game. Get ready. As soon as the words fell, the eyes of several people instantly became fierce, and they walked directly towards Xiaoyu. Chapter 33, Amulet. They looked around and found nothing unusual, so they walked faster and faster. When I reached the door, I was immediately stopped by the security guard. What do you do? The security guard said alertly. Come and pick up the kids from school. One of them answered. It's not time to finish school yet. Wait outside. Who would pick up the children from school now? Don't parents know the school's dismissal time? As the security guard turned around, one of them suddenly rushed up, flipped over the railing, grabbed the security guard's neck, and knocked him unconscious with a palm. Open the door. The man immediately snatched the remote control key from the security guard's waist and opened the iron gate. Hearing the sound, the teacher who was playing with the children on the playground turned around and saw the security guard lying on the ground, and 3 ferocious-looking men were rushing in. Quick, come in, come in. The teacher immediately shouted, Someone come quickly. She didn't expect that someone would dare to break in. When people from other places heard the noise, they immediately rushed out with riot control tools, but the 3 men ignored them and rushed straight toward Xiaoyu. Their mission today is to take Xiaoyu away. Xiaoyu didn't know what was going on. When she saw someone walking towards her, she stood there without reacting. The teacher hurriedly grabbed her. Xiaoyu, come with me. Get lost. The leader kicked the teacher away and said fiercely, You have nothing to do today. Don't seek death. After saying that, he stared at Xiaoyu and smiled strangely. Follow uncle obediently, otherwise, humph. Xiaoyu was very angry when he saw his favorite teacher was kicked and injured. You're a bad guy. You hit my teacher. You're a bad guy, she said angrily. Stop talking nonsense. The man snorted and gave a look, and the other man walked forward and tried to pick up Xiaoyu and take her away. They can't waste too much time. Xiaoyu was picked up and struggled hard, hitting the man's head. Let me go. Let me go. You are a bad guy. The man was a little impatient and raised his hand to slap Xiaoyu. Suddenly, a ray of light came out from Xiaoyu's chest. The coins suddenly flashed, and then burst out with a terrible light, which pierced directly into the man's eyes. Ah! The man suddenly screamed in pain, not caring about Xiao Yuer, and hurriedly covered his eyes. I can't see anymore. I can't see anymore. My eyes. The other two were stunned, not knowing what had happened. What was that thing just now? Before they could come to their senses, a loud shout came from not far away. Don't move! Put your hands up! Zhao Jinlin held the weapon in both hands and shouted angrily. If you dare to hurt her, I will kill you. Upon hearing this, they saw a large group of people rushing in, each holding a firearm. The two were stunned. Why did they come? Looking at the black muzzle of the gun, the two men dared not move at all. They immediately squatted down and put their hands on their heads. They knew very well that Zhao Jinlin really dared to pull the trigger. Zhao Jinlin was really scared. If they had arrived a little later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Control it! He roared and kicked the man who was still struggling on the ground with his eyes covered. Fuck you. I really want to beat you to death. He walked up to Xiao Yuer and comforted him softly. Don't be afraid. Uncle is here. It's okay, kids. Don't be afraid. We are here. 3 people were taken away, and what awaits them is severe punishment by law. It took a while for Xiao Yuer to stop crying. Daddy, I want Daddy. She was crying, her face full of grievance. The coin on her chest had become much dimmer. If it weren't for this amulet, today would have been really troublesome. Your father will be here soon. Don't be afraid. Zhao Jinlin asked someone to send a teacher for a checkup and arranged a few more people. You stay here and ensure the safety of this place. Yes, it's outrageous that they dared to attack a child. Zhao Jinlin was really angry. This was his bottom line, a bottom line that must not be crossed. I will not do this business unless I catch all these people. He turned around and asked, Have you located Yichio's car? Location found. We'll go there immediately and notify the team to get ready for support. Yes, everyone's anger was ignited, and they wanted to immediately clean up all these law-breaking people. At the same time, Yichio had already driven to an abandoned port in Tianhai City. This was the dock that was used decades ago. Now that the new dock has been built, it has been abandoned. According to the clues we got from the fat man, Chi Yun is hiding here. He stopped the car far away and walked closer. Yichio's footsteps were very light, like a cat's, without making a single sound. His ears and eyes were extremely sharp, and even his perception ability had improved by leaps and bounds. He was very careful along the way and did not expose himself. There was a surveillance camera in the distance, and Yichio discovered it. He used his body skills to hide his whereabouts and sneaked silently towards the abandoned warehouse on the dock. And at this moment, inside the warehouse, the lights were dim and it was very humid. I couldn't tell where the water was leaking, but I could hear a dripping sound. This batch of goods will be shipped together. The buyer has been found. Be careful, otherwise something will go wrong. It was Chi Yun's voice. Yes, Brother Chi. Chi Yun nodded and said, Open the door. Let me take a look. Clang. The iron door was opened and a dim light was turned on. Chi Yun squinted his eyes and looked over. In the corner of the dark and damp room, several children were huddled together, their faces full of fear and their bodies trembling. Chi Yun frowned slightly, then suddenly turned around and slapped his subordinate hard on the face. Why is there a wound on that little thing's face? You damaged my goods. Do you know how much money I lost? Brother Chi, I'm sorry, he hit the door himself. Stop talking nonsense. Chi Yun said angrily. Keep an eye on it. These are all money. If the buyer is unhappy and doesn't want them, then we can only split them up and sell them. Deal with them. In his eyes, these are just goods. The only difference is whether they are alive or dead. And the price is different. Yes. The subordinate lowered his head and said. Chi Yun didn't say any more words and turned and left. The subordinate was somewhat dissatisfied, but didn't dare to say anything. He brought some medicinal wine and a Band-Aid and glanced at the boy huddled in the corner with a cold expression. Come of it? If it weren't for this bastard, I wouldn't have been slapped. The little boy was so scared that he couldn't help crying and didn't dare to go over there at all. Mom, I want to go home. Come here. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. The subordinate's eyes widened, looking extremely ferocious, and he raised his hand to hit him. He couldn't hurt his face, but he could always hit other parts of his body, right? Swish. Suddenly, he felt as if something flashed by behind him. Chapter 34. All beasts deserve to die. What? He turned his head sharply, but saw nothing. There was no one behind them, not a single person in sight. Who else would come to this place except them? The man turned around and found that the children huddled in the corner had shocked expressions on their faces. What did they see? Before he could react, another gust of wind came. He looked up and saw a face rushing towards him. Bang! The punch was so powerful and violent that it hit him directly in the face, causing him to lose consciousness instantly. He didn't even have a chance to scream before he fell to the ground. Don't be afraid, kids. Uncle is here to save you. Yi Chio squatted down, and his eyes appeared particularly clear in the dim light, like stars. He reached out his hand and gently touched the wound on the little boy's face. Suddenly, a warm air flow passed by, and the little boy felt much more comfortable. Uncle, are you really here to save us? Well, the police will be here soon. Don't be afraid. I will take you home, okay? Ah! Yichio took them in his arms one by one, comforted the children, and told them to wait here quietly, and he would come to take them out soon. After saying this, his figure flashed and disappeared into the darkness again. He didn't expect that Chi-Yin would do such a thing. These beasts deserve to die. As a father, Yichio had never seen such young children being locked up in such a place, being sold like commodities, and even if they died, their bodies would not be spared. He has never had such a crazy, murderous intent as he does today. Chi-Yin was on the phone, contacting the buyer to discuss a deal tonight and sending back all the goods in hand. Now he was just waiting for his men to bring Xiao Yuer over. After this batch of goods is sold, you can disappear for a few months and wait for the next storm to subside before making another move. Okay. I'll pay the deposit to Heihu first, and I'll pay the rest after I receive the goods. I'm assured of your words. We are old friends, so we still have to have some trust. He nodded, hung up the phone, and lit a cigarette for himself. That idiot. Why is he so slow in treating his wound? Chi-Yin pointed at one of his men and said, Go and call him. I have something else to assign him to do. Yes, Brother Chi. The man immediately turned around and went back into the warehouse. But suddenly, there was a loud bang. Bang! The man flew out again, rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters, his neck twisted, and he died. Chi-Yin was startled and turned around quickly. What happened? Bang! Bang! There were two more sounds, and again 2 figures smashed the warehouse door, flew out from inside, and fell heavily at his feet. Chi-Yin took a look and saw that one of the people had a sunken chest. He didn't know how many bones were broken. How could he still be breathing at this moment? They were all kicked to death. Who is it? Chi-Yin shook his wrist and immediately pulled out a dagger from his waist, staring at the warehouse door. Come out. He didn't expect that someone would come to such a secret place. Could it be that a colleague was trying to steal him? Impossible. Da-da-da. Footsteps were heard, and a figure walked out from inside. When Chi-Yin saw that face, his pupils shrank instantly. Yi Chio. He never thought that it would be Yi Chio. He gritted his teeth and said, Why is it you? Chi-Yin seemed to have thought of something. Could it be that his people failed to capture Yi Xiaoyu and were found here by Yi Chio instead? How could this turn out? You beasts! Yi Chio said angrily. How dare you do such a heinous thing? Are you still human? Chi-Yin sneered. Oh, it seems you have discovered it? Since you are here today, don't even think about leaving. He gritted his teeth and roared, and soon, 5 or 6 people rushed out from all directions, each holding a long knife in his hand, and the blade emitted a terrifying cold light. I wanted to kill your daughter first, let you suffer, and then slowly kill you, but I didn't expect you to come to me on your own. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 or 6 people holding machetes rushed towards Ichio. Instead of running away, Ichio came towards them at the same time. His eyes were frighteningly bright, as if there was a ball of fire burning in his eyes. These beasts die. Boom. Yichio threw a punch fiercely, and the energy in his body instantly flowed through his limbs and bones, making his body movements extremely fast, and his punch was even more powerful. Bang! The man in front of him just raised the machete and flew out. The machete slipped out of his hand in midair and fell heavily to the ground. He opened his mouth and blood spurted out. His sternum was broken, and the blood had even seeped through his clothes. Phew! Kill with one punch. Chi-Yin didn't expect that Yi Chio was so terrifying that he could kill someone with just one punch. At this moment, he couldn't care less. If he didn't kill Yi Chio today, his secret would be exposed. Yi Chio is definitely going to die, but the scene before him made him even more frightened. 5 or 6 people wielding machetes surrounded Yi Chio, but they couldn't even touch Yi Chio's clothes. Bang! Bang! Yi Qiu was like a madman, showing no mercy at all. He punched and kicked 5 or 6 people, all falling to the ground, killed instantly. Yi Qiu didn't want to give any chance to these harmful beasts to survive. How is this possible? Qian couldn't help but take 2 steps back. All his men were dead? It just happened in the blink of an eye. How could Yi Qiu be so scary? He stared at Yi Qiu, tightly grasped the dagger in his hand, and gritted his teeth. I really underestimated you, but it's not that easy for you to kill me. Yi Qiu didn't say anything. He just stepped forward and like a gust of wind, he was in front of Qi Yun in an instant. D. Qi Yun didn't hesitate at all and stabbed Yi Qiu's heart with the dagger. But the dagger stopped only 5 centimeters away from Yi Qiu's heart. His hands were held by Yi Qiu, as if they were clamped by pliers, and he was completely unable to move. Ka! Yi Qiu exerted force suddenly and broke Qi Yun's wrist directly with a crisp sound. Ah! Kuyun Yilit. Without waiting for him to break free, Yi Qiu grabbed his other arm and exerted force again. Snap! Qi Yun's face instantly turned purple. The pain of having his bones broken almost made him faint. You have harmed so many people. You have ruined so many families. You really deserve to die. Yi Qiu was merciless and broke Qi Yun's other 2 legs. He kicked him and sent him flying, slamming heavily against the wall. Blood splattered from his mouth and nose, and he kept twitching. Qi Yun was breathing heavily. He never expected Yi Qiu to be so powerful. If you have the guts, just kill me, just kill me. He stared at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu walked up to him and tapped Qi Yun's body a few times with his fingers, directly blocking all his meridians. The severe pain doubled instantly. Ah! Qi Yun screamed miserably, but he couldn't die even if he wanted to. You will definitely die, but you must first repent for your sins. Chapter 35. Unfathomable. Yi Qiu had never been so furious as he was today. He couldn't imagine that someone would do such a heinous thing. If he encounters it, he can't just ignore it. Qi Yun fell to the ground, screaming miserably and struggling in pain. But there was nothing he could do. Yi Qiu ignored him, turned around, and went into the warehouse to bring the children out. Zhao Jinlin and his men arrived in time, and immediately ordered people to cordon off the scene and take Qi Yun and others under control. Damn, these beasts! He cursed angrily, unable to vent his anger. If his status did not allow him to do so, he would have wanted to teach Qi Yun a lesson. You will pay a heavy price for your actions. Take away! Qi Yun was dragged away like a dead dog, howling in pain, but no one paid any attention. Anyway, with Yi Qiu around, Qi Yun couldn't die even if he wanted to until they had obtained enough evidence. This beast must have accomplices. I just asked and they will have a deal tonight. We can take this opportunity to catch those bastards in one fell swoop. Yi Qiu said angrily. Zhao Jinlin nodded. Don't worry, I won't let them get away with it. He has been pursuing this case for at least 3 years and never thought that Qi Yun would be the key figure. This guy is hiding too deeply. If it weren't for Yi Qiu, I'm afraid who knows how many more children would have been abducted and sold by him, and how many families would have been plunged into heavy grief. Yi Qiu, on behalf of those families and those parents, thank you. He said sincerely. Yi Qiu waved his hand. I am also a parent. I know too well what it means to lose a child. He encountered it today, and he had to take care of it. He absolutely could not watch these children lose their parents. If you need any help from me, please let me know. Good. Zhao Jinlin naturally wouldn't be polite. Yi Qiu is very capable, but what reassures him most is that Yi Qiu has a clear distinction between love and hate and is full of a sense of justice. He admires such a person. He arranged for people to contact the parents of several children and ask them to come and claim their children. When Zhao Jinlin saw those families reunited and crying with joy, he couldn't help but be moved. He chose this profession because he wanted to protect the peace of the area. Isn't it just because he wanted to see these things? Dad! Xiao Yuer was brought to the team. When he saw Yi Qiu coming back, he couldn't help himself and immediately threw himself into his arms. Don't be afraid, baby. Yi Qiu hugged his child tightly. He couldn't imagine whether he could survive if he lost Xiao Yuer. The child is his whole world. The uncles are so awesome. Xiao Yuer seemed to have forgotten the dangerous incident that happened before. I thought this exercise was real. Exercise? Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin looked at each other and understood Zhao Jinlin's good intentions. Yes, it's an exercise. Dad is also participating. How is it? Did you learn anything? Yi Qiu said smoothly. I learned it. Xiao Yuan nodded vigorously, Many of our kids have learned it. That's good. Yi Qiu smiled and gently scratched Xiao Yuer's nose. If you encounter something like this in the future, you must protect yourself, understand? He took a look and found that the coins on Xiao Yuer's chest had dimmed. It seemed that the amulet had indeed worked. He stretched out his hand, pinched the coin, and with a thought, a surge of righteous energy burst out from between his fingers and instantly penetrated into the coin, restoring its luster. Okay, you two, let's eat in the cafeteria later. I have other things to do, so I won't accompany you. Qi Yun has been caught, but his accomplices upstream and downstream have not been arrested yet. Tonight is the best opportunity. Zhao Jianlin must seize this opportunity and catch them all in one fell swoop. Yi Qiu nodded, took Xiao Yuer to eat, and then rested in Zhao Jianlin's dormitory. He knew that Zhao Jianlin might need his help with something, so he didn't leave for the time being. This whole night's deployment was airtight. Based on the clues obtained from Qi Yun, Zhao Jinlin led the members of the Criminal Investigation Brigade to arrest all the people involved in the case in one fell swoop, solving a major case that had been pursued for 3 years, shocking the whole country. Seeing that everything was settled, Yi Qiu finally felt relieved. He knew that this was indirectly saving too many families. Brother Yi, Captain Zhao, is too busy. Let me tell you that I will treat you to dinner another day. You are welcome. Yi Qiu smiled and said, there's no need to be so formal. Yes, yes. Little did they know that several team members said in unison, it's not Captain Zhao who invited us. It's all of us in the team who invited us together. For solving this major case, Zhao Jinlin will definitely be rewarded by his superiors, and promotion and salary increase are a foregone conclusion. The other team members have also made great contributions. To them, bonuses are secondary, but this kind of honor is something they should be proud of throughout their lives. If it weren't for Yi Qiu's help, they didn't know how long these criminals would remain at large. They had to treat Yi Qiu to a meal to express their gratitude. Okay, I won't be shy then, Yi Qiu said. After saying that, he took Xiao Yuer home so as not to disturb everyone's work. At the same time, Kyoto, Lin Wanqiu returned home with a prescription written by Yi Qiu. How about it? She had asked several times, but the old Taoist did not answer. He just stared at the prescription in a daze, and the expression on his face changed from confusion to questioning, to surprise, and finally to amazement. Wonderful. It's really wonderful, he muttered to himself, nodding and shaking his head as if he was crazy. How did you come up with this? It's amazing that it can be done this way. What's going on? Lin Wanqiu was somewhat helpless. Please tell me about it. The old Taoist priest suddenly realized that Lin Wanqiu was still standing by and waiting, and hurriedly smiled and said, no problem. This recipe is absolutely amazing. It's amazing. Can it cure my father's illness? Pretty close. The old Taoist priest didn't dare to say it was 100% accurate, but he knew in his heart that this prescription would basically cure the disease and there would be no need to make another trip to Tianhai. You said that the person who wrote this prescription was still very young? He couldn't quite believe it. Under 30. Lin Wanqiu nodded. I'm too young, so I'm a little skeptical about the reliability of this recipe, but since you said it's okay, then it should be fine. Obviously, in Lin Wanqiu's mind, the old Taoist priest level is much higher than Yi Qiu's, but she didn't react to it. If the old Taoist priest is more powerful, why couldn't he think of a way to cure his father's illness? The old Taoist priest smiled and shook his head, saying, Wanqiu, I'm afraid you really underestimated him. This guy is unfathomable. Not to mention that Yi Qiu bought the coins. It means that he knows how to refine amulets. Not many people know this now, not to mention that Yi Qiu is just a young man. And from this prescription, the old Taoist priest can conclude that Yi Qiu's medical skills are definitely better than his own. Even far surpassing myself. Is he that powerful? Lin Wanqiu said in surprise. Chapter 36. Things change. Yi Qiu was so young that she felt that he couldn't be that powerful. It's amazing. Lin Wanqiu really didn't expect the old Taoist priest to react like this. She looked at the old Taoist priest and didn't know what to say for a moment. Yi Qiu's face appeared in her mind, that expression that was always as calm as water, as if he didn't care about anything. This guy seems a little indifferent. Lin Wanqiu doesn't like such people. As long as my father's illness can be cured. She put aside all distractions and stopped thinking about these things. No matter what, she didn't need to care about Yi Qiu's temper. As long as her father's illness could be cured, that would be enough. At worst, when we meet again, I can thank him and give him some money as a reward. Well, don't worry. I'll I'll go get the medicine right away and boil it myself. There won't be any problem. The old Taoist priest stood up and walked away. After a few steps, he turned back and said, Wanshio, now that things are done here, take me to Tianhai. I want to see him. After saying this, the old Taoist priest walked out. Lin Wanshio still couldn't quite believe it. How could an old Taoist priest, a hermit and master with such a high status, actually go to see Yi Qiu in person? Why? She didn't understand how Yi Qiu had the qualifications to make the old Taoist so interested. Ring, ring, ring. Lin Wanqiu was thinking when the phone rang. Hey, I'm back in Kyoto. Are the results out yet? She was a little surprised. She didn't expect that things would come to a conclusion so quickly. Does the leader want me to lead the research? Amami. When Lin Wanqiu heard the city where the mission was located, she was stunned for a moment. She had just returned from Tianhai and did not expect that she would be sent to Tianhai again to participate in a survey. Speaking of Tianhai, she immediately thought of Yi Qiu, the coins that were snatched away by Yi Qiu, and the guy who seemed a little indifferent but was unfathomable in the words of the old Taoist priest. Okay, I'll obey the organization's arrangements and leave tomorrow. Lin Wanqiu hung up the phone. Well, at least I have to say thank you. Yi Qiu has become a celebrity in the Tianhai Criminal Investigation Brigade. Yi Qiu had helped solve several cases in succession, and his superb medical skills had enabled many team members to receive effective treatment for their long-standing injuries. This is no ordinary favor. Brother Yi, I toast you a glass. And me too. It's my turn to toast next. Don't fight over it. If you all want to fight over it, then I'll toast to Xiaoyer. Xiaoyer, let's drink juice. A group of people are having a great time. It was a rare celebration banquet, and everyone's tense nerves were finally able to relax a little. Zhao Jianlin drank a lot tonight. Everyone congratulated him on receiving the award and were also very moved. Zhao Jianlin took the initiative to give up the promotion and chose to continue working in the brigade and perform his duties. I'm used to it here. After 3 rounds of drinks, Zhao Jianlin's face flushed slightly. He looked at his comrades around him with a gentle look. I would feel uncomfortable being a leader in another place. He is a doer, not a leader. Yi Qiu smiled, knowing that Zhao Jianlin was worried about these team members, and with him around, he could still protect these bastards. You are the patron saint of the people of Tianhai. It's good for you to stay here. The two looked at each other and laughed. Zhao Jianlin took a deep breath and leaned back in the chair. This case has a huge impact and has attracted the attention of the higher-ups. We will invest more efforts in this area in the future. That's a good thing, Yi Qiu said. Zhao Jianlin nodded. However, Qi Yun was arrested, and I discovered something. His eyes gradually became sharper. Do you remember that fat guy? Yi Qiu nodded. It was the fat man who told him this information, which enabled him to follow the clues and catch Qi Yun and others in one fell swoop. This fat guy is not just having a change of heart. Zhao Jianlin said, I was cautious and did some research. Fatty's parents received a pension. This means that someone behind the scenes used us to get rid of Qi Yun. Yi Qiu was surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. Is it about me? He reacted. It may be related. Zhao Jianlin said, I will continue to investigate secretly. Don't worry too much. He didn't know who was behind the scenes, but the person who could do this was obviously not an ordinary person, and might even be someone who was more hidden than Qi Yun. Okay, I understand. I will be more careful. Yi Qiu frowned slightly. He didn't expect that he just wanted to live an ordinary life, but was inadvertently involved in so many right and wrongs. But he was not worried. No matter what happened, he would protect his daughter and would never let anyone have the chance to hurt her. The news of Qi Yun's arrest spread throughout Tianhai. Lei Song naturally knew it. In fact, he knew it before anyone else, that Qi Yun would definitely be caught. No one who threatens me will have a good ending. He said lightly, Qi Yun is a good knife. If used well, it can help him do a lot of things. But if this knife may hurt himself, Lei Song will never allow it to continue to exist. Even if it's just a possibility, it seems that I have to deal with Chu Tiangang and the others by myself. Lei Song felt that Qi Yun's method was too stupid and could easily get himself involved. To deal with someone like Chu Tiangang, relying on brute force would not make much sense. The Chu family is a wealthy and powerful family. The death of 2 people cannot shake its foundation at all. What he wants to do is to destroy the entire Chu family's business system. Boss Lei, Chu Tiangang recently had a conflict with the people at the bank, and he was quite crazy. Is that so? After all, the Chu family has a lot of assets, and the bank doesn't dare to offend them easily. Lei Song sneered, but sometimes the business world is like a battlefield, and the situation will change. If the Chu family is short of money, they will have to bow to the bank and ask for help. He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking about a strategy in his mind, and soon made a decision. Find a way to contain the Chu family's capital flow. As long as there is a problem with the Chu family's funds, the bank will not miss the opportunity to teach them a lesson. Yes, this is what it means that business is like a battlefield. Sometimes, the person who begs you humbly may suddenly become the one who is high above you and needs your help. Given Chu Tiangong's temper, if he offends the bank, the consequences will not be so easy to resolve. Although at the moment, it is the bank that needs to please Chu Tiangang. Fang Yang, the president of Tianhai Bank head office, is visiting Chu Tiangang. No matter what, Chu Tiangang is a big client of the bank. Transferring all the funds at once would be a huge impact on the bank. Although the banks felt very uncomfortable, they still had to bow their heads for the sake of money. After all, no one can go against interests. Boss Chu, we are old friends. You can be angry, but it can't affect our business. Fang Yang joked. I heard that your recent big project requires a lot of funds. Chapter 37. I want a child. For such a large project, the funding required is in the billions. Although the Chu family is wealthy, they dare not use such a large cash flow and always need to cooperate with banks. Chu Tiangang naturally understands this principle. Snort. Chu Tiangang glanced at Fang Yang and poured him tea while saying, Friends are friends, but your people offended my little brother. Can I give him some vent? Yes, of course I should. Now Yi Qiu is not angry anymore. Can you relax a little bit? Fang Yang smiled. The relationship between merchants and banks is very delicate. When merchants are weak, they have to look at the bank's face. But when merchants become strong, the bank will, in turn, be polite to the merchants. Chu Tiangang is a big customer, so Fang Yang will naturally try his best to win him back before his money is snatched away by other banks. We have been working together for many years. Don't you understand me? I have already fired the employee who made the mistake, and I have also explained to Yi Qiu. Now that the matter has been settled, shouldn't we get back on track? Besides, Mr. Chu, do you dare to say that there is a more suitable bank friend than me? Chu Tiangang didn't say anything, but he knew in his heart that he would not let this incident cause a complete fallout. That would be unwise. As an adult, he had to be responsible for the entire Chu family. Manage your employees well in the future and don't always look down on others. Okay, I'll take care of it. Fang Yang knew Chu Tian had just given in when he heard this, so he quickly picked up the teacup and said, Let me offer you a cup of tea instead of wine. The two clinked their glasses and took a sip. Hey, who's that girl? Do you have a granddaughter? Fang Yang saw Xiao Yuer flying a kite in the yard from afar and couldn't help feeling a little surprised, but he knew that Chu Tian just had one son who wasn't married yet. So how could he have a granddaughter? I wish it was my granddaughter. Isn't she cute? Chu Tiangang took a look and said kindly, Yi Qiu's daughter. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but say, President, are you and your wife really planning to be dinks for the rest of your lives? Fang Yang's face changed slightly, and he smiled. Everyone chooses a different way of life. You don't understand the happiness of having children and having children. I don't understand? Chu Tiangong's eyes widened. You are kidding me. It's fine if you fool others, but I don't understand you. Fang Yang knew that he couldn't hide it from Chu Tiangang. Let it be. Some things can't be forced. Chu Tiangang coughed twice and lowered his voice to ask, Is it a psychological reason or a physical reason? What's the meaning? That is, either you don't want to have a baby or you can't have one. Chu Tiangang is very direct and never speaks politely. Seeing Fang Yang was silent, he slapped his thigh. I tell you, if it's a physical problem, it's not a big deal. He said with some pride, You haven't seen Yi Qiu's medical skills, have you? He can solve any problem for you. Since you already know Yi Qiu, why don't you ask him? Yi Qiu is a doctor? Watch your wording, he's a miracle doctor. Chu Tiangang waved his hand. It's the kind that cures all diseases instantly. Fang Yang was surprised. He really didn't know and didn't quite believe that Yi Qiu's medical skills were as miraculous as Chu Tiangang said. He had consulted many doctors over the years, many of whom were famous doctors, but there was no effect. Yi Qiu is so young. How could he be so powerful? Don't talk about this, don't talk about this. Fang Yang waved his hand, not wanting to talk about this topic. He held the teacup in his hand, but his eyes were looking outside at the little fish playing happily in the yard. Who doesn't like children? Chu Tiangang saw this and didn't say anything else. After leaving the Chu family, Fong Yang went straight home with mixed emotions. I'm back. He pushed open the door and saw his wife sitting on the sofa. She had a blank expression on her face and looked completely listless. She was holding a photo of her children in her hand and looked depressed. What's wrong? Fong Yang stepped forward and said gently, You are thinking about this again. Husband, let's get a divorce. The wife burst into tears immediately. Find another one who can have children. I won't blame you. What are you talking about? Fong Yang frowned. Or you could just find someone outside to have a baby. I have no objection. I can't let you down by not leaving an heir for your Fong family. The wife burst into tears. Don't do this. Fong Yang shook his head. I've said it before. You're my only woman. I can't have children with anyone else. If I don't have children, then I don't have children. It doesn't matter. I just have you. But the wife cried even louder and threw herself into Fong Yang's arms, sobbing. I'm sorry for you and the Fong family. She was in great pain. As Fong Yang's wife, she knew how much Fong Yang wanted a child. But they were both in their 40s and the possibility of getting pregnant was almost zero. Fong Yang sighed, feeling sad. Every time he returned home, he felt bad seeing his wife so negative and depressed. He suddenly thought of what Chu Tian had just said. Don't worry. Chu Tian just introduced me to a miracle doctor who can solve this problem. If you want to have a child, there will be no problem. Real? When the wife heard this, she was a little excited, but then she looked disappointed. My body. They have consulted many doctors, but to no avail. What kind of miracle doctor is this? Is there really such a great miracle doctor? Really, it's absolutely true. Don't you know Chu Tiangang? He never tells lies. He won't tell me anything he's not sure about. Fong Yang said, You, just adjust your attitude. I'll ask a doctor to come home and take a look at you, okay? Seeing his wife's mood improve, she seemed to come alive instantly. Fong Yang knew that if they never had a child, his wife would probably be depressed for the rest of her life. But he was unsure whether Yi Qiu really had such miraculous medical skills. Fong Yang didn't dare to delay. He was afraid that if he gave his wife hope and then disappointed her again, she would really be disheartened. He immediately went out to find Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was at the Chu family. When he saw Fong Yang coming back, Chu Tiangang knew what he was doing without even asking. I'm playing with Xiao Yu in the backyard. He took Fong Yang to the backyard, where Yi Qiu was playing with a kite with Xiao Yue, having a lot of fun. Ha, Xiao Yu, your uncle is here to play with you, okay? Chu Tiangang was like an old child. He took off his suit, rolled up his sleeves, and ran over. Yi Qiu, President Fong wants to talk to you about something. Can you guys chat for a while? Yi Qiu turned around and Fong Yang nodded. Yi Qiu, can I take up a little time? What's up? Yi Qiu walked over and was a little surprised. It was not common for the president of Tianhai Bank to seem a little nervous and embarrassed. That's right. Fong Yang felt it was difficult to speak, and his eyes fell on Xiao Yue in the distance from time to time. I want a child. Is that okay? Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment and didn't react. My daughter won't sell it. Chapter 38. Getting into trouble. You misunderstood. Fong Yang waved his hands quickly. I want to have a baby myself. Yi Qiu suddenly realized. He glanced at Fong Yang. Fong Yang was already quite old, but he still didn't have a child? Boss Chu told me that your medical skills are very impressive. I would like to ask you for help to resolve this matter that I am worried about. Fong Yang sighed, feeling helpless. Even though he had enough wealth and social status, his wife was always depressed because they had no children, which made him very distressed. Is it your problem or your wife's? Yi Qiu asked directly. Fong Yang hesitated for a moment and lowered his head. Actually, it's my problem. His wife always thought it was her problem, but Fong Yang knew it was his own health that was not good. He blamed himself and felt even more guilty, thinking that he owed his wife too much. Is there any way? He looked at Yi Qiu with anticipation on his face and was afraid that Yi Qiu would drag his feet and say there was nothing he could do. This needs to be diagnosed first. Yi Qiu said, How about this? I'll go to your house tonight. I think it's best for both you and your wife to get checked out. Okay, it's okay. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Fong Yang immediately said. Then I'll pick you up in the evening. Don't be so polite. Just give me your address and I'll go there myself. Yi Qiu said. This is a good deed, and there is no harm in helping others. What's more, he has a daughter and knows very well how much happiness a child can bring to the family. A child's laughter can often magnify the happiness of adults 100 times. Thank you very much. Fong Yang was very grateful. Then I will wait for Mr. Yi at home. Good. After saying that, Fong Yang went back first. For a family, having children in the next generation is not just about hoping that they will become successful or fulfill their unfulfilled dreams. Instead, it is about having the opportunity to accompany your child as he grows up and walk side by side with him on the road of life for a period of time. That kind of beauty cannot be experienced by people without children. Night. Yichio took Xiao Yuer with him and went to Fong Yang's home. Fong Yang and his wife couldn't wait any longer. Seeing Xiao Yuer coming along, Fong Yang's face was full of smiles. This is Xiao Yuer, Mr. Ye's daughter. He introduced it to his wife. So cute. Mrs. Fong's eyes were full of love, and she reached out to hug Xiao Yuer. Annie, you are so beautiful. Xiao Yuer was very sweet. He reached out and hugged Mrs. Fong, whispering in her ear, I want to be as pretty as you when I grow up. Xiao Yuer will be more beautiful than Andy. Mrs. Fong was very happy. She took Xiao Yuer to the living room to play. Then let me check you out first. Yichio didn't waste any words and got straight to the point. Fong Yang was still a little embarrassed. Do you want to take off your clothes? He thought, why not go into the room? Need not. Yichio waved his hand and said it was not that troublesome. He asked Fong Yang to sit down and immediately felt his pulse. His eyes flickered with brilliance, making his eyes bright. He could see through Fong Yang's meridians at a glance. Really? Yichio thought, it's Fong Yang's problem. It's just that it's still possible for him to have a child with these problems. But if there hasn't been any, there must be something wrong with Mrs. Fong as well. This is not a personal issue. How about it? Fong Yang asked cautiously, a little nervous. He didn't know what the situation was. Could Yichio find out the problem just by taking his pulse? You do have a problem, but it's not a big problem. The meridians are blocked, causing the essence to flow backwards and unable to condense. This is easy to deal with. Yichio said, I'm afraid there are some problems with Mrs. Fong as well. When Fong Yang heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Are there problems with both of them as a couple? Then my wife. Rest assured. Yichio looked over and checked carefully. Your wife is suffering from a heart disease. Mrs. Fong didn't have any major health problems, but she had a problem with her mentality, which affected her chances of getting pregnant. Coupled with Fong Yang's health problems, the two of them had difficulty getting pregnant for so many years. What should we do then? This was the first time Fong Yang heard this explanation. Is there a solution? He was a little anxious. Yichio motioned Fong Yang to stretch out his hand. He stretched out his fingers and lightly touched several acupuncture points on Fong Yang. Instantly, a stream of warm air was injected, which flowed along the meridians and directly into Fong Yang's body. Puff! Fong Yang seemed to hear a slight noise, and his whole body started to stir, as if he had been electrocuted. What a strange feeling. Your problem is solved. Ah, so fast. Fong Yang was stunned. Is it so simple? He didn't even feel much, but Yichio solved the problem. What kind of wonderful medical skill is this? But he could clearly feel that there were some subtle changes in his body, as if his energy and spirit had suddenly improved. Mr. Yi is indeed a miracle doctor. He is really amazing. Fong Yang asked, what about my wife? Heart disease needs to be treated with heart medicine. I don't know how Yichio will deal with it. Yichio smiled and looked at Xiao Yuer, who was having fun with Mrs. Fong and laughing from time to time. Mrs. Fong is suffering from a heart disease. My daughter is helping her cure it. Fong Yang turned his head and looked over. Seeing his wife smiling and in a good mood, he couldn't help but be moved. It seemed like he hadn't seen his wife smile like this for a long, long time. That kind of relaxed and happy smile cannot be faked. The laughter of children at home is like sunshine, dispelling all the haze. I'll prescribe you another prescription to strengthen your body and help you recuperate. Of course, you have to focus on exercise since you are not young anymore. Yichio took a pen and quickly wrote down a prescription. You two will take the medicine together this week. Remember to hold back and don't be impatient. Starting next week, you can calculate the day to have sex. It works well, and it works in one go, of course. Yichio smiled and said, I suggest you come here more often to promote the relationship between husband and wife. Fong Yang was a little excited, and his hand holding the prescription was shaking slightly. As the president of a large bank, he is in a very high position and has never been as excited as he is today. Mr. Yi, I don't know how to thank you. If you succeed, Yichio waved his hand. I'm a doctor, and I'm not practicing for any purpose. I also like children, so I know that having a child at home can bring a lot of happiness. You see, Mrs. Fong likes children so much. The two of them looked over and saw that Mrs. Fong's eyes were full of tenderness when she looked at Xiao Yuer. She longed to be a mother so much, and fortunately, she would be able to realize her wish soon. Yi Qiu and his daughter finished their meal at Fong's house before saying goodbye and leaving. Mrs. Fong made an appointment with Xiao Yuer and asked her to come to her house often. She liked this lovely girl so much. At the same time, the Chu family is in trouble. Chapter 39. Taking advantage of the situation. Chu Tiangang never thought that his opponent could be so shameless. He would stop at nothing, even if it meant losing 800 lives to contain the Chu family. Mr. Chu, our cash flow is sufficient, but if we invest all the cash into this project, it will be very troublesome. The financial director has become alert. The Chu family has ample funds, but they have many industries under their control, not just this one project. Once they invest too much and fail to control the risks, it will become difficult to extricate themselves, and they will be directly dragged down. If other industries need funds, the Chu family will be in a passive position. The key point is that it is now obvious that the opponent dug a pit for the Chu family to jump into. How many points is the safety line? Chu Tiangang asked. 30%. The financial director frowned and said, "This is already a critical value. I suggest keeping it at 25%. What did the bank say? Most of the money used by businessmen is borrowed from banks. Even if there is interest, they can still make money by circulating it through banks. They want to take advantage of the situation." The financial director was somewhat helpless and smiled bitterly. Lei Song must have talked to several bank executives and wanted to join forces to suppress us. Chu Tiangong's withdrawal of capital from Tianhai Bank some time ago caused quite a stir. This is not just about Tianhai Bank. Other banks know about this. Although they don't say it, they will feel uncomfortable to some extent. They are banks and have always been high and mighty. When will they be led by the nose by others? Even if it was Chu Tiangang, the wealthy man in Tianhai, they had to act politely, but once they had the chance, how could they miss the opportunity to give Chu Tiangang a warning? The current situation of the Chu family is that the funds have just been withdrawn from Tianhai Bank not long ago. Although they have already negotiated with Fong Yang, it is hard to say what Tianhai Bank's attitude will be in light of such a sudden incident. The other banks had already secretly agreed that they could lend money to the Chu family, but the conditions were much more stringent than before. The interest rate alone had increased by 40%. Chu Tiangang frowned, looking a little ugly. He has been working in the business world for decades and has experienced this kind of thing before, but even with his current status, it is still the same, which makes him somewhat annoyed. We will advance the funds ourselves first. Don't worry until we reach the safety line. I will take care of the funding issue. Chu Tian just made a decision. Yes. The financial director nodded. This matter could only be handed over to the big boss. He had already been to the bank, but to no avail. Seeing the financial director leave, Chu Tiangang took out his cell phone and called several bank executives. Just as he guessed, they were still polite, but when talking about funding, they either laughed it off or beat around the bush, saying it was difficult and full of pressure, without giving him any face at all. Chu Tiangong's mind was as clear as a mirror, but he did not show his anger. After hanging up the phone, he roughly calculated that even if he really asked them for a loan to ensure the Chu family's cash flow, would Lei Song have no backup plan for what he did? The confrontation in the business world is not that simple. Now that the war has begun, only one person will fall. Chu Tian was just hesitating whether to call Fong Yang. He had just withdrawn funds from Tianhai Bank, and the next thing he knew, he had to ask Tianhai Bank for help. This was really a reversal of fortune. If Fong Yang refuses again, the Chu family will be in real trouble. When the time comes, Lei Dong will see the opportunity and launch a massive attack. Just as he was about to hesitate, Xiao Yuer's cheerful voice came from outside the door. "Annie's cooking is so delicious, Dad. Can I still go?" Xiao Yuer asked expectantly. "Of course you can. Annie really wants you to go. She would love for you to live in her house." Yi Qiu smiled. He looked up and saw Chu Tiangang pacing back and forth with his hands behind his back and a frown on his brow. He wondered what trouble he had run into. The trouble that can make a big shot like Chu Tiangang frown is obviously not a small trouble. "What happened?" Yi Qiu asked. Xiao Yuer jumped up and down and threw himself directly into Chu Tiangong's arms, wanting to share with him what delicious food he had eaten at Fong Yang's house. Something about business. Chu Tiangang smiled and stretched out his hand to scratch Xiao Yuer's nose. "What did Uncle Fong eat?" Xiao Yuer counted them one by one on his fingers. As she was talking, she noticed that Chu Tiangang was a little absent-minded and wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction. You didn't even listen to me. Listen, listen. Chu Tiangang laughed. Okay, Xiaoyer, stop making trouble. Yi Qiu said, if I can help, you're welcome. Chu Tiangang nodded. There are some problems with the funds. It's okay. I'll think of a solution. When it comes to money, Yi Qiu really can't help much. All his assets added up are less than Chu Tiangong's one-day interest. Even if he wanted to help, he doesn't have the ability to do so. Yi Qiu knew that Chu Tian had just gotten angry with Tianhai Bank to vent his anger last time. Now that there was a sudden problem with the funds, the bank might not be so polite. You didn't look for President Fong? Yi Qiu asked. Chu Tiangang shook his head. He didn't say it, but Yi Qiu knew why. Yi Qiu nodded and said nothing. He took Xiao Yuer away to prevent him from affecting Chu Tiangang. The Chu family must need a large sum of money, which is not a small amount for anyone. He wanted to help, but Yi Qiu seemed to have no way to deal with this kind of thing. At the same time, Lei Song was in a good mood. Things were going according to his plan step by step. How much money has Chu Tiangang already advanced? It's estimated to be 15% of their cash flow. What is their safety line? 30%, but as long as it reaches 25%, it will be the last straw that breaks the camel's back. I've already made a backup plan. Hearing this, Lei Song narrowed his eyes. Chu Tiangang, no matter how crazy you are, don't go against the bank. If you offend the people in the bank, will they let you off easily? For business people, the two people they should not offend the most are government departments and banks. Chu Tiangang must be aware of this simple truth, but he still made such a mistake. Only then will you give yourself the opportunity to make such a plan. Keep putting pressure on them and force them to break through the financial safety line. If the Chu family has any problems, many people will want him dead. Lei Song said, 3 days? Is that enough? Enough. No matter what he chooses, the more he gets involved, the harder it will be for him to extricate himself. That project might even kill the Chu family. Now that several banks are taking advantage of the situation, who else can help Chu Tiangang? Tianhai Bank? It was Chu Tiangong's partner, but he actually withdrew his investment and completely offended Fang Yang. Isn't this God helping me? Lei Song was so happy. Just for this one large project, after several changes of hands, they lost billions, but Chu Tiangang might not make any profit either, and might even lose more. So, things change over time, so don't be too anxious about anything. Chu Tiangang should be regretting it now, right? Chapter 40. Just one word. Chu Tiangang does have a headache now. He controls a huge business ship, and a wrong decision could lead to immeasurable consequences. 2 days later, he still didn't call Fang Yang, because he knew that was his last choice, and if Fang Yang also refused, things would be troublesome. Lei Song should be more eager for him to make this call than he is, right? As they got closer to the safety line, Chu Tiangang felt more and more pressure, but he still persisted and sought other solutions. When facing provocations, he was stubborn in his bones. During these 2 days, Yi Qiu could clearly feel that the atmosphere in the Chu family was somewhat serious. Chu Tiangang has not had the leisure to play with Xiaoyer these past few days. He has hardly ever been home. Instead, he has been busy with various things outside. Uncle seems to be very busy recently. Xiao Yu held his chin up and said he would take me to the water world. Uncle is busy recently. I'll take you there when he is free. Yi Qiu said. Ring, ring, ring. The cell phone rang. Yi Qiu took it out and saw that it was Fang Yang calling. Is Xiaoyer free today? Fang Yang asked. Last time she said she wanted to go to water world. My wife doesn't have anything to do, so can I let her take her there? He asked expectantly. Sure. Yi Qiu naturally would not refuse. He knew that Mrs. Fang liked Xiaoyer very much, and that Xiaoyer could bring her joy and naturally heal her heart disease. Okay, I'll pick her up in a minute. Fang Yang hung up the phone and turned to look at his expectant wife. I told you, Xiaoyer likes you too. Listen, she's so happy. Mrs. Fang snorted softly, and her whole body lightened up. She hurried into the room, picked out several pieces of clothing, and ran to Fang Yang again. Which one looks good? They all look good. No, you pick one. Which one will Xiaoyer like? Fang Yang even wanted to laugh. We are just taking Xiaoyer to the water world. There is no need to be so grand. Just that one. He knew that his wife really liked children, and Xiaoyer was a great help. The two of them changed their clothes quickly. Fang Yang was also asked by his wife to dress nicely, and they went out together. They drove to the Chu family, and Yi Qiu and Xiao Yuer were already waiting at the door. Little fish. Mrs. Fang got out of the car and picked up Xiaoyer. Oh, Auntie, why are you so beautiful today? Xiao Yue clapped his hands. How beautiful! Mrs. Fong's heart was filled with joy, and her eyes narrowed with smiles. You're just sweet-talking. She turned her head and looked at Yichio. Then let's go. Yichio got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. Fong Yang drove the car, while Mrs. Fong and Xiao Yue sat in the back seat, talking and laughing, eating snacks and singing. If you didn't know better, you would have thought they were a mother and daughter. Seeing that his wife had changed her previous gloomy and pessimistic mentality, Fong Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. When they arrived at the water world, Mrs. Fong took Xiao Yue around to eat and stroll around, while Yi Qiu and Fong Yang walked behind. The medicine you prescribed is really amazing. In the past 2 days, I feel like my body has returned to the state of my youth. Fong Yang said. Hold it. Yi Qiu smiled and said, it will be done in 2 days. Fong Yang nodded, knowing that a lack of patience could ruin a great plan. Recently, he even stopped going to work and focused on exercising and accompanying his wife. He regarded this matter as the most important thing and dared not delay it in the slightest. He now has enough confidence that he will succeed and fulfill his wife's dream of becoming a mother. By the way, I want to ask you a question. Yichio thought of something and asked, what's the problem? It may sound a little abrupt, but I would like to ask, is it true that Tianhai Bank and the Chu family can no longer cooperate? Yichio knew that Chu Tiangong's hair was almost falling out due to worry in the past few days, so he wanted to take the opportunity to ask more questions. Why do you ask? Fong Yang laughed. In fact, the relationship between enterprises and banks is really that of both enemies and friends. The basis of our cooperation is all for the sake of profit. He looked at Yichio. Is there a problem with the Chu family's funds? He was very perceptive, and when he heard Yichio talk about this, he immediately thought of it. Yichio nodded without hiding anything. I don't understand business matters, but the last time Brother Chu had a conflict with your bank, it was all because of me. He sighed. If the Chu family's business is greatly affected because of me, I will feel very sorry. Fong Yang heard it. Yichio, wait for me for a moment. He immediately took out his phone and made a call to inquire about the Chu family situation. I see. After hanging up the phone, Fong Yang suddenly realized that the Chu family was suddenly in such a big trouble. He hadn't been to the bank for a few days and didn't know that the situation changed so quickly. Even so, Chu Tiangang had asked several banks, but none of them approached him. Before I knew it, I had become a pawn in someone else's hands. Fong Yang is not an ordinary person. He can see that he has become Chu Tiangong's last choice. Chu Tiangang definitely doesn't dare to speak to him easily. You don't have to worry about this. He smiled and said, Chu Tiangang and I are business partners, so naturally our interests come first, but you are different. Yichio didn't understand. I owe you too much. This cannot be measured by money. Fong Yang looked at the distance, where Xiao Yue was holding hands with his wife and jumping up and down. It's not just you. I owe Xiao Yue a lot. He hasn't seen his wife so happy in many years. How can this be measured by money? Not to mention, Yichio helped me a lot, and it won't be long before I will have a child. This is a favor that I can never repay. Are you willing to help the Chu family? Yichio reacted. It's just a matter of your words. Fong Yang smiled, reached out, and patted Yichio on the shoulder. Okay, don't worry about this matter. Let's just have fun with him today. Yichio nodded. He had never thought that just asking this question casually could actually solve Chu Tiangong's urgent problem. When did he become so prestigious? Not only him, Chu Tiangang was also a little surprised. When he received the call from the senior executives of Tianhai Bank, he still didn't dare to believe it. It was not until the bank staff came to talk to him in person that Chu Tian realized that this was true. President Fong has explained that the Chu family is our important partner and friend. If a friend gets into trouble, we should do our utmost to help them. Chu Tiangang took a deep breath. This was not something Fong Yang would say. What is Lao Fong doing now? Without seeing Fong Yang, Chu Tiangang always felt a little uneasy. President Fong hasn't come to the bank these past few days. It seems that he accompanied Mrs. Fong to Water World today. The staff were also a little surprised. They all knew that Mrs. Fong usually stayed at home, never went out, and did not participate in any activities. But recently, I can often see Mrs. Fong sharing her good mood from time to time. Water World. Chu Tiangong's eyes widened. Could it be that Xiao Yue negotiated this multi-billion-dollar loan for me? Chapter 41. Research. He was a little bit unbelieving, but when he thought about it, Fong Yang's personal problems could only be cured by Yichio. Could it be that Yichio cured Fong Yang's illness? And Fang Yang did him a favor for Yichio's sake? Absolutely. Chu Tiangang couldn't help but burst out laughing. I'm so lucky. Being able to meet Yichio is really the luckiest thing in his life. Yichio not only saved his son's life, but also helped him many times. He was afraid that he would never be able to repay this favor in his lifetime. Okay then, thank you for your hard work. Chu Tiangang stood up and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the two staff members. Thank you. This really solved my urgent problem. The Chu family's funds are now under tremendous pressure and will soon reach the safety line. If they continue for another 2 or 3 days, they may not be able to hold on. What a timely relief. After seeing off the two staff members, Chu Tiangang immediately arranged for someone at the vice president level to go and liaise in person to make sure the matter was handled properly. When Yi Qiu brought Xiao Yuer back, the Chu family had already prepared a sumptuous dinner. Wow! Xiao Yuer's eyes lit up. She is just a greedy little cat. Uncle Chu, is it New Year's Day today? In my impression, only during the Chinese New Year can one eat a lot of delicious food. Of course, Xiaoyer has never seen such a scene before. Ha, today, it's Chubbard who thanks you. Chu Tiangang picked up Xiao Yuer and let her sit in the main seat. Because Xiao Yuer is Uncle Chu's lucky star, Uncle Chu is so happy to meet Xiao Yuer. He turned around and said, Yi Qiu, would you like to drink something today? Yi Qiu knew that the bank must have responded to Chu Tiangang, solving his urgent problem. Okay, drink some. He smiled and sat next to Xiaoyer. It had been a long time since he had a drink. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chu Tiangong's face began to look a little drunk. He looked at Yi Qiu. I want to discuss something with you. Go ahead. You two, father and daughter, should just live here forever. I really like Xiao Yuer, and I wish she was my child. Chu Tiangong's eyes were full of tenderness. He was not so kind even to his own son. There is no need to explain the friendship between us brothers, right? I still owe you a favor. There is no such thing as human feelings. This is all fate. Yi Qiu said, you are very capable, and you will definitely be busy in the future. You won't be able to accompany Xiao Yuer every day to protect and take care of her. She can stay in the Chu family to ensure her safety. Chu Tiangang patted his chest and said seriously, don't worry, I will protect her as if she were my own child and will never let anyone hurt her. Believe me, of course I do. Yi Qiu knew that Chu Tiangang truly loved Xiao Yuer, and his eyes would not be wrong. Xiao Yuer will live in Uncle Chu's house. Are you willing? He looked at Xiao Yuer and asked. Xiao Yuer was concentrating on eating, with his mouth full. When he heard Yi Qiu calling him, he raised his head and blinked his big eyes. Then can I eat these delicious foods every day? Yi Qiu and Chu Tiangang looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. You little greedy cat. Of course there is food. Uncle will have someone make whatever Xiaoyu likes to eat for you. I guarantee you will enjoy your meal. Yeah. When Xiao Yue heard this, he jumped off the chair, ran to Chu Tiangang, hugged his neck, and kissed him. Chu Tiangong's face was greasy from the kiss, but he didn't show any disgust at all. In the Chu family, Xiao Yuer is indeed safe. Chu Tiangang is doing his best to protect her, which can relieve Yi Qiu of a lot of worries. He doesn't have too many requirements for his daughter, as long as she grows up healthy and safe. His abilities were growing stronger and stronger, and it was impossible for him to be by Xiao Yuer's side all the time. Zhao Jianlin had reminded himself of this. Perhaps staying in the Chu family was indeed the best choice. He picked up the wine glass. Brother Chu, I toast you a glass. Chu Tiangang immediately picked up the wine glass. Come on, do it. At the same time, Lin Wanxiu arrived in Tianhai. She didn't expect that she would arrive so soon. Of course, I was here for personal matters a few days ago, but today I'm here for business matters. Her status was not ordinary. As soon as she arrived at Tianhai senior leaders personally went to the airport to pick her up, which seemed very grand. In the evening, a reception was arranged to welcome Lin Wanxiu and her group. You are too polite. We are here for research this time, and we want to learn more from you. Lin Wanxiu held up the wine glass and said politely. She doesn't like drinking very much. She just drinks for the sake of her feelings, but no one dares to urge her to drink. Commissioner Lin is too modest. I am really happy that you can come to Tianhai for research. The leader's face was full of red. He knew that he had to entertain Lin Wanxiu and the others well. It didn't have to be a good impression, but it definitely couldn't be a bad one. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. I will make sure it's arranged. He was holding a glass of wine. I respect you. Please do as you please. Lin Wanxiu picked up the wine glass, touched it lightly to his lips, and put it down. The people present had never seen their leader drinking like this before. It was obvious that he was reporting to his superiors. However, they only knew that Lin Wanxiu was a committee member in Secondment, but did not know her true identity. But judging from the leader's reaction, Lin Wanxiu's status is definitely not low. During this period, your safety in Tianhai is of vital importance. The leader said seriously, I have already arranged it. There will be very experienced people who will be responsible for your safety. Lin Wanxiu smiled and said, No, Tianhai is a safe city. There is no need to mobilize so many troops. Yes. Since the leader insisted, Lin Wanxiu could not postpone it any further. After the banquet, Lin Wanxiu walked out of the hotel. The breeze brought a slight coolness, which made her more sober. She didn't like this kind of drinking parties in the system. Everyone wore a mask and said one thing to one person and another thing to another person. It was too tiring, but someone of her status could not avoid it. Every time she was assigned to conduct research at the grassroots level, the local leaders, even those of a high rank, were very wary of her. Hello, Miss Lin. My name is Zhao Jinlin. I will be responsible for your safety during this period. Take the initiative to introduce yourself to the person in front of you. Captain Zhao, I'm sorry to bother you for a while. It's my duty. Zhao Jinlin didn't know who Lin Wanxiu was, but since the top leader personally asked him to protect her, she was obviously no small figure. It's not that he didn't take on this kind of task, but he has been very busy with work recently. Now he is asked to provide 24-hour protection, which makes him feel helpless. Lin Wanxiu got in the car, and Zhao Jinlin sat in the passenger seat. Captain Zhao, please go to the mall first. I have something to buy. She suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to bring something and had to go to the mall to buy some. Zhao Jinlin glanced at the time and frowned slightly. Ms. Lin, it's peak shopping season now. Would it be inappropriate for you to go there with your status? Chapter 42, I Need a Doctor. They were responsible for protecting Lin Wanxiu closely. There were more than a dozen of them in the group. If they went to the mall like this, it might cause unnecessary trouble. It's okay. You don't have to follow me. Lin Wanxiu knew what Zhao Jinlin meant. I can go in by myself and come out after I finish shopping. What she wanted to buy were some private things, and it was not convenient for Zhao Jinlin and others to follow her. Zhao Jinlin couldn't refuse, so he nodded and said, Let's go to the mall. He understood Lin Wanxiu's temper. He didn't like grand occasions and was a low-key person. Zhao Jinlin suddenly turned his head and glanced at the rearview mirror. There was a car behind them that seemed to have been traveling with them for a long time. He was a little alert, but the car behind him turned at the intersection. It's just a side trip. The car quickly arrived at the mall. Ms. Lin, I will keep a certain distance from you. You'd better not leave my sight. The others will wait here. Yes. Lin Wanxiu had no objection. This is Zhao Jinlin's job, and she doesn't want to cause trouble for others. She walked into the mall. It was the busiest time of the day with people coming and going everywhere. Lin Wanxiu looked at the sign and went straight to her destination. Zhao Jinlin followed her a few meters behind her, always on guard. He must ensure Lin Wanxiu's safety. Otherwise, if something happens, he will be held responsible too much. He did not dare to be careless and remained highly alert, but Lin Wanxiu did not think too much. The city of Tianhai was very safe. She had the same feeling the last time she came here. There was no way any accidents would happen. What's more, she is walking on the street now, just like an ordinary passerby, who would take a second look at her. She didn't know that there was indeed a pair of eyes staring at her through the crowd. God is helping me. Those cold eyes were like those of a poisonous snake. He followed all the way from Kyoto to Tianhai, always looking for the best opportunity. He knew very well that it was difficult for Lin Wanxiu to travel alone, so if he wanted to kidnap her, he could only take her away by force. He stared at Lin Wanxiu, then turned around and looked around. Not finding anything special or unusual, he slowly followed. There are many people in the mall now, which is a good opportunity. As long as he creates chaos, he can take Lin Wanxiu away by force. Lin Wanxiu walked to the skincare products counter and picked out what she wanted. She didn't notice that someone was approaching her from behind. The cold and gloomy aura was extremely creepy. Zhao Jinlin's eyes were always on Lin Wanxiu, and he was also paying attention to the people coming and going around her. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. A man was approaching Lin Wanxiu. That was a counter for women's products. What was he doing there as a man? Zhao Jinlin's professional sensitivity made him tense, and he immediately walked over quickly. Suddenly, he saw the man pull out a dagger from his waist, and his face changed drastically. Ms. Lin, be careful. Zhao Jinlin shouted loudly. widened his eyes, and rushed forward regardless of everything. The man didn't expect that Zhao Jianlin was hiding in the crowd. When he saw him rushing towards him, his face suddenly became ferocious. He suddenly pulled out the dagger and stared at Lin Wanxiu, who was turning around with a look of surprise on his face. Lin Wanxiu, I've been looking for you for a long time. This shrill cry made Lin Wanxiu's scalp numb. Seeing the dagger about to fall on her, she lost her reaction instantly and was completely stunned. Bang! Zhao Jianlin arrived in time, kicked the dagger out of the man's hand, and then raised his hand to grab the man. Stop it! You are so brave. The man felt pain and loosened his hand, and the dagger immediately fell to the ground. He raised his hand to block Zhao Jinlin's attack and counterattacked with a sweeping kick. Get lost! When the two men fought, the people around them were frightened and fled in all directions. Lin Wanxiu never thought that someone would come to arrest her. Without waiting for her to react, the man kicked Zhao Jinlin away again, turned around, and ran towards Lin Wanxiu. But he was only 3 steps away. Bang! Without any hesitation, Zhao Jinlin immediately drew his weapon and pulled the trigger. With a crisp sound, blood splattered on the man's shoulder. Ah! He yelled, but didn't care about his injuries. He rushed to Lin Wanxiu, blocked her in front of him, picked up the dagger on the ground with one hand, and put it across Lin Wanxiu's neck. Come on! Come on! He roared. If you pull the trigger, I'll slit her throat. Oh no! Lin Wanxiu was kidnapped. Things are getting complicated. Zhao Jinlin cursed in his heart. Damn it! Stop! Stop it! He shouted immediately. He didn't expect that this man was actually such a ruthless guy and had great skills. He didn't have the upper hand at all when fighting with him. Lin Wanxiu had been held hostage. Her face turned pale and her body trembled with fear. Lin Wanxiu, you made it so hard for me to find you. The man sneered and thought carefully about his escape plan. Who are you? Lin Wanxiu asked cautiously. Shut up. I didn't tell you to speak, the man said viciously. If you dare to say another word, I will slit your throat. Lin Wanxiu didn't dare to say anything. His eyes were full of fear. Zhao Jianlin took a deep breath and quickly called other team members to clear out the consumers from the mall. Such a serious incident had already caused him a headache. Relax, relax, Zhao Jianlin said. Don't hurt the hostages. Don't try that on me. The man did not look very well. The wound on his shoulder had caused him to lose too much blood. If this continued, he might not survive. Seeing more and more police coming, if this continues, we will be in trouble. Don't come near. The man held Lin Wanxiu hostage while retreating to a store and immediately hid inside. Through the glass, he could see the defense situation outside. His dagger was always on Lin Wanxiu's neck, and it was obvious that he was very experienced. Zhao Jianlin was extremely anxious. The leader who had just learned the news was not asleep yet. He was so scared that he sobered up and ordered Zhao Jianlin to protect Lin Wanxiu's safety. Lin Wanxiu's status is not low. If something happens to her, everyone will be doomed. What do you want? He negotiated with the man. You want money? Or something else? Just ask. Ha, don't try this on me. Do you think I'll be fooled? The man hid behind Lin Wanxiu, not giving them a chance to aim. He felt that his strength was weakening. If he continued bleeding like this, he would die without Zhao Jianlin having to do anything. Give me a doctor. He shouted that he had to get someone to treat his injuries as soon as possible. I'm warning you, don't play any tricks. I want a doctor, an ordinary doctor. Seeing that Lin Wanxiu was in imminent danger, Zhao Jinlin did not dare to hesitate at all. Okay, I'll find a doctor for you right away. Don't hurt the hostages. He immediately called Yi Qiu. At this moment, the only one who could save Lin Wanxiu was Yi Qiu. Chapter 43, One Thing at a Time. Zhao Jinlin was really anxious. He quickly called Yi Qiu, who at this moment had just coaxed Xiao Yuer to sleep. Hearing Zhao Jinlin's anxious tone on the phone, he knew that something big must have happened, so he quickly asked for the address and rushed over. In the mall, the atmosphere is tense. The criminal still held Lin Wanxiu hostage and hid himself behind her, not giving Zhao Jinlin and the others any chance. Where's the doctor? The gangster yelled. Hurry up! Send for the doctor. He had lost too much blood and was already feeling exhausted. If he continued like this, he would be doomed. Lin Wanxiu, with the dagger held against her neck, dared not move. She could feel the cold touch of the blade. Lin Wanxiu was very scared. She had never experienced this before and never imagined that one day she would be held hostage by criminals. Just a slight scratch from his dagger, and I would be dead. The doctor is here. The doctor is here. Don't worry. Zhao Jinlin shouted and ran out the door. Seeing Yi Chio's car arrived, he rushed over quickly. What's going on? There was no time to ask on the phone, and Yi Chio didn't know what happened. Someone is being held hostage by a gangster. Now the gangster is injured and needs a doctor to treat him. Yi Chio, I can only ask you for help. Zhao Jinlin hurried to explain. Apart from Yi Chio, he couldn't think of any other candidate. If he replaced him with an ordinary doctor, it would probably only increase casualties. They had already found out the identity of this gangster. He was a fugitive criminal who was cruel and ruthless. I see. Yi Chio nodded. If it wasn't an emergency, Zhao Jinlin wouldn't be so anxious. Be careful. Zhao Jinlin took a deep breath. Yeah, I'll be fine. Yi Chio seemed very calm and remained composed. He patted Zhao Jinlin gently, and Zhao Jinlin realized that he was a little nervous. Seeing that Yi Chio was not nervous at all, Zhao Jinlin gradually relaxed. Yi Chio casually picked up some medical kits. As soon as he walked into the door, the criminal shouted, "No scalpels allowed. Only hemostatic drugs and bandages are allowed." He glanced at Yi Chio out of the corner of his eye and saw that he was thin and gentle and did not look like a policeman in disguise, but he still remained extremely vigilant. Everyone else get out, the gangster shouted, asking Zhao Jinlin and the others to leave and not allowing them to get too close. Back off. Zhao Jinlin exchanged glances with Yi Chio, and when Yi Chio nodded, he immediately gave the order. Now I can only ask Yi Chio for help. Zhao Jinlin led everyone out of the gate. The leader arrived just in time and was almost going crazy when he saw them all outside. Zhao Jinlin, what's the situation now? The situation is not optimistic. This gangster has 5 lives to his credit. He is an extremely vicious criminal. Zhao Jinlin gritted his teeth. He didn't expect something like this to happen. I'm telling you, nothing can happen to Commissioner Lin. The leader was furious and anxious. If anything happens to her, we'll all be finished. This is only the first day. It was the first day of Lin Wanchio's research at Tianhai. If something went wrong, he really couldn't afford the consequences. Who's in there now? The leader wished he could rush in and negotiate with the criminals himself. A doctor friend of mine. Zhao Jinlin frowned. Seeing his leader's irritability, he suppressed his anger and said, "Please calm down and don't affect our on-site handling. If anything goes wrong, I will be responsible." His strong tone made the leader lose his temper instantly. He knew that the problem could not be solved in a hurry now, so he could only let Zhao Jinlin make the arrangement. Inside the mall, Yi Chio raised his hands to indicate that he had no weapons on him that could harm the criminals. "Come over." The gangster shouted, his eyes still fierce. Lin Wanchio moved her lips. She never expected that the person coming would be Yi Chio. How dare he come in such a dangerous situation? Shut up. The criminal didn't let Lin Wanchio speak. He panted, with the dagger still on Lin Wanchio's neck. He changed his position slightly and said with his teeth bared, "Miss Lin, I only want money, not your life. You just need to cooperate with me and wait for me to leave. But if you annoy me..." His tone suddenly became cold. This kind of vicious criminal has no integrity at all in his words. If I follow him, how can I control my own life and death? Lin Wanchio didn't dare to struggle. Because of fear, she couldn't even stand up at this moment. She looked at Yi Chio with red eyes. Yi Chio also didn't expect that the hostage was actually Lin Wanchio. How did she get here? Judging from Zhao Jinlin's reaction, Lin Wanchio's status should be not low. If something happened to her, Zhao Jinlin would probably be to blame. Relax, Yi Chio spoke. I don't know whether this sentence was said to the criminals or to Lin Wanchio. Seeing Yi Chio's gentle eyes, Lin Wanchio felt suddenly relaxed in her heart, as if as long as Yi Chio came, nothing would happen to her. Don't move. Seeing Yi Chio about to squat, the gangster shouted vigilantly. Throw the medical kit over here, so I can see it. Yi Chio did as he was told. The criminal looked through the medical bag and felt relieved when he found nothing that could threaten him. He asked Yi Chio to come over, holding Lin Wanchio with one hand, exposing his injured shoulder. Stop the bleeding for me quickly. Yi Chio said nothing. He squatted down and carefully disinfected the criminal, removed the bullet, and then sutured the wound to stop the bleeding. Every move he made was very meticulous and professional. The gangster gradually relaxed and let out a long breath. He glanced at Yi Chio and said, "You are quite professional. Your wound cannot come into contact with water. You must keep it as dry as possible. The medicine must be changed every 2 days." Yi Chio warned. Haha, kid, don't you know that I'm a robber? Why are you telling me this? In my eyes, you are now a wounded person, and as a wounded person, you have the right to be treated. Yi Chio said lightly. He tied the bandage, his expression suddenly changed, and one hand reached out to the gangster. The criminals reacted very quickly. You're looking for death. He wanted to fight back immediately, but before he could even move, Yi Chio had already punched him on the shoulder. Crack, the shoulder fell off. Without waiting for his reaction, Yi Chio raised his hand like a dragon, snatched the dagger from the gangster's hand, twisted his wrist violently, and the gangster screamed. Snap! His arm was directly broken by Yi Chio. Ah! The gangster was yelling. His eyes were fierce, and he became crazy, but Yi Chio would never give him a chance. He used several moves in succession with amazing speed and broke all the gangster's limbs. He pulled Lin Wanchio up, hit her in his arms, and looked down at the criminal who was unable to move. But now, let's be fair. You are a criminal, and you should be punished by law. Lin Wanchio looked at Yi Chio and never thought that this seemingly gentle and weak doctor was so powerful. In the blink of an eye, he subdued such a powerful gangster. Outside the door, seeing the criminal had fallen, Zhao Jinlin felt his scalp tingling and immediately gave an order. Quick, catch him. Chapter 44. I want a bodyguard. Dozens of people rushed in immediately and completely controlled the criminals. Let me go. Let me go. The gangster yelled, but he couldn't move at all. His limbs were broken by Yi Chio, and the pain almost drove him crazy. He stared at Yi Chio. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Yi Chio ignored it completely. Such a vicious criminal must pay the price, and he will not be afraid at all. Zhao Jinlin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that Lin Wanchio was safe and sound, he finally let go of his worries. Take away. He had the criminals taken away and immediately went out to report the situation to his superiors. Lin Wanchio was still in Yi Chio's arms. She was still scared when she heard the gangster's hysterical screams. She didn't relax until the gangster was taken away. She looked up, looked at Yi Chio's face, and her lips moved. It's all right. Yi Chio let go of his hand. You are safe now. But Lin Wanchio did not let go. She still held Yi Chio's neck tightly, as if she was afraid that if she let go, she would fall into danger again. She was really scared. It took Lin Wanchio a while to come back to his senses. He felt a little embarrassed and let go of her hand. She felt that Yi Chio's neck was wet with the sweat from her palms. Excuse me. She apologized hastily. It doesn't matter. Seeing that Lin Wanchio had recovered, Yi Chio nodded, his eyes remaining calm. Yi Chio, you really helped a lot. Zhao Jinlin let out a breath, also extremely nervous. If Yi Chio hadn't been here today, we would have been in real trouble. As long as everyone is all right. Yi Chio smiled and said, Brother, this is the first time I see you so anxious. Zhao Jinlin couldn't help shaking his head and said self-deprecatingly, I'm not anxious, I'm almost scared to death. He turned and looked at Lin Wanchio. Ms. Lin, shall I take you to the hospital for a checkup first? Only then did he realize that he had not paid attention to whether Lin Wanchio was injured. Lin Wanchio's eyes were fixed on Yi Chio's face. When she heard Zhao Jinlin's question, she subconsciously asked, Isn't he a doctor? There is a doctor right in front of you, so why go to the hospital for a checkup? Zhao Jinlin glanced at Yi Chio and was slightly stunned. He had even forgotten about it. She's fine. Yi Chio just glanced at Lin Wanchio and said, There are some scars on the neck. Just go back and apply some medicine. It's nothing serious. After saying that, he glanced at the time. There's nothing to do here, so I'll go back first. I'm afraid Xiaoyer will cry if she doesn't see me when she wakes up. Okay, go back and be with the kids first. I'll find you when I'm done. Zhao Jinlin nodded. Yi Chio said nothing, turned around and left. Lin Wanchio opened her mouth. She didn't expect that Yi Chio would do the same as last time. He left immediately after the matter was dealt with, without even giving her a chance to say thank you. She opened her mouth to speak, but when the words came to her lips, no words came out. Couldn't he just not be in such a hurry to leave? Watching Yi Chio's figure disappear behind the door, Lin Wanchio felt a little complicated. Last time, Yi Chio saved his father and left after saying it was just a piece of cake. This time, he saved his own life from the gangsters and left again after saying it was just a piece of cake. It seemed that nothing could cause him to have such big emotions, even if he just looked at her for a second longer. Ms. Lin, let's go back first. The leader is waiting outside. Zhao Jinlin said. Lin Wanchio nodded and followed Zhao Jinlin out. There were already quite a few people waiting outside, and they were all very scared. After chatting for a while, Lin Wanchio said that she was tired and wanted to go back to the hotel to rest. Several leaders immediately asked Zhao Jianlin to send Lin Wanchio to the hotel and asked for more staff to ensure Lin Wanchio's safety. They were really scared that night. On the way, Lin Wanchio didn't say a word, as if he had not yet recovered from the danger. Captain Zhao. After a while, Lin Wanchio spoke. I'm sorry for causing you trouble today. If she hadn't been going to the mall, this wouldn't have happened. If something happened to her, Zhao Jinlin and his group would be implicated and would need to bear huge responsibility. I'm glad you're all right. Zhao Jinlin replied. Do you know Yi Qiu? She asked again. Zhao Jinlin didn't expect Lin Wanchio to change the subject so quickly. He nodded and said, I know him. He also saved my life. We are friends. More than just friends. Yi Qiu had saved him twice and helped him countless times. It was a lifelong friendship. Otherwise, Yi Qiu would not be the first person Zhao Jinlin thought of at such a critical moment, and Yi Qiu would rush to help him immediately regardless of everything. When Lin Wanchio heard Zhao Jinlin say that he was friends with Yi Qiu, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Captain Zhao, can you help me make an appointment with him? I want to thank him in person. Zhao Jinlin hesitated for a moment. He knew Yi Qiu didn't care about this. Well, I'll have a chance to talk to him. He still agreed. When Lin Wanchio arrived at the hotel, she returned to her room. Zhao Jinlin had arranged a number of people to be on duty outside to ensure the safety of the surrounding area. She took a shower and sat on the sofa, her mind full of the thrilling scene just now. She didn't even react to how Yi Qiu subdued the gangster. When she came to her senses, she was already protected in Yi Qiu's arms. That was the first time in her life that she felt what security was. What's going on? Lin Wanchio shook her head, but no matter how she tried to remind herself, Yi Qiu's face could not be dispelled from her mind, and his voice almost occupied all her thoughts. She let out a long breath, trying to calm herself down. The cell phone rang, one call after another. They were all from relatives and friends far away in Kyoto. They heard the news and called to inquire about the situation. Lin Wanchio responded one by one, saying that she was fine and safe now, and only then did they feel relieved. The last call was from the old Taoist priest. What a shit job. You almost lost your life. Which damn bastard gave you this job? I'm going to settle the score with him. The old Taoist cursed angrily. Old man, I'm fine. Don't worry. That Yi Qiu saved me. Which Yi Qiu? That's the miracle doctor who cured my dad. Hearing this, the old Taoist priest was silent for a moment, seeming a little surprised that Yi Qiu, who was proficient in medicine, actually had such skills. I almost forgot that there is such a person in Tianhai. With him here, I feel relieved. Otherwise, I would have to go to Tianhai in person to protect you. It's not that exaggerated. Don't worry, old man. Talk to my dad. I'm fine. What do you mean nothing happened? I almost lost my life. What are those bastards from Tianhai doing? When I get there, I will kick them to death. The old Taoist priest gave a few instructions and then hung up the phone. Lin Wanchio put down his phone, the old Taoist priest's words echoing in his ears. He seemed to have thought of something all of a sudden and immediately called Tianhai's leader. I want to hire a bodyguard. Is that okay? Chapter 45. Hello, I am Lin Wanchio. That's great. The leader over there agreed, without even thinking about it. If you are not satisfied with the people on Captain Zhao's side, you can always change them. You can choose anyone you want. No, Captain Zhao did his best. I am very grateful to him. If it weren't for Captain Zhao, I would have died. However, as the captain of the criminal investigation team, Captain Zhao is very busy. He has more important things to do than protecting me alone. Lin Wanchio said, I hope you can understand. Commissioner Lin is so considerate. On behalf of Captain Zhao and the others, I want to thank you. Then, Commissioner Lin, who do you want to be your bodyguard? Lin Wanchio raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Yi Qiu. The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, as if he couldn't remember who Yi Qiu was. It seemed that no one in their system had ever heard of any powerful person named Yi Qiu. Yes, the doctor who saved me today, Captain Zhao's friend. Oh, I understand. Commissioner Lin, don't worry, leave it to me. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanchio knew that this request might be a little embarrassing. She never liked this, but it seemed that she couldn't help it. Just this once, Captain Zhao, please don't be angry with me. Zhao Jinlin was called to the leader's office, frowning. He never expected that Lin Wanchio would make such a request. Leader, Yi Qiu, is not from our unit. I have no right to ask him to do anything. Don't talk to me. The leader waved his hand and said, He is your friend. Do you think I don't know? But, no buts. The leader stood up, his face almost pleading. Old Zhao, can you please do me a favor? I'm going to retire in 2 years. If something goes wrong here, what do you want me to do? Zhao Jinlin didn't say anything. He couldn't ask Yichio to do anything, let alone ask Yichio to do anything. Yichio had already helped him so much. How could he have a nerve to take up his time because of work? Do I have to kneel down for you? The leader was about to cry. As long as he agrees, you can ask for any conditions. I will absolutely, definitely, 100% satisfy him. Hearing this, Zhao Jinlin's heart moved. Are you serious? Can I still lie to you? The leader laughed angrily. You're waiting for me here, right? Zhao Jinlin waved his hand. I really can't promise you this. I can only say that I have to ask Ichio. It's useless even if you force me. Although he held a lower position, he remained firm and said, At worst, I can just write a letter of resignation and leave. The leader was really about to cry. Zhao Jinlin was the patron saint of Tianhai, so he really didn't dare to be rude. Okay. I can't afford to offend you all. What I did as a leader is really unfair. Please be kind and ask Ichio for me. As long as he agrees, he can ask for any conditions. Only after hearing these words did Zhao Jinlin nod. Let me try. The next day, Zhao Jinlin went to find Yichio early in the morning. When Yichio learned that Lin Wanxiu wanted to hire him as her bodyguard, he directly refused. My doctor, he smiled, not a bodyguard. Besides, I don't have the time. Not only does he have to pick up Xiaoyer from school every day, he also has to practice martial arts. How can he have the time to be a bodyguard and follow Lin Wanxiu all the time? Your skills are much better than those of ordinary bodyguards. Zhao Jinlin said, Of course, I won't force you to do this. At worst, I can just refuse it to my boss. Yichio thought for a moment and said, Then you won't be embarrassed, right? He doesn't dare to embarrass me. Zhao Jinlin is now a well-known figure in Tianhai. He has solved several major cases and has become famous in the province. If he wants to leave, it will be a loss for Tianhai. However, last time you told me that your medical license was revoked. I talked to the leader, and if you are willing to be a bodyguard for a while and ensure Lin Wanxiu's safety, he can make an exception and ask the health department to re-register you. This is what Zhao Jinlin fought for. Yichio's medical skills were indeed very impressive, but in this society, not having a certificate was always inconvenient and sometimes would cause unnecessary trouble. Of course, he believed in Yichio 100%, so it didn't matter even if he didn't have the certificate. But every time Xiao Yuer said that his father was a doctor, it would be unreasonable for Yichio to say that he didn't even have a qualification certificate. He couldn't let other children mistakenly think that Xiao Yuer was lying. Are you sure? I can guarantee that. Zhao Jinlin said, No problem. Yichio hesitated for a moment. How long will it take? Half a month. Lin Wanxiu and his team only have half a month for this investigation. In addition to Yichio being the bodyguard, he will also arrange other people to protect them at all times in case of any accidents. After experiencing a thrilling incident, Zhao Jinlin did not dare to be careless and had to make sure that everything was foolproof. All right then. Yichio agreed, not only for the qualification certificate, but also because he knew that Lin Wanxiu's status should be not low, and her safety was directly related to Zhao Jinlin's responsibility. It's okay for him to help out. I won't say thank you. Zhao Jinlin patted Yichio on the shoulder and said, Come over to my house later and let's have a few drinks. Yichio smiled and nodded in agreement. He drove to the hotel, where Lin Wanxiu stayed in room 1024. Boom, boom, boom. Yichio knocked on the door. Ms. Lin, I'm Yichio. Bang. As soon as the words fell, the door opened. Lin Wanxiu had already changed her clothes and was standing at the door. When she saw Yichio, she nodded slightly. Hello, I'm Lin Wanxiu. Come in. Yichio looked up and saw that Lin Wanxiu was the only one in the huge suite. He felt it was not appropriate to go in. Captain Zhao asked me to protect you for half a month. I hope everything goes well. He whispered, I won't go in. I'll wait for you at the door. If you're ready, we'll set off. Lin Wanxiu frowned slightly. Yichio is a really stubborn person. He is too serious. What I asked Captain Zhao for was close protection. You are behind the door. What if there are bad guys hiding in this room? Can you save me in time? Lin Wanxiu said, There's no one inside. You can rest assured. A light flashed in Yi Chio's eyes, and he saw everything clearly. After saying that, he turned and walked to the door, waiting quietly. Lin Wanqiu took a deep breath and felt a little crazy. Yi Chio didn't give her any face at all and didn't listen to her, just like when he robbed the coin. Yi Chio did whatever he wanted and didn't care what Lin Wanqiu said. She glanced at Yi Chio, said nothing, picked up the information, changed in her high heels, and walked out. Yi Chio followed behind her, less than 2 meters away, to ensure his safety. Looking at his meticulous appearance, Lin Wanqiu couldn't help but laugh. This guy, does he really think that I want him here just to be my bodyguard? Chapter 46, Too Late. Lin Wanqiu didn't say anything. Actually, she and Yi Chio were not that familiar with each other. Although the two of them could be said to have a life-and-death friendship, she did not know Yi Chio well. Apart from Yi Chio's stubborn bad temper, there were only a few words of conversation between the two. Seeing that Yi Chio was still serious, Lin Wanqiu ignored him and went downstairs to meet up with the team. Yi Chio followed behind her. Sister Lin, everything has been arranged. The first project to be inspected today will be randomly selected. The assistant glanced at Yi Chio and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Are we leaving now? I'm going to do the research in a different way. Lin Wanqiu spoke. She is the team leader, so naturally she is the one who arranges the work. It is very common for them to temporarily change the working methods. After all, their mission was nominally an investigation, but in reality, it was a secret investigation, which should be more precise, especially when investigating some important projects. This was a very serious matter for Tianhai's senior leaders. So when Lin Wanqiu arrived, they had to treat her with caution. If we inspect them one by one, they might have time to prepare in advance. Although it is random, there is no guarantee that the news has already spread. Lin Wanqiu said, we must improve efficiency. How about this? We divide our team into 3 teams, and we'll act separately in patrol at the same time to catch them off guard. I think Sister Lin's decision is a good one. I support it. Yes, this will be more unexpected. Okay, that's settled then. Lin Wanqiu immediately made arrangements and asked 2 experienced team members to serve as team leaders and lead the others to act separately. Yi Chio was watching from the side and could feel that Lin Wanqiu was decisive and efficient in her actions, which was very different from her appearance. She was even a little strong-willed, and no one dared to oppose the decision she made. This woman is really not simple. Yi Chio did not try to guess what Lin Wanqiu's identity was. Even if she was a royal relative, it had nothing to do with him. He just focused on completing his task, and then he would be able to regain his medical qualification certificate. That's enough. Then you drive. Master Yi? Lin Wanqiu only brought 2 team members with him. He turned to look at Yi Chio and smiled. She addressed Yi Chio as Master Yi, which made Yi Chio slightly stunned. It was the first time he heard someone call him Master. Considering his age, it seemed a bit inconsistent, didn't it? Okay. Yi Chio did not refuse. It was only half a month anyway. According to the new method set by Lin Wanqiu, the task could probably be completed in a week. He got into the car, and the assistant immediately opened the back door and asked Lin Wanqiu to sit in. Unexpectedly, Lin Wanqiu actually took the initiative to open the passenger door. The 2 assistants looked at each other, seemingly unable to react. You 2 sit in the back and continue to organize the information. Lin Wanqiu said, I didn't sleep well last night, so I need to take a rest. Yes. The assistant nodded, and the 2 of them sat in the back row. Lin Wanqiu fastened his seatbelt and turned to look at Yi Chio. Master Yi, you can go now. Yi Chio didn't say anything, started the car and drove towards the place they had chosen. Along the way, the carriage was very quiet. The 2 assistants in the back row were indeed preparing materials seriously, while Lin Wanqiu leaned back in his chair. He did not close his eyes to rest, but looked straight ahead. However, he used his peripheral vision to observe Yi Chio from time to time. Gradually, she simply turned her head and stared at Yi Chio without any hesitation. How? Yi Chio's perception was very sharp. He found that Lin Wanqiu had been looking at him, and now she was even more unscrupulous, as if she wanted to see through him with those eyes. I'm a little curious. Lin Wanqiu asked. You are such a good doctor. Why don't you have a qualification certificate? Yi Chio didn't say anything. Also, your skills are amazing, but they don't seem to match your personality at all. I'm really curious. Lin Wanqiu said. Yi Chio still didn't speak. He didn't know what to say. In fact, his medical skills and powerful physical abilities were all acquired recently. Not only was Lin Wanqiu curious, but he himself was also curious. But How can I tell others about this kind of thing? Master Yi? Um, aren't you going to satisfy my curiosity and answer me? I don't know how to answer that. Yi Chio drove the car seriously. This is not within my mission. He was only here to be Lin Wanchio's bodyguard, but he had no obligation to tell Lin Wanchio all his details. That's right. Lin Wanchio nodded, as if she was not surprised. She gradually came to understand Yi Chio's temper. The carriage fell silent again. The two people in the back row didn't interrupt at all, as if they couldn't hear anything. Soon, the car arrived at a factory producing chemical products. From a long distance away, Yi Chio could see a huge chimney in the factory building, emitting yellow smoke. When the car window opened, a pungent smell immediately hit me. Lin Wanchio couldn't help but frown. There must be something wrong with this emission. The assistant said, the Environmental Protection Department has repeatedly requested that direct emissions of harmful gases be eliminated. Hasn't this factory ever implemented harmless emissions? To implement harmless emissions, the cost will increase a lot, and many people are unwilling to do this. But the pollution problem is very serious. If we don't take it seriously, the pollution to the environment will be extremely terrible. They must be responsible to the society. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Wanchio came this time under the pretext of conducting research and would not reveal her true purpose. Even if Tianhai's top leaders knew about it, they would not dare to disclose it. Because once it is leaked, Lin Wanchio can directly hold them accountable. Yi Chio followed Lin Wanchio and the others to the factory gate, and the stench became stronger. Who is it? The security guards at the door were all wearing masks. When they saw someone trying to enter the factory, they immediately waved their hands and said, "This is a restricted area of the factory. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Get out of here." The assistant immediately stepped forward and said, "We are from the city's Environmental Protection Unit and are here to do a safety inspection." When the security guard heard that it was someone from the city's Environmental Protection Unit, his face changed slightly. "We didn't receive any notification. We want to investigate. Do we need to notify you first?" The assistant took out the certificate and placed it in front of the security guard. "Open the door and let us in." Thick smoke was being emitted at this moment, and the security guards had no idea that if they were allowed in, it would be a very troublesome thing. The superiors had explained early on that if anyone came to inspect, they must not be allowed in, especially those related to environmental protection. They themselves who worked here knew how serious the pollution was here. The security guard didn't dare to open the door, so he immediately picked up the phone and made a call to inform his superiors that someone was coming to investigate. "No phone calls," Lin Wanchio shouted immediately. But how could the security guard listen? However, just as he dialed the number, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him and directly pulled out the phone line. "Why? You did something bad and you're afraid people will find out. It's too late," Yi Chio said angrily. Chapter 47. How you know? These people, for the sake of profit, have no regard for others at all and emit so many harmful substances. I don't know how many people will be harmed. Yi Chio was very angry when he saw it. He directly unplugged the phone line without letting the security guard know, picked up the remote control on the table, and opened the iron gate. Boom, boom. The iron door slowly opened. Lin Wanchio looked at the security guard with a serious expression. "Obstructing public service. Do you know what the crime is?" The security guard was so frightened that his face turned pale and he dared not speak. He didn't know what the crime was, but looking at Lin Wanchio's expression, the consequences must be serious, so he dared not say anything. Lin Wanchio and the others ignored them and walked straight towards the factory. "Call the relevant department and ask them to come over immediately," Lin Wanchio ordered. "Okay," the assistant nodded. "This kind of thing must be made known to the relevant departments, and eventually a report will be formed for all Tianhai senior leaders to know." Yi Chio followed Lin Wanchio in. Seeing them enter the factory, the security guard hesitated for a moment, but quickly took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Director, someone is here to check." In the security department's office, the director's face changed after he put down the phone. Without bothering to ask for more details, he immediately called several leaders and departments. "Boss, someone is here to check. Why didn't you notify us?" He stood up and walked out quickly, asking, "Should we stop the workshop first? At least turn off the exhaust first." The director ran out quickly and saw several unfamiliar figures from afar walking towards the factory workshop. "How many? How many?" He shouted loudly and ran over quickly. "Which unit are you from?" He was somewhat suspicious of the identities of Lin Wanchio and the others. When did the inspection come? Why didn't he receive any notification? In the past, if there was any inspection, They would be informed in advance so that they could be prepared. Today's inspection was too sudden. Seeing someone trying to stop her, Lin Wanchio turned around, looked at him, and took out her ID. "We are here to investigate. Please do not interfere with our duties." After saying that, she ignored him and led people straight into the factory workshop. The director's face looked a little grim. After seeing the ID, he knew that Lin Wanchio and the others were not locals. No wonder they came suddenly without any news. Things are not good. He hurriedly followed. "Leader, our factory is small. There's nothing to inspect, right? Didn't you just pass the fire safety inspection some time ago? What are you checking now?" Lin Wanchio ignored it. "If a safety accident occurs while you guys are entering the factory at will, I will not be responsible." Seeing that Lin Wanchio ignored him, the director shouted, "Don't walk around, it's dangerous." He was really anxious. Some things were being produced in the workshop, which were products outside their business scope. The harmful gases produced were also being emitted at this moment. He didn't expect that someone would come to check suddenly, catching him off guard. "Can you be quiet?" Lin Wanchio turned around, frowning slightly. When she walked into the workshop, she saw at a glance that the environment was dirty and messy. The workers in the workshop did not take proper protection measures, and many of them did not even wear masks. These products are all made of chemical substances, right? "Take pictures and keep the evidence," Lin Wanchio ordered. The two assistants immediately took out their cameras and prepared to take pictures as evidence. Seeing this scene, the director's face changed drastically. He suddenly rushed forward and said, "Who are you?" "Humph, pretending to be a public official is against the law. Don't you know? How dare you come here to cause trouble? Who gave you the courage?" He stopped his assistant from taking pictures, scrambled for the camera, and even wanted to smash it. Lin Wanchio was furious. It was the first time she encountered someone who dared to stop them from working like this. "What do you want to do?" The assistant tried to dodge, but the director's eyes widened and his face was fierce. "Give it to me. No taking pictures. Give it to me quickly." He rushed over with a look as if he wanted to eat someone. When he saw the assistant dodged, he reached out to grab him. Click! Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his wrist, making him unable to move in an instant. "Have you had enough of the fuss?" Yi Chio shouted. "Who are you? Let me go." The director yelled, "Don't seek death." Bang! Yi Chio flipped his hand and slapped the director directly on the face without any courtesy. The slap knocked the director to the ground, and he swung twice before stopping. "You! Shut up!" Yi Chio looked at the director coldly. "You even want to hit a woman? I think you are the one seeking death." His domineering appearance made Lin Wanchio and her two assistants' hearts skip a beat. If Yi Chio hadn't been here today, the director might have dared to attack them. Soon, the leaders of the factory arrived, and the leaders of the relevant departments of Tianhai also arrived. When they saw that the director of the security department dared to attack Lin Wanchio and others, the leaders of the factory turned pale with fright. Seeing that leaders from relevant departments of Tianhai had arrived, they knew that this was no small matter. Lin Wanchio stood there with a serious expression and said nothing, which made the people in those departments even more frightened. "Commissioner Lin, we didn't know you were here. We will definitely review this matter. Do a self-examination for me?" Lin Wanchio snorted and shook his head. "I'm afraid you guys are going to make a self-examination to the people of Tianhai." After saying that, she ignored it, asked her assistant to keep the evidence found during the search, and left. On the way back, "Master Yi, thanks to you just now. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. They're not afraid of being beaten, but if their camera is smashed, their information might be lost, which is crucial." "I should do it," Yi Chio said. "What they did was harmful to others. They must be punished." Everyone would feel heartbroken when thinking about the green mountains and clear waters turning into dark mountains and black waters. These people totally disregard others for the sake of their own interests. It is simply too much. "Don't worry, the purpose of our inspection this time is to deal with people like this." The assistant's face was full of justice. Lin Wanchio remained silent. "I don't know what I was thinking. Yi Chio's righteous words just now kept appearing in my mind, and suddenly I couldn't help laughing." She suddenly felt that Yi Chio was really cute. A person who possesses superb medical skills, strong physical strength, but is also very serious, even old-fashioned. It turns out that this is what it looks like when all these factors are combined in one person. "Why are you laughing?" Yi Chio turned his head and glanced at her. "Nothing." Lin Wanchio shook his head. "After work today, I'll treat you to a meal to express my gratitude." "No need." Yi Chio refused. I want more. Are you accompanying your daughter? Lin Wanxiu seemed to have expected Yi Qiu to say this. It's okay. Bring your daughter along. I just happen to want to meet her too. Yi Qiu was a little surprised, as if he suspected that he had heard it wrong. How could Lin Wanxiu know that he had a daughter? Chapter 48, Revenge. How? Seeing Yi Qiu's surprised expression, Lin Wanxiu chuckled. Are you surprised? It's not a secret. Just ask, and you'll know. What surprised Yi Qiu was not that Lin Wanxiu knew that he had a daughter, but why she would ask others about this. Yes, Master Yi, let's have dinner together tonight. We both want to thank you. Yes, if you hadn't been here today, we would have all been beaten. The two assistants hurriedly followed. Yi Qiu hesitated, not knowing how to refuse. Otherwise, wait until all the work is finished. You will definitely have other things to do in the evening. He promised to tell Xiaoyu a bedtime story in the evening, so of course he couldn't go back on his word. Seeing that Yi Qiu had agreed, Lin Wanxiu nodded. That's fine. Let's wait until the work is finished. She glanced at Yi Qiu and knew that in Yi Qiu's heart, nothing was more important than accompanying his daughter. If she pushed him again, he would definitely walk away. That's the guy's temper. Yi Qiu sent the three people back to the hotel and went back first. They were safe in the hotel, and Zhao Jinlin had already made arrangements. Watching Yi Qiu leave, Lin Wanxiu let out a long sigh. What an interesting person. She suddenly realized that there were two followers behind her. She turned around and glared at them. What are you looking at? Eat. Sister Lin, what are we going to eat tonight? I thought Yi Qiu would have dinner with him tonight, and it would be a good meal. Just order takeout and eat something. Lin Wanxiu didn't have much of an appetite. After breakfast, get some work done. Today's materials must be sorted out today. The two assistants looked complaining. If I had known earlier, I would have asked Master Yi to come down to eat with us. Lin Wanxiu laughed. He's eating whatever he wants. What are you thinking? After she finished speaking, a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Without saying anything else, she walked upstairs in her high heels, with a noticeable briskness in her steps. Over the next few days, work went smoothly. It seemed that the whole Tian High was alarmed by what happened on the first day, and people from the relevant departments held a meeting for a whole day to review and reflect. In less than a week, all the research projects were completed, and Lin Wanxiu's team collected the necessary information. A job well done. Lin Wanxiu said, thank you all for your hard work. I'll treat you all to dinner tonight. She turned around and looked at Yi Qiu. We have already agreed on this. You won't go back on your word, right? Yi Qiu shook his head. That's fine. What would you like to eat tonight? She asked. The colleagues around were all a little surprised, even curious. Lin Wanxiu invited everyone to dinner, but asked Yi Qiu what he wanted to eat. It doesn't matter to me. Just ask them. Lin Wanxiu didn't ask anyone else where she wanted to go, even if it was just standing on the street eating fast food. No one would have any objection, but she just asked Yi Qiu. I'm asking you. Her tone was a little overbearing. Just give me an answer. You must answer. Lin Wanxiu added another sentence. Yi Qiu thought for a moment and said, how about the food street by the river? Xiaoyu likes to eat the kebabs there. Hearing this, several people couldn't help laughing. Lin Wanxiu was also a little surprised and said with a smile, Master Yi, you don't have to save money for me. They thought Yi Qiu was afraid that if he mentioned an expensive place, it would cost Lin Wanxiu too much money. But Lin Wanxiu doesn't care about this little money. My daughter loves the food there. Yi Qiu explained. Lin Wanxiu understood immediately, said, oh, and nodded. So the little girl likes it. That's settled then. Send me the address, and see you later. She has always been decisive. Yi Qiu told Lin Wanxiu the address, and went back to the Chu family to pick up Xiaoyu. He has been busy outside these days, and Xiaoyu is a little unhappy. Dad, are you secretly going out to eat something delicious without me? Xiaoyu hugged Yi Qiu's neck. How could you do this? I've become so thin from hunger. She pouted deliberately, looking aggrieved, not caring that there was still some cake cream on her mouth. In the Chu family, how could Chu Tiangang let her starve? Yi Qiu reached out and took a tissue to help Xiaoyu wipe the cream off the corners of his mouth. He said unhappily, so tonight, I'll take you to eat skewers to make it up to you, okay? Yeah. Xiaoyu immediately jumped up and kissed Yi Qiu hard on the face. Daddy is the best. Yi Qiu really had no idea what to do. He took Xiaoyu to the food street by the river, and Lin Wanxiu and the others happened to arrive there too. This way, Yi Qiu took them to the restaurant they often go to. The food here is very good. When the boss saw that it was Yi Qiu, he greeted him warmly. Xiaoyu is here. Come in quickly. I'll arrange the largest private room for you. Xiao Yuer was not interested in greeting the boss. He put his arms around Yi Chio's neck and stared straight at Lin Wanxiu. His big eyes seemed to be able to speak and were full of curiosity. Dad, she's so beautiful. She thought it was just her and Yi Chio, but she didn't expect there were so many people. Hello, little friend. Seeing Xiao Yuer looking at her and praising her, Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but smile and said, My name is Lin Wanxiu. Can I get to know you? Everyone looked at Xiao, this cute little kid. Several unmarried girls felt their hearts melt, and they had the urge to get married and have kids right away. Dad, is she an aunt or a sister? Xiao Yuer asked softly in Yi Chio's ear. She wasn't quite sure. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiu couldn't help laughing. Aunt or sister? This girl is so funny. Is there any difference between these two names? Lin Wanxiu asked. Xiao Yuer nodded very seriously. Yi Chio was a little embarrassed, afraid that Xiao Yuer would speak without restraint. So he quickly stopped Xiao Yuer. Baby, don't talk nonsense. You have to call these people aunt. Hello, auntie. Xiao Yuer shouted immediately. So good. Lin Wanxiu stretched out her hand and gently shook Xiao Yuer's hand. You are so cute. A group of people entered the private room, and everyone's eyes were on Xiao Yuer. This girl was so lively and smart, and she was likable just by looking at her. Xiao Yuer, you are familiar with this place. What delicious dishes are there? Come and have some. Lin Wanxiu smiled. The more she looked at Xiao Yuer, the more she liked her. She always felt that this girl had a completely opposite temper to Yi Chio. She wondered what the scene was like when this father and daughter usually got along with each other. Now, not far from the food stall door, a van stopped. Brother Hui, they're eating inside. The man who was called Brother Hui had a face full of violence and deep resentment. He was the factory director on the first day. Just because he offended Lin Wanxiu and others, he was fired that day. Not only did he lose his job, he was also held accountable. The loss was extremely heavy. Bang! He pulled out an iron rod from the car and said fiercely, I don't care about the others. Kill that man and that woman. Chapter 49, Traceless Cream. After saying that, Brother Hui led his men and rushed forward. At this moment, there were laughter and joy in the box. The atmosphere was particularly good where there were children. Especially Xiao Yuer was lively, good at singing and dancing. In a short time, everyone fell in love with her. At this moment, she had already sat on Lin Wanxiu's lap, and the two of them were playing the Little Bee game, having a lot of fun. Yi Chio didn't expect that Xiao Yuer was so powerful. Seeing her cheerful look, of course he was happy. Bang! Suddenly, the door of the box was kicked open. Before everyone could react, Brother Hui had already rushed in with his men. He saw Lin Wanxiu at a glance, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. It's you. It's you who caused me to lose my job. I'm gonna kill you today. No one expected that someone would dare to chase and take revenge. Yi Chio reacted quickly. Seeing several people behind him rushing in with iron bars, he immediately stood up to block them. But unexpectedly, Brother Hui ignored him and directly grabbed the boiling hot kettle on the table and threw it at Lin Wanxiu. Careful. Yi Chio was shocked. At this moment, Xiao Yuer is still in Lin Wanxiu's arms. Seeing that the boiling kettle was about to hit Xiao Yuer, Lin Wanxiu did not hesitate at all. He immediately hid Xiao Yuer in his arms and used his body to block it. Bang! The kettle hit Lin Wanxiu's shoulder, causing a sharp pain. Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but scream, I'm gonna beat you to death. Just as Brother Hui was about to take action, Yi Chio rushed over like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, grabbed Brother Hui's hand, and with a snap, twisted his arm off. Several other people rushed in, and Yi Chio yelled, Stop it! He shouted angrily, rushed forward and knocked down several people. The other men present finally reacted and rushed over to help, subdued the few people, and immediately called Zhao Jianlin. Annie? Annie, are you in pain? Xiao Yuer's eyes were red as she looked at Lin Wanxiu's shoulders, which had been burned red, and her skin was covered with blisters. Tears fell from her eyes. If it wasn't for protecting herself, Lin Wanxiu could have easily avoided it. Silly boy, it doesn't hurt. Lin Wanxiu forced a smile and gently rubbed Xiao Yuer's head, but his face turned pale. How could it not hurt? Let me see. Yi Chio wanted to examine her, but the wound was on her shoulder, a sensitive location. Lin Wanxiu looked up at him, still seeming to be hesitant. But Yi Chio didn't think so much. Lin Wanxiu was injured while protecting Xiao Yuer, so he must take responsibility. He walked straight forward and gently tore open Lin Wanxiu's clothes. He saw that her shoulders and arms were all scalded by the kettle and blisters had formed. He was afraid that she would be left with scars in the future. For a woman, having scars on the body is a very painful thing. Not to mention that for a beautiful and elegant woman like Lin Wanxiu, it will probably have a lifelong impact. Bring some cold water in. Yi Qiu immediately said, keep washing and cooling down and control it first. The two assistants quickly followed the instructions, got cold water from the store, and helped Lin Wanxiu deal with it first. Don't worry, I will definitely heal your injury. Yi Qiu said seriously, thank you for protecting Xiao Yuer. Lin Wanxiu smiled and said nothing. At that time, she didn't think so much. Xiao Yuer was still a child. How could he let her get hurt? She just did what she should do as an adult. Soon, Zhao Jinlin arrived, and with him came Tianhai's senior leaders. They never thought that Lin Wanxiu and others would be attacked. This is a big deal. Commissioner Lin is injured. Let's take her back to the hotel first. Please handle the things here. The other people who were traveling with us were all very angry. Zhao Jinlin's face looked unhappy, and the senior leaders of Tianhai were so angry that they were shaking. Looking at Brother Hui, who was being controlled and lying on the ground, they wished they could smash him to death with a hammer. Even Lin Wanxiu dared to be hurt? Are you looking for death? Zhao Jinlin, exist. I don't care who these people are from, or if they have someone behind them. If there's a bastard like this, catch him and take care of him. Has Tianhai been out of order for too long? A blatant attack. Is there any law? The leader was furious, and Zhao Jinlin was also frightened. Not only because Lin Wanxiu was injured, but also because Xiao Yuer was almost injured. These bastards are so unscrupulous. Yes, he shouted. I will immediately launch a cleanup operation to clean up all these bad apples. Hotel. Yi Qiu brought Xiao Yuer along. Lin Wanxiu's face was a little pale. She had never experienced this kind of pain before, and it made her look very painful. Will it leave scars? She looked at Yi Qiu and said. Yi Qiu said nothing, his eyes fixed on the wound. It is difficult to avoid scars with this kind of burns. The skin tissue has been severely injured and may even be necrotic. It is a blessing to be able to recover. It is almost impossible to avoid scars. As if knowing the answer, a trace of disappointment flashed across Lin Wanxiu's eyes. There is no woman who doesn't love beauty, and this is especially true for a woman with such temperament as her. But when she thought that she might not be able to expose her arms and shoulders in the future, she felt particularly uncomfortable. Annie, I'm sorry. Xiao Yuer pouted. It's all my fault. I'll help you blow it. She blew gently on Lin Wanxiu's wound, hoping that this would make Lin Wanxiu feel better. Be good, Xiao Yuer. Annie doesn't blame you. Lin Wanxiu smiled and said, you are a child, and your aunt should protect you. Xiao Yuer's nose felt sore, and tears started falling again. Lin Wanxiu quickly hugged her and patted her back gently to comfort her. My mother never protected me like this, Xiao Yuer said sadly. Hearing this, Lin Wanxiu was shocked. It was the first time she heard Xiaoya mention his mother. It seems that for Yi Qiu and Xiao Yuer, that woman is a taboo topic and no one mentions it. Yi Qiu is an adult, so he can understand it, but Xiao Yuer is so young and doesn't seem to want to mention it either. It seems that the woman not only hurt Yi Qiu, but also Xiao Yuer. Lin Wanxiu raised her head and looked at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu still didn't speak. He turned and walked aside, as if he didn't hear anything. He's thinking. Just now, when Yi Qiu saw Lin Wanxiu's scars, 3 words flashed through his mind. Scar-free ointment. This ointment can eliminate scars left after wounds heal. As long as this scar-free ointment can be formulated, Lin Wanxiu's arms and shoulders will not be left with scars. Yi Qiu was completely immersed in thought, constantly digging out information about the traceless ointment from his memory. How to prepare it, how to use it, what to pay attention to, a series of information keeps flashing in my memory. Don't worry. After a long while, he turned to look at Lin Wanxiu and said, it won't leave a scar. I promise. Chapter 50, Business Opportunities. Looking at Yi Qiu's confident eyes, it seemed like a promise a man made to a woman. Lin Wanxiu was distracted for a moment. She nodded without asking any more questions. If Yi Qiu said yes, then there would definitely be no problem. Lin Wanxiu had witnessed his medical skills with her own eyes. Xiao Yuer, can you stay here with Aunt Lin? Yi Qiu walked up to Xiao Yuer and gently scratched her nose. You must be brave and protect Aunt Lin. Dad will go get Aunt Lin some medicine. Xiao Yuer nodded. I'll protect Annie. Her little face was full of determination, which moved Lin Wanxiu. Such a little brat said he wanted to protect herself, which made her feel warm inside. Yi Chio didn't say anything else. He walked out the door and went directly to the largest local herbal medicine shop. According to the recipe of the traceless ointment in his memory, Yi Chio collected the necessary medicinal materials at once, and then found a place to prepare for refining. In order to make the traceless ointment, one must master the art of righteousness and have a righteous energy in the body. Yi Chio followed the method in his memory, controlling the positive energy in his body to gush out, slowly melting, evaporating, and filtering the herbs between his palms, removing the impurities, and then slowly blending them step by step, throwing them into the clay pot to boil. In just 1 hour, the traceless ointment was ready. Yi Chio put it to his nose and smelled it. There was still a faint fragrance. I don't know if this thing can really erase scars. The memories Yi Chio has obtained have not been wrong so far, which makes Yi Chio very confident. He hurried back to the hotel. Xiao Yuer had already fallen asleep. Lin Wanqiu covered her with a quilt and sat quietly on the sofa. She could only lie sideways, otherwise the wound would be touched or pulled, and the pain would make her break out in cold sweats. Yi Chio knocked on the door softly and came in. This girl said she was going to protect you, but she fell asleep so quickly. She also asked me to tell her a bedtime story. Lin Wanqiu couldn't help laughing. Children are always children. They want to sleep when they are tired. How can we control them? You want to sleep with me at night? Lin Wanqiu suddenly asked. It was already midnight, and it felt a little weird for two people to stay in the same room. If Xiao Yuer hadn't been here, Lin Wanqiu would have felt even more embarrassed. Although she had invited Yi Chio into the room before, Yi Chio refused. Ah? Oh no! Yi Chio's face flushed, and he seemed to have just realized that something was wrong. He hurriedly took out the scar-free ointment from his pocket and said, "This is the ointment. I just made it. You can try it. It can remove scars." Lin Wanqiu took the ointment, opened it, and smelled it. It smelled so good. Does this really work? Try it, Yi Chio said. Anyway, if I say I won't leave you with a scar, then I definitely won't. I will take responsibility. Lin Wanqiu was injured to protect Xiaoyer, so he must take responsibility. But this statement sounds somewhat ambiguous. Lin Wanqiu stared at Yi Chio blankly. His words about being responsible for herself made her heart, which had never moved before, suddenly jump, and her face turned red instantly. So, are you going to help me apply the medicine? She bit her teeth lightly and glanced at Yi Chio with complicated eyes. You should be able to do this yourself. Yi Chio felt his head buzzing, knowing that it was too late and it would be inappropriate for him to stay any longer. After applying the medicine, take a good rest for the night, and then see what's going on. Having said that, he turned and walked away in a panic. When he reached the door, he hurriedly said, "I'm next door. Call me if you need anything." After saying this, he closed the door, as if he had forgotten that his daughter was still there. Seeing Yi Chio so nervous and flustered, Lin Wanqiu almost couldn't help laughing. This man was really interesting. Could it be that if she kept him, he would be eaten? She didn't expect that Yi Chio left in a hurry to make a traceless ointment for her, and then hurried back, as if he was afraid that if he delayed for one more second, she would have to endure one more second of pain. This touched her deeply. I don't know if it will help. Looking at the black ointment in front of him, Lin Wanqiu didn't think much about it. He stretched out his finger and applied some on his wound. Suddenly, a cool feeling came over him. The feeling of pain was relieved instantly. So magical. Lin Wanqiu immediately applied ointment on the wounds, and they indeed felt much more comfortable. It was as if a layer of ice silk covered the wounds, causing the necrotic skin tissue to slowly fade away, and then new skin would grow. She fell asleep quickly and did not lose sleep due to the pain. No words were spoken that night. When Lin Wanqiu woke up early the next morning, she opened her eyes and found Xiaoyer was already up. She had boiled water and poured her a cup of steaming water. "Annie, are you awake?" When Xiao Yuer saw Lin Wanqiu wake up, he held the cup in both hands and walked over carefully. "Drink some water, it's not hot." "Thank you, Xiaoyer. This girl is really too sensible." Lin Wanqiu reached out to take it, only to realize that his arm no longer felt any pain. She took a look and saw that the red scars on her arms from last night's burns had faded in color and were recovering very quickly. That traceless cream is really useful and the effect is amazing. Boom, boom, boom. Someone knocks on the door. Xiao Yuer walked over quickly, opened the door, and saw Yi Chio. "Dad." "Good morning." "Good morning." Yi Chio reached out and picked up Xiao Yuer. "It's time for you to go to kindergarten." He walked in and was relieved to see that Lin Wanqiu's complexion had recovered well. "How's the wound?" Much better. Your traceless cream is really effective. Lin Wanxiu asked, "How did you come up with this?" Her knowledge was quite broad, but she had never heard of such a thing as a traceless cream with such amazing effects, comparable to a miracle drug. I saw it recorded in an ancient book, so I tried it out. Of course, Yi Qiu couldn't explain the memories that appeared in his mind. Even if you tell this kind of thing, no one will believe it. This is a good thing. I don't know how many people are troubled by scars, especially girls. Having this thing is really a blessing for them. Lin Wanxiu said casually, "You're going to make a lot of money." Yi Qiu was stunned. He never thought that this was a business opportunity. He never thought of making money with this traceless ointment. If it wasn't for curing Lin Wanxiu's injuries, he wouldn't even have thought of the traceless ointment. Can this thing be sold for money? He was stunned for a moment. Of course, Lin Wanxiu said unhappily. You didn't think of it at all, did you? Such a good thing, and one of a kind, and such a huge business opportunity. Lin Wanxiu thought of it immediately, but Yi Qiu had no reaction at all. I just thought about not leaving you with a scar, nothing else. Yi Qiu's serious expression made Lin Wanxiu feel warm at heart. This guy still has some conscience. However, such good things can help many people even if Yi Qiu is not short of money, so they cannot be wasted. What's more, is Yi Qiu really not short of money? Chapter 51. Free Consultant. Yi Qiu is short of money. What Chu Tiangang gave was his token of appreciation. Yi Qiu needed to make money on his own. He couldn't always get money from the Chu family to support Xiao Yue. Even if Chu Tiangang was willing to do this, Yi Qiu could not accept it. His abilities were enough to bring him huge wealth, but Yi Qiu had never thought about it. How much are these worth? He looked at Lin Wanxiu and asked casually. Yi Qiu really had no idea about the commercial value. I can't tell you the exact number for your question, but I can guarantee that once it's launched, it will definitely make you a top-notch billionaire. There has never been such a product before, and it is so effective. Not only women need it for beauty, but almost everyone can use it. It's just that if you want to sell it, pricing is a problem. Lin Wanxiu said, "This thing should cost a lot, right? How could such a miraculous ointment be made from ordinary medicinal materials?" She didn't quite believe it. Yi Qiu paused. Not high. He didn't say that the herbs used in this ointment are all available on the market and are not expensive. In total, it should be very cheap. What is truly valuable is his secret method of refining it. Then you win. Hearing Yi Qiu say that the cost was not high, Lin Wanxiu smiled and said, "As you're talking about this, I want to invest and become a shareholder and cooperate with you." Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, seemingly unable to react. Just kidding. Why are you so nervous? Seeing that Yi Qiu seemed reluctant, Lin Wanxiu couldn't help laughing. She didn't want to take advantage of the situation. Really? But Yi Qiu was very serious. If you are willing to help, you should be able to do it. I don't know anything. Now it was Lin Wanxiu's turn to be stunned. I've already told Yi Qiu about the commercial value of this thing. It is enough to make him a first-class rich man. But Yi Qiu actually asked me to join? That doesn't mean giving away profits for nothing and saying bluntly that you know nothing. If he met someone with bad intentions, he might have already thought of a trick and set a trap for Yi Qiu. I really don't know whether to say this guy is honest or too stupid. I'm just saying. Lin Wanxiu said, the most precious thing about this thing should be your refining method. So, it means that only you know how to make it. Do you understand what this means? This is a monopoly. Others can't learn it even if they want to. Yi Qiu shook his head. If this thing can help more people, then it will be meaningful to produce it. It turns out that what this guy has always been thinking about is not how to make money with this thing, but how to make this thing help more people. Lin Wanxiu didn't know what to say for a moment. Yi Qiu's heart was really kind, which was not a good quality in the business world and could be cheated by others. She suddenly felt a little bit sorry and watched Yi Qiu being cheated. If you need any help, you can always ask me, but I can't invest in you, so I'll just be your free consultant. Lin Wanxiu said, because of her special identity, she is not suitable to participate in such business matters, not to mention cooperating with others to invest, which will have a bad impact. However, there is no problem in giving Yi Qiu advice and helping him when necessary. Okay, thank you. I'll get things sorted out first. Yi Qiu nodded. I'll take Xiaoyu to kindergarten first. See you later. Goodbye, Auntie. I'll come see you after school. Xiao Yue waved his hand. Goodbye, little fish. Lin Wanxiu nodded and waved goodbye. She saw Yi Qiu and his daughter out the door until their backs disappeared at the end of the corridor. This father and daughter are really cute. Lin Wanxiu smiled. However, she could clearly feel that Yi Qiu seemed to be on guard against women. It was not deliberate, but seemed to be engraved in his bones. It seems that she was really hurt, although she would never say it, let alone show it. Lin Wanxiu believed that her feeling was not wrong. Sister Lin, how are you? Several colleagues came to visit Lin Wanxiu, and seeing her at the door, they walked over quickly. I'm fine, Lin Wanxiu greeted. Yi Qiu helped me treat my wounds, and I am recovering well. A few people took a look and found that the wound that was a little scary last night was more than half healed today. It was amazing. Sister Lin, Jingdu called and asked them to go back immediately to avoid any more accidents. A lot of things happened during this investigation, and Lin Wanxiu was in danger twice. This made Kyoto furious, and they will definitely punish Tianhai. Going back now? Lin Wanxiu was stunned for a moment. She also made an appointment with Xiaoyu to meet after school. Well, we have to go back now. Lin Wanxiu frowned slightly, and just as she was hesitating, the phone rang. When she saw the number, she couldn't help but sigh. As soon as she answered the phone, the old Taoist voice came from the other end. Your dad is so worried. Are you hurt? What are those idiots from Tianhai doing? The old man will break their bones. Come back quickly, it's safer to stay in Kyoto. Tianhai is such a lousy place. The old Taoist priest started to blame Lin Wanxiu, and Lin Wanxiu didn't even have a chance to interrupt. Okay, I understand. I'll be right back. Lin Wanxiu put down the phone and said, then pack up your things and go back to Kyoto immediately. Yi Qiu sent Xiao Yuer to kindergarten and received a text message from Lin Wanxiu, saying that she had to return to Kyoto immediately and asked Yi Qiu to say goodbye to Xiao Yuer on her behalf. He replied with bon voyage and no extra words. Yi Qiu returned to the Chu family and saw Chu Tian just lying there, having asked a masseur to give him a massage. He was extremely exhausted these days, but fortunately, everything was back on track, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Yi Qiu, you're back. Chu Tiangang raised his head slightly and groaned twice. Do you want to have a massage too, to relax? This master's skills are very good. Yi Qiu took a look and said with a smile, have you forgotten what I do? Chu Tiangang suddenly realized. You also know this thing? Master, take a rest. I'll do it. Yi Qiu asked the technician to take a rest. He rolled up his sleeves and mobilized the righteous energy in his body. His palms suddenly became warm, and he gently placed them on Chu Tiangang's back. Chu Tiangang felt a chill all over his body. It's so comfortable compared with the technician just now. This guy is like heaven and earth. He didn't expect that Yi Qiu could even give massage. Yi Qiu gave Chu Tiangang a massage to clear his blood circulation channels. Chu Tiangang felt so comfortable that he almost fell asleep. By the way, brother, I want to ask you something. Lin Wanxiu returned to Kyoto, so Yi Qiu was not in a position to ask her again. I have something that I want to produce and sell. Do you think it's feasible? What? The scar-free cream can remove scars on your body. Hearing this, Chu Tiangang jumped up and looked at Yi Qiu with wide eyes. What did you say? Chapter 52, Marketing Master. As a top businessman, Chu Tiangang was very sensitive. As soon as Yi Qiu said that thing could remove scars on the body, he keenly smelled a huge business opportunity. It can remove scars on the human body. No matter what kind of scars they are, it is effective, Yi Qiu added, and the effect is very good. It will take about 3 days to fully recover. Chu Tiangang held his breath, his face full of surprise. He didn't doubt what Yi Qiu said at all, because he knew Yi Qiu's ability. It's just that the surprises Yi Qiu gave him were bigger and bigger. Not only could he do massage, but he could also develop medicines. Is it costly? A professional businessman will always ask the most important questions right from the start, which is the same thing Lin Wanxiu asked. Not expensive. You can buy medicinal herbs anywhere. They are all common herbs. Chu Tiangang couldn't sit still anymore and stood up immediately, not even caring about the massage. Brother, I don't know if you can understand how big this business opportunity is, but I can guarantee that once this thing is on the market, it will definitely make you a millionaire. In fact, they are richer than my Chu family. There was no envy, jealousy, or even greed on his face. He was simply happy for Yi Qiu. Chu Tiangang is not an ordinary person. He has long concluded that with Yi Qiu's ability, making money is just a piece of cake for him. However, Yi Qiu has never been interested in this. Yi Qiu didn't know what Lin Wanxiu meant by the word rich at first, but when he heard Chu Tiangang compare himself to him, he understood it all at once. Brother, how about we cooperate? Yi Qiu really knew nothing about business, and he thought it would be better to have someone who understood business to help him. Chu Tiangang shook his head, refused. His expression became extremely serious. Brother, Let me tell you, if it were someone else, they would rush to cooperate with you, because this is a money-printing machine, but I can't cooperate with you. Chu Tiangang said. I already owe you a lot. How can I make money from you? Absolutely not. But I can help you build your own brand. If you need people, I'll give you people. If you need startup capital and sales channels, I can give you both. I'm helping you out of friendship, but I will never invest in you. He wasn't kidding. This is a huge fortune. Chu Tiangang is very clear about what the traceless ointment developed by Yi Qiu can bring, but he cannot be tempted. I know that money doesn't mean much to you. For a hermit like you, money is just a thing of the body, but for people walking in this world, money is indispensable. Chu Tiangang said. At least, you have to save some for Xiaoyuer's future dowry, right? Yi Qiu nodded. His focus now was on Xiaoyuer. That's right, Chu Tiangang said. How about this? I will ask someone to register a company for you right away, and I will recruit staff from the Chu family. Of course, these are people I loaned to you, so you have to return them. Good. Yi Qiu is not polite. Thank you, brother. Oh, thank you again. I'm really going to be angry. Chu Tiangang deliberately put on a stern face. Yi Qiu had helped him so much. He finally had a chance to help Yi Qiu, so naturally he had to do his best. What about the name? Any ideas? Chu Tiangang had already picked up the phone. Forget it, let Xiaoyu pick the name. The name the baby picks will definitely sound good. He no longer cared about Yi Qiu. Anyway, Yi Qiu really doesn't understand anything. Chu Tiangang immediately arranged for people to register the company, select an office address, and arrange for people to start setting up sales channels. At the same time, he arranged for a group of people to purchase all the medicinal materials needed for Tianhai's traceless ointment. Even the medicinal materials from the surrounding cities were taken away. He could conclude that once the traceless cream was on the market, it would inevitably cause a rush. The demand would be extremely huge by then, and if he didn't prepare in advance, he would be caught off guard. Yi Qiu didn't worry about anything, and he couldn't worry about anything. What he needs to do now is to streamline the method of refining the traceless ointment and mass-produce it as much as possible. Otherwise, if he has to refine it all by himself, then this business will not be able to continue. After several experiments, Yi Qiu improved the refining method and made it mechanized. Although the medicinal properties were not as good as those he made himself, the difference was not too big and was sufficient for commercial use. On the other side, Chu Tiangang had arranged intensive publicity. Television stations, online ads, and even flyers on the streets are everywhere. A rare and miraculous medicine that can remove scars with just one bottle? You must be bragging. 10 times refund for invalid products? Are you crazy? What kind of company is this? Do they want to close it down before they even open for business? It seems to be called Xiaoyu Medical Hall. What kind of name is that? It's too informal. No one expected that someone would dare to advertise like this, especially the sentence of 10 times the refund if invalid, which immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. No matter whether it is useful or not, buy it first. Maybe it will become a financial product. If it is ineffective, you can get a tenfold refund. You will make a profit. The whole Tianhai was suddenly in a storm, and everyone was waiting for this miraculous medicine, the traceless ointment, to be launched on the market. At the same time, the factory has arranged the production line and is running day and night to produce the traceless ointment. Seeing that the warehouse is already full of goods, many people feel that if they cannot be sold, the loss will be too great. Is Chu Tiangang crazy? He actually spent so much money to help Yi Qiu get this thing. If something goes wrong, it will result in hundreds of millions of losses. Many people advised Chu Tiangang to be cautious, but Chu Tiangang simply ignored them. Others may not believe Yi Qiu, but he cannot. He trusts Yi Qiu 100%. We will officially open at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Only 5,000 bottles will be sold in the first batch. Each person is limited to one bottle. Chu Tiangang is a master in marketing and knows how to control the market. Not to mention, the products he has are extremely powerful, so he doesn't need to worry about no one buying them. He was a little excited. He hadn't been so excited in many years. Yi Qiu, on the other hand, remained calm the entire time and seemed to have no idea what kind of situation this medicine would cause. The next morning, there was a long line at the entrance of Xiaoyu Pharmacy early on. Even if people are not attracted by the efficacy of the traceless cream, the promise of a tenfold refund, if it is ineffective, can still attract a large number of people. 10 o'clock. Officially on sale. The scene went crazy. All 5,000 bottles were sold out in less than an hour. Even though there were still a bunch of people who wanted them, Chu Tiangang refused to sell them to them. He closed the shop after they were sold out and asked them to wait until the next day. The excitement seemed to end all of a sudden, and most people just regarded it as a marketing strategy and did not take it seriously. What kind of traceless ointment can remove all scars? What is lacking these days is fake medicines and deceptive advertisements. If this ointment was not inexpensive and had the gimmick of a tenfold refund, how could it attract so many people? Many people were waiting to see Chu Tiangong's joke and how he would refund the money tenfold. Is Chu Tiangong crazy? In a building, Lei Song sat there, looking at the small bottle in front of him, frowning slightly, as if he couldn't understand why Chu Tiangong suddenly took out several hundred million and changed his career to make medicines. Does he want to burn all his money? Chapter 53, Becoming an Instant Fame. Not only him, but also Chu Tiangong's opponents and friends couldn't figure out why Chu Tiangong suddenly made this thing. And who developed this thing? This is obviously a scam. Chu Tiangong wouldn't be so willing to throw away his own reputation just for money. Could it be that I was deceived into investing? It looks like he's going to be in trouble. It would be really interesting if he ends up in disgrace. The first day passed with no response. The next day passed, and there was still no movement, as if everything had suddenly become silent. Day 3. Criminal Investigation Brigade. Zhao Jinlin sat there naked, his face looking more solemn than ever before. How about it? He asked. The scar is really gone. My colleague Xiao Zhou was in disbelief. Captain Zhao, this medicine is amazing. On the first day of sale, Zhao Jinlin asked him to queue up and buy a bottle, wanting to see what Chu Tiangong was trying to do. It wasn't that he was interested in Chu Tiangong, but because this matter must be related to Yi Qiu. It took him 3 days, and at this moment, the scars on his body left over from his early years actually disappeared without a trace. It's amazing. Yi Qiu is so amazing. Zhao Jinlin sighed, wondering how big a sensation this miracle medicine would cause once it was developed. Today is the 3rd day, which is basically the time for the medicine to take effect. I'm afraid Tianhai will be boiling today. Xiao Zhou, take some people to Yi Qiu's pharmacy. I'm worried that the situation will get out of control. Good. Xiao Zhou nodded, put down the medicine bottle, and ran out immediately. Now, Xiaoya Medical Hall is indeed in a state of excitement. Those who bought and used it were all shocked. No one expected that this medicine would actually be so effective. No one remembered the tenfold refund gimmick. They just wanted to get their hands on this magic drug that could remove scars. Give me a bottle. Give me a bottle. I've been lining up since 5 in the morning. Give me a bottle. Give it to me first. Are you trying to steal my medicine? Get out of my way. The crowd was noisy and many people were shouting anxiously. Seeing that they would not be able to grab anything today, they rushed forward to grab the items. The scene suddenly became chaotic. No one expected that the effect of the medicine would shock the entire Tianhai. Now, no matter whether men or women, young or old, even those without scars on their bodies, are rushing here from all directions, trying to buy a bottle of miracle medicine. It is so cheap and so good. If you can grab it, you will make a profit. Yi Qiu didn't expect that the market demand for traceless cream would be so great. On the first day, 5,000 bottles were sold out in 1 hour. The enthusiasm faded a lot on the second day, and it took a whole morning to sell out. But on the 3rd day, before dawn, a long queue had already formed at the door of the pharmacy. Only half an hour had passed, and the medicine had been sold out. Not far from the door, several people were even about to fight over the medicine. Fortunately, Xiao Zhou brought people in time to deal with these matters. But there are still many people who haven't bought it and are very unwilling to accept it. The word of the traceless cream soon spread throughout the streets and alleys of Tianhai, and anyone lucky enough to buy a bottle could brag about it to others. It's horrible. Even Chu Tiangong was shocked. He had expected the traceless cream to be so popular, but he had not expected it to cause such a phenomenon. We still don't have enough inventory. I underestimated the market demand. He had prepared as much as he could, but it was still not enough. Yi Qiu, I want to ask you something. Chu Tiangong turned his head and looked at Yi Qiu. How much money do you want to make from the traceless cream? As a master in marketing, he knew clearly that based on the current market conditions, even if they raised prices or used hunger marketing, they could still double their profits. But this is Yi Qiu's thing, so Yi Qiu has to make the decision. Make money. Yi Qiu shook his head, understanding what Chu Tiangong meant. The value of the scar-free cream is to eliminate scars. It is to help people solve their troubles, not to bring troubles to consumers. If the price were to increase, or if the ointment became a commodity that ordinary people could not afford, It would go against Yi Qiu's original intention. Okay, I understand. Chu Tiangang nodded, and his admiration for Yi Qiu increased a little more. If it were any other businessman, they would definitely take advantage of this opportunity to make more profits for themselves. But for Yi Qiu, money is not that important. According to the current sales model, Chu Tiangang has roughly calculated that it can at least bring Yi Qiu hundreds of millions of revenue. Notify everyone. Xiaoya Medical Hall will do its best to ensure production capacity so that everyone in Tianhai can have a bottle, Chu Tiangang instructed. At the same time, hurry up and have the technical department develop a software that allows consumers to purchase by appointment to avoid crowds and accidents. He thought about it carefully. Since he wanted to create a brand for Yi Qiu, it needed to be maintained. If an unexpected incident occurred, it would not be a good thing for Yi Qiu's medical clinic. Besides, the medical hall was named after Xiaoyu, and Chu Tiangang couldn't stand others scolding Xiaoyu. Also, we want to let consumers know that when the pharmacy opens, we will use the traceless ointment to gain market share. But in the future, the pharmacy will continue to launch different miracle drugs. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and couldn't help but admire Chu Tiangang for making the traceless cream a hit so easily. If it were him, he might just set up a stall on the street to sell it, but it would take him forever. Brother, you are amazing. He couldn't help but say, I just can't think of how to deal with it. Even if I have a magic medicine, it won't benefit more people. Every profession has its own specialty. As long as your medicine is good. Chu Tiangang smiled and said, if you are proficient in this, we will have no food to eat. You have superb medical skills and can cure diseases and save lives. So we will help you, so that more people can get such an opportunity. Those who are helped by God will always be helped by people. Yi Qiu does not need to know everything. As long as he wants, there will be someone to help him accomplish it. The traceless cream has become extremely popular, but the production cannot keep up in the short term and cannot meet the demand at all. One reason is that the refining method is limited and it takes time to ensure the quality. The second is materials. Even though the raw materials from Tianhai and nearby cities had been purchased by them in advance, it was still far from enough. Seeing that many people were eager to buy a bottle, scalpers naturally emerged, and the transaction price in the outside market even increased 5 or 6 times. This made Yi Qiu angry, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Qiu was indeed touched that consumers recognized his medicine and would rather pay 10 times the price to buy it, but his original intention was not to let people spend too much money. Now we can only produce as much as possible to meet the demand. Xiaoyu Medical Hall became completely popular. A traceless cream made the name Xiaoyu spread throughout the streets and alleys of Tianhai in an instant. But suddenly, an angry voice rang out at the door of the pharmacy. Swindlers, you're selling fake medicine and killing people. Chapter 54, Fake Medicine. The wailing sound echoed at the entrance of the pharmacy. Several people who had made appointments and were buying medicine couldn't help but tremble when they heard it. Fake medicine? Is this Xiaoyu Medical Hall selling fake medicine? They saw the advertisement and heard many people talk about the efficacy of the medicine, so they fought hard to get a spot. But it turned out to be fake medicine. Could it be that those who say the medicine is good are all agents? They turned around and saw a person standing at the door and another person lying on the ground, his skin festering and emitting a disgusting stench. It's terrifying to watch. How disgusting. It hurts so much. The man lying on the ground was wailing in pain, his body twitching constantly. It was obvious that this pain made him extremely uncomfortable. The middle-aged man standing next to him cried angrily. This pharmacy sells fake medicine. My son, who will save my son? More and more people gathered around. No one expected that the newly famous traceless cream would cause such serious consequences. Looking at the child lying on the ground, many people felt their skin starting to feel uncomfortable as well. It was horrible. Where is the person in charge of the medical hall? Come out and explain. What the hell is going on? Will the medicine still work? Look at him. His skin is all rotten. It's too scary. I don't dare to use this medicine anymore. Various voices were heard from the crowd. From time to time, people take photos and send them to their friends, reminding them not to be fooled. Once they buy fake drugs, the consequences will be disastrous. This was a huge blow to the pharmacy. The traceless cream, which had just become popular, was in the process of expanding its market, and the sudden negative impact was a big trouble. Upon hearing the news, Yi Qiu rushed over immediately. Impossible. He frowned slightly. This medicine is made of herbal materials. The irritation to the skin is minimal. it is unlikely to cause any serious consequences. What's more, after mass production, the medicinal properties have been weakened. Although the effect has been weakened, the safety has been improved more than a little and can adapt to the physique of more people. The situation is not good now. The medical hall has been surrounded. Chu Tiangong's first reaction was that someone was deliberately causing trouble. It's not like he hasn't experienced this before. With the traceless cream being so popular, there will definitely be people who will take advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble and steal business. Because he believed in Yi Qiu, if Yi Qiu said there was no problem, then there must be no problem. Several people hurried to the medical hall and saw a group of people gathered at the door, blocking the door tightly. Why haven't they come yet? I think they don't dare to come. Don't you need an explanation for harming people like this? Report them, complain about them. These black-hearted businessmen. Angry voices were heard from time to time. If several shop assistants had not repeatedly assured that the person in charge would be here soon, they would probably have rushed in directly and smashed the pharmacy. Having harmed others like this, who knows if the next one will be you? They put in a lot of effort, and some people even spent 10 times the price to buy from scalpers. If it turns out to be fake medicine, wouldn't they be losing a lot of money? No, I think they're just trying to trick us. Let's go in, charge in. Someone started to make a noise, and the crowd suddenly became excited. At the door, the middle-aged man was still crying and accusing, which made people feel both distressed and angry. My son was burned in a fire, and his body is covered with scars. He never dared to go out for fear of being laughed at by other children. He finally thought he had found a miracle drug, but he never expected that it would harm him like this. A 40-year-old man burst into tears without caring about his dignity on the street. Who would not feel sympathy and be angry at the medical clinic? Just when the clerk couldn't stop them and the crowd was about to rush and to vent their anger, a horn sounded. Here it comes. The person in charge is here. Looking at the city-famous Rolls-Royce, the crowd instantly quieted down. Yi Qiu and Chu Tian just got out of the car and walked quickly to the door. They didn't expect that it was Chu Tiangang. Such a wealthy man has been doing good deeds recently, donating money and materials, and supporting the development of many public undertakings in Tianhai. These have long been spread. Seeing that it was Chu Tiangang, everyone's anger subsided a little. Everyone! Chu Tiangang pressed his hands together and said loudly, "Please calm down, everyone. We just got the news and rushed here immediately. If there is really a problem with our medicine, I will take full responsibility." He was not at all ambiguous, knowing that explaining or making excuses at this time would be meaningless and would only intensify the conflict and make people even angrier. The best approach is to take the initiative to assume responsibility first. Since President Chu has said so, let's see what the problem is. Yes, we want to see the truth. Boss Chu has a good reputation. He won't ruin his reputation for such a small amount of business, right? Seeing that everyone's anger had calmed down a little, Chu Tiangang was very moved. He was even more grateful that it was Yi Qiu who asked him to do more good deeds and accumulate reputation. Otherwise, he would just be an ordinary rich man. Yi Qiu, check it out quickly, Chu Tiangang said. This matter is neither big nor small. For medicine, the most important thing is safety, but as long as it is medicine, there will definitely be problems because everyone's physique is different, and this is all an experiment. But for Yi Qiu, such problems would not be allowed to happen. Yi Qiu nodded and walked to the man. A foul odor immediately hit him in the face. My son became like this because he used your medicine. The middle-aged man was crying, and his eyes were red and swollen. He looked like an honest man. He hadn't changed his clothes for who knows how long. He was still wearing them, even though they had several holes. I'm afraid he bought the medicine from a scalper at 10 times the price. Don't worry, Yi Qiu said. I developed this medicine, so I will be responsible for it to the end. He didn't care about the disgusting wound on the child's body at all. He reached out his hand and gently brushed it. A warm air flow instantly covered it. The child's painful sound suddenly became smaller, and his brows relaxed. Obviously, the pain was relieved. Everyone around was staring, and when they saw that Yi Qiu didn't care about the disgusting wound and was helping the child to check and treat it, they all fell silent. Because they know that no one can do it if it were them. I'll treat him first and relieve the pain. Yi Qiu turned to look at the middle-aged man. Did you bring the medicine? The middle-aged man nodded, and hurriedly took out the half-remaining bottle of traceless cream from his pocket and handed it to Yi Qiu. As soon as Yi Qiu opened the lid, he frowned. If this is false. The crowd was suddenly in an uproar. It turned out to be fake. Even the people who developed it said it was fake. I mean, you bought fake medicine. Yi Chio shook his head. Didn't you buy this bottle of medicine from my pharmacy? Chapter 55, Miracle Doctor. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face changed, and he stammered, not knowing what to say. Tell me the truth. I can guarantee that no matter whether it was caused by my medicine or not, I will take responsibility and cure your child. Yi Chio said. His sense of responsibility made those present admire him. If it were other merchants, who would be responsible if something went wrong with the medicines that were not sold in their stores? I should have told the middle-aged man to get lost long ago. I might even sue him for ruining my reputation. Some people have guessed that this must have been bought from a scalper, and the medicine sold by the scalper may not be bought from Xiaoya Pharmacy by queuing up by himself. I bought it from a friend. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, he assured me that it was the genuine product bought from your pharmacy, and he asked me for 20 times the money. Hearing this, the people watching understood immediately. Fuck, 20 times the price? What kind of friend are you? You're such a fucking scoundrel. Yeah, 10 times is already a big deal, but it's 20 times. He doesn't even consider you as a friend. It seems that the medicine was fake. Alas, poor child. Hearing these voices, the middle-aged man's eyes became red, and suddenly he fell to his knees with a thump. Please, save my child. I didn't know it was fake medicine, and I didn't come to your store on purpose to cause trouble. I really have no other choice. He cried loudly and knelt down to kowtow. Seeing his child suffering a fate worse than death made him feel more miserable than if he were sick himself. Stand up. Yi Chio immediately helped him up. He was very angry, not because the middle-aged man brought his child here to cause trouble and affect the voice of the pharmacy. Instead, I am angry that there are people who make fake drugs, use them to make profits, and harm people. These people deserve to die. Take the child to the medical hall first. I will treat him. Yi Chio suppressed his anger. Now was not the time to care about these things. The child's injuries were serious, and the fake medicine was too harmful. If it was not dealt with in time, there might be sequelae. When the middle-aged man heard this, he hurriedly stood up, carefully carried the child into the pharmacy, and placed him on the examination bed. The entrance was still crowded with people. No one was leaving, but more and more people were coming. They wanted to see what this young man who invented the traceless cream was capable of. Yi Chio stretched out his hand and rubbed his fingers gently. One by one, the faint air needles were pinched in his hand. This was the righteous energy in his body. He kept inserting air needles into the acupuncture points on the child's skin to stimulate blood flow in the skin. Soon, a lot of black blood seeped out of the child's body. Chu Tiangang and others stood aside and watched amazed. What kind of method was this? It looked very powerful. They couldn't help but exclaim when they saw the child's expression gradually relax and the obvious pain disappear. Amazing! What kind of medical skill is this? It looks amazing. Look at the child. His breathing is even. Is he asleep? The middle-aged man wiped away his tears and watched the child's complexion gradually recover. His nose felt sore, and he finally felt relieved. All right. Yi Chio withdrew his hand, and the air needles gradually dissipated without a trace. He wiped off the black on the child's body and said, the child is no longer in danger. Just take him home and have a good rest. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. The middle-aged man was about to kneel down again, but was stopped by Yi Chio. He knew that as a father, children were their lives. Yi Chio could understand it very well, so how could he blame the middle-aged man? I understand the heart of a father. Yi Chio said, this bottle of traceless ointment was made by me myself. Take it back and apply it to the child every morning and evening. All the scars on his body will be gone. The middle-aged man didn't expect that Yi Chio actually gave him a bottle, and it was made by Yi Chio himself. His lips trembled and he was speechless for a moment. This was truly priceless. Thank you. Thank you. After thousands of words, in the end there are only these 2 words, and these 2 words are full of sincerity and gratitude. Wow. At the door, the crowd burst into applause. Good job. You are indeed a miracle doctor. You are so amazing. What else do you have to say? Do you still need to question the medical skills of this miracle doctor? There was constant applause. Now, this medical clinic is not only backed by a kind-hearted and wealthy man like Chu Tiangang, but also has a miracle doctor in charge, who would not be at ease. Yi Chio waved his hands, feeling a little embarrassed. He just did what he was supposed to do and didn't think he was anything special. Godly doctor, I'm a little sick. Can you help me? I don't know who shouted, but the voice seemed a little excited and nervous. as if he was worried that the medical expenses for a miracle doctor like Yi Qiu would be too expensive. He hesitated for a moment before daring to speak. Yi Qiu waved his hand, asked him to come forward, and immediately checked his physical condition with his eyes. Your problem is not serious. I can just prescribe a prescription for you. He took out a pen and paper, wrote down the prescription on the spot, and asked someone to get the medicine right away. How much? The man asked nervously. I was afraid that the price would be outrageous, and I regretted asking without thinking it through. So I didn't even dare to reach out for the medicine. Just give me $15 for these medicines. How many? Everyone present suspected that they had heard it wrongly. Only 15 yuan? Yi Qiu was also stunned for a moment, then turned to ask the clerk how much these medicines cost. The answer was 15 yuan and 30 cents. He then said affirmatively, 15 yuan will be enough, and the 30 cents will be waived for you. Buzz! The crowd was instantly boiling. It's so cheap. Me, me. Divine doctor, I also feel like there's something wrong with my body. And me, can I help you? A large group of people rushed up immediately, and Chu Tiangang was frightened. He didn't care about anything else, and quickly stood in front of Yi Qiu. Everyone, come one by one. Come one by one. Just line up. Yi Qiu was very quick at diagnosing patients. Most people didn't have any serious problems, and he could see through them at a glance. At most, he would just take their pulse, while some patients would just require a few words of advice. In less than an hour, I had looked at everyone in the group and finally finished. After seeing off the last patient, Yi Qiu let out a long sigh. It had been a long time since he had treated a patient like this. But as a matter of fact, he opened a medical clinic to save the dying and the wounded and to relieve the patients from their pain. In the future, don't do this. Chu Tiangang was also very tired. He was a wealthy man, but today he could only act as an assistant. He got paper and pen for Yi Qiu and helped him get medicine and write prescriptions. His hands were still shaking. Some people like to take advantage of you. When they see that you're getting a cheap consultation, they will come up to ask questions even if they have nothing to do. That wastes a lot of time. Yi Qiu smiled. He was not a person who knew how to refuse. They are also worried about their health problems, which is human nature. His medical skills are indeed more suitable for solving difficult and complicated diseases. Some common minor problems can be solved by finding an ordinary doctor. Okay, now that the problem here is solved, it's time to take action on the fake medicine issue. Yi Qiu's expression darkened. Chapter 56, Too Rampant. Yi Qiu was very angry when he thought about fake drugs harming people. He didn't expect that someone could be so cruel and crazy. He had just checked the fake medicine. Not only was it completely ineffective, but the medicinal ingredients used were also a mess. It was made randomly just to make it look the same color as the authentic one. How can this medicine be given to people without being tested? I've already called Zhao Jinlin. He'll be here soon. Knowing what had happened, Zhao Jinlin naturally couldn't just sit back and watch. This concerns Yi Qiu, but also the safety of people's medication. We must be vigilant and catch these beasts and deal with them severely. Zhao Jinlin arrived quickly and brought people from the health department. Let them take the medicine back for testing first. We will definitely catch the people who make and sell fake medicines. Zhao Jinlin said, I have a plan. Yi Qiu said. He looked at Zhao Jinlin and already had an idea in his mind. The pharmacy has temporarily stopped producing medicines, and the supply on the market has suddenly become tight, and it is hard to get a bottle. Many people can only seek help from scalpers, hoping to buy the traceless cream from them. Old Black, can you give me a bottle? The last one is all used up. I need to buy another one. It was the middle-aged man who called and begged. My son needs this medicine, you know. Brother, this medicine is out of stock now. It's hard to get it. Given our relationship, I will definitely get it for you, but the price will probably be doubled. What? Double it? The middle-aged man was surprised and asked, Is it going to increase 40 times? You are wrong. It's more than 50 times. The person on the other end of the phone didn't seem to be in a hurry. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes. Yes. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Okay, old place, bring money cash. After saying that, the phone hung up. The middle-aged man turned and looked at Yi Qiu. Mr. Yi, I've already made an appointment with him. Good. Yi Qiu nodded. You'd better stay away from this kind of friend. I know. Such bad friends almost killed his son. How could the middle-aged man consider such people who only care about money as his friends? Everything was arranged, and Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin took their people and rushed to the place they had agreed on. Yi Qiu didn't expect that even those selling fake drugs have started to use hunger marketing, squeezing buyers to buy even the fake drugs, just to drive up the price further and reap huge profits. They are so rampant. Zhao Jinlin was also extremely angry. What he hates most are these beasts who value money more than human lives. A vegetable market with people coming and going. The person who sells fake medicine chooses a place like this, which shows that he is very cautious. I'm afraid he also knows that selling fake medicine is not a trivial matter. Once he is caught, he will be doomed. But the huge profits make them unable to resist taking risks. Yi Qiu pretended to buy groceries and walked around casually, keeping a distance from the middle-aged man. Zhao Jinlin and others had already dispersed to various places and strictly guarded the entrances and exits. The middle-aged man walked to the agreed location, just like last time, and waited there quietly. He looked left and right from time to time with an anxious face, trying to make the play more realistic. Soon, a man wearing a hat walked quickly to the middle-aged man. "Did you bring the money?" The middle-aged man hurriedly asked. "Where's the medicine?" The man in the hat turned around and looked around. He didn't find anything unusual, so he took out a black bag from his pocket and whispered, "This medicine is hard to come by now. I spent a lot of effort to get it. Don't tell anyone else. Just use it secretly." The middle-aged man nodded and handed the bag to the man in the hat. The man in the hat unzipped his pants and took a look. He was stunned. There was no money in it, only waste newspapers. He was about to ask the middle-aged man angrily, but the middle-aged man had already run away. "You fucking..." He cursed and was about to chase after him, but a figure blocked his way. His expression changed slightly. "Get out of the way. Don't you feel guilty about selling fake medicine?" Yi Qiu said coldly. When he heard the word fake medicine, the man in the hat immediately realized that this was a trap and turned around to escape. But behind him was Zhao Jinlin. More than a dozen people surrounded him from all directions and locked him up. "Get out of the way." He didn't care about anything else. Seeing that Yi Qiu was the weakest person among them, his first reaction was to rush away from Yi Qiu. He shook his wrist, and a dagger fell into his hand. He waved it to scare Yi Qiu away and rushed forward madly. Bang! But he never expected that as soon as he approached Yi Qiu, without even seeing how Yi Qiu made his move, he suddenly fell to the ground, with his face making heavy contact with the concrete floor. Suddenly, blood splattered. "Ah!" He screamed, his nose was broken, and his whole body shrank instantly, twitching all over. "I was too gentle," Yi Qiu shouted. "This is what happens when you sell fake medicine and harm people." If he couldn't hold back, this slap would have killed the beast. "Catch him," Zhao Jinlin shouted. Several people came forward, controlled the man in the hat, and took him away. He's just a man selling fake drugs. There is a gang behind him, and there are people who make fake drugs. All of these people must be arrested. Now that we have this clue, we can naturally follow the clues to find the real person. Yi Qiu's expression was serious and full of anger. He developed the traceless ointment to help more people, but these people are selling fake drugs and harming people at 50 times the price. There is absolutely no way he could forgive. "Don't worry. None of these people can escape." Zhao Jinlin understood Yi Qiu's feelings and patted him on the shoulder. He knew that Yi Qiu didn't like his kindness being taken advantage of by others. They immediately began interrogation, but the arrested man was stubborn and refused to say anything. "I'll ask him," Yi Qiu said. He stepped forward and stared at the man, but the man was not afraid at all. He just sneered. "How many years of sentence is it for selling fake medicine? You can sentence him whatever you want. Don't expect to get anything out of me. I can't be scared." He is extremely arrogant. "What's jail time? It's not like he's been there before. Isn't it just like going home?" Yi Qiu slowly raised one hand. "Do you know how many acupuncture points there are in the human body?" He seemed to be asking a question or talking to himself. "Do you know which acupuncture points can make life worse than death?" The man's face changed slightly. "What you up to?" His Adam's apple slid, and his body leaned back. He was not afraid of people like Zhao Jinlin because he had seen a lot of them. The methods they used were the same. As long as he could hold on, they wouldn't even be able to find any other evidence. But the Yi Qiu in front of him made him feel a sense of fear involuntarily. Yi Qiu's anger was like a blazing flame in his eyes. "Do nothing." Between his fingers, an air needle instantly sank into the man's painful spot. "I'll teach you a lesson on how to be a good person." Chapter 57. Catch them all. The character run is easy to write, but it is not an easy task to do it. Since this beast in front of me doesn't know how to behave as a human being, I will teach him a lesson. Ah! An air needle was inserted into the man's acupuncture point, and the man immediately screamed, his voice trembling with fear, as if his bones were broken. The pain was so severe that it penetrated deep into his bones and made his soul tremble. Even Zhao Jinlin and the others felt frightened when they heard the first sound. What kind of method is Yi Qiu using? In the blink of an eye, the air needle disappeared without a trace left on the man's body. This is the first shot, Yi Qiu said. I roughly counted and found that there are nearly 100 acupuncture points in the human body that can cause pain. Hearing this, the man's face turned pale instantly. Will this kind of pain happen again 100 times? He felt like he was going crazy. Yi Qiu's methods were too strange. He didn't know what was happening. He just felt needles piercing his body. But where were those needles? Why can't I see anything? Could it have drilled into my body? The pain from the first shot almost made him faint. But before he could say anything, Yi Qiu inserted the second needle into another acupuncture point. This time, the man lost his voice due to the pain. Apart from his body shaking violently, he couldn't even utter a hoarse scream. Beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his whole body was cold. Hiss! It took him a while to come back to his senses and feel the pain gradually subsiding. But the pain had already terrified him. It's the third shot, are you ready? Yi Qiu seemed like a teacher who was giving a lecture to students. His meticulous appearance frightened the man to the extreme. No, no, he shouted. But why would Yi Qiu care? The third needle pierced the man's acupuncture point again. Osh! The man screamed wildly and struggled to get free, but there was no way. Now he is like a fish on a chopping board and can only allow Yi Qiu to torture him. He had never experienced such pain that was worse than death. I'll tell you everything. I confess everything. Captain Zhao, save me, save me. The man burst into tears and begged for mercy with trembling lips. He would rather have Zhao Jinlin interrogate him now. Even if he confessed now and was sentenced directly, he didn't care. As long as he could stay away from this madman Yi Qiu, he would do anything. However, Zhao Jinlin seemed not to hear it and turned his head to chat with Xiao Zhou. It seemed that in front of them, Yi Qiu was just helping the man examine his body. You have to be mentally prepared for the fourth shot because it will be much more painful than the previous 3 shots, so just bear with it, Yi Qiu said casually. Hearing this, how could the man bear it? The first 3 injections had almost taken his life, and the 4th injection was even more painful than the previous 3. Moreover, this kind of pain happened nearly 100 times. Mercy! Mercy! His psychological defenses completely collapsed. I confess. It was our eldest brother who was making fakes. The factory was located in the waste dump in Dongyuan town in the suburbs. Yi Qiu seemed not to hear and slowly raised his hand. He was also instructed by someone. The man hurriedly shouted, That's all I know. I really didn't lie to you. Seeing Yi Qiu's hand about to touch his body, the man's eyes rolled back and he fainted from fright, falling limply on the table. Yi Qiu glanced at him and put down his hand. He fainted from shock. What he said should be true. Zhao Jinlin said, In this situation, even a well-trained agent would not be able to hold on. Yi Qiu's interrogation method completely broke down people's psychological defenses. Who can resist? Xiao Zhou. Immediately mobilize our forces and rush to the suburbs to catch these beasts who make fake drugs. Yes. Zhao Jinlin looked at Yi Qiu. Do you want to go with us? Yi Qiu nodded. This matter is related to him, so he naturally cannot ignore it. He wants to see who is behind the production of fake drugs and who is secretly instructing them to do such a wicked thing. He immediately followed Zhao Jinlin and led people to Dongyuan town in the suburbs. Following the direction given by the man, they soon found an abandoned garbage dump with signs of human activities. It's here. Yi Qiu moved his nose and smelled some medicinal residue in the air. He even knew what medicinal herbs these people used. Seeing that Yi Qiu determined that the person was inside, Zhao Jinlin was no longer in a hurry. He deployed his men to surround the garbage dump, not allowing anyone a chance to escape. When the time was right, he gave an order and a large group of people immediately rushed in. Don't move! Everyone squat down with your heads covered, Zhao Jinlin shouted. The people inside were so frightened that they almost lost their souls. They wanted to escape, but it was too late. They had to raise their hands and surrender, and then squatted down with their heads in their hands. The scene was in a mess and didn't look like a place where medicine was made at all. Flies were flying everywhere, and the barrel on the ground was pitch black, emitting an indescribable strange smell. They scooped out fake medicine from the barrel and put it into bottles to deceive people. Yi Chio walked to the wooden barrel, looked down, and frowned. Brute! He couldn't help it, and his body began to tremble with anger. These fake drugs can kill people. He could never have imagined that for the sake of money, they would even boil down moldy and rotten herbs. Some of the herbs were even poisonous, but they didn't care and just boiled them down. If it happens to people with allergies, it can really kill them. Yi Chio really wanted to kick them to death. Preserve the evidence and take these people away. Zhao Jinlin took a deep breath and was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Anything produced in this environment, even if it was not medicine, would probably be poisonous. Yi Chio, I'm afraid you still have to help me get the truth from them about who is behind this. Yi Chio's method is very effective. Yi Chio nodded. He had no choice but to take responsibility for this matter. At the same time, inside a building, Lei Song never expected that he would lose contact with the other party just after he finished explaining the matter. The entire den was wiped out. Zhao Jinlin was so fast. He couldn't help but snorted a little annoyed. Didn't they say they were very tight-lipped? How come they were pried open so quickly? When Lei Song saw the traceless ointment from the medical hall, his first reaction was to cause them some trouble. He couldn't let Chu Tiangang continue to make money like this. So he quickly found a group of people, provided funds, and made some fake medicine to ruin the reputation of the traceless ointment. However, he never expected that it would be destroyed in just a few days. It seems that the relationship between this medical hall and Zhao Jianlin is not ordinary. Boss Lei, those guys are just scoundrels who only care about money and not their lives. Logically speaking, we won't recruit them. They know the rules and don't dare to mess around. The counterfeiting den has been busted. What's the point of saying these things? Lei Song said coldly. Fortunately, I have made preparations. Have you arranged everything for me? Chapter 58, Other Recipes. Everything has been arranged. Don't worry, Mr. Lei. Hearing this, Lei Song nodded. He had already made preparations for both scenarios. When the traceless cream just became popular, he had made arrangements and was waiting for this day to come. He just wanted Yi Chio to shoot himself in the foot and destroy the reputation he had built. At that time, Yi Chio assisted Zhao Jinlin in interrogating the people who made fake drugs and obtained more information from them, and successively destroyed several counterfeiting dens. This wave of counterfeiting has been suppressed temporarily. Yi Chio generously saved a critically ill patient who had taken fake medicine, which made the medical hall's reputation even more famous. Many people who watched that day spontaneously helped promote Yi Chio. Now many people know that Xiaoyan Medical Hall will not sell fake medicine, and there is a miracle doctor there who specializes in treating difficult and complicated diseases. Even Professor Gao Xiao, the treasurer of Tianhai First Hospital, and many experts came to the medical hall in person to present fireworks. What else needs to be explained? The traceless cream continues to be popular and orders have exploded. The production is completely unable to meet the demand, so we can only deliver them one by one in the order of order. Yi Chio didn't expect that the traceless cream would become so popular. Even though Chu Tiangang had already made plans to buy back all the medicinal materials in Tianhai, and even the stocks in surrounding cities, it was still far from enough at the moment. I have arranged for someone to contact the pharmacies and have them restock the stock as soon as possible. We must purchase a large batch of raw materials. Chu Tiangang had a feeling of starting a business when he was young. He didn't know how many years it had been since he had felt this kind of momentum. How much more? Yi Chio asked. Orders are pouring in, and even people from other places are coming here after hearing about it. I think the popularity of the traceless cream will continue for a long time. The market has just opened up, so it's still early. Chu Tiangang predicted that after the Tianhai storm passed, it would blow to other cities, and by then, the demand would only become greater and greater. They must hurry up and stock up. Suddenly, Chu Tiangong's phone rang. As soon as he answered the phone, he frowned. What did you say? These guys are really greedy. I can raise the price for you, but there is a limit. Chu Tiangang said, talk to them again. This is a long-term business. They won't be so stupid as to cut off their own source of income, right? After saying that, he hung up the phone. What happened? Yi Chio asked. He heard that there seemed to be some problems with the raw materials. Those medicinal material merchants are raising the price. Seeing that our traceless cream is selling well, they demand a price increase. Chu Tiangang said unhappily. He has seen this kind of thing many times. There have always been greedy people. He just didn't expect that these people would choose to raise prices at this time. Don't they realize that by making the pie bigger, they can make more money? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Tiangong's phone rang again. What did you say? They are crazy. He said angrily. Do you really think we are soft persimmons that can be manipulated at will? You should immediately find other suppliers of medicinal materials and don't cooperate with this kind of people. What did you say? They have united? Chu Tiangang was angry. He didn't expect something like this to happen. It's a bit troublesome. Chu Tian just hung up the phone and said he would think about it. What's wrong? When Yi Qiu saw Chu Tiangang's expression, he knew that the matter was probably serious. Otherwise, how could Chu Tiangang be so angry? I thought it was just one supplier of medicinal materials, but I didn't expect that all the suppliers united and raised the price, demanding that the price be doubled. This made their costs go up suddenly. If they agreed to it, the selling price of the traceless cream would have to be changed. Otherwise, they would be doing business at a loss. Moreover, this is a bottomless pit. The higher the sales, the more they lose. But if they don't agree, they will have no medicinal materials now. Those few suppliers have already controlled all the procurement channels of medicinal materials. They can take a detour to other places to get the goods, but the round-trip cost will also increase a lot. How could they do this? Yi Qiu frowned, also a little angry. If it weren't for the traceless ointment, who knows how long it would take to sell these medicinal herbs, and no one would have such a great demand for them. This helps them make money. Why are they still so greedy? I feel like it's not that simple. Chu Tiangang reacted quickly. These suppliers acted as if they had agreed on it, and did not seem to worry at all. The reason they dared to disagree was that they saw that there were a lot of orders for the traceless cream now, and the pharmacy would not give up these orders. Then we must purchase medicinal materials and start production. But if we agree today, they will continue to ask for a price increase tomorrow. How could Chu Tiangang not know what this kind of person was thinking? Well, I'll go talk to them. Yi Qiu said find out what the situation is and make a decision then. The two men looked at each other, nodded, and without hesitation, immediately called the medicinal material supplier to arrange a face-to-face meeting. They soon arrived at the agreed tea house, where several suppliers were late. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, business is business, and we don't want to raise prices, but the cost of purchasing goods is high now. If we don't raise prices, we will lose money. Yes, your traceless cream is selling so well, the profit must be very high, and you can definitely afford it. We are all forced to do this. I hope you won't mind. As long as you agree to this price, we can immediately guarantee the supply of medicinal materials. Several people sang in unison, as if they had agreed on it long ago. Their words were very direct. Either they agreed to raise the price and continue the cooperation, or they would go their separate ways. Then they would not be able to sell their medicinal materials, and the pharmacy's business would come to a standstill. It doesn't matter if there is no business. How should Yi Qiu deal with those squeezed orders? What should those patients who are looking forward to a traceless cream do? Several suppliers have completely controlled the supply channels of medicinal materials along the coastal areas. Now all the medicinal materials are collected by them and stored in warehouses. Yi Qiu had no other choice. Seeing several people like this, Chu Tian frowned. Before he could say anything, Yi Qiu spoke first. The medicinal materials needed for this traceless ointment can actually be replaced with other ones. His words stunned the suppliers of medicinal materials. Could the prescription be changed? Even if you don't need any of them, you have so many herbs in stock. If you can't sell them, how much loss will you suffer? Yi Qiu looked at the men and said, if you insist on raising the price, then I will have to change to another formula. Besides, I can no longer cooperate with you on the new formula of medicinal materials. He was very direct and decisive. He didn't even drink a cup of tea and just got up to leave. Several suppliers suddenly became anxious. They have stockpiled too many medicinal herbs. Who would have thought that the traceless cream actually has other formulas? Chapter 59. Stealing a chicken, but losing the rice. At first, they thought Yi Qiu was fooling them, but when they saw Yi Qiu walking out the door, they finally realized that Yi Qiu was not joking. This is no joke. In order to control Yi Qiu's pharmacy and force him to agree to raise the price, they squeezed those kinds of medicinal materials into the warehouse and did not release them to the market at all. Just like Yi Qiu said, if Yi Qiu doesn't buy these medicinal herbs, then they won't be able to sell them for several years. Several people looked at each other. Is he kidding? He wants to defeat us. How can he have any other formula? How could there be two formulas for one medicine? Although they were a little worried, they still felt that Yi Qiu was playing psychological tactics on them. But seeing that Yi Qiu and Chu Tiangang had already gone downstairs and left without looking back, several people were still somewhat worried. Downstairs. Is there really another formula? Chu Tiangang was a little surprised. Certainly. Yichio said, "I've been thinking about it these past few days, and I have a better formula. Although it's a bit more troublesome, the effect and safety can be improved. These people are too greedy. They need to be taught a lesson." Ah, that's great. Chu Tiangang was extremely furious. Having been doing business for so many years, he had seen all kinds of people. People like this who go back on their words were the most disgusting. Yes, they need to be taught a lesson. The two drove away in a very cool and graceful manner without any delay. In the tea house, several suppliers of medicinal materials watched Chu Tiangong's car leave, and only then did they realize that Yi Qiu was not joking. What now? I have stored millions of medicinal herbs. If all these were to get moldy in the warehouse, they would suffer a huge loss. And from what Yi Qiu said, he had a new formula, which meant he would have to cooperate with other people. As one gains, the other loses. They might even lose their position in the medicinal materials supply channel. What should we do? How would I know what to do? Didn't Mr. Lei say that if we can't sell it, he would take care of it? Yes, I almost forgot. With him backing us up, we have nothing to fear. After discussing it, a few people immediately went to find Lei Song. When Lei Song learned that Yi Qiu actually had another recipe that no longer required these herbs and did not agree to the price increase, he was a little surprised and even a little annoyed. How could this happen? How can a medicine have multiple formulations? This is simply unrealistic. But now the news has come that Shu Tiangang has arranged people to start purchasing other medicinal materials, and the quantity purchased is huge. These are real money, so how can they be false? Boss Lei, we have already agreed that if we monopolize the medicinal materials but fail to sell them all, you will back us up. You can't go back on your word. Yes, if we include the few of us, there are tens of millions of medicinal materials in the warehouse. Mr. Lei, when will you arrange for someone to collect them? They looked at Lei Song with anticipation, but Lei Song narrowed his eyes. You're right. If you can't sell all the herbs, I can help you collect them. But now, you haven't sold any herbs at all, right? He stared at the few people with a calm face. What I promised is to finish the job for you, but I don't want all your herbs. Besides, I'm a real estate developer. What do I need your herbs for? Upon hearing this, the faces of several medicinal material suppliers all changed. Boss Lei, you can't regret this. How can you do business like this? People only agree to cooperate with you because of your prestige. How can you? Snort. Lei Song waved his hand. You are greedy and want to raise the price to make more money. What does it have to do with me? You failed to gain anything, but ended up losing a handful of rice. And you still have the nerve to blame me? I just provided some information to help you, but I didn't expect that I would be blackmailed by you. How ridiculous. Without waiting for the others to speak, he called the security guard in and drove away several medicinal material suppliers. Damn it, Lei Song slapped the table. He never expected that after all his calculations, he still couldn't have expected this. Damn Yi Qiu. How come he has other recipes? This made his plan fail instantly and became useless. Not only that, it also offended people, although he did not care about those suppliers of medicinal materials. But this did affect his mood and made him very annoyed. Lei-san, you're a liar. You have no morals. You have no character. I have millions of medicinal herbs. Bastard. I must be blind to believe you. Asshole. Asshole. Several suppliers of medicinal materials were cursing downstairs in the building, but they could not change anything. In Lei Song's eyes, they were indeed nothing. The loss of millions of medicinal materials was a huge loss for them. But in Lei Song's eyes, it was nothing at all. Besides, Lei Song didn't need to bear these losses. I told you not to trust him. This black-hearted businessman can't believe a word he says. What now? Several people discussed that their total investment in medicinal materials amounted to tens of millions, and they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to make a fortune. If they could control the medicinal material channels of the medical hall, they would be able to obtain more profits in the future. Who would have thought that we would lose the major channel of Yuatong? They regret it, but for many things, regret is not useful. Let's look for the medical hall again. One of them gritted his teeth and said, apart from the medical hall, who else has such a large consumption? Apart from him, we can't sell anyone else. Only then did they wake up and realize that they had made a big mistake. This method of killing the goose that lays the eggs would only hurt themselves in the end. Several people immediately rushed to the medical hall, where Yi Qiu was treating some patients with difficult and complicated diseases. Mr. Yi, they smiled awkwardly, not caring about their dignity. It's all our fault. I hope Mr. Yi will be magnanimous and give us a chance. Yi Qiu did not respond, as if he had not heard anything, and concentrated on treating the patient. Several suppliers had no choice but to stand aside and wait obediently, not daring to disturb him for fear of making Yichio angry again. After a long while, when all the patients had been seen, Yichio finally raised his head. Mr. Yi. When they saw Yichio was about to leave, they quickly grabbed Yichio and begged him. Mr. Yi, it's all our fault. We won't raise the price anymore, really, not even a dime. Please forgive us. If it were you, could you forgive me? Yichio asked back. If it were them, let alone forgiveness, they would probably just cut off all ties and have no further dealings with me. If anyone dared to come to my house, I'm afraid they would beat them out. Several people looked unhappy and embarrassed, but when they thought about the fact that tens of millions of dollars of money for medicinal materials were stuck there and rotted in the warehouse, they would be really doomed. Otherwise, we'll lower the price. Someone gritted his teeth. There was really nothing he could do. Mr. Yi, is this okay? Chapter 60. This is the first bottle. Yichio looked at him and suddenly laughed. What are you saying? It's like I'm forcing you to lower the price. My medical hall is your largest customer for medicinal materials. Our monthly consumption is more than your other medicinal materials combined in an entire year. I never asked you to lower the price, did I? But you guys are banding together to raise the price. Tell me, isn't that a bit too much? Now, you can't sell your herbs anymore, but you still force them to sell to me? I don't want them. Yichio was not polite at all. I don't even want a price reduction. Just let these herbs rot in the warehouse. Hearing that Yichio was really angry, several people were completely panicked. Mr. Yi, Mr. Yi, the leader cried out. You can't just stand by and watch someone die. You are a miracle doctor who saves the dying and the wounded. Although we are not sick now, those medicinal materials are really rotten. Then our condition is worse than that of the sick. You are the only one who can save us now, please. They begged again and again. Yichio remained unmoved. You can't really bear to see such good medicinal materials rotting there, right? Hearing this, Yichio frowned slightly. Medicinal herbs are innocent. People made mistakes, but it would be a pity if the herbs were really wasted. Seeing Yichio's expression change slightly, several people hurriedly said, Mr. Yi, we did make a mistake. In this way, we will not make any money from these medicinal herbs. We will buy them all at the cost price. I can show you the purchase order. Yes. As long as the medical hall is still willing to cooperate with us, we will give you this batch of medicinal materials at the purchase price. Yichio glanced at them and shook his head. This batch of herbs is for you. Just give it to you. We don't want them anymore. Seeing this, the leader had no choice but to say, as long as we maintain a cooperative relationship, you can still get the medicinal materials from us in the future. We will give you this batch of medicinal materials. Is that okay? The other people looked at him. They didn't expect that he would think of giving it away for free. But it seems that this is the only way. This is better than losing a big client like Yichio. Okay. Yichio agreed. Straightforward, without any hesitation. We can sign the contract right away. Now, it was the turn of the suppliers to be stunned. They suddenly felt cheated, as if Yichio had been angry just to force them to say this. This batch of medicinal materials will be sent directly to the medical hall to maintain continued cooperation in the future. It's not too late for you to regret now, Yichio said calmly. If you are going to keep your word, then you can make a decision now. Otherwise, it will be too late. After saying this, he pretended to leave. The suppliers of medicinal materials didn't dare to say anything. They kept stopping Yichio and asked someone to bring the contract and sign it with Yichio on the spot to avoid any further complications. Although I lost a lot of money, there is still a long way to go. If you cooperate with Yichio, you will make money back sooner or later. It's better than that lay song who doesn't keep his word. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Thank you. Mr. Yi, we'll leave first. We'll have someone deliver the herbs later. If you need any channels for herbs later, feel free to call them. Goodbye, Mr. Yi. I won't see you off. After losing so much money, they still want to thank Ichio for being willing to give them another chance to cooperate. After they left, Chu Tian just came out and gave a thumbs up. Sharp. He didn't expect that Ichio was so capable. He calculated that these medicinal material suppliers would come to him again. And in order to restore the cooperative relationship, he was willing to give him this batch of medicinal materials directly. Then can I return the medicinal herbs I bought? Chu Tiangang thought that the other medicinal herbs Ichio bought were just a cover. Now that the purpose has been achieved, they are no longer needed. No need to retreat. Yi Chio said, I have other uses for those herbs. There is no second formula for the traceless ointment. Of course, Yi Chio would not tell this to anyone else. If those medicinal material suppliers knew about this, they would be furious. Chu Tiangang couldn't stop laughing. I never expected that you have such a good business mind, but I am much better than you. Yi Chio's back and forth operations seemed very simple, but he helped the medical hall resolve a problem and even made a lot of money. This is not something that ordinary people can do. Human nature is more complicated than medicinal herbs, but I don't think it's difficult to analyze and control it according to the theory of medicinal herbs. Yi Chio smiled. Yi Chio got a clear idea of the temperaments and personalities of the suppliers after chatting with them for a few sentences. He knew what these people cared about and what they were afraid of. Once he had a grasp of this, things became easy. This is easy to say, but Chu Tiangang knows that human nature is often the most difficult to control. Who among those who can manipulate people's hearts is not a top-notch master? Yi Chio is not simple. Okay, brother, there's no need to worry about the supply of medicinal materials. As long as they are not stupid, they won't dare to mess around again. They have many choices and are willing to give a chance because they consider the cost and don't want to waste time on such trivial matters. Otherwise, with just a word from Yi Chio, people who want to cooperate with him will come to his doorstep. Because he has more than just this popular traceless cream, Yi Chio also has other magical medicines. Every one of them will shock the market and become popular in the whole city, even in the whole country and the world. The popularity of the traceless cream quickly spread from Tianhai to the entire coastal area, and many people even drove long distances to Tianhai to buy it. As soon as the news came out, countless pharmaceutical development companies noticed this traceless cream, making them envious and jealous. Some people wanted to imitate it, but they found that not only the formula was out of control, but the production process was even more out of control. Moreover, the price sold in the pharmacy was low and the profit margin was not large. Even if they can make it, they are not competitive in product quality and they have no competitiveness in price. This means that the traceless cream can only be sold by Xiaoyer Pharmacy, and they are the only ones who can earn the money. Others can only watch and envy, but there is nothing they can do. Kyoto. Lin Wanchio looked at the traceless cream in her hand and was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this thing would become so popular in Kyoto in such a short time. Sister Wanchio, this stuff is so rare. I had to ask my friend for help, and I had to work so hard to get a bottle. The beautiful girl in front of him said proudly, Don't underestimate the price, the effect is really good. If you don't believe me, try it. I know. Lin Wanchio smiled and said, I tried it. Ah, impossible? This might be the earliest bottle in Kyoto. As soon as she got the news, she asked her friends to buy it. There were still a lot of people who hadn't gotten one in Tianhai. Lin Wanchio didn't usually pay attention to these skincare products, so how did she know about it? Lin Wanchio didn't say anything. She took out the traceless cream that Yi Chio had personally prepared for her from her backpack and gently placed it on the table. As soon as the bottle cap is opened, the fragrance fills the air. This is the first bottle. Her face was all smiles. Chapter 61. Is he handsome? The beautiful girl was stunned when she saw it. She came here to show off, but she never thought that her best friend actually got a bottle before her. Impossible. She couldn't help but said, You won't be deceived. As she spoke, she opened the lid, and an even stronger fragrance wafted out. Seeing the signs of use, she was a little surprised. Is it really a traceless cream? Well, mine is the original one which he made by hand. Yours was produced in a factory. There seemed to be some pride in Lin Wanchio's tone. This little bit left no trace, but it couldn't escape the eyes of my best friend. She was immediately even more surprised. What's going on with you? She said with a deliberate smirk. Seeing her expression, Lin Wanchio's eyes flickered. What nonsense are you talking about? What's going on? You won't tell me that he made this traceless ointment specifically for you? You must know the value of this thing. The traceless cream is extremely popular now, and people are everywhere looking to buy it. It can definitely bring huge profits, and Lin Wanchio's traceless cream was actually made by that person himself. Oh, what are you thinking? I was injured while saving his daughter. He feels guilty, so of course he has to take responsibility. Daughter? He has a daughter? The friend's eyes widened. Lin Wanchio. Don't be kidding me. Who are you? Don't blame me for not reminding you that he is a married man. You should stay away from him. Lin Wanchio rolled her eyes. What nonsense. It's not what you think. What does this have to do with anything? Why is he even talking about a married man? Besides, he's divorced and is raising his daughter alone now. The best friend didn't say anything but stared at Lin Wanxiu. Doesn't she know the eldest daughter of the Lin family yet? She just said she was a married woman, but Lin Wanxiu actually had to explain that the man was divorced. If she didn't have any thoughts in her mind, it would be weird. Don't look at me like that. You're overthinking it. Lin Wanxiu said, "We are just friends," she said somewhat helplessly. But my best friend just laughed, and her laughter got louder and louder. Student Wanxiu, based on my experience of knowing you for more than 10 years, you often don't even explain the things you don't care about because you really don't care. But that's all. How many sentences did you explain just now? Also, you are not an impulsive person. I have known you for more than 10 years, sister. There are some things that the more you try to distance yourself from, the harder it becomes. Lin Wanxiu's expression froze, as if someone had caught her doing something. Her heart skipped a beat, as if even she herself hadn't reacted to this matter, and now it had been exposed. Is he handsome? My bestie lowered her voice and leaned close to her ear. Well enough. Lin Wanxiu answered subconsciously, and only reacted after she finished speaking and pushed her best friend away. Can you be serious? I don't want to joke with you. Okay, no more jokes. Anyway, I remind you that you'd better forget about this man. The old man in your family will never agree to you being with a man who has a daughter. The best friend took a deep breath and spoke earnestly. This is indeed not a joke. Lin Wanxiu is a lady from a wealthy family. Not to mention her own high quality and temperament, her Lin family has a high status. There is an endless stream of people who want to propose marriage to her every day. There are so many high-ranking officials in Kyoto who are all keeping an eye on her. How could a married man with children have the chance to take part? For women like them, marriage is no longer just marriage. Lin Wanxiu stopped talking. It seemed that his emotions were slightly affected. He had a blank expression on his face and looked like he was worried about something. She looked up in the direction of Tianhai, wondering what she was thinking. At the same time, Tianhai, Xiaoyur Medical Hall continues to be popular. Just a traceless cream has made this pharmacy the hottest place in Tianhai. Even many internet celebrities come to check in, further increasing its popularity. Yichio didn't like this kind of hustle and bustle. He liked to see a deserted place like the pharmacy, which meant that there were not so many patients. After listening to Chu Tiangong's suggestion, Yichio did not sit here for consultation all day. After all, his medical skills were superb, and it would be better for him to only treat difficult and complicated diseases. Even Gao Qiao made the same suggestion, not wanting Yichio to waste too much time and energy. Those common minor ailments can just be left to other doctors. This month's data is out. Chu Tiangang arrived, his face flushed. Obviously, even he was a little surprised and delighted. Look, Yichio took the report and looked at the final statistics and couldn't help but gasp. So much. He couldn't quite believe it. This is not a lot. It often does not reach the peak because the production capacity cannot keep up. Another reason is that our market has not been opened yet and is limited to Tianhai. Chu Tiangang said, once the market is promoted to the provincial capital, the coastal areas, and even the whole country, this number will at least increase 100 times. 100 times? Yichio couldn't help but widen his eyes. To put it bluntly, he is just a small person and has never thought that one day he will have so much money. For ordinary people, this amount of money is an astronomical figure. And he just developed a traceless cream. Now I finally understand what you meant when you said the traceless cream is very valuable. Yichio suddenly thought of Lin Wanxiu. It was Lin Wanxiu who first told him that this traceless cream would bring him huge wealth. He didn't expect that in less than a month, he would be so shocked. The most valuable thing is not this traceless cream. Chu Tiangang looked at Yichio seriously. The most valuable thing is you. The traceless ointment was invented by Yichio. Yichio can also develop other miracle medicines. He's the most valuable. He was very fortunate to have met Yichio and become friends with him. This had brought about tremendous changes in his heart within a short period of time. I will arrange the finances for this money. Part of it will remain in the pharmacy's account for easy use, and the other part will be transferred to your card. Yichio, you won't worry about money anymore. Chu Tiangang smiled and said, you don't need to worry about my eldest niece's dowry. Yichio couldn't help laughing. His purpose of making money was just to make Xiaoyur live a good life. Now it seems that the money he earned this month is enough for them, father and daughter, to live a worry-free life for the rest of their lives. There is more money and perhaps more uses. As he was thinking, his cell phone suddenly rang. Yichio glanced at the number and didn't expect that it was Lin Wanxiu calling. Hello. He answered the phone, but there was silence for a moment before there was a voice on the other end. Congratulations. I heard your traceless cream is already selling like hotcakes. Is it very profitable? Well, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that the traceless cream was so valuable. Yi Chio thanked him. Yi Chio. Lin Wanchio paused for a moment and suddenly asked, "Can I ask you for a favor?" Chapter 62. Why doesn't your mother pick you up? Part 2. My name is Yi Chio. I was once a promising doctor, but 4 years ago, I was sentenced to prison for protecting my wife from the bullying of a rich second-generation man. However, 4 years later, when I walked out of the prison, what was waiting for me was a divorce. My wife abandoned me and my daughter and chose a rich man. My heart was torn apart. Despair and resentment rolled in my heart. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Yi Chio was stunned. Lin Wanchio actually wanted to see him for something? He knew in his heart that she was definitely not an ordinary person. Otherwise, Zhao, Jinlin, and others would not react like that. Tell me, I can help you, just come. He tried to stay calm. On the other end of the phone, Lin Wanchio seemed to hesitate and was silent for 10 seconds before finally saying, "Please help me find a place to live." Ah! Yi Chio was shocked. "You want to come to Tianhai?" "Yes, I want to help you. The medical clinic has just started and is short of manpower." Yi Chio's heart was buzzing. It was true that they were short of manpower, but he remembered that Lin Wanchio had said that they were not suitable for doing business in partnership. "What? You're not welcome." Lin Wanchio's voice was filled with displeasure. "No, of course I welcome it, but we need to discuss the issue of salary," he hastened to make amends. "Salary negotiation." Lin Wanchio hung up the phone quickly, and Yi Chio felt it was a little unreal. Was she really going to come to Tianhai? "Who's coming?" Chu Tiangang, who was listening nearby, said jokingly. From the sound of her voice, it should be a beautiful woman, right? "Friend, come and help me," Yi Chio said seriously. Chu Tian nodded immediately after hearing this. "Then you have to ask her to come quickly and arrange for the others. I'm very busy here." On the other end of the phone, Lin Wanchio put down her phone, hesitating. She wanted to invite Yi Chio to Kyoto, using the excuse that he would check up her father, but she swallowed the words. She could feel that Yi Chio didn't have any special thoughts about her. "Lin Wanchio, you're crazy." Her best friend was shocked. "You're actually going to Tianhai." "Just helping," Lin Wanchio said casually. "Help? Then how are you going to repay the favor? Are you going to repay me with your body?" The best friend smiled wickedly. Lin Wanchio glared at her, but did not deny it. The two of them teased each other, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Lin Wanchio did not delay and went home to see his father, and found that his father had recovered well. "Are you going to Tianhai again?" The old Taoist frowned. "I want to find Yi Chio and ask about his situation," Lin Wanchio said cautiously. "His traceless cream is good." The old Taoist's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded repeatedly. "Okay, then go ahead. I have it here, so you can rest assured." "Thank you." Lin Wanchio immediately packed her luggage, thinking about what kind of surprises she would get on this trip to Tianhai. At the same time, outside Tianhai Kindergarten, Xiaoyer watched other children being picked up by their mothers one by one, feeling a little disappointed. "Xiaoyer, why didn't your mother come to pick you up?" Several children were standing in line at the door, waiting for their parents to pick them up. Xiaoyer pursed his lips and watched his classmates being picked up by their mothers one by one without saying a word. Most of the time, mothers pick up their children from kindergarten. This is also one of the scenes where they compete with each other for beauty. Since his mother left, Xiaoyer has only his father to pick him up. He knows in his heart that his mother will never come again. Although he is young, he understands all this. "Baby, let's go home and say goodbye to our teachers and classmates," Yi Chio said softly. "Goodbye, teacher." Xiaoyer wants to go home with her mother. Her voice was a little low. Looking at her friends being picked up by their mothers, Xiaoyer's eyes could not help but turn red. She was afraid of being asked about her mother, and her heart was full of grievances. Their mother is so beautiful, Xiaoyer thought to himself, and suddenly, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. "Xiaoyer." Lin Wanchio put down the suitcase, squatted down, and opened his arms. "I'm here to pick you up from school." People around her couldn't help but look at her, especially the mothers, who were amazed at her temperament and beauty. Xiaoyer didn't know how to react for a moment. She was afraid that her classmates would know that Lin Wanchio was not her mother. "Baby, come and hug mommy." Lin Wanchio smiled. Xiaoyer's doubts disappeared instantly, and she threw herself into Lin Wanchio's arms, hugged her neck tightly, and left a trace of warmth on her cheek. "Do you miss your mother?" Lin Wanchio asked softly. "Yeah," Xiao Yuer nodded gently, the feeling of longing surging in her heart. Be good, let's go home. Lin Wanqiu picked her up and pushed the suitcase. The two of them walked out of the kindergarten happily, like a happy mother and daughter. Turning the corner, Xiao Yuer looked up and asked, Annie, why did you come to pick me up just now? I had an urgent matter last time, so I came here specially this time. Lin Wanqiu pretended to be aggrieved, with a smile flashing in his eyes. Then can I treat you to some skewers? Xiao Yuer suggested. Of course. Lin Wanqiu immediately smiled and stretched out his hand to make a pinky promise with Xiao Yuer. When Yi Qiu got the call and rushed to the restaurant, he saw the two eating with gusto, with condiments all over their mouths. He couldn't help but ask, Dad, it was my aunt who wanted to eat, so I invited her. Xiao Yuer said confidently. Okay, no problem. Yi Qiu shook his head and smiled. Looking at the intimate interaction between Lin Wanqiu and Xiao Yuer, he had a new understanding of this elegant woman. Children can't eat too much. Leave it to her. He said to Lin Wanqiu. Why can't she eat it? Lin Wanqiu smiled and handed the meatball to Xiao Yuer. If she likes it, let her eat it. Being happy is more important. Xiao Yuer's eyes sparkled, and he quickly split the meatball in half, his mouth bulging, and he smiled very happily. Yi Qiu had no choice but to watch silently. After dinner, Yi Qiu drove Lin Wanqiu to Chu Tiangong's villa. You will stay here for a while. The environment is nice, he introduced. Lin Wanqiu was stunned, with a surprised expression on her face. You plan to leave me here alone? Yi Qiu was filled with astonishment. Lin Wanqiu wanted them to live together? This was simply ridiculous. He was a divorced man with a child, and she was an unmarried lady from a wealthy family. Such rumors would ruin her reputation. Forget it, you blockhead. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Lin Wanqiu saw him stunned and turned to Xiao Yuer. Xiao Yuer, Annie will be scared to live alone. Are you willing to live with Annie? Yes. Xiao Yuer cheered immediately, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She liked Lin Wanqiu so much that every moment with her was like a holiday. Okay, that's settled. Lin Wanqiu didn't hesitate, took Xiao Yuer's hand, and jumped up happily, not giving Yi Qiu a chance to speak. Chu Tian just saw Yi Qiu coming back to prepare clothes, and when he heard that Lin Wanqiu was going to stay, he showed a meaningful smile. He reminded Yi Qiu to pay attention to protective measures, and Yi Qiu's face was dark, as if he was avoiding some difficult topic. There were countless rooms in this villa, and Yi Qiu was thinking that the three of them should each have one room, but Lin Wanqiu and Xiao Yuer obviously had no intention of separating, and they cuddled up to each other, ignoring him completely. Laughter continued to come from inside the door, as if he was an outsider. A trace of warmth and naive expectation surged in Yi Qiu's heart. Isn't this the life he has always dreamed of, but in reality, this woman is not Li Hongmei. Click, the door suddenly opened. Lin Wanqiu poked his head out and asked with a smile, Are you busy? No, I was just preparing some hot milk for Xiaoyer. He was a little flustered and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Lin Wanqiu smiled secretly in her heart, as if she could see through his thoughts. At night, Xiao Yuer was so excited that she couldn't sleep. Yi Qiu urged her several times, but to no avail. Finally, Lin Wanqiu teased her with games, and soon Xiao Yuer fell asleep. Yi Qiu lay on the bed, tossing and turning, his mind in a mess. The next morning, he got up early, prepared breakfast, and knocked on the door gently. Lin Wanqiu rubbed his sleepy eyes and opened the door. The thin pajamas on her body made him look away. Xiao Yuer has to go to kindergarten. It's time to get up, he reminded. Oh, Lin Wanqiu yawned, turned around, and shouted Xiaoyer. When the two finished dressing up, Lin Wanqiu's skills were obviously better than Yi Qiu's. After breakfast, they sent Xiaoyer to school together. Lin Wanqiu waved gently in the envious eyes of everyone, just like a real mother and daughter. Yi Qiu drove in silence, his heart trembling slightly. Is this the medical hall? Lin Wanqiu couldn't help laughing when he saw the name for the first time. It was Brother Chu who gave the name. He said Xiaoyer is a lucky star. Yi Qiu replied, That's true. Lin Wanqiu nodded and immediately got down to work. She screened applicants on recruitment websites with amazing efficiency, held meetings after lunch, established rules and regulations, and integrated the company's finances. All affairs were in order, as if there had never been any chaos. Chu Tiangang was amazed at her ability and asked quickly, How much salary did you pay her? The salary hasn't been discussed yet. Yi Qiu acted as if nothing happened and actually forgot about it. TSK. She's not here just for the salary. With her ability, She can find a job with an annual salary of tens of millions in Kyoto, but she is willing to come to this small place. A hint of admiration flashed in Chu Tiangong's eyes. Yi Qiu was stunned, and a sense of inexplicable expectation surged in his heart. Chapter 65. Yi Qiu stood at the door of the medical hall, feeling a little bored. Chu Tiangong's eyes confused him, but he didn't expect that soon after, a car came speeding over, and two men in black rushed out of the car, with daggers against his waist. You are the miracle doctor in this medical hall, right? Don't worry. We won't hurt you. We just want to ask for your help. Yi Qiu did not resist. He didn't know who these people were and thought to himself, what's going on? He was forced to get into the car and was seen by Lin Wanxiu. She was so shocked that she quickly called Zhao Jianlin. Yi Qiu has been captured. Save him. Zhao Jianlin, on the other end of the phone, was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that even Yi Qiu could be arrested. He quickly checked the surveillance and found that it was Wan Rong's men who did it. Tell the brothers to keep an eye on it. Don't worry, Yi Qiu will be fine. At the same time, Yi Qiu was listening to the two people's apologies in the car, wondering why they wanted to invite him in this way. The car drove into a remote farmyard, and the outside was heavily guarded. Dr. Yi, please come with us. One of the hostage-takers said nervously. Yi Qiu followed them into the house. The backyard was crowded with people, and the atmosphere was tense. The miracle doctor is here. A shout came from the crowd, and Yi Qiu was carefully led into a room. The room was filled with a strong smell of blood, and a middle-aged man was lying on the bed. His face was dark blue, and he was breathing rapidly. Miracle doctor, he said with difficulty. What's wrong with you? Yi Qiu frowned, thinking that he was actually asked to save someone. The boss has been poisoned, and we can't let our enemies know. That's why we have to ask you this. The subordinate looked apologetic. Please save our boss, everyone pleaded. Yi Qiu walked forward, took the patient's pulse carefully, and his heart tightened. The poison was very strong and had already invaded the internal organs. The situation was critical. You are deeply poisoned. It will not be easy to survive. The people around him panicked. Aren't you a miracle doctor? You can definitely save him. Wan Rong frowned slightly and interrupted their noise. I know what kind of poison I was poisoned with. He gasped and begged Yi Qiu. If you can't save me, please save my brother. Chapter 66. Yi Qiu didn't expect Wan Rong to ask him like this. If I can't save my life, I'll save my brother's life. Wan Rong's eyes were filled with helplessness. He grabbed Yi Qiu's hand, tremblingly, begging, please save him. Yi Qiu turned his head and saw another person lying on the other bed with blood dripping from his chest, and he was about to die. What on earth is going on? I said it's not easy, but that doesn't mean it can't be cured. Yi Qiu frowned slightly, thinking that people in the underground circle actually have such friendship. He didn't expect Wan Rong to ask him to save others first. He decided not to dwell on it. After all, as a human being, the right to live cannot be deprived. Yi Qiu walked forward and quickly pressed a few acupuncture points on Wan Rong's body to temporarily reassure him. Then he turned around to check the injured, his eyes fixed. The wound is very serious. The knife almost pierced the heart. It's a miracle that he can survive until now. Dr. Yi, can you save him? The people behind him were full of anticipation. Yes. Yi Qiu nodded. Go get some hot water. Quick, hot water. The crowd was in a rush. Yi Qiu immediately began to treat the wound, undressing the injured man, and found that the flesh and blood were stuck together, so he could only cut it with scissors. A groan of pain almost came out of the young man's mouth, but he always clenched his teeth and held it back. Bear with it. I don't have any anesthetic, Yi Qiu said, and the heat from his fingertips covered the wound, relieving a little pain. At this moment, the pain came like a tide, and the young man trembled instantly, holding the bedside tightly with both hands. Don't move. There's poison inside. I have to help you clear it out. Yi Qiu suppressed his uneasiness and continued the treatment. Time passed by minute. Yi Qiu cleaned the wound with a gas needle and sutured it. After checking that everything was correct, he nodded and said, buy some gold wound medicine for external injuries and apply it on time. He turned to Wan Rong and said, it's your turn. Wan Rong looked grateful. Thank you. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Yi Qiu did it in one go and quickly dissolved the poison in Wan Rong's body. It wasn't long before the poison was completely cleared out. After the herbs were delivered back, Yi Qiu ground them personally and explained the details. He was not ready to leave until he was sure that Wan Rong and his brothers could survive. Dr. Yi, Everyone shouted in gratitude, their faces full of respect. Thank you, Dr. Yi. The leader's eyes were filled with tears. Yi Chio waved his hand. It's okay. I should go now. The moment he got on the car, he felt the awe along the way, as if he had become a god. Back at the medical hall, Lin Wanqiu was already as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She made more than a dozen calls to Zhao Jianlin, feeling completely uneasy. Seeing Yi Chio coming back, she rushed out, her face full of worry. Are you okay? It's okay. Yi Chio looked at her in surprise, not used to such concern. Why did those people kidnap you? She was furious. They were just like robbers. Different people have different styles of doing things. Yi Chio smiled indifferently. Yi Chio. Zhao Jinlin also came, and seeing the two people's relaxed appearance, he was even more confused. Lin Wanqiu was indignant, thinking, is she the only one who is nervous? Who is Wan Rong? Yi Chio asked. The big boss of the underground circle is usually very low-key. Why would he take such a risk? Zhao Jinlin wondered. He almost died. He was attacked and severely poisoned. Yi Chio said briefly. These words made Zhao Jinlin's face change. Wan Rong was a member of the underground circle. Who would dare to assassinate him? Meanwhile, in Lei Song's office, a tense atmosphere permeated. He pointed to the red circle on the map and asked, when can we take it down? The man opposite puffed out smoke and smiled coldly. Wan Rong will definitely die. If he dies, no one will dare to resist. But at this moment, Lei Song's cell phone rang. After hearing the news, his face suddenly changed. Wan Rong is not dead. Chapter 67. He put down his phone and stared coldly at the man opposite him. His dissatisfaction was obvious on his face. Impossible. The man opposite shook his head and sneered. Even if I didn't kill him with that knife, the poison would kill him. He was confident in his methods, and this was not the first time. Haha, my informant told me that Wan Rong is not dead. Lei Song said lightly. They invited a miracle doctor to save him. Bang! The man slammed the table angrily, his face gloomy. This is even more impossible. Who can antidote the poison I put in? But looking at Lei Song's expression, he realized that this did not seem to be a lie. Lei Song did not respond, but just looked at him coldly. Since I've accepted this business, I will definitely be able to get the factory in Wan Rong's hands. The man was silent for a moment, tapping his fingers on the table. Don't go back on your word about the shares you promised. Lei Song, keep my word. Lei Song said in a firm tone. Humph. The man stood up, a cunning light flashing in his eyes. He believed that Lei Song would not regret it because he intervened in this transaction, so he must get what he wanted, otherwise, no one else could get it. After the man left, the secretary dared to speak. Boss Lei, this Grey Wolf doesn't seem to really want to cooperate with us. Grey Wolf is well known in the underground circle and acts ruthlessly. It is not wise to do business with him. Every circle has its own rules. Grey Wolf's character is not very good, but if he wants to get the land from Wan Rong, he is the only one who can do it. Lei Song frowned and calculated secretly in his heart. He knew that a big project would soon be implemented on that piece of land, and as long as he could get it, he would have a chance to surpass the Chu family. But Grey Wolf was so fierce. If he was unwilling to only get 1/3 of the shares after getting the land, it would be troublesome. Grey Wolf had already gotten into the car. Xiaolong, go to the medical hall and teach them a lesson so that they don't meddle in other people's business. He had a blank expression on his face, secretly hating that Wan Rong had been saved. Yes, Xiaolong agreed, feeling excited. At the same time, in the pharmacy, Lin Wanqiu was very busy, but Yi Chio was sitting leisurely, reading a book and drinking tea, which made her dissatisfied. Mr. Yi, why do I feel like something is wrong? She couldn't help but shout. Excuse me, how can I help you? Yi Chio spread his hands. Lin Wanqiu was speechless and could only continue to work. Suddenly, there was a loud knock on the door, deafening. Where is that miracle doctor? A sarcastic voice came from outside the door. Yi Chio took a look and motioned Lin Wanqiu to stay inside. He asked, What's wrong with you? You are sick. Brother Long sneered, and several people behind him held steel pipes and looked aggressive. Smash this medical hall. Yi Chio still didn't stand up and seemed to not care about these people at all. This made Brother Long even more angry, and just as he was about to explode, he heard a scream from behind him. Several uniformed personnel quickly appeared and knocked down Brother Long's men. How dare you come here to cause trouble? Xiao Zhou sneered and stared at Brother Long. Brother Long's face changed, and he tried to escape but was knocked to the ground by a kick, wailing in pain. Yi Qiu and Xiao Zhou looked at each other, and they understood each other. I've taken the men away. Xiao Zhou waved his hand, and Brother Long and his men were handcuffed and taken away quickly. Are you in trouble? Lin Wanqiu walked out and looked at Yi Qiu. Tianhai is not like Kyoto. There are a lot of bad people here. Yi Qiu responded indifferently. You want to chase me away? Lin Wanqiu looked directly at Yi Qiu, his eyes burning. Yi Qiu's heart trembled, and he stepped back subconsciously. Boss, isn't it time for you to talk to me about my salary? Lin Wanqiu smiled slightly. The atmosphere between the two of them became tense for a moment. Yi Qiu tried to stay calm, but he didn't know how to respond. At the same time, Wan Rong was facing a life-or-death crisis. Grey Wolf brought two masters and easily knocked down Wan Rong's men. He sat on the sofa and sneered. I came here today for only one thing, your factory and land. I want them. Chapter 69. Wan Rong was furious after hearing what Grey Wolf said. What did you say? Didn't you hear me? I'll say it again. I want both your factory and the land. Grey Wolf was unceremoniously blew out a puff of smoke and rushed straight to Wan Rong's face. 15 million. If you know what's good for you, sign it. Don't waste my time. In fact, Lei Song offered him 30 million, but the Grey Wolves only wanted to take half of it. Even so, 30 million was still far below the real value. Wan Rong was so angry that his whole body was shaking. He knew that the person who assassinated him was arranged by Grey Wolf, and he and Grey Wolf had never interfered with each other. Now it seemed that Grey Wolf came only for this piece of land. Absolutely not. He refused firmly. This factory was their foothold, and they would never sell it at a low price. Moreover, Grey Wolf was robbing nakedly, so how could he bow his head? Grey Wolf seemed to have anticipated his reaction. He smiled faintly, turned around and looked around, his eyes full of contempt. He only brought two experts with him and didn't care about any threats. Wan Rong, don't be so quick to refuse. Grey Wolf stood up and patted Wan Rong on the shoulder, his eyes full of threats. Isn't your injury a lesson enough? You should be content to be lucky enough to survive. After saying that, Grey Wolf left with a big laugh, leaving Wan Rong almost exploding in anger. The men behind him gnashed their teeth, wishing they could rush up and die with the two masters. Don't be impulsive. Wan Rong stopped them. I will take care of this matter. But he knew in his heart that he had no choice at all. If he did not compromise, the Grey Wolf would definitely end his life. Just as he was thinking hard, but to no avail, a car horn sounded outside. Wan Rong looked up, and the two masters also turned their heads. Yi Qiu walked in and immediately noticed something was wrong. Didn't you say you should stay in bed and rest? Who told you to come down? Yi Qiu scolded. Wan Rong felt warm in his heart, but before he could answer, the two masters stood in front of him. Get out, one of them said coldly. Wan Rong can't see anyone now. Yi Qiu ignored them and walked straight towards Wan Rong. Seeing this, the master stretched out his hand and tried to push Yi Qiu away. Stop! Wan Rong shouted hurriedly, but it was too late. The master grabbed Yi Qiu's shoulder and tried to throw him out with force, but he didn't react at all, as if he was not touched at all. Ah! The man screamed, and when he looked down, his palm was covered in blood and in great pain. He simply couldn't believe it. Stop him! Another man shouted, and his fist struck Yi Qiu like lightning. However, the fist stopped in front of Yi Qiu, and Yi Qiu casually hit him with a palm, knocking him away and falling heavily to the ground. The scene was instantly silent, and Wan Rong's mouth was wide open enough to fit an egg in. He couldn't understand why Yi Qiu was so powerful that even the two masters were no match for him. Who are you? The injured master shouted, covering his hand, his face full of horror. Yi Qiu looked at him with disdain and flicked his fingertips lightly. A needle of air went straight into his throat, instantly making him unable to speak. It's too noisy. Yi Qiu shook his head, feeling very annoyed and not wanting to pay any attention to these boring people. In a flash, both masters fell to the ground, unable to move. Wan Rong stood there in a daze until Yi Qiu turned to him and frowned. Why are you still standing there? Lie back on the bed. Chapter 70. He looked at Yi Qiu, hesitant to speak. Dr. Yi, why are you here? Yi Qiu's medical skills had already astonished him, and the move just now made the masters present stare at each other in amazement. It was simply incredible. I came to see if you were dead or not. Yi Qiu said indifferently. Someone asked me not to let you die. Rong was shocked. Such self-confidence was simply too arrogant. But at this moment, he realized that he was not alone. Dr. Yi, please save us. Rong suddenly knelt down in front of Yi Qiu, and the brothers around him also knelt down and begged in unison. Get up, it's just a piece of cake. Yi Qiu helped Rong up and let him lie down to prevent his wound from splitting. Those two people just now came to force me to hand over the factory and land. They were only willing to pay 15 million, which is half of the market price. Rong's voice trembled, his face full of bitterness. My brothers all rely on this factory for their livelihood. If the factory is gone, everyone will starve. He smiled bitterly, tears flashing in his eyes, recalling the unfortunate people who followed him. Some are disabled, and some lost their limbs in car accidents. They are all the weak in society, and no one will take them in anymore. Looking at the expectant eyes of these brothers, Yi Qiu was shocked. Although Rong was in the underworld, he was a kind and righteous man. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Since I know about this, I will take care of it." Rong was extremely grateful, and the others looked at him expectantly. Yi Qiu's determination was like a beacon, illuminating their hopeless future. "Thank you, Dr. Yi. We will definitely not let you down." Rong was so moved that he could hardly speak. Yi Qiu did not stay for long, and quickly contacted Zhao Jinlin and told him everything that happened. Zhao Jinlin frowned and thought, "This matter is complicated. How do you plan to deal with it? Can I just watch these people lose their only livelihood?" Yi Qiu said firmly. They had all gone through too much hardship, and this was clearly not the outcome he should have gotten after helping them. Zhao Jinlin nodded and understood Yi Qiu's determination. "I will report it immediately and deal with it as soon as possible. By the way, when I call you later, bring Miss Lin with you." Zhao Jinlin said and left in a hurry. Yi Qiu was quite surprised by this and had a vague feeling of uneasiness in his heart. He turned to look at the medical hall. Lin Wanxiu was concentrating on developing a promotion mechanism, with her head down, writing, and seemed to pay no attention to him. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and both of them were waiting for the other to speak. Finally, Yi Qiu broke the silence. "Your handwriting is very beautiful." Chapter 71. Lin Wanxiu was stunned, her eyes fixed on Yi Qiu. Unexpectedly, the first thing he said was to praise her beautiful handwriting. Couldn't he just praise her for her beauty? A man like this couldn't even coax a woman? "Boss Yi, thank you for the compliment." She responded reluctantly, and then turned around to continue with her own work. Yi Qiu was helpless and thought to himself, "This can't go on." Zhao Jinlin asked him to take Lin Wanxiu with him, so he had to find a way to ease the atmosphere. "Wanxiu," he called her name tentatively. "What?" Lin Wanxiu seemed a little surprised, but a hint of anticipation surged in his heart. "I want to apologize to you," Yi Qiu said seriously. "I don't know how I offended you. Don't take it personally, okay? Do you know you are wrong?" Lin Wanxiu turned around with a hint of ridicule in his eyes. "Honestly, I've thought about it for a long time, but I still don't know," Yi Qiu answered honestly. These words made Lin Wanxiu laugh. She felt helpless and amused at his frankness. "You are not wrong. How could you be wrong?" Seeing her calm down, Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. "I need your help with something. Come with me later." "What's so important?" Lin Wanxiu asked curiously. Yi Qiu briefly recounted what happened. After listening to it, Lin Wanxiu felt helpless. She didn't want to be involved in such a thing, but looking at Yi Qiu's determined eyes, she finally decided to help him. "Let's go." She went out first, and Yi Qiu followed closely behind. The two came to the leader's office, and Zhao Jinlin waited anxiously at the door. "Is the leader still not available? I have something important to report." "Captain Zhao, the leader is really busy." The secretary shook his head helplessly. "What should I do then?" Zhao Jinlin was anxious, seeing that Yi Qiu's kindness was about to be in vain. At this time, Lin Wanxiu stepped forward and knocked on the door like a queen. The door opened, and a warm voice came from inside. Yi Qiu was surprised at the respect the leader showed her. "Oh, my aunt. Why are you here again?" The leader looked surprised. "How dare I not see you?" Lin Wanxiu said in a strong tone and asked unceremoniously to come in and report the situation. Soon, the truth finally came to light. The land acquisition was related to a major project, and Wanrong's factory was in danger of being lost. In other words, if we want to help them, we have to find a new place for them. Zhao Jinlin sighed. Yi Qiu frowned, feeling helpless. He really didn't want to see those people lose their livelihoods. But was there really no other way? Who said there is no way? Lin Wanchio suddenly turned around, his eyes sparkling. Why don't you ask me? Chapter 72. Do you have an idea? Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin asked at the same time. Of course. Lin Wanchio smiled slightly, with confidence in her eyes. The government is going to implement a public welfare project. The finances are tight, and the land acquisition fee is another big problem. If we can help them save money and implement the project, do you think they will refuse? Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin looked at each other, suddenly understood, and nodded. The first step, Lin Wanchio continued, is to prepare a sum of money. Factory renovation is essential, and we also need an official background to avoid all kinds of trouble. Zhao Jinlin nodded immediately. With an official background, who would dare to act rashly? Secondly, she smiled coldly. Tell Wan Rong that the land is still his, but he has to cooperate with the government, be a clean person in the future, and stop doing those shady things. Yi Qiu nodded to show his understanding. Wan Rong was sensible and knew what was important. Finally, be prepared for retaliation. After all, some people have suffered heavy losses from the leak of inside information. Lin Wanchio snorted disdainfully. Retaliation? She's not afraid. Act separately. After saying that, she turned and walked into the office. Her swift and decisive manner impressed Zhao Jinlin so much that he exclaimed that this young lady from Kyoto was indeed extraordinary. Yi Qiu then contacted Wan Rong, who agreed to cooperate without hesitation. Then, he approached Chu Tiangang and Fang Yang, and the 200 million yuan in financial assistance was quickly in place. Everything went smoothly. The project model was successfully passed, and a special department was set up to promote it. Yi Qiu asked Lin Wanchio gratefully, "How can I thank you?" Not asking for anything in return. That's what you always say, right? Lin Wanchio rolled her eyes, and Yi Qiu smiled and said, "Then I'll cook tonight and serve you my specialty dishes. I won't eat it if it doesn't taste good." Lin Wanchio raised the corners of his mouth slightly, unable to hide his smile. At the same time, in the other office, Lei Song was so angry that he smashed the ashtray and roared. "What do you do for a living?" The news leaked out. The factory building was not obtained, and the land was lost, but Chu Tiangang got the benefit. Gray Wolf's eyes were cold, and his cigarette butt was stomped out on the ground. He said nothing, turned around and left, his back like a wolf about to bite its prey. Lei Song looked at his back and sneered. This time, not only did he lose money, but Gray Wolf's men were also injured, and he got nothing, but Chu Tiangang got the advantage. Chapter 73. At the same time, Yi Qiu had just finished cooking dinner and called out to Lin Wanchio and Xiao Yuer, "Go wash your hands, it's time to eat." The three of them were having fun, just like a family. Lin Wanchio took a bite and nodded slightly. "Not bad, Yi Qiu. I didn't expect your cooking skills are really good." Just as they were talking and laughing, suddenly, bang, there was a loud noise. The door was kicked open, and 5 or 6 masked gangsters rushed in, holding weapons and with fierce eyes. Lin Wanchio's face changed drastically, and he quickly protected Xiao Yuer behind him and shouted, "Don't come over." "Who are you?" Yi Qiu roared, and stood up like an angry lion. However, the criminals didn't waste any words. 2 of them went straight to Lin Wanchio and Xiao Yuer, while the other 3 pounced on Yi Qiu, trying to restrain him. "Xiao Yuer, don't be afraid." Lin Wanchio threw the dishes on the table at the gangsters, trying her best to resist. However, the murder weapon was about to fall on them. Yi Qiu's eyes were bloodshot, and he roared, rushing forward like lightning, instantly knocking down the 3 people in front of him. "Don't even think about hurting my family," he growled, and with a sudden pull of his hands, the 2 gangsters were thrown out and fell heavily to the ground. Yi Qiu was merciless, and within a few moves, he knocked all the gangsters to the ground, sealing their acupuncture points and making them unable to move. "Dad!" Xiao Yuer shouted in fear and threw herself into Lin Wanchio's arms, trembling. Lin Wanchio gently patted her back and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. Dad is here. He will protect us." Soon, Zhao Jinlin received the news and rushed over, taking several criminals away. He patted Yi Qiu's shoulder fiercely. "Some people in Tianhai are used to being arrogant. It's time to teach them a lesson." After seeing Zhao Jinlin off, Lin Wanchio gently stroked Xiao Yuer's head and said to Yi Qiu, "Thank you, Yi Qiu. You are really our hero." Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, and an inexplicable warmth surged in his heart. He nodded gently, his eyes firm. Chapter 74. Lin Wanchio has always been a straightforward person. She did not hide her love for Yi Qiu. However, Yi Qiu never responded. She didn't know whether he really didn't care about her or he hadn't gotten over his past relationship. Despite this, every time in a critical moment, Yichio would rush to the front to protect her. The care in his eyes could not be deceived. Finally, she couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart and asked directly, "Do you like me?" Yichio was stunned. A trace of panic appeared on his face, and he lowered his head and said, "We are just friends. I care about you because we are friends. What I'm asking is whether you like me or not." Lin Wanchio's gaze was sharp and straightforward, forcing Yichio to retreat. After a long silence, Yichio raised his head with a firm look in his eyes. "We are just friends." Hearing this, the light in Lin Wanchio's eyes dimmed, and she forced a bitter smile. "I was just being sentimental." After saying that, she turned around and went back to her room, leaving Yichio sitting in the living room with mixed feelings. The next morning, Yichio prepared breakfast for the three of them, as usual. Lin Wanchio and Xiao Yue were laughing and joking as usual, as if the embarrassment of last night had never happened. However, at this moment, the doorbell suddenly rang. Yichio got up and opened the door and saw a strange face, a majestic old man standing at the door. "Are you Yichio?" the old man asked coldly. "It's me." Yichio nodded and looked at the person who came in confusion. At this moment, Lin Wanchio came out of the house. His face changed drastically, and he exclaimed, "Dad, why are you here?" Yichio was stunned and extremely surprised. The person in front of him was actually Lin Wanchio's father, Lin Xiao, the head of the Lin family. Lin Xiao coldly scanned the cozy house. A little girl who looked like a porcelain doll was sitting at the dining table, staring at him curiously with an innocent look. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao's face became even gloomier. "I must repay the favor of saving my life." Lin Xiao stared at Yichio with a cold tone. "Tell me, what do you want? Power? Or money?" Yichio frowned and said calmly, "Saving you is just a piece of cake. I don't need any reward." Lin Xiao sneered. "Really? I don't think so. I'm afraid you want more than power and money, right?" His eyes were like torches, and he carried an unyielding majesty. "You saved me, and I owe you a favor. But you have to know that you are not worthy of Wanchio." Chapter 75. You don't deserve her. Lin Zhao's cold words pierced Yichio's heart like a sharp knife, and every word was like a nail, merciless. So, it's best not to have any unrealistic fantasies. After the voice fell, Lin Zhao's eyes were cold and ruthless. "Dad!" Lin Wanchio couldn't help shouting. She didn't expect her father to humiliate Yichio like this. She glanced at Yichio and saw that he was trembling slightly, and there was a flash of anger in his eyes, but he held back and didn't refute. "You're right." Yichio smiled bitterly and nodded. "I'm indeed not worthy of Wanchio. You're worrying too much." As soon as the words fell, Lin Wanchio's face darkened instantly. Her heart seemed to be shattered, and she completely lost the reason to persist. "Did you hear that?" Lin Xiao sneered and glanced at Lin Wanchio. "I didn't mean that at all. You were just being sentimental." Lin Wanchio nodded sadly, her eyes revealing disappointment and helplessness. She held back her tears, silently packed her luggage, and left with Lin Xiao. The moment the door closed, Yichio's heart seemed to be emptied. He picked up Xiao Yue and said in a low voice, "Annie is not coming back." At this time, Yichio's anger was piling up in his heart, and Zhao Jinlin suddenly sent a message. "Grey Wolf is avenging you. He sent those people yesterday." Yichio's eyes flashed coldly. "Where is he?" A few hours later, Grey Wolf was indulging in a luxurious nightlife, drunk, with music blaring in the hall and beauties all around him. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door was kicked open, and Yichio stepped in, his eyes as cold as a blade, his whole body exuding murderous intent. "Who dares to cause trouble?" Grey Wolf was drunk and roared. He waved his hand, and several drunken thugs immediately rushed towards Yichio. Yichio smiled coldly and said nothing. He punched them. Wherever he went, screams were heard, and the thugs flew away like straw. Screams rang out in the hall, and the air froze instantly. Grey Wolf saw Yichio approaching step by step and suddenly grabbed the bottle and smashed it at him, cursing, "I'm going to kill you, ah!" Yichio grabbed Grey Wolf's wrist and twisted it slightly. With a crack, Grey Wolf's wrist instantly broke in the opposite direction, and the wine bottle fell to the ground and shattered. Grey Wolf was sweating on his forehead in pain and gnashed his teeth. "You dare to touch me? I won't let you go." Yichio's sneer intensified. He exerted more force on his hand, and with a snap, the gray wolf's arm broke again. Yi Chio whispered calmly, "Next, where should I break it?" Chapter 76. Gray Wolf fell to his knees tremblingly. No matter how ruthless he was, he had never seen a man as ruthless as Yi Chio. The cold face and captivating eyes made him tremble all over. "Let me go. Please let me go." Gray Wolf knelt down and begged for mercy, his tone miserable. "You can ask for anything, money, women. I'll give them to you." Yi Chio sneered and kicked the Gray Wolf away without mercy. The Gray Wolf curled up on the ground in pain, screaming. Outside the door, Zhao Jinlin rushed in with his men. Looking at the mess on the ground, he broke out in a cold sweat. There were at least 100 people, all knocked down by Yi Chio. Zhao Jinlin walked quickly towards Yi Chio and handed him a cigarette. "Do you regret it?" Yi Chio didn't take the cigarette and said calmly, "There is nothing to regret. Her family background is so prominent. I am not worthy of her." Zhao Jinlin sneered. "Not worthy? Yi Chio, you just closed yourself off and dared not take that step. Let me tell you, Lin Wanxiu is getting engaged." Before he finished speaking, Yi Chio's body shook suddenly, his eyes full of disbelief. "You can handle it yourself?" Zhao Jinlin threw the address of the engagement party to him and turned to leave. Yi Chio stood there stiffly, replaying the days with Lin Wanxiu and Xiao Yuer in his mind. The warm scenes were vivid in his mind. He suddenly made up his mind, picked up Xiao Yuer, and rushed to the airport. At the same time, at the Lin family in Kyoto, the grand engagement banquet was about to begin. Lin Wanxiu sat in front of the dressing table with a blank expression on her face. Her best friend Yang Shui came over and saw that she looked haggard. She couldn't help but said angrily, "If you don't want to get married, don't get married. Who cares about that young master? You like Yi Chio." Lin Wanxiu smiled bitterly and shook her head slightly. "But he doesn't like me." She had done so much these days, even moving to Yi Chio's house, but he always remained cold, making her unable to hold on any longer. Is he blind? Yang Shui clenched her fists in anger. Is there anyone in this world who can refuse you? How about I go and beat him up myself? Lin Wanxiu smiled, put on the earrings, and said to herself in the mirror, "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's not him. It's the same for anyone else." Just as she was hiding her heartache and preparing to attend the banquet, there was a sound of hurried footsteps at the door. She picked up the hairpin, the earrings, and the necklace, and compared them to the mirror with a smile on her face. But Yang Shui could see that Lin Wanxiu was not happy at all. She was just forcing a smile. "Does it look good?" Lin Wanxiu talked to herself. She looked at the time. In another hour, she would become someone else's woman. Chapter 77. This grand engagement banquet attracted countless eyes. The two great families, the Lin family and the Fong family, were finally going to get married. Fong Hung, a member of an old family in Kyoto, graduated from a top overseas Ivy League university. Although he was 5 years older than Lin Wanxiu, they grew up together and were childhood sweethearts. Fong Hung was not only ambitious, but also pushed the Fong group to the top in just 2 years. He was also talented and handsome, which made people very envious. Yi Chio looked at the information sent by Zhao Jinlin and couldn't help but sigh. He was just an ordinary doctor, and even his medical qualification certificate was issued recently. Fong Heng's halo instantly eclipsed him. Despite this, he still decided to take his daughter Xiaoyu and rushed to attend the engagement party. "Master, please hurry up," Yi Chio urged anxiously. The driver just smiled and replied, "It's already fast, little brother." Xiao Yuer took out candy from his pocket with a look of grievance, begging the driver, "Uncle, please hurry up, I want to see my aunt." The driver was amused by her appearance and stepped on the accelerator, increasing the speed instantly. He said to himself, "Don't leave regrets in life, go get it back quickly." The atmosphere at the hotel entrance was serious. The security guard refused to let Yi Chio in. "You can't go in without an invitation." Yi Chio was anxious. "I must go in." Just when the conflict was about to break out, Yang Shui arrived and frowned slightly. "Are you Yi Chio?" She looked over and found Xiao Yu, who was holding his hand. "What are you doing here?" Yang Shui asked coldly. "I have something to say to Wanxiu. I'm afraid I'll regret it if I don't say it," Yi Chio said firmly. Yang Shui softened a little. "Okay, let them in." She turned to the security guard and said, "Let them in." The music gradually sounded. In the auditorium, Fong Hung held the microphone with a smile on his face. "Thank you all for coming to witness my engagement ceremony with Wanxiu." He tilted his head and looked at Lin Wanxiu tenderly, holding her hand tightly. "Wanxiu, Will you be my wife? At this moment, the luxurious door was suddenly pushed open, and Yi Qiu and Xiao Yue walked in, instantly attracting the attention of the whole audience. I don't agree, he shouted loudly, and all shocked eyes focused on Lin Wanxiu. Chapter 78. Amid the hustle and bustle of the banquet hall, a deafening roar suddenly came, instantly stopping everyone. Everyone's eyes were focused on the door, and they were shocked when they saw Yi Qiu and Xiao Yue rushing in. I don't agree. Yi Qiu's voice was sonorous, like a bolt from the blue. Lin Wanxiu, you can't marry him. He took a deep breath, appearing extremely anxious, as if he couldn't believe that time might stop at this moment. Lin Wanxiu's heart seemed to skip a beat. She was shocked that she had imagined this scene countless times in her mind, but now it was actually happening before her eyes. At this moment, people at the scene began to whisper, their eyes curious and confused. Is this a marriage robbery? Someone whispered. Lin Zhao's face was gloomy, and he could hardly hide his anger. He didn't expect Yi Qiu to show up at this occasion. He was just messing around. Someo ne come, he ordered sternly. The Fong family's relatives seemed nervous. Who could have expected that someone would dare to come and snatch the bride at this time? He thought to himself that this matter had to be solved by the Lin family. Get him out! Lin Zhao's voice was like a sharp blade. The security guards stepped forward one after another, and the situation became increasingly tense. This is not the place for you to make trouble. Get out! The security guard threatened, his baton flashing with cold light, showing no mercy. Several security guards tried to push Yi Qiu away, but he easily dodged them with a firm look in his eyes. He entrusted Xiao Yue to Yang Shui and walked towards Lin Wanxiu, knowing that if he didn't express his love today, he would regret it in the future. Lin Wanxiu, I like you. He spoke word by word, his voice was deafening. The Fong family was furious. Old Lin, what's going on? Hearing that Lin Wanxiu was attached to him, he became even more furious and the engagement banquet could not continue. Lin Xiao gritted his teeth, and an agile old Taoist priest flew out from behind him and rushed towards Yi Qiu. Seeing this, Lin Wanxiu's heart tightened and he shouted urgently, Old man, you can't hurt him. The old Taoist priest is a top expert in Kyoto. If he really attacks, Yi Qiu may not be able to bear it. She wanted to rush forward to stop him, but was stopped by Fong Hung, who signaled her to calm down. With so many wealthy families present today, the family's reputation must not be damaged. How dare you? The old Taoist priest shouted angrily, and the palm wind whistled towards him. Yi Qiu's body reacted instinctively and quickly raised his hands. With a loud bang, the old Taoist priest stepped back several steps, his eyes full of shock. No one can stop me. Yi Qiu roared, fear surging in his heart, fearing that he would lose Lin Wanxiu. His momentum was like a rainbow, and he approached the old Taoist priest directly, and the atmosphere froze instantly. Boy, don't you know what the occasion is today? The old Taoist looked helpless. Come with me. Yi Qiu looked directly at Lin Wanxiu, determined. At this moment, Lin Wanxiu's tears were flowing, and her heart was complicated. She was touched and panicked, fearing that Yi Qiu would suffer an accident because of her. I'm sorry. Lin Wanxiu shook her head helplessly, as if this relationship had never even begun and had already ended. Yi Qiu felt a chill in his heart, as if all the good things had vanished in an instant. Chapter 79. Lin Wanxiu's mood was like a roller coaster, ups and downs. She couldn't believe that she had to reject Yi Qiu, the man who made her heart beat. Facing him, her voice trembled, tears welled up in her eyes. I can't go with you. The words were like a knife, cutting her heart. Yi Qiu was stunned, as if he couldn't believe her words. The hope in his eyes gradually died down as she rejected him. He smiled bitterly, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, I'm sorry I disturbed you. I wish you happiness. After that, he turned and walked towards Yang Shui, who was holding Xiao Yue, his heart aching. Xiao Yue, let's go. He comforted the little girl with his warm embrace, but Xiao Yue's tears fell, and her crying voice was full of loss. Annie, don't you want me to? That sentence was like a sharp knife, piercing Lin Wanxiu's heart. Her heart was torn apart, but in front of everyone, she could only remain silent and could not call them to stop. Everyone, I'm sorry. There was some misunderstanding just now. Lin Xiao hurriedly explained, trying to save the situation. Lin Wanxiu stood there, like a wooden man. His heart was in chaos, as if time had stopped at this moment. After everything was over, she hurriedly ran out, holding up her skirt. Fong Hung followed closely behind her, blocking her way. Get in the car. He drove and sped towards Kyoto Airport. At this time, Yi Qiu and Xiao Yuer were in the waiting hall, silent. Yi Qiu's thoughts were wandering, and suddenly, the flight information broadcast sounded. The plane to Tianhai is about to take off. Baby, let's go home. He picked up Xiao Yuer, but Xiao Yuer shook his head, his eyes full of expectation. Annie, don't you want to go back with us? At this moment, Fong Heng's voice came from behind. What, are you leaving now? He stared at Yi Qiu with a hint of provocation in his eyes. Yi Qiu had no resentment, but just smiled faintly. Be nice to Wan Qiu. If you bully her, I won't let you go. Yi Qiu. Fong Heng suddenly called him with a complicated expression. Lin Wanqiu came running over breathlessly, as if her arrival had changed everything. She rushed in front of Yi Qiu, with sweat on her forehead. You left me behind. Yi Qiu's heart suddenly trembled. Lin Wanqiu's appearance made him a little stunned. You and him? Things are complicated. I can't possibly marry him. Lin Wanqiu's eyes were firm, but then a little nervous. What you said in the auditorium just now, was it true? It's true. Every word is from the heart. Yi Qiu nodded affirmatively. Do you like me? She asked. Like? You want to take me away? I guess if you want. Xiao Yuer came over at this time and hugged Lin Wanqiu tightly. He doesn't dare to bully you. I will help you get revenge. Lin Wanqiu couldn't help laughing out loud and instantly put down the burden in her heart. Let's go home. As she said that, she pulled Xiao Yuer, laughing and talking happily, as if all the unhappiness had disappeared. Outside the airport, Fong Heng and Lin Xiao looked at each other with deep emotion. Lin Xiao couldn't help shaking his head, thinking to himself, this kid is really courageous. He dares to speak out in front of a big family. At this moment, the old Taoist priest smiled and said, if he becomes your son-in-law, will the Lin family's troubles still be considered troubles? Chapter 80. Lin Xiao said nothing, with mixed feelings in his heart. After all, Yi Qiu cured his strange disease, which made him have to admit Yi Qiu's strength. However, facing so many noble families, he still had doubts in his heart. You want to be my son-in-law? Not that easy. Lin Xiao snorted coldly and thought secretly in his mind. The old Taoist couldn't help laughing. He knew in his heart that although Lin Xiao was tough, his daughter had run away with someone. So what could he do? Old man, what are you laughing at? Lin Xiao frowned and said in an unhappy tone, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Don't laugh secretly behind my back. I am not smiling in front of you, the old Taoist priest said jokingly. By the way, old Lin, do you prefer a grandson or a granddaughter? You old pervert. Why are you asking this? Lin Xiao shook his head helplessly, feeling a little helpless in his heart. On the way back, Yi Qiu finally understood the truth of the matter. Although it was complicated, he knew that the relationship between Lin Wanqiu and Fong Heng was just a joint performance. It was impossible for the two to be together, but he almost messed it up. I can't go back to Kyoto now. You must stay in Tianhai to protect me. Do you understand? Don't bully me. Lin Wanqiu looked pitiful. If you dare to bully me, I will let Xiaoyer take care of you. Yi Qiu nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, if he still dared to bully her, he would be a real bastard. Lin Wanqiu had sacrificed a lot for him, and he couldn't let her down. As soon as he arrived at Tianhai, Chu Tiangang called him. The public welfare project of Wanrong Factory was about to cut the ribbon, and Yi Qiu and Lin Wanqiu had to attend. You can go. I'm the representative of the medical hall. There's no need for me to go. Lin Wanqiu was firm in her attitude. She just wanted to be the woman behind Yi Qiu and leave the halo to him. Yi Qiu understood her thoughts, so he asked her to take Xiao Yuer home, and he ran to Wanrong's factory. When they arrived at the scene, Chu Tiangang was already there, and Fang Yang was also there. Leaders arrived one after another, and the bigwigs of Tianhai gathered together, and the atmosphere was warm. Look, it's Chu Tiangang. He donated hundreds of millions again this time. The crowd was talking. Lei Song watched silently from the side, feeling unhappy in his heart. He was supposed to be standing there, but now he was reduced to being Chu Tiangang's foil, secretly hating Yi Qiu in his heart. Yi Qiu, you must die. Lei Song swore secretly in his heart. His eyes were like knives, gradually becoming colder. Wan Rong said with emotion, Dr. Yi, I really have to thank you, otherwise our factory. His words were sincere. Yi Qiu smiled slightly, but he knew in his heart that his efforts had not been in vain. The ribbon-cutting ceremony ended successfully, and Yi Qiu's reputation became more and more famous. When he got home, he heard thick smoke coming from the kitchen. Yi Chio rushed in immediately and saw Lin Wanxiu frantically anxious. Don't use water. He pulled her out and the fire was suppressed instantly. I thought you could eat it when you came back, so I tried it. Lin Wanxiu seemed a little aggrieved. I'm afraid it's not edible. Yi Chio didn't know whether to laugh or cry, thinking to himself that it was fortunate that he returned home in time. Xiao Yuer, keep a close eye on her from now on, and don't let her enter the kitchen. Yi Chio instructed Xiao Yuer. Yes, Xiao Yuer responded seriously. Finally, Yi Chio made a few dishes again. Lin Wanqiu looked at his cooking skills and couldn't help but admire him. She thought to herself, it seems that the safety of the kitchen in the future will depend on him. Chapter 81. Lin Wanqiu's chopsticks suddenly stopped, and her eyes were fixed on Yi Chio in surprise. She had asked him this question before, but Yi Chio just wanted to live a stable life with Xiao Yuer and lead a simple life. He never longed for power and fighting. You don't have to change yourself for me, she said softly. I know you don't like to fight. Yi Chio shook his head, his eyes firm. I am not doing this for you, but also for Xiao Yuer and myself. He took a deep breath, his tone heavy. You are right, I lack ambition, which is why my ex-wife left. I don't want to lose anyone again. I don't want to lose you. Every word he said was sonorous and sincere enough to make people tremble. Lin Wanqiu's eyes were moistened instantly, but she tried hard to hold it back and smiled instead. The air was filled with a warm atmosphere, and even Xia couldn't help but cover his eyes with his hands, shouting, I didn't see it. I didn't see anything. The three of them smiled at each other, warm and harmonious. After dinner, they sat on the sofa together and watched cartoons. Suddenly, Yi Chio's phone rang, and Chu Tiangong's urgent voice came from the other end. Yi Chio, something happened. It's a big deal. What's the matter? Yi Chio's heart tightened. Something happened at Wanrong's factory. Go to Tianhai, first hospital. Before Chu Tiangang hung up, Yi Chio's phone rang again. It was Wanrong's emergency call. Dr. Yi, come quickly. I have to go take a look. You take Xiaoyur to sleep, Yi Chio said and rushed out the door. Lin Wanqiu followed closely behind. It's cold at night, bring a coat. Her concern warmed his heart. Yi Chio drove along the way. His heart was beating fast. Wanrong's factory mainly produces bread, so it shouldn't have been a big deal. When he arrived at the hospital, he ran into Zhao Jianlin. I was just about to call you, Zhao Jianlin said. Let's go in and take a look first. The two hurried into the ward. Gao Luan was already here. He frowned and said, there are 16 people at the scene with the same symptoms. I don't think it's food poisoning. Yi Chio approached the patient, frowned, and decisively ordered, all of you get out. After a thorough examination, he said in a deep voice, malaria. How could it be malaria? Gao Luan couldn't believe it. Close the factory immediately and do not allow anyone to enter or leave. Yi Chio instructed, the source is in the factory. We must find it. I'll arrange it right away. Gao Luan nodded, feeling secretly nervous. Timely treatment is necessary. Artemisinin is the most effective. After Yi Chio finished speaking, he and Zhao Jinlin went straight to the factory. Malaria is caused by plasmodium, which is mainly transmitted by mosquitoes. Yi Chio explained in the car and said seriously, wait outside for a while, don't go in. I'll ask someone to send protective clothing immediately. Zhao Jinlin said hurriedly, feeling uneasy. I'm fine. Yi Chio was full of confidence, exuding a righteous spirit that made him fearless of mosquitoes. They soon arrived at the factory, where the fence had been erected. Yi Chio's figure was firm and fearless. Wait here, I promise everyone will be fine. Chapter 82. Yi Chio walked into the factory without hesitation. Even though people outside were worried, as a doctor, saving lives was his duty. Captain Zhao, what should we do now? Wan Rong asked anxiously. Wait, Zhao Jinlin responded seriously. He knew that Yi Chio would never act rashly, and no one else could help except him. Walking into the factory, Yi Chio saw a familiar environment. Wan Rong had already instructed the employees to gather in an open area, their faces full of anxiety and fear. Dr. Yi is here, someone in the crowd shouted excitedly. Don't be afraid. I'm here, you'll be fine. Yi Chio comforted them, with a teasing smile. I heard you guys are pretty brave. Why are you almost crying? I'm afraid of death, an employee answered in a trembling voice. Don't worry, you won't die, Yi Chio said. Now everyone line up in an orderly manner and come to me one by one. I will check you. If there is no problem, you can go out. He smiled, with a firm light in his eyes, like a flame of hope igniting everyone's courage. Everyone immediately followed the instructions and lined up in an orderly manner. The tense atmosphere gradually eased. Yichio quickly and accurately checked everyone's body. Within 20 minutes, everyone was checked and 24 people were found to be infected with malaria. I can tell you frankly that you are infected with malaria, but I can cure it. Hearing this, everyone finally felt relieved. Now, I need you to do me a favor. Yichio said, this malaria is transmitted by mosquitoes. We must find this bug. Mr. Yi, are you keeping us here because we are already infected and getting bitten again won't make any difference? The young man asked cleverly. Smart. Yichio nodded and encouraged everyone to recall the places they had been to. After discussion, they quickly deduced the common place, the public toilet. That's it, they said in unison. Yichio didn't waste any time and immediately followed them to the public toilet. When they reached the door, he asked everyone to wait outside and walked in alone. The hygiene is pretty good. Yichio observed the environment, his ears keenly capturing faint sounds, as if something was moving quietly. Suddenly, he found several fiery red ants and quickly caught 2 of them in a transparent bag. This kind of ant is not common in Tianhai. This is the culprit, Yichio said to the people outside. Everyone was stunned and couldn't believe it. Don't underestimate them. They are very poisonous. Yichio instructed them to use pesticides regularly and carry out disinfection work. Walking out of the factory, Zhao Jinlin paced back and forth. Seeing that Yichio was safe and sound, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. How about it? 24 people have been infected, but have not shown any symptoms yet. I'll have the hospital send a car to pick them up for treatment later. Yichio said as he took out the ants from the bag, his tone serious. Also, this one was probably put in there by someone. Chapter 83. Zhao Jinlin frowned, his expression solemn, as if the sense of crisis was growing stronger in the air. He whispered, are you saying that someone deliberately put these ants into the factory? His voice was filled with anger and shock. Yichio nodded, his eyes firm. That's right. This kind of red ant is extremely rare in China and is mainly distributed in tropical areas. This is already considered a biological invasion. Besides, it just happened to appear in Wanrong's factory. There must be something wrong behind it. Yichio added. A series of thoughts flashed through Zhao Jinlin's mind. This factory had just recently become the implementation point of a public welfare project, and Chu Tiangang and Fang Yang's investment involved countless stakeholders. It was inevitable that someone would be dissatisfied and want revenge. I warned you long ago that someone would take action against this project, but I didn't expect it to be so sinister. Zhao Jinlin took a deep breath. We must thoroughly investigate this matter. What should we do now? He immediately asked. The surveillance investigation yielded no results, and Zhao Jinlin realized that the mastermind behind the incident might have been hiding in plain sight. I have a way. Yichio showed a confident smile. Let the ants find the criminals themselves. Zhao Jinlin was a little bit unbelievable. This sounds like a fairy tale. Yichio smiled slightly and explained. I am proficient in mysterious medicine and have some special abilities. Through divination, I can help these ants find their targets. Zhao Jinlin was still confused, but he nodded firmly. No matter what you do, just tell me, and I will cooperate. But ants are small and move slowly, so it will take a long time to find the culprit behind this. He pointed at the tiny fiery red ant, his brows slightly furrowed. It's not slow. Yichio shook it lightly, and 2 thin wings spread out on the back of the fire-red ant. This is a flying ant. He carefully placed the 2 flying ants in his palm, and suddenly a stream of air enveloped them. Yichio chanted in a low voice, and the inaudible air needle carved mysterious patterns on the ant's wings. Go! He shouted softly, and the red ant flew up and disappeared from sight in the blink of an eye. If it were someone else, I would really think he was a charlatan. Zhao Jinlin shook his head. A bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He must be arrested. Don't worry, they're going to look for people and will not harm innocent people. Yichio comforted. So what's next? Do we go to the hospital and wait? Zhao Jinlin asked tentatively. I'm afraid not. Yichio shook his head. This time our opponents are not simple. They have suffered losses before and will never be fooled easily. The only drug that can cure this disease is artemisinin. This drug is strictly regulated and only available in infectious disease hospitals. Yichio continued. The mastermind may have already fled Tianhai, but he can't escape far. The patient will not go too far. We just need to find out who is receiving treatment, and we can lock onto the target. Zhao Jinlin nodded, but he soon realized that he did not have the authority to retrieve this information. I'll come to ask Mr. Gao for help. Yi Qiu offered. He understood Zhao Jinlin's distress. If there's anything you need me to do, please let me know at any time. Zhao Jinlin expressed his support. The two quickly split up. Yi Qiu rushed to the first hospital, found Gao Qiao directly, and expressed his request without any hesitation. I need you to help me find out that information. This kind of behavior must not be let off. Yi Qiu's tone was firm and unambiguous. I'll see if I can retrieve it. Gao Qiao frowned slightly. However, whether it can be done depends on whether the person is willing. Can you get him to give you face? Yi Qiu said bluntly. Gao Qiao couldn't help but laugh. That's not necessarily true, but if you come forward, there will definitely be no problem. He immediately took out his cell phone and made a call, but just as Yi Qiu had expected, the other party refused as soon as he mentioned the matter. Don't come to me for this kind of thing. My friends are busy. If you don't have anything else to do, I'll hang up now. Yi Qiu asked you for help. Gao Qiao explained quickly. When Yi Qiu was mentioned, the other side's attitude really changed 180 degrees, and even complained. Yi Qiu, why didn't you say so earlier? It just so happens that I have a student in the provincial capital's health system. I asked him to make the arrangements. It's no big deal. Gao Qiao responded cheerfully and deliberately turned the call to speakerphone so that Yi Qiu could hear the changes in the other party. But remember to tell Yi Qiu that there is an exchange meeting in my school. Can he come over to have some fun? Professor Su's voice sounded, full of anticipation. Students' enthusiasm for learning has been low recently. I have to show them that young people can also be miracle doctors. He seemed to want to take the opportunity to invite Yi Qiu. No problem, Professor Su. Yi Qiu agreed without hesitation. Ah, Yi Qiu is right next to us? Professor Su's tone suddenly became shy. This is not a bargain. Catching criminals is the responsibility of citizens. I'll take care of this. I'll let Gao Zheng inform you of the time and place of the exchange meeting later. He hung up the phone with a satisfied smile. Hey, this old guy is still embarrassed. Gao Zheng couldn't help but teasing. Gao Zheng understood that Professor Su had long wanted to invite Yi Qiu to the school, but had never found a suitable opportunity. How could he let go of this opportunity? The gap between the medical level in our province and that in developed regions is too big, and this problem must be solved, Gao Zheng said with emotion. The training of young doctors is the key. He knows very well that the inheritance of traditional Chinese medicine takes time, but how many young people today can calm down and study seriously? There is no distinction between high and low medical skills. As long as they can cure diseases, they are all good methods. Yeki similet. There are many treasures in our traditional medicine. Only by eliminating the dross can we carry forward the essence and have a promising future. That's very well said. Gao Zheng praised sincerely. It would be great if everyone was like you. Chapter 84. Everyone wants to be Yi Qiu? What a joke. Gao Qiao couldn't help laughing. At his age, after going through so many vicissitudes, he barely managed to gain a foothold in medical skills. A genius like Yi Qiu is rare in a century, and there are people who want everyone to be like him. Of course, this is a beautiful wish, Gao Pei said lightly. If everyone is like you, there will be no incurable diseases in the world, and who will be tortured by illness? A doctor's heart is always with the patient. Even though he is getting older, Gao Wan is still not forgetting his responsibility and passion, which is admirable. I will keep Mr. Gao's words in mind. Yi Qiu nodded and replied. Gao Wan laughed and patted his shoulder. The two said goodbye and went about their business. Suan surveillance had been arranged properly and was ready to lock onto the target at any time. At the same time, Lei Song's anger was about to burst out. The successive failures of his plans had accumulated resentment in his heart, and his angry curses echoed throughout the office. Didn't you say it was useful? I gave you a chance, and this is how you repay me? Lei Song's face was distorted as he angrily accused the secretary. Boss Lei, this is impossible. Why wasn't Yi Qiu bitten by flying ants? The secretary argued aggrievedly. He had come up with this sinister plan, but he had never expected that Yi Qiu would be lucky enough to escape the disaster. And it was a group of people who were unlucky. Flying ants are contagious after biting people, but Yi Qiu was safe and sound, which was simply incomprehensible. Get lost. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Lei Song was furious and felt that everyone around him was trash. The secretary was worried that his trust was gradually decreasing. When he was feeling upset, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck. He slapped his neck, and a fiery red flying ant was killed on the spot. What's going on? He immediately ran to the bathroom, looked in the mirror, and saw the red spot on his neck. He panicked. I was bitten? It's over. He was shocked. How could Fei Yi appear here? Wanrong's factory was 30 kilometers away from here. The secretary couldn't understand why Fei Yi seemed to come to him specifically. It's over, it's over. He knew very well how powerful the flying ants were. His mind went blank, and his face turned pale instantly. He hurriedly drove to the infectious disease hospital. On the way, he was worried about being caught, so he suddenly had an idea and turned around and drove towards the provincial capital. The infectious disease hospital in the provincial capital was crowded with people, and the mixed crowd allowed him to seek medical treatment in secret. After arriving at the hospital, he quickly explained the situation to the doctor and took the initiative to mention the possibility of malarial parasites. After examination, the doctor confirmed the condition and prescribed a treatment plan. The secretary felt relieved and sat on the chair, praying that everything would be fine. At the same time, Yi Qiu and Zhao Jianlin also received intelligence that someone from Tianhai was being treated with malaria drugs in the infectious disease hospital in the provincial capital. Zhao Jianlin made careful arrangements and rushed to the hospital quickly. The secretary looked up and saw several people surrounding him. His face changed drastically. Who are you? Come with us. I have something to ask you. Zhao Jianlin showed his ID. I'm not leaving, the secretary responded in panic, wondering how he had been discovered. Don't worry, we also have a hospital over there that can treat malaria. Zhao Jinlin's words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back, and the secretary's face turned pale in an instant. Take him away. Zhao Jinlin gave an order. The secretary had no power to resist and was controlled and taken back to Tianhai for interrogation. After interrogation, the secretary's memory was confused and his speech was unclear, but his relationship with Lei Song was discovered. Zhao Jinlin sneered. How do you want to explain your grievances with Wan Rong? No, impossible, the secretary muttered to himself, realizing the seriousness of the matter. I just want to prove myself. Now is the time. Tell the truth. Are you the mastermind? Chapter 85. The secretary was already scared. Zhao Jinlin's interrogation method was perfect. He used coercion and kindness at the same time, which made him dare not hide anything. This play was obviously operated by Lei Song. Lei Song was not a small role. The secretary was panicked and felt that he was really going to be locked up until he died. What happened? Yi Qiu asked immediately when he saw Zhao Jinlin coming out of the interrogation room. This guy is Lei Song's secretary, Zhao Jinlin said in a deep voice. Lei Song? The one who participated in the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Yi Qiu's surprise was like a bombshell. Lei Song has always been the benchmark of the Tianhai Public Welfare Alliance. On the surface, he seems to be very successful. How could he be involved in something shady? For profit. Zhao Jinlin shook his head helplessly. Business competition is always full of dirty tricks. You know the competition between Lei Song and Chu Tiangang. His last big project was a complete failure. Could it really be him? Yi Qiu's heart was shaken, and he felt a surge of rage. How could he do such a sinister thing for the sake of profit? Since we've found out it's him, let's arrest him, Yi Qiu said angrily. Catch. Do you think it's that easy? Zhao Jinlin smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's impossible to convict Lei Song based on the secretary's words alone. He is not a small character. Without solid evidence, rash actions will only cause more trouble. Is this the injustice of the law? Just because he is a big boss, he can get away with it? Yi Qiu was indignant. We need more evidence, Zhao Jinlin said. Otherwise, even if we want to take action against him, it will be extremely difficult. Lei Song's legal team is not simple. As long as we find evidence, we can make him pay the price. Yi Qiu's eyes were burning with fighting spirit. Yes, but be careful. Lei Song is not easy to deal with. Zhao Jinlin reminded. Yi Qiu nodded and decided to go all out to find evidence to prevent Lei Song, the evil man, from turning over. At the same time, Chu Tiangang also learned the news and was furious and ready to fight back. Lei Song soon found out that his secretary had been arrested, and he was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Idiot! Idiot! He cursed in his heart. The plan that he could have controlled behind the scenes was now completely disrupted, and his name had been firmly remembered by Zhao Jinlin. Chu Tiangang will never give up. Lei Song realized the seriousness of the situation, and a surge of fear surged in his heart. Yi Qiu is even more of a trouble. He has superb medical skills and extraordinary martial arts. Once he wants to attack me, it will be like a dagger hanging around my neck. Lei Song secretly decided in his heart that he must take action against Yi Qiu. Only in this way can he keep his position. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Lei Song smiled coldly, took out an old mobile phone from the drawer, and dialed a number. What's up? There was a lazy response from the other end of the line. There's a job. Do you want to take it? Lei Song said coldly. How much? The other party suddenly became interested. That depends on how many targets you take down. There are several adults and one child. I'll give you money based on how many you kill. Lei Song's tone was fierce. The other party was silent for a moment and then said excitedly, This job is interesting, I'll take it. Chapter 86. Lei Song stood in front of the huge French window, his eyes empty, thinking about his next chess piece in his mind. After receiving the call, his plan was already in motion. He liked to deal with such work the most. Everything was under control. Since he secretly plotted against Yi Qiu, he knew that there was no turning back on this road. Yi Qiu must die. Otherwise, his competition with Chu Tiangang would be like sailing against the current, and it would be difficult to win. His contempt for Chu Tiangang grew day by day, thinking that this self-made man was just lucky and was not worthy of competing with him, a descendant of a famous family. If I can't become the number one in Tianhai, no one in the family will recognize me. Lei Song's goal became more and more determined. Only by eliminating Yi Qiu could he realize his ideal. At the same time, Yi Qiu had just confirmed Lei Song's identity and made up his mind. Zhao Jinlin and Chu Tian were doing their best to collect evidence and vowed to bring this so-called big shot to justice. Yi Qiu had a deep understanding of the cruelty of this world. Power and money can make many people superior to others, and he was powerless to change all this, so he could only strive for justice. I want to go to the provincial capital too. After dinner, Lin Wanqiu raised her hand excitedly, followed by Xiao Yer. Facing the two strong requests, Yi Qiu nodded helplessly. Okay, you all go. He knew in his heart that he could not resist their coquettish offensive. The next morning, the three of them were ready to set off. Along the way, the carriage was filled with laughter. Xiao Yer was very happy to go to the provincial capital for the first time, while Lin Wanqiu was happy because of the warmth of family. The scenery outside the car window passed by quickly, and Yi Qiu felt the long-lost happiness. Arriving at the provincial medical university, the security guards stopped their car. No outside vehicles are allowed to enter. Yi Qiu showed the invitation letter, and the security guard let him go after a careful inspection. At this moment, Yi Qiu felt the pressure brought by youth, and also realized his talent and opportunities in the field of medicine. They walked into the auditorium. Many scholars gathered at the door. Yi Qiu looked particularly young in the crowd. He observed silently, and suddenly heard a burst of enthusiastic praise from behind him. Xiao Xia, you have become a visiting professor. Just as he was about to join the discussion, a burst of hurried footsteps sounded. Excuse me, please make way. Yi Qiu walked over, saw that the passage was blocked, and said with a smile. Chapter 87. Xia Tian was just about to take a seat in the auditorium with Professor Gao and others when suddenly a young figure rushed in and said in a firm voice, Please make way. I want to go in. The man was holding Xiao Yer in one hand and Lin Wanqiu in the other, and he seemed calm and unhurried. How come this person has no manners at all? Xia Tian was dissatisfied, frowned, and couldn't help muttering. Today is a serious academic seminar, not a play. Why bring the child here? Upon seeing this, Professor Gao immediately turned around and made way for the young man, saying with a smile, Sorry, we've made way. Although he was unhappy, Xia Tian could only swallow his anger. After all, Professor Gao had said so. The young man smiled, thanked them, and strode into the auditorium. Xia Tian became increasingly dissatisfied and even approached the volunteer at the door, asking, How can you let people in like this? What if it affects the seminar? He silenced the volunteer in one breath. Okay, it's not that serious. It could be a professor's family member. Professor Gao advised softly. Although he still felt uncomfortable, he had no choice but to accept it. The auditorium was full of people, and it was very lively. Xia Tian glanced around and noticed that the young man was standing in front of the guest seats and making a phone call, as if he was looking for his seat. Xia Tian's heart moved, and a trace of doubt flashed through his mind. Could he also be an important person? Of course it's the guest seat. Didn't you see the name? The voice came from the other end of the phone. Yi Qiu showed a confident smile on his face, turned to Lin Wanxiu, and said, Professor Su is very thoughtful and reserved a seat for you in the first row. Just as Yi Qiu was about to take a seat, a cold accusation came from behind him. This is not the auditorium. You've come to the wrong place. It was Xia Tian, and his face looked unfriendly. I know. This place is full. Yi Qiu did not give in. You just came to sit in the guest seats? Who are you? Xia Tian said aggressively, his tone full of contempt. It's commendable that you are eager to learn, but this serious seminar is not something that can be disrupted by someone like you. He raised his chin, looking very arrogant. Yi Qiu was furious, wondering what this man's intention was. He was about to fight back, but he saw Professor Su Onghua and others walking towards him. Xia Tian immediately changed his expression and greeted them attentively. Mr. Su, the seminar is about to begin. Let's take a seat first. Xia Tian pretended to be enthusiastic, smiling, and did not take Yi Qiu seriously at all. Yi Qiu's mouth curled up slightly, thinking to himself that he didn't care what these people thought. Just as he was about to ignore them, Su Ongua's voice came to his ears. Yi Qiu, you're here? Yi Qiu turned around, and his heart moved. It turned out that he had attracted the attention of the professors. He straightened up, walked towards the professors, and responded with a smile. Yes, Professor Su, I'm looking forward to today's seminar. Xia Tian was standing aside, feeling mixed emotions. This young man's aura seemed different from others. Could he really be someone who should not be underestimated? I heard that the traceless cream you developed is very effective. Can you help me do an experiment? Professor Gao's eyes were shining with anticipation. At this moment, Xia Tian's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he wondered what ability this boy had to attract the attention of the professors. But he was unwilling to accept this and wanted to show off here. This little trick can't be hidden from me. Chapter 88. Xia Tian was stunned, with incredible thoughts churning in his mind. Yi Qiu was actually the unparalleled genius, he mentioned. This was absolutely impossible. He just wanted to kick this guy out, but he didn't expect that he was actually a big shot. Professor Su, you are finally here. Yi Qiu stood up and greeted him with a smile. Xia Tian's head suddenly buzzed. This kid is really not simple. I was almost chased away. Yi Qiu said with a smile, not being polite. Who dares to drive you out? Su Onghua said with a smile. I'll drive him out first. After hearing the order, Xia Tian was shocked. He didn't expect that Yi Qiu was so important in Su Ongua's eyes. This is Yi Qiu, the developer of the miraculous medicine Traceless Ointment. Su Ongua's tone was full of respect when he introduced him. The young are really promising. Professor Gao exclaimed. Several people surrounded Yi Qiu, discussing and communicating enthusiastically, completely ignoring Xia Tian. Xia Tian felt unbalanced. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Yi Qiu was just a rich kid with a gilded reputation and was not worthy of such support. He never believed that this kid had any real ability. The meaning of medical skills is to cure diseases and save lives, Yi Qiu said lightly, which immediately attracted everyone's nods of praise. Xia Tian was indignant and interrupted. There is no distinction between high and low medical skills, but there are categories of medicine. Modern medicine is the mainstream. There is no doubt that technological advances have increased patient survival rates. Professor Gao supported Xia Tian, which seemed to make him more confident. Medical skills don't need more than 10 or 20 years of accumulation before they can be used. Xia Tian's eyes were firm, and he was secretly proud of himself. The opportunity to suppress Yi Qiu had finally come. Yi Qiu smiled slightly, but his heart was calm. As soon as he entered the door, he felt Xia Tian's hostility. He didn't expect that this kid would dare to question him in public. You both make sense. Su Onghua hurriedly tried to ease the atmosphere, but Yi Qiu did not intend to respond. All titles are just external things, Yi Qiu said with a smile, and responded to Su Onghua. If I become a visiting professor, wouldn't I be the youngest visiting professor? Xia Tian's face changed instantly, and he was panicking. Yi Qiu had threatened his reputation as a young and promising man, so he couldn't help but feel uneasy. The more he thought about it, the more anxious he became. It seemed that he had to find a way to regain his position. Yi Qiu, do you agree? Su Onghua looked expectant. At this time, Xia Tian's face became more and more ugly. Chapter 89. Xia Tian was shocked, and Yi Qiu's words rang in his ears like thunder. He wanted to know what Yi Qiu wanted to do, but the greater shock came from Su Ongua's impatient laughter. Of course it's the youngest. Su Ongua's tone was like a master who controlled everything. As long as you nod, the offer letter will be delivered immediately. He seemed to have seen the scene where Yi Qiu was envied by Gao Qiao. Yi Qiu smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Since Professor Su is so kind, I won't be polite. Huh, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Su Onguo was ecstatic and made a phone call to arrange for the appointment letter. The other professors at the scene were stunned, especially Xia Tian, who felt unbalanced. He had worked so hard to get the visiting professorship, but Yi Qiu broke his record as soon as he arrived. Isn't this inappropriate? Xia Tian couldn't help himself any longer and questioned. There are procedures for hiring visiting professors. We can't treat it like a joke. He was burning with anger, and questioning Yi Qiu's qualifications became a way for him to vent his anger. Su Onguo was stunned for a moment, slightly unhappy, but he rationally controlled his emotions. Professor Xia, everyone recognizes Yi Qiu's strength. I have the right to invite him. At this time, Yi Qiu interrupted and said, it seems that Professor Xia is the first one who is not convinced. Yi Qiu, don't be angry. Su Ongua's face changed slightly. He was angry because others questioned Yi Qiu. Now it was his turn, and he naturally didn't want to repeat the same mistake. Just as the atmosphere was getting tense, Yi Qiu's eyes wandered over Xia Tian, as if he was seeing through something. A doctor cannot treat himself. Yi Qiu suddenly said, Professor Xia doesn't believe in my medical skills and even thinks that Western medicine is better than Chinese medicine. Then I'm curious. Why didn't you even find a hidden disease in your body? What did you say? Xia Tian's face changed slightly and his heart trembled. He never expected that his shortcomings would be exposed in public. Chinese medicine treats illness before it occurs and finds problems before your symptoms appear. Yi Qiu pointed directly at the acupuncture point 3 inches below Xia Tian's heart. Try it, press for 3 seconds. Everyone's eyes were focused on him, and Xia Tian's heart was alarmed, but he still reached out and pressed it. In less than 3 seconds, his face turned pale, and a stinging sensation made him sweat profusely. He couldn't help but scream out, and his body trembled involuntarily. What's going on? Professor Gao immediately stepped forward to feel the pulse, his face solemn. This pulse. It's hidden so deeply that you can't find it if you're not careful. Su Onguo nervously grabbed Xia Tian's hand, frowning. Xia Tian's heart sank, and all kinds of worries flashed through his mind. He had a physical examination just 6 months ago, so how could there be a problem suddenly? You have a cardiovascular mutated tumor. Yi Qiu said bluntly, his voice steady and calm. The scanning machine can't see the shadow. Only careful people can find it. Under everyone's gaze, Xia Tian felt as if he was falling into an abyss. He hurriedly pulled out his own examination report, and the professors gathered around to examine it carefully. As Yi Qiu said, abnormal signs gradually emerged. Xia Tian's heart felt like it was struck by lightning, with shock and fear intertwined. How could I? He clenched his teeth, a trace of despair rising in his heart. Chapter 90. All of the people present here are leaders in their respective fields, with rich experience and great achievements, and they will not be easily fooled. Yi Qiu's words shocked Su Onguo again. This guy is actually telling the truth. The senior professors who were originally skeptical about Yi Qiu's medical skills were now full of admiration. They were all veterans who had been immersed in medicine for decades, but they had never discovered Xia Tian's hidden illness. But what about Yi Qiu? He only took a few glances and accurately diagnosed the disease, which was simply astonishing. Yi Qiu, how did you find out? Professor Gao asked anxiously. Professor Gao, observation, auscultation, questioning, and palpation are the basis of medical diagnosis. Yi Qiu said bluntly. Professor Xia's sallow complexion indicates that his qi and blood are deficient, and there must be a problem with the blood supply to his heart. And the bloodshot under his eyes is definitely not caused by staying up late, but by the stagnation of liver qi and the upwelling of yang fire. Professor Gao nodded frequently, marveling at Yi Qiu's sharpness and wisdom. Xia Tian was flustered by Yi Qiu's sharp eyes and couldn't even say a word of doubt. Who would have thought that he would become a patient in this seminar? Your illness is very troublesome. Su Onguo interrupted the silence, his eyes solemn. He and Professor Gao looked at each other, and there was a hint of uneasiness in his words. The tumor was located close to the ventricle, so the operation was extremely risky, and even the best surgeons could not guarantee a foolproof outcome. Upon hearing this, Xia Tian felt as if struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and his inner panic was beyond description. "I'm done," he said dejectedly, tears welling up in his eyes. "It's not that troublesome," Yichio said calmly. "I have a way to cure you. Today I will take this opportunity to teach you a lesson." Everyone was shocked. Although Xia Tian was unwilling, he had no choice but to agree. "I do." "Then take off your clothes," Yichio said lightly. Although Xia Tian looked embarrassed, he still did it. People around him stood up and raised their phones to record this magical scene. Who would have thought that this seminar would turn into a live consultation? Yichio was not polite at all. He stretched out his finger, and suddenly, a needle of air came out from his fingertips. The scene was instantly silent, and everyone held their breath and stared intently. "This, Gao Qiao didn't lie to me. It's really true." Professor Gao could not hide his excitement, his voice trembling slightly. Yichio didn't care at all. His finger accurately touched the tumor on Xia Tian's chest, and the needle instantly sank in. At that moment, Xia Tian felt like he was in a dream, and he didn't dare to move at all. Yichio's technique was astonishingly precise. With a slight movement, the air knife, as thin as a cicada's wing, scraped off the tumor silently. The scene suddenly became so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Only Yi Xiaoyu and Lin Wanxiu didn't care. Their eyes were full of pride. Xiaoyu tilted his head and asked, "Why don't they say anything?" Lin Wanxiu smiled slightly, her eyes full of admiration. "Your father is treating someone." There was no surprise on her face. After all, Yi Qiu could even cure her father's chronic illness. His medical skills were definitely on another level. Seeing so many people looking at Yi Qiu with admiration and respect, she couldn't help but smile, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. "Umph, the man I like, do you accept it?" Chapter 91. Lin Wanqiu's heart was filled with pride, not because of her own halo, but because of Yi Qiu's radiance, as if he was the most dazzling star on the stage. Under the spotlight, Yi Qiu had already withdrawn his hand and said lightly, "You can arrange for the instrument to check it." Su Onghua immediately arranged for the laboratory equipment to be brought to the auditorium. Everyone held their breath, too nervous to even breathe loudly. Xia Tian, on the other hand, sat upright, full of anticipation and trepidation. When the test results finally came out, Su Onghua exclaimed, "Is it really gone?" Professor Gao and other professors also gathered around, staring at the screen intently, their faces full of disbelief. "It's really gone. How magical." Xia Tian was shocked. Yi Qiu's technique made him feel something strange in his body, and at this moment he finally believed it all, with shame and gratitude on his face. "Professor Ye." He opened his mouth, with endless guilt in his heart. "I surrender. I am convinced." He took a deep breath and mustered up the courage to apologize. After all, it was Yi Qiu who saved his life. Yi Qiu smiled slightly. "Why would I be angry? It is normal for Professor Xia to trust me. I can't bear to see such an excellent doctor like you leave the operating table. It is the patient's loss." These words shocked Xia Tian. It turned out that compared with Yi Qiu, his vision was too narrow. The audience applauded, and several professors clapped their hands excitedly. The atmosphere of the entire seminar reached a climax, and everyone felt the mystery and value of medicine. The significance of this lesson went far beyond the classroom, and it conveyed faith and original intention. When the dinner started, Yi Qiu was admired by everyone, and Lin Wanxiu was filled with joy, feeling extremely proud of Yi Qiu's achievements. Xiao Yue raised his little face and excitedly told everyone, "That's my dad." After 3 rounds of drinks, Yi Qiu stood up and said goodbye. When he walked out of the restaurant, his face was slightly red. Lin Wanxiu looked at him and couldn't help but teasing. "You drink too much. I really don't know if I can carry you." Yi Qiu smiled without saying anything, her eyes as gentle as the stars, as if she was the only one left in the world. They got in a taxi, and Lin Wanxiu asked, "Are you drunk? Then you should rest first, and I'll call you when we get there." Just as he closed his eyes and felt the alcohol getting stronger, he suddenly felt a chill on his back and became alert, thinking that there was something wrong with this taxi. Yi Qiu urged his righteousness and quickly sobered up, noticing that the driver was fully armed, with only a pair of sinister eyes on his face. He was secretly alert, pretended to vomit, opened the car door, and got out. Lin Wanxiu followed closely behind, patting his back with concern. At this moment, the driver suddenly revealed his fierce nature, holding a dagger in his hand and approaching Lin Wanxiu. "What are you going to do?" Lin Wanxiu exclaimed, panicking. The driver's eyes flashed with madness. A fierce smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and the dagger stabbed straight at him. But at the critical moment, Yi Qiu suddenly stood up, standing in front of Lin Wanxiu like a beast, his eyes like lightning, and shouted angrily, "You dare to attack my woman! You are looking for death!" Then, he pushed out with one palm, and the driver was blown away and hit the car heavily, with astonishment and fear mixed on his face. "Today, your life belongs to me." Yi Qiu's momentum was unstoppable. Chapter 92. Yi Qiu's punch was as heavy as a mountain, hitting the killer's chest directly, and the crisp sound of bone cracking resounded through the night sky. The killer's face was full of horror, and he never expected that this seemingly drunk man could counterattack so quickly. "How did you find out?" He sneered and looked fierce, obviously confident in his ability to hide. "You underestimated me too much." Yi Qiu didn't want to explain. He kicked his feet and rushed towards the killer. Anyone who wants to hurt the people around him will be punished. Boom! The air waves rolled, and Yi Qiu's fist was wrapped in righteousness, and the speed was amazing. Before the killer could react, Yi Qiu's fist hit him again, and his entire chest was dented, and the car door was deformed by the shock. Puff! The killer spurted blood wildly, and the fear in his eyes became more and more intense. Facing such a terrifying opponent, he realized that he was powerless to resist. "You, how can you be so strong?" the killer murmured, looking at Yi Qiu in pain, his heart full of despair. Yi Qiu didn't give him another chance and turned around and hurriedly pulled Lin Wanxiu away. Xiao Yuer was still sleeping peacefully, and Yi Qiu was relieved, hoping that she would forget all this. Back at the hotel, Lin Wanxiu finally calmed down and said seriously, "Who is that person? Who on earth wants to kill us?" "I suspect it's Lei Song." Yi Qiu frowned, secretly angry in his heart. This big taxpayer of Tianhai dared to put his family in danger again and again. "You have to be careful," Lin Wanxiu whispered, feeling worried. She knew that Yi Qiu's rise would inevitably encounter resistance. "I will take a rest," Yi Qiu responded softly, but secretly vowed in his heart to avenge his family. The next day, everything returned to normal. Yi Qiu received a call from Zhao Jinlin, asking about the killer. Yi Qiu replied calmly, "He can't survive." Zhao Jinlin immediately understood and hung up the phone. After returning to Tianhai, Yi Qiu did not look for Zhao Jinlin, but went straight to Lei Song's building. He was furious and did not want to let go of the villain who attacked his family. At this time, Lei Song was looking down at everyone, waiting for news from the killer. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and the female secretary pushed the door open and said, "Mr. Lei, the doctor you made an appointment with is here." "Doctor?" Lei Song frowned slightly and was about to ask when Yi Qiu walked in. "I didn't expect that you were not dead." Lei Song's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was in turmoil. "Is it an accident?" Yi Qiu closed the door, sat down leisurely, and stared at Lei Song with eagle-like eyes. "Dr. Yi, we have seen him." Lei Song pretended to be calm, but he was already panicked in his heart. "I'm warning you, don't mess with my woman," Yi Qiu said calmly, with an arrogant light flashing in his eyes. "People like you have bad luck, but I'm not an ordinary person." Lei Song's heart tightened, and his hand quietly reached for his cell phone, ready to call someone. "You don't have much time left." Yi Qiu's voice was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lei Song's heart and causing him to feel a sharp pain in his heart. "What do you want to do to me?" Lei Song could hardly control himself, his tone revealing uneasiness. "I originally wanted to deal with you myself, but now it seems that I don't need to do anything." Yi Qiu curled his lips into a sneer. "Huh? What do you mean?" Lei Song's face changed. He was a little afraid of Yi Qiu's look. "You don't have much time left." Yi Qiu tapped the table lightly 3 times with his fingers, like a heavy hammer, and Lei Song suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. Chapter 93. Yi Qiu's fist hit the killer's chest like a mountain, and several bones cracked under the heavy weight. The killer was horrified and thought to himself, "Impossible." When he first got on the car, he was drunk. How could he be pretending to be drunk? "How did you find out?" The killer sneered, his eyes flashing with ferocity. "I disguised myself so well, but you saw through my tricks." Yi Qiu ignored it, stepped forward, and rushed forward again. He would never let go of anyone who tried to hurt someone close to him. The violent air wave rolled, and Yi Qiu's fist was wrapped in righteousness, as fast as lightning. Before the killer could react, he was hit by Yi Qiu's fist again, his chest was sunken, and the car door was even deformed. Blood spurted out, mixed with fragments of internal organs, and the killer's eyes gradually turned into fear. It was unbelievable that Yi Qiu was so terrible. He couldn't bear such an attack at all. Even if he caught it, his heart would be shattered by this force. Lei Song, are you crazy? You actually asked me to kill such a terrifying person? The killer cursed in his heart, filled with despair. He had no strength to resist anymore. He vomited blood, and his breath was weak. Seeing that the killer was powerless to fight back, Yi Qiu decided to take Lin Wanqiu away. Let's go! He glanced at Xiao Yuer in Lin Wanqiu's arms and was relieved to see that she was safe and sound. He didn't want Xiao Yuer to see such a scene. Although Lin Wanqiu was shocked, she remained calm. This was not the first time she had experienced such a situation. She had never expected that this trip to the provincial capital would attract a killer. After returning to the hotel, she felt relieved. Who was that person? Lin Wanqiu frowned and asked in a serious tone. Who on earth is it that wants to kill us? Yi Qiu pondered for a moment, and the figure of Lei Song appeared in his mind. If there was a grudge, the only person who wanted him dead would probably be Lei Song. Such a big shot, a big taxpayer in Tianhai, is really hard to deal with. Moreover, Lei Song put his children in danger again and again, and Yi Qiu was furious. When we get back to Tianhai, Lao Zhao and I will investigate it. He did not tell Lin Wanqiu the truth, so as not to worry her. You have to be careful, Lin Wanqiu warned, but in his heart he thought that there would definitely be obstacles on the road to rise, and not everything could go smoothly. He thought that he might be a little selfish. You've been tired all day, go and have a rest. Yi Qiu smiled, already awake, and then returned to his room. Looking at Yi Qiu's back, Lin Wanqiu cursed inwardly. You stupid guy, why did you have to book 2 rooms? The next morning, the 3 of them had a simple breakfast and returned. On the way, Yi Qiu received a call from Zhao Jinlin, informing him that a seriously injured killer was found in the provincial capital. Zhao Jinlin suspected that this person was coming for Yi Qiu. Well, he can't survive. Yi Qiu responded indifferently, and Zhao Jinlin immediately understood. Back in Tianhai, Yi Qiu sent Lin Wanqiu and Xiao Yuer home, and then went straight to the building where Lei Song was. He didn't care who Lei Song was, as long as he dared to attack the person he loved. Yi Qiu would never let him go. At this time, Lei Song was looking down at everyone in the office, but he was secretly anxious in his heart. The killer had not sent any news yet, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. Suddenly, there was a knock on the office door, and the female secretary came in to report. Mr. Lei, the doctor you made an appointment with is here. Doctor? Lei Song was puzzled. Before he could respond, Yi Qiu strode in. Seeing Yi Qiu, Lei Song's pupils suddenly contracted. You are not dead? Are you surprised, Mr. Lei? Yi Qiu smiled and walked to the sofa and sat down. Logically, I should be dead in the provincial capital now, surrounded by cordons, right? Lei Song's heart tightened, and he pretended to be calm. What are you talking about? I don't understand. I didn't do anything to you, Yi Qiu said calmly. There is a kind of fortune-telling that can predict your future fate, and I can see from your face that you will eventually perish if you do too much evil. As long as I don't intervene, you will definitely die. He tapped the table lightly, as if to declare that Lei Song's fate was irreversible. I hope you could be a good person in your next life. After saying that, Yi Qiu stood up and left. The secretary at the door asked nervously, How is Mr. Lei? I've tried my best. Yi Qiu said this perfunctorily and walked out of the building without looking back. Lei Song leaned on the sofa, his chest aching. Then his cell phone rang, and it was Jingdu who called. Lei Song's face changed slightly, and after answering the call, he responded coldly, I know what to do. Whether the Lei family recognizes me or not is my business. While he was arguing with the other party, the door of the ward opened, and a nurse came in with a medicine tray. However, Lei Song was too annoyed to notice. I haven't seen you. He looked at the nurse, feeling a little uneasy. I'm on shift change, the nurse whispered back. Lei Song suddenly became alert and immediately pulled out the needle from the back of his hand, shouting, Who the hell are you? Instantly, the nurse's eyes turned cold, and she rushed towards Lei Song mercilessly, pressing him on the bed and pressing the pillow tightly against his face. Lei Song struggled with all his might, but to no avail. Mr. Lei, you almost killed me, said the nurse coldly. It was the killer who had been seriously injured. I asked you to transfer money to me. Why didn't you do it? The killer roared, forcing Lei Song to be unable to resist until he lost consciousness. The next day, the news of Lei Song's death shocked the whole city. Zhao Jinlin rushed to the hospital immediately. After investigating the scene, he called Yi Chio with a serious face. Yi Chio, Lei Song? You didn't kill him, did you? Chapter 94. The third-class merit delivered to your door. Zhao Jinlin knew in his heart that it was useless to ask Yi Chio, so he certainly wouldn't be so uncalm. I didn't kill him, although I really wanted to. Yi Chio responded calmly, with an astonishing calmness. If he did it, he would definitely not leave any traces. Lei Song had attacked people around him one after another, which had already made Yi Chio intolerable. Even if he really killed him, he deserved it. He used the art of fate to see that Lei Song was doomed to die, and the art of divination cut off his last chance of survival, which was a punishment. The person who killed him is still in Tianhai, Yi Chio said, with a hint of firmness in his tone. Zhao Jinlin was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Chio to have such a method. To him, this was beyond the cognition of ordinary people. Where are you? He asked hurriedly. In the medical hall. I'll be there right away. Zhao Jinlin hung up the phone and immediately took his people to the pharmacy. At this time, Yi Chio was leisurely making tea and carefully reading medical books. Your leisurely mood is really enviable. Zhao Jinlin was filled with anxiety when he saw him like this. Lei Song's case was approaching and time was running out. The hospital had no clues and the surveillance cameras were tampered with, so they captured almost nothing. They finally managed to capture a frame, but the hat and mask obscured the features, and the murderer was deliberately hunched over, making it difficult to judge. Do you know where Lei Song came from? Zhao Jinlin sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and asked while panting. He is from Kyoto. Yi Chio answered casually. You actually knew that? Zhao Jinlin was surprised. What's the big deal? Yi Chio said lightly. Even if it was a demon from hell that dared to threaten his family, he would tear it to pieces. As the righteous energy in his body grew stronger, Yi Chio's temperament gradually became stronger and more domineering. Where is the murderer? Zhao Jinlin stopped beating around the bush. You really have to help me this time. The higher-ups have already issued an order to solve the case within a week. Yi Chio glanced at them, hesitated for a moment, then picked up the teacup. As the tea was surging, he took out a tea stalk from the tea box and placed it on the water. Zhao Jinlin and the others looked at each other, expecting something. Yi Chio pointed lightly, and the tea stems turned rapidly in an instant, and finally stopped, pointing to the southeast. This direction? Zhao Jinlin's heart tightened. Think again, what is in the southeast direction? Yi Chio reminded. Zhao Jinlin suddenly stood up and his face changed drastically. I understand. Quick, everyone follow me, he ordered hurriedly. I'll treat you to a drink tonight. Wait for my call, he said as he turned and led his men to run southeast towards the port, knowing in his heart that the murderer would most likely try to escape from there. At the same time, Yi Chio turned around and saw Lin Wanxiu laughing secretly and couldn't help asking, What are you laughing at? I just feel that you are becoming more and more like that old man. Lin Wanxiu teased. Old man? Old Taoist priest. Yi Chio thought of the experience of wedding robbery and felt a lot of emotions in his heart. Yes, he is also like this. Lin Wanxiu said with a smile. Yi Chio suddenly became serious, frowning. Wanxiu, your body. Lin Wanxiu's heart tightened. Was there something wrong with her body? But she didn't feel anything unusual. You have a lot of dampness in your body, Yi Chio said in a deep voice. Then he pulled her onto his lap and stared into her eyes seriously. Lin Wanxiu's cheeks instantly turned red, and she asked hurriedly, Then how should I treat it? Maybe you need me to get intimate with you to detoxify you. Yi Chio teased. She was stunned for a moment, then stood up angrily. Who wants to be intimate with you? At the same time, at the port southeast of Tianhai, several fishing boats were preparing to weigh anchor. Stop! Zhao Jinlin shouted loudly, rushed forward, and immediately gave an order that everyone had to get off the boat for inspection. He glanced around and saw a figure running towards the lower level. His heart tightened. Who is it? Stop. I'll shoot if you move again. Zhao Jinlin chased after him relentlessly. Chapter 95. Zhao Jinlin chased after him without hesitation, but the figure disappeared in an instant. He thought to himself, where could he hide on the boat? With a wave of his hand, Xiao Zhou and others quickly surrounded the suspect from all sides, cutting off his escape route. He reminded everyone to stay alert and not be careless. It was pitch black in the cabin. Zhao Jinlin turned on his flashlight and watched the surroundings vigilantly. I see you, he shouted coldly. Come out. Give up resistance, and you still have a chance to survive. The only response he got was silence, and only the sound of his own footsteps echoed in the cabin. He held the flashlight tightly, his finger on the trigger, ready to respond to any emergency at any time. He was able to kill Lei Song without leaving any clues. Obviously, this man was no ordinary person. Underestimating the enemy would definitely lead to his own death. Suddenly, a figure pounced on Zhao Jinlin, so fast that he had no time to react. The flashlight fell, and the weapon was snatched away in an instant. Zhao Jinlin cried out inwardly that something was wrong. He reacted quickly and took the opportunity to grab the man's shoulders and threw him upside down. However, he did not expect that the opponent in front of him was so strong that he felt uncomfortable. Ah! With a cry of pain, the figure lost the power to resist instantly. Zhao Jinlin showed no mercy and threw him to the ground with all his strength. Then Xiao Zhou and others rushed in and shone their flashlights on the suspect's face. "Don't move!" Several black gun muzzles were pointed at him. She found that the suspect's chest was bleeding and the wound was torn. She could no longer resist. "Cuff him! Take him away!" Zhao Jinlin felt relieved. Although the man was very strong, he was injured and he was able to save his life. In the evening, Yi Qiu and Lin Wanxiu picked up Xiao Yuer from school and were about to go home. Chu Tiangang suddenly appeared and wanted to take Xiao Yuer back to the Chu family to stay for 2 days. Xiao Yuer was so excited when he heard that there was something delicious and immediately ran after him. "Oh, don't worry. Xiao Yuer is with me. You two can stay by yourselves." Chu Tiangang winked at Yi Qiu teasingly, closed the car window, and ordered the driver to drive away quickly. Yi Qiu and Lin Wanxiu looked at each other. They were the only 2 people left at home tonight. Brother Chu really dotes on Xiao Yuer. He arranges everything for her. He really spoils her. Yi Qiu sighed. "Then go and get Xiao Yuer back," Lin Wanxiu teased. Yi Qiu was silent for a moment. Occasionally once or twice is no big deal. He turned his head away, not looking at Lin Wanxiu's slightly red face. "Let's go home." Back home, the atmosphere between the 2 lonely men and women was a little awkward. After a simple meal, the atmosphere became even more awkward, and they even lost their appetite. "I'm full. I'm full too." The 2 looked at each other. Yi Qiu hesitated to speak, coughed twice, trying to break the silence. "Then I'll go wash the dishes first." After saying that, he rushed into the kitchen. Lin Wanxiu bit her teeth lightly, anxiously thinking, "Then I'll go take a shower first." She walked away in a hurry, her heart full of blushing. It was late at night, 10 o'clock, and nothing on TV seemed to attract them anymore. "It's getting late. Should we go to bed?" Yi Qiu looked at the wall clock. Lin Wanxiu's body trembled slightly, and she reacted. "Ah, it's already 10 o'clock." She couldn't help but wonder why time passed so slowly. The 2 looked at each other, and Yi Qiu nodded, his face showing a mixture of nervousness and anticipation. Just as he stood up and prepared to go to the room, Lin Wanxiu couldn't help but shout, "Yi Qiu, didn't you say that I have too much dampness? Do you want to have sex to detoxify?" Yi Qiu froze instantly, standing there like a log. Lin Wanxiu's face turned even redder, and she gritted her teeth, determined not to let him escape. "Come into my room." After that, she dragged him in her room fiercely and closed the door. At this moment, the doorbell rang outside. Lin Wanxiu hurriedly got into bed, and Yi Qiu also hurriedly tidied his clothes and opened the door. "It's me, Yi Qiu. Are you still awake?" Zhao Jinlin said excitedly. Yi Qiu hesitated for a moment. "No, I thought you were busy. When you're free, everything is settled. We can have a good drink today." Zhao Jinlin smiled and urged him to change his clothes quickly. "Okay, I'll change my clothes right away." Yi Qiu knew he couldn't escape, so he returned to his room to change his clothes and walked to the door of Lin Wanxiu's room. "I have something to do, so I'll be out for a while and back soon." "Get out!" Lin Wanxiu's voice revealed a hint of shame, as if her secret had been exposed. Hearing the sound of the door closing outside, Lin Wanxiu poked her head out from under the quilt, her face as red as an apple. Her mind replayed the intimate moment between the 2 of them just now, and a strange sense of anticipation surged in her heart. Why did she feel this way? This was totally not her style. Chapter 96. Lin Wanxiu's personality has always been bold and daring, and she dares to love and hate. However, this time, her feelings for Yi Qiu are stronger than ever. She wants to possess him completely and is unwilling to share him with anyone. Every time she sees Yi Qiu's slightly nervous eyes, a fire will ignite in her heart, rushing straight to the top of her head. Originally, The sparks between the two of them could have ignited all night. But unexpectedly, Yichio was called out by Zhao Jinlin to drink. Lin Wanxiu gritted her teeth. Captain Zhao, why can't you learn from Chu Tiangang and accompany me properly? She buried her head in the pillow in anger, too embarrassed to see anyone. The house was quiet. Only her anger was burning. After a while, Lin Wanxiu thought more and more that something was wrong. So she decided to go and get Yichio back. No, I didn't care about Yichio before, but now, I have to take care of him. She quickly changed her clothes and prepared to go out. At the same time, Yichio and Zhao Jinlin were drinking and eating side dishes in a familiar food stall. Zhao Jinlin cursed. That beast took 8 lives and was caught in Tianhai. He was in a good mood. After all, this was a great achievement. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to catch him. Zhao Jinlin toasted Yichio. Yichio smiled and toasted. After a few drinks, Zhao Jinlin's expression suddenly became serious. I have something to tell you. What's the matter? Yichio was stunned. Lei Song's identity is not simple. I only found out after my death that he was related to the Lei family in Kyoto. Zhao Jinlin said. The Lei family of Kyoto? Yichio was confused and had no idea what kind of existence that was. Lei Song is the illegitimate son of the Lei family's patriarch. He came to Tianhai just to gain recognition. Zhao Jinlin sighed, but unexpectedly, he died at the hands of the assassin he hired. Yichio frowned. What does this have to do with me? The Lei family won't let this go. Zhao Jinlin frowned. If they investigate, they will definitely find out that it's you. Yichio's heart tightened, but Zhao Jinlin said seriously, I will not leave Tianhai, don't worry. If the Lei family dares to embarrass you, I will protect you even if I risk my life. At this time, Lin Wanxiu hurried over, her face stern, her arms folded. She looked particularly stubborn in the night wind. Yichio, are you going too far? You left me alone at home. Do you know I would be scared? She asked angrily. Zhao Jinlin was stunned. Xiao Yuer is not at home tonight? Lin Wanxiu said coldly. She went to live with Brother Chu. Zhao Jinlin seemed to understand and quickly took out his cell phone. Hello? I'll be back right away. After saying that, he ran so fast that even the drunkenness disappeared. Yichio was stunned, and he sighed in his heart. What a good performance. When he turned around, he found that Lin Wanxiu was trembling slightly, and his ears were red. I'll pay first. Yichio just opened his mouth, and the boss immediately waved his hand. You can pay together next time. Go back quickly. Don't let your sister-in-law wait anxiously. Lin Wanxiu and Yichio's ears instantly turned red. When they returned home, they were both out of breath, but the ambiguity between them became even stronger. Yichio looked at Lin Wanxiu with a dazed look in his eyes. With alcohol rising in his heart, his body uncontrollably pounced on her and pressed her down on the bed. He then began to snore slightly. Hey, Yichio! Yichio! Lin Wanxiu was helpless and pushed him away. Looking at him sleeping, she felt angry and amused at the same time. At the same time, in Kyoto, the head of the Lei family was staring at Tianhai, with a hint of coldness in his eyes. The family members didn't care about Lei Song's death, but thought it was a good thing. But he knew in his heart that Lei Song was Lei after all, and the family's entanglement had just begun. Chapter 97. In Lei Ao's heart, Lei Song will always be his son, even if he is an illegitimate child. The family does not recognize him. That is their business. Lei Ao never said much. Just hope Lei Song can make a name for himself with his own ability. However, now is different from the past. Lei Song was killed. This is intolerable. No one dares to take action against the Lei family. This tradition has never changed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door interrupted his thoughts. Lei Ao asked in a deep voice. Who? Dad, it's me. The youngest son's voice came from outside the door, his tone respectful. I want to say a few words to Dad. Come in. The door opened, and a handsome man walked in, bowing his head respectfully. Lei Yang, what do you want to talk to me about? Lei Ao looked impatient. Dad, my brother was killed. We can't just let this go. Lei Yang's voice was firm, with anger flashing in his eyes. When Lei Ao heard Lei Yang calling Lei Song brother, his eyes trembled slightly. He was surprised that the other children in the family were cold towards Lei Song, and only Lei Yang was willing to acknowledge him. Do you think he is your brother? Lei Ao asked. His last name is Lei, just like your last name. So he is from the Lei family, Lei Yang said confidently. Brother, and the others said he was an illegitimate child just because his stepmother didn't marry into the family. But so what? Lei Ao listened, feeling slightly relieved and sighed. Sit down. Dad, I plan to go to Tianhai. My brother's death must be investigated thoroughly. He represents our Lei family outside, and I will never allow anyone to disrespect my Lei family. Lei Yang's eyes were firm, and hatred was burning in his heart. Lei Ao looked at him, feeling relieved. Lei Song had come a long way, but now that he was dead, Lei Yang wanted to avenge him. So, what are you going to do? He has worked hard for so many years to get the recognition of the family. I will continue to help him achieve it, Lei Yang said in a low voice, with unwillingness burning in his eyes. His determination was not only to avenge Lei Song, but also to make Lei Song's name exist in the Lei family legitimately. Lei Ao looked at his son, feeling slightly touched, and nodded. Sure, do whatever you want to do. Don't let him down. Yes. Lei Yang immediately stood up, turned around, and left, pushing the door open firmly. Lei Ao stood there, his expression still indifferent, but he was thinking secretly in his heart. The power struggle in the big families in Kyoto has never stopped, and his most beloved son has now become a victim. Lei Song's death did not cause much commotion, and Tianhai's news remained silent. However, the top leaders of the Lei group began to stir. After Lei Song's death, the group was like a group of dragons without a leader, and its wealth was coveted by all parties, and it instantly became prey. Yi Qiu was not interested in this and warned Chu Tiangang not to get involved in this vortex, because once involved, he would inevitably be swallowed up. The Lei family is not easy to mess with, Lin Wanxiu reminded. In Kyoto, no one dares to mess with the Lei family because it is rumored that they have a super master. Super grandmaster? Yi Qiu looked confused. A martial arts master, a top existence beyond the grandmaster. Did you know that? Lin Wanxiu rolled his eyes, a hint of disdain in his tone. No one dares to provoke any family with such a master in charge. Then what level of expert am I? Yi Qiu asked back. You. Lin Wanxiu was stunned and couldn't help laughing. You have to work hard. The road ahead is long. Chapter 98. In this prosperous city, the situation is changing rapidly, especially giants like the Lei family, which are hard to ignore. Lin Wanxiu stared at Yi Qiu with admiration. You are so amazing. It's incredible that you can reach the master level at such a young age. Yi Qiu spread his hands helplessly. I don't know what level it is anyway, I'm just strong, and I just save you a few times occasionally. When he said this, the figure of the old Taoist priest flashed through his mind, and he secretly sighed in his heart that he didn't understand the level division of martial arts at all. You must never underestimate the masters at the grandmaster level. There are super grandmasters in Kyoto, Lin Wanxiu said excitedly, his eyes flashing with admiration for Yi Qiu. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Jinlin hurried over with a serious expression. Someone from Kyoto has come. It's Lei Yang. He looked at Lin Wanxiu and frowned. Do you think he will cause trouble for Yi Qiu? Who is Lei Yang? Yi Qiu thought. Lei Song's younger brother is incredibly young. Zhao Jinlin answered seriously, feeling wary of the young heir to the Lei family. He dares to cause trouble for me? Yi Qiu smiled slightly. Don't underestimate the noble families in Kyoto, especially the Lei family, whose strength is unfathomable. Lin Wanxiu's expression suddenly became serious. If they want to cause trouble, you'd better come back to Kyoto with me. I know you were worried about me. Yi Qiu nodded, but he secretly disagreed in his heart. Lei Song's death had nothing to do with him, so why should he be afraid? At the same time, Lei Yang had already arrived at the Lei group. The legal team and middle-aged experts following behind him made the air full of oppression. The executives looked at each other, full of doubts and uneasiness. Mr. Lei, what is your intention? It is not right to take over the Lei group directly. An executive was furious, but was afraid of the reputation of the Lei family. You misunderstood. This little bit of industry is not worth my trip. Lei Yang stood in front of the window, his eyes like an eagle, smiling coldly, as if he was looking at a few ants. Lei Song's industry was, of course, built with your support. Lei Yang's tone carried a hint of majesty, as if he was giving a warning. I heard that many people are interested in the Lei group. His eyes were sharp and chilling. The executives were secretly delighted, but they were also wary of this young successor, fearing that he might turn against them at any time. Without Lei Song here, whether the Lei group can continue to shine depends entirely on your performance. Lei Yang smiled slightly, with hidden waves in his heart. Chapter 99. Lei Yang smiled coldly, with a hint of cold light in his eyes. He had never thought that Chu Tiangang would dare to fight back. Did he really think he had the ability to compete with the Lei family? Well, you are indeed a member of the Chu family, with a hot temper, and you dare to shout. Lei Yang curled his lips in contempt, not caring at all about the bodyguards who were about to rush over. His aura was like a cold sea breeze, chilling. Don't be so quick to get angry, Lei Yang said slowly. I'm just here to remind you if you don't want to be completely left behind in this game. His eyes were sharp as he glanced at Chu Tiangang and his bodyguards, his tone filled with unquestionable majesty. I've said it before, Lei Song's death has nothing to do with me. You can go find someone else. Chu Tiangang was not willing to be outdone. The Lei Yang in front of him seemed not worth mentioning at all. Do you think I would waste my time on an insignificant person? Lei Yang smiled slightly, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. Your existence is like an ant. It can't affect my decision at all. Chu Tiangang was so angry that he almost threw the toy in his hand away. Did you come here just to show off your status? Let me tell you, Tianhai is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Well, then I'll show you what the Lei family's majesty in Tianhai is. The smile on Lei Yang's face disappeared instantly, and a hint of viciousness appeared on his face. Go! At his command, Uncle Fu behind him acted quickly, and several masters rushed forward in an instant, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Although Chu Tiangang was unwilling in his heart, he knew that facing the background of the Lei family, he could not act rashly. Stop! He shouted, his eyes flashing with anger, and then calmed down again. Lei Yang, do you think you can scare me with this move? Lei Yang raised his lips in disdain. If you want to live, you'd better consider my words carefully. The future of the Lei family is destined to have nothing to do with you. His words were like a cold blade, piercing Chu Tiangang's heart. Lei Yang was not going to show him mercy, and Chu Tiangang knew the strength of the Lei family, but there was still a flame of resistance in his heart. I tell you, Lei Song's death is your shame. If you want to gain a foothold in Tianhai, threats alone are useless. Chu Tiangang spoke frankly and firmly defended his position. How interesting. Lei Yang smiled again, seemingly unaffected. I like people with integrity. However, your integrity will eventually vanish into thin air. Then, Lei Yang turned around and prepared to leave, leaving Chu Tiangang with anger and unwillingness. He knew that things had just begun and this power struggle was destined to be not peaceful. Just as Chu Tian was about to chase out, Uncle Fu's voice rang in his ears. The contest between the Lei family and the Chu family has begun. Tianhai is destined to be stirred up. Chapter 100. Too horrible. Suddenly, someone broke into his house and wanted to use the damn Kyoto Lei family to bully him. He had never seen such a thing before. Could it be that the Lei family is so overbearing that they want others to admit defeat, even though they are obviously inferior in skills? Joke. Looking at the dozen or so bodyguards rushing towards him, Lei Yang was not afraid at all, and even revealed a hint of sympathy in his eyes. He stood there without moving, but just called out softly, Uncle Fu. As soon as the words fell, the old man behind him suddenly moved. Swish, swish, swish. He didn't look like an old man at all. He was very agile and strong. He knocked the two bodyguards to the ground with just one encounter. In less than half a minute, more than a dozen bodyguards were knocked to the ground, without the strength to resist. Chu Tiangong's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly protected Xiao Yuer behind him. He thought to himself, oh no. He didn't expect that Lei Yang actually brought an expert with him. I am not happy with your answer. Lei Yang stared at Chu Tiangang. Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Otherwise, you and that little girl will have no chance to survive today. In his eyes, it seems that the lives of ordinary people are not worth mentioning, and are just a matter of a word from his mouth. Chu Tiangang was furious when he heard Lei Yang's threat, saying that he didn't even want to let Xiao Yuer go. He wanted to curse back, but when he saw Uncle Fu's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble. Don't be afraid, little fish. Chu Tiangang felt that Xiao Yuer was a little scared, so he protected her behind him and gritted his teeth and said, aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Lei family by doing this? I just want you to know how big the gap is between ordinary people and aristocratic families. Lei Yang's eyes turned cold. Kneel down. Thump. Without waiting for Chu Tiangang to react, Uncle Fu flicked his fingers and a stone hit Chu Tiangang's knee. He screamed and fell to his knees with a thud. It was difficult for him to stand up again. Chu Tiangang's eyes were about to burst, and he felt humiliated, but he didn't dare to stand up. Lei Yong, a dandy young man from a wealthy family, was simply a beast who bullied others by taking advantage of his power. If he resisted again, this beast would definitely not let him and Xiao Yuer go. He is not afraid, but Xiaoya must not get into trouble. Ha ha ha. Lei Yong laughed wildly. It's just a small Tianhai. No matter how powerful you are in Tianhai, in the eyes of the noble families in Kyoto, you are not even an ant. He looked down at Chu Tiangang. Now, do you know the difference? Are you unwilling to accept this? Are you unconvinced? There is nothing you can do. This is the helplessness of ordinary people. You have to learn to accept it. Lei Yong enjoyed this feeling of being superior. Suddenly, he frowned and saw Xiaoyer glaring at him, as if angry at him for bullying Chu Tiangang. Little girl, kneel down, Lei Yong shouted. But Xiao Yuer snorted and didn't listen at all. He even tried his best to help Chu Tiangang up. Don't bully my uncle, Xiao Yuer pouted and said angrily. Lei Yang's face darkened. A little kid dares to challenge me? This time, there is no need for Uncle Fu to take any action. He snorted, suddenly rushed over, raised his hand, and slapped Xiao Yuer hard in the face. Unexpectedly, Uncle Fu behind me suddenly shouted. Stop! Lei Yong didn't react in time. Just as his palm was about to touch Xiao Yuer, suddenly a coin on Xiao Yuer's chest burst out with a cold light and pierced directly into Lei Yang's eyes. Ah! Lei Yong screamed immediately, stepped back hastily, and shouted in pain. My eyes. What happened to my eyes? Uncle Fu. I can't see. Uncle Fu hurried forward and supported Lei Yong. He was shocked to see that Lei Yang's eyes were bleeding. Just at that moment, he felt a terrifying aura burst out. He never thought that this little girl actually had such a mysterious thing. Master Lei. Master Lei. Don't move. Uncle Fu said repeatedly. Don't scratch the eyes. Lei Yang's painful expression turned into a ferocious one, and he screamed, Kill her for me. Uncle Fu nodded with a fierce look in his eyes. He didn't expect that Lei Yong would be hurt by a little girl. It was his dereliction of duty. He immediately stretched out his hand, transformed it into an eagle claw, and grabbed Xiaoyer's head. Chu Tiangang was shocked and wanted to stop him, but his knees were in severe pain and he couldn't even stand up. Stop! Stop it! He screamed in fear and wished he could use his body to block it. But Xiao Yuer had no time to react. Uncle Fu stared at Xiao Yuer with an eagle-like gaze. Seeing that the amulet on her body had lost its effect, he suddenly sped up. Little girl, go to hell. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura erupted instantly. Uncle Fu turned his head suddenly and saw a face with murderous intent coming towards him almost instantly. Yi Qiu is here. He and Lin Wanqiu came to take Xiaoyer home. As soon as he entered the Chu family's gate, he felt Xiaoyer's amulet was broken again. Without caring about Lin Wanqiu, he rushed in immediately. At this moment, seeing someone was about to attack Xiao Yuer, Yi Qiu exploded instantly. You old thief. You're looking for death. Yi Qiu's voice was like a huge thunder, and his whole body was wrapped in a righteous aura, like a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. No one can hurt his daughter. No one, not even God, can do it. He caught up with Uncle Fu in an instant, grabbed Uncle Fu's wrist with one hand, and his fingers were like steel pliers, exerting force suddenly, which scared Uncle Fu. What a terrible power! He responded hastily. But Yi Qiu was so furious that his dantian was roaring, and streams of righteous energy gushed out, directly locking onto Uncle Fu. What's this? Uncle Fu was horrified. How could Yi Qiu, who was so young, leak his true energy? Impossible. Without waiting for him to react, Yi Qiu directly broke his wrist. Crack. Uncle Fu felt pain and stepped back immediately, but Yi Qiu didn't want to let him go. If he hadn't arrived in time today, Xiao Yuer would be in trouble. Anyone who wants to hurt his daughter must die. He continued to hold Uncle Fu's hand, raised his fist suddenly, and was about to hit Uncle Fu's heart. Uncle Fu was so scared that he didn't care about anything else. He immediately twisted his arm, trying to break it off, in order to break free from Yi Qiu's hand. Crack! Uncle Fu retreated, one arm hanging down and his whole body twitching in pain. It's too dangerous. If he was a little slower, he would be torn to pieces by Yi Qiu. Mustela? Uncle Fu bared his teeth and looked at the furious Yi Qiu warily, as if he saw a wild beast awakening from the wilderness. Let's go. Let's leave here immediately. Yi Qiu is too strong. I didn't expect that Tianhai would have such a terrifying master. Even though I am a grandmaster, I can't last more than 2 moves in front of Yi Qiu. Kill them! Kill them! Lei Yong was still shouting. I am from the Lei family. Who dares to touch me? Uncle Fu didn't care about him at all. Now, let alone someone from the Lei family. Yi Qiu would dare to kill even the Lord, and he couldn't stop it at all. Let's go! Uncle Fu knocked Lei Yong unconscious with a palm strike and fled with him. He was afraid that if he was a step slower, both of them would die here today. Chapter 101. Think carefully. Yi Qiu wanted to chase him, but Lin Wanxiu behind him hurriedly shouted, "Stop chasing." She hurried over and saw Lei Yong. She didn't expect that he would come to Tianhai and come to the Chu family. If Yi Qiu chased after him at this moment, he would definitely kill Lei Yong in a rage, and things would become even more troublesome. After all, the Lei family is a noble family in Kyoto, not an ordinary family. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, walked to Chu Tiangang, and helped him up. Are you okay? I'm fine. Chu Tiangang shook his head. It's good that Xiaoyu is not injured. He felt a little scared and humiliated, but when he thought about it, Lei Yong was from a big family in Kyoto, and he was just an ordinary person, so he really couldn't afford to offend him. Even if they were humiliated, they had to endure it. In the eyes of the aristocratic families, rich people like them were just people with a little money and were not to be feared at all. But Yi Qiu couldn't bear it. Looking at the wound on Chu Tiangang's knee and thinking of Lei Yong forcing Chu Tiangang to kneel down in order to humiliate him, Yi Qiu felt angry. Lei Yong even wanted to force Xiao Yuer to kneel down to him. Otherwise, he would kill Xiao Yuer. Yi Qiu wished he could just wipe out Lei Yong. Lin Wanxiu picked up Xiao Yuer and patted her back gently to calm her down. She looked at Yi Qiu and could feel that Yi Qiu was furious at the moment, with a cold, murderous aura emanating from him. Yi Qiu calmed down first. It's okay as long as Lao Chu and Xiao Yuer are fine. She didn't want to make a big deal out of it. The current Yi Qiu didn't have the ability to compete with the Kyoto family, let alone the Lei family, which was rumored to have a supermaster. No, but who would have thought that Yi Qiu would shake his head and look at Lin Wanxiu seriously? If this matter doesn't work out, let's just forget about it. What right do they have to humiliate others like this? Just because they are a noble family in Kyoto? They are superior to others? Why? Yi Qiu said righteously. They have no right to trample on the dignity of others. I will settle this account with them. Lin Wanxiu's heart was shocked. She didn't expect Yi Qiu to be so strong. In her opinion, aristocratic families are indeed much stronger than ordinary people because they control too many resources, power, status, money, and many more. Not to mention a small city like Tianhai. Even in Kyoto, there is no force that dares to provoke the aristocratic families. But Yi Qiu didn't take the aristocratic families seriously at all, not just the Lei family. The last time he went to Kyoto to grab the bride and wanted to bring her back, it was the same. If it were anyone else, Lin Wanxiu would feel that they were overestimating their own abilities and were completely futile. But when Yi Qiu thought this way, she felt somewhat relieved. My vision was indeed correct. But right now, it's not time yet. I know how you feel. I will accompany you to settle this account with them. Lin Wanxiu took a deep breath and said. At the same time, Uncle Fu took the knocked-out Lei Yong and fled Tianhai at a high speed, not daring to stay in this terrible place for long. He never thought that he would be injured in a small place like Tianhai, and almost lost his life here. Ahem! As soon as he opened his mouth, blood spurted out, along with a trace of debris. Recalling the moment when Yi Qiu took action, he is still frightened. If he had been a step slower, he would have died today. Even Lei Yong can't escape. Uncle Fu did not dare to be careless. Regardless of his serious injuries, he immediately took Lei Yong and fled back to Kyoto. When he rushed back to the Lei family in Kyoto, he fainted as soon as he entered the house. What happened? When Lei Ao heard the news, he rushed over immediately. Seeing that Lei Yang's eyes were bloodshot and Uncle Fu was seriously injured and unconscious, he was shocked and hurriedly asked the doctor to come and save them. Didn't they go to Tianhai? How did it become like this? Outside the door, Lei Ao frowned and waited for a long time before the doctor came out of the room. How about it? Master Lei, Uncle Fu is seriously injured. He has a broken arm and 4 bones. His internal organs are also damaged, but his life is safe. We don't know when he will wake up. Young master's words. The doctor hesitated and said, Please forgive me for being unable to do anything. He will never see again. Upon hearing this, Lei Ao's face changed. Can't see it? Lei Yang was fine when he left, but became blind when he came back. How could he accept this? Young Master's eyes have been severely damaged by some unknown means. His optic nerves have been severed. The possibility of regaining sight is very slim, unless... Unless what? Unless there is a kind of immortal doctor who can control the air to form needles and repair the broken optic nerves one by one. Otherwise, there is little hope. However, there is no one who can do this anymore. Now this method only exists in legends, and even he has never seen it. Lei Ao didn't say anything, but his face was gloomy and dripping. He waved his hand and asked the doctor to go down. His illegitimate son Lei Song had just died in Tianhai. Now Lei Yang had only been in Tianhai for 2 days, and he had gone blind. What kind of dangerous place is Tianhai? He now even suspected that someone was deliberately targeting his Lei family. Master, do you want to send someone to Tianhai to investigate the situation? Not for now. Lei Ao frowned. Wait until Uncle Fu wakes up and ask him, and you'll know. Going to Tianhai now is not a good choice. Humph! I want to see who is targeting my Lei family. He didn't think that in a small city like this, there would be anyone who could hurt Uncle Fu, let alone dare to hurt anyone from his Lei family. Uncle Fu is, after all, a master-level expert with unfathomable strength. Anyone who can seriously injure him must be at least close to the level of a Grand Master, right? Even so, didn't they know Lei Yang? How dare they attack Lei Yang? Go check. Check if there are any noble family members in Kyoto who have been to Tianhai recently. If you have any news, tell me immediately. Yes. Lei Ao guessed that only someone from Kyoto could have such courage. In Tianhai, a small city, there was no one who could hurt Uncle Fu. He walked into the room. Lei Yang was still unconscious. His eyes were wrapped in bandages and applied with medicine. When Lei Yang woke up, he could not see anything. Lei Ao didn't know how he could accept such a blow as he was in high spirits at that moment. You killed one of my children and injured another one of mine. Do you think my Lei family is easy to bully? There was a cold, murderous aura in Lei Ao's eyes, like a cold star. At that time, the city of Tianhai did not change because of Lei Yang's injury, but the people he brought were still acting in secret. According to Lei Yang's previous instructions, they wanted to take action against Tianhai's underground underworld, factory in the suburbs. Wan Rong frowned, not knowing what to say for a moment. I rarely get involved in the underground world now. I'm cooperating with the government now, and I'm doing legitimate business. I don't touch those things. He didn't expect that his friend would bring people to him to discuss cooperation, but when he heard about the business he wanted to do, Wan Rong directly refused. Boss Wan, I suggest you think about it carefully and don't rush to answer. The person sitting opposite Wan Rong snorted coldly and smiled. There was actually a hint of threat in his words. Chapter 102, This City. Hearing this, Wan Rong's face darkened and he glanced at the man. Why, you still want to threaten me? He snorted coldly. Then I can tell you that you have come to the wrong place. See a visitor out? Wan Rong was too lazy to say any more nonsense and directly ordered them to leave. The man just smiled, said nothing, stood up and left, but there was a hint of threat in his eyes, which he did not conceal at all. Wan Rong was a little annoyed. He even scolded his friend, and he even wanted to drag him into it. It was crazy. They still want to do this kind of thing in Tianhai. They really don't know how to live or die. He cursed, these beasts deserve to die. The current Tianhai underground circle is much better than before, especially after the death of Qi Yun and others, which has played a significant deterrent role, so that other underground people will not dare to be too arrogant. Moreover, Wan Rong can be said to be on the right track now. Not only is it making money, but the money it makes is clean and not hot at all. It even has a good reputation. This made them discover another way, which was to cooperate with the above-ground circles. Of course, not everyone has this opportunity. On the other side, the man got into the car, and the people who accompanied him were all very respectful. Mr. Li, please don't be angry. Wan Rong is a stubborn person. He can't figure it out and doesn't understand your good intentions. Wan Rong's friend smiled awkwardly. Besides, he is now doing business with the government. Isn't it inappropriate to go to him? Otherwise, I will take you to find someone else to see. No, he's the best fit. Li Sun shook his head and said calmly, if even those who cooperate with the government have to listen to me, then do you think others dare not listen? But Wan Rong's friends were worried that this would offend the government, but they couldn't afford to offend the government in the upper circle. No buts. Li Sun snorted. Yamen? What's so scary about Yamen? What he fears least is the government. He is from Kyoto, and even the government offices in Kyoto have to give him some face. In this small Tianhai, he can make those people lose face with just one phone call. Who dares to interfere with me? Since he won't cooperate, don't blame me for being rude. At Lee Sun's command, several people in the car immediately got out and walked towards the factory. Mr. Lee, it's none of your business. Lee Sun glanced at him and said, close your eyes and shut your mouth. Do you understand? At the same time in the medical hall, Yichio was writing a prescription for the patient and telling him what to pay attention to. Mr. Yi, the goods haven't arrived yet, and the customers outside are urging us to get them. The employees in the store felt helpless. Yichio looked up. The medicine hasn't arrived yet? He glanced at the time. It had been more than 2 hours. Shouldn't it have been delivered in the morning? Did you call and ask? I called, but no one answered. I called several people, and no one answered. How is this possible? The medicines in the pharmacy have now been handed over to Wanrong for production, and the production line has been set up there. The cooperation has been very good during this period, and the medicines have been delivered in a timely manner, ensuring the supply without squeezing the inventory. But today, it hasn't been delivered yet, and I can't contact anyone. Yichio frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong. It's understandable if you can't contact one person, but how can you not contact several people? I'll go over and take a look. Yichio immediately drove towards the factory. Before he reached the factory, he saw from afar that the road was blocked by several roadblocks. This was the only way for the factory to deliver medicine. Yichio stopped the car and rolled down the window. What's going on? What are you doing? Where are you going? The person who blocked the road didn't bother to answer Yichio's question and asked directly, are you going to the factory? Seeing Yichio frowning, he concluded, waved his hand, and said impatiently, the factory doesn't allow you to go. Leave immediately. What's the meaning? Yichio didn't know what was going on. Why were these people stopping the car? They wouldn't let him in. Could it be that they didn't want to let the goods out of the factory either? He was about to ask when his cell phone rang. Mr. Yi, our factory director has been controlled by someone. It was a familiar voice. They didn't let us start work and blocked the road. The factory security guards were beaten by them. Hearing this, Yichio couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. In Tianhai, is there anyone who dares to do such a thing? Are you looking for death? Before he could say anything, the phone was hung up. It seemed that someone had snatched the phone away and smashed it to the ground. Did you hear me? I told you to get out. Seeing that Yichio was still unwilling to leave, the man who was blocking the road looked gloomy. He flicked his wrist and swung out a short stick, pointing it at Yichio. Don't make trouble for yourself. Yichio didn't say anything, but suddenly opened the car door, which hit the man hard and knocked him out. Seeing that Yichio dared to attack, the other people could not stand it anymore and immediately rushed towards Yichio. Bang! 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 Yichio was not polite at all and knocked these people to the ground with just a few moves. From your accent, you guys aren't from Tianhai? Who are you? You dare to meddle in our affairs. You're courting death. Bang! Yichio raised his hand and slapped him hard on the face, saying coldly, of course I will take care of it. As long as it's about the city of Tianhai, I'll take care of it. I won't allow anyone to do whatever they want in my hometown. He stared at those people. I don't care where you are from, even if you are from a big family in Kyoto. He could tell that the accents of these people were exactly the same as Lei Yang's last time. Yichio stretched out his fingers and tapped a few people lightly, and they were immediately unable to move. He called Zhao Jinlin and asked him to send someone immediately to take these people away, and he got in the car and rushed to the factory. If it is still the Lei family who dares to bully others like this, Yichio will never let them go. Soon, Yichio arrived at the factory. The person at the door was obviously not the security guard from before. When he saw Yichio's car coming, he simply stopped it from entering. This time, Yichio didn't even bother to talk nonsense. He knocked several people to the ground and walked straight towards Wanrong's office. He knew that Wanrong was there and had been kidnapped. Boss Wan, why are you doing this? You won't suffer any loss if you cooperate with us, and you will earn much more than before. Lee Sun tried to persuade her earnestly, but he was already impatient. If Wanrong wasn't still useful and needed him to do something, I would have killed him long ago and be done with it. How could he have so much patience to talk such nonsense to Wanrong? Give up. Wanrong sneered. I know what you want to do. You want to use me to control the entire Tianhai underground circle? Let me tell you, you think too highly of yourself. At the same time, You underestimated our determination to protect the Tianhai underground circle. It seems that you don't want to drink the toast and drink the punishment. Li Sun's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly pulled out a fruit knife and stabbed it into Wan Rong's palm. Chapter 103. You said to let him go? Ah! The screams were heart-wrenching and echoed throughout the office. The tabletop was immediately stained red with blood. Wan Rong's palm was nailed to the table, and he couldn't get free. He gritted his teeth, his face was pale, and even his lips were trembling. He stared at Li Sun and said, "If you have the guts, kill me." He didn't expect that Li Sun would dare to be so cruel and attack him so viciously. Kill you? Li Sun still had a smile on his face. If you were worthless, I would have killed you long ago. You should be thankful that you still have value. I'll ask you again, do you agree? His smile made people feel terrified and even more disgusted. As long as you do what I say, I will let you go, and you will get a lot of money and a high status. In the future, you will have the final say in the entire Tianhai underground circle. Even those people from the government offices in the above-ground circle will not dare to cause trouble to you. Isn't this good? If anyone heard such conditions, they would probably agree to it immediately. Li Sun didn't expect that after all the effort, Wan Rong still refused to agree. This made him very annoyed. Good. Wan Rong gritted his teeth and stared at Li Sun. Suddenly his face darkened, and he spat directly on Li Sun's face. Fuck you. He is a man of blood and sweat. Will he be afraid if you do this to him? He is not afraid of death. Li Sun closed his eyes, then slowly opened them, picked up a tissue, and wiped the saliva off his face. His face was so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip out of it. His face was expressionless, but the murderous aura emanating from him was not concealed at all. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, and he instantly pulled out the fruit knife that pierced Wan Rong and stabbed it fiercely into Wan Rong's heart. D. He has no patience anymore. At that critical moment, the office door was kicked open. Immediately, Yi Qiu flicked his finger and a coin flew out, hitting Li Sun's wrist and knocking the fruit knife in his hand away. Clang! The fruit knife fell to the ground. Li Sun covered his hand in pain, raised his head, and saw a strange face. He couldn't help but get even more angry that someone dared to ruin his plans. Mr. Yi, seeing Yi Qiu coming, Wan Rong shouted excitedly. He knew that he had survived, and as long as Yi Qiu came, he would not be afraid of anything. Mr. Yi? Li Sun narrowed his eyes. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? Yi Qiu took a look and saw that the table was covered in blood. Wan Rong's palm was pierced. This Li Sun was really cruel and ruthless. What a beast. He ignored Li Sun, walked to Wan Rong, took his hand, sealed his acupoints to stop the bleeding, and took out the usual golden wound medicine from his pocket. Hold on. He sprinkled the powder on Wan Rong's wound. The pain made Wan Rong's expression grim, but he didn't say a word. Everything was settled. Yi Qiu said, "You go out first." Wan Rong looked at Li Sun warily and nodded. Knowing that Yi Qiu was very powerful and Li Sun could not do anything to him, he walked out. Li Sun and Yi Qiu were the only ones left in the office. Lei family, Yi Qiu asked directly, getting straight to the point. I didn't expect you to know that. Li Sun was a little surprised. He didn't expect Yi Qiu to be able to tell who he was at a glance. Who told you that? No one told me. Yi Qiu said, it's just that I feel the same annoying thing in you. Before Li Sun finished speaking, Yi Qiu was already in front of him in the next second. Boom! This punch hit Li Sun directly in the face. His nose collapsed immediately, blood splattered, and his whole face was almost deformed as if it had been hit by a car. Li Sun screamed loudly, flew backwards, and hit the ground hard. His head was buzzing, and he almost fainted. He curled up on the ground, covering his face and twitching in pain. You all have a sense of superiority, of looking down on ants. Yi Qiu walked over and stepped on Li Sun's head. It seems that ordinary people are nothing but ants in your eyes. You can kill them if you want, and humiliate them if you want, right? But now, Li Sun's head was being stepped on by Yi Qiu. His pride and arrogance were ruthlessly trampled under Yi Qiu's feet. Li Sun wanted to struggle, but Yi Qiu's foot was on him, and he couldn't get free. I'm warning you. Let me go. Otherwise, you'll be dead, he shouted, but Yi Qiu remained unmoved. If you dare to come to Tianhai to cause trouble, I won't let you go. Yi Qiu gradually exerted force with his feet, and Li Sun could even feel that his skull was under tremendous pressure. As long as Yi Qiu continued, his head would probably be crushed by him. The pain and fear suddenly made Li Sun scared. Who is this person in front of me? Is he crazy? Knowing that I am a member of the Lei family. How dare you treat me like this? Ah! Li Sun screamed, veins popping out on his forehead. He felt like he was going to die soon, and his head would be crushed by Yi Qiu. Stop! At this time, hurried footsteps were heard outside the door. Zhao Jinlin and his men arrived and saw Yi Qiu was about to kill Li Sun. They hurriedly called out to him, Yi Qiu, stop it. Killing someone from the Lei family is no small matter. Zhao Jinlin knew what kind of existence the Lei family was, and Yi Qiu couldn't afford to provoke them now. Yi Qiu glanced at Zhao Jinlin and saw him shaking his head, so he had to let go of his foot. Take away! Zhao Jinlin shouted immediately. He was also angry and unwilling in his heart, but if he watched Yi Qiu kill Li Sun, the Lei family would never let Yi Qiu go. He could not watch Yi Qiu make a mistake. I will punish him according to the law. Zhao Jinlin knew Yi Qiu was unhappy, but he had no choice. Yi Qiu didn't say anything. You need to calm down. Zhao Jinlin took a deep breath. He was really afraid that Yi Qiu would lose his mind, which would cause trouble. It's not easy to deal with a behemoth like the Lei family. We are just ordinary people after all. He hoped that Yi Qiu could keep his composure and wait until he became strong enough to fight against the Lei family. Now, not yet. Yi Qiu was silent for a moment. If you can't do it to him, I will make him pay the price in my own way. After he said that, he turned and left, shocking Zhao Jinlin so much that his body trembled violently. An hour later, in the Criminal Investigation Brigade, Zhao Jinlin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. His joints made crackling sounds, and his steel teeth were about to break. You said let him go? His voice was shaking with anger, but his superior came to him personally and asked him to release the person. Zhao Jinlin, are you mentally ill? He is from the Lei family. Do you dare to shoot him? Ah! The leader's voice was trembling. Click! The iron gate opened and Li Sun walked out. His face was covered with wounds and bandages, but his pace was still very arrogant. He walked up to Zhao Jinlin, squinting his eyes and grinning strangely. Captain Zhao, thank you for saving my life. Now, it's my turn to take revenge. Chapter 104. I'm waiting for you. That unbridled smile made Zhao Jinlin look very ugly. But when Li Sun saw Zhao Jinlin's expression, he became even more arrogant and burst into laughter. If it weren't for you, I might have been killed by that guy. Yi Qiu, right? I remember this name. After Li Sun finished speaking, he nodded, turned, and left. Zhao Jinlin clenched his fists and suddenly turned around to attack, but was grabbed by the leader behind him. What are you doing? Old Zhao, calm down. Do you know who he is? He is from the Lei family, a noble family in Kyoto. The leader roared, and there was also resentment in his voice, but there was nothing he could do. After receiving a call from Kyoto, he had to release the person. He's not a human, he's a beast. Zhao Jinlin gritted his teeth, his eyes full of disappointment. He suddenly felt a little powerless. Do you know how many innocent people will be hurt if you let him go? The leader didn't speak. Zhao Jinlin laughed sarcastically. Of course you don't know. Even if you do, you will pretend not to know. As long as you don't lose your job. That's all. The leader is angry. I quit. Zhao Jinlin ignored him and waved his hand. I quit. After saying that, he turned and left. Li Sun walked out of the team and felt that the air outside was particularly fresh. It took less than an hour from the time he was caught to the time he was released, in this small Tianhai, who could really do anything to him. As long as there was a call from Kyoto, Zhao Jinlin would not dare to touch him. He could only be angry at his own incompetence, and then watch himself leave unwillingly. Yi Qiu, now it's your turn to be unlucky. Li Sun sneered, looked at a taxi approaching in the distance, and stretched out his hand to stop it. To Qingshan Hotel. As soon as he got in the car, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Well, I'm out. I'm going back to the hotel now. You guys hurry up and get ready. After hanging up the phone, Li Sun leaned back in his chair, thinking about how to start. According to Lei Yang's order, he must take over the Tianhai underground circle within a month, followed by the provincial capital, and then further expand to the entire coastal area. Even if one only controls a part of the coastal area's underground circles, one can gather terrifying resources. In the future, these resources will be able to bring great help to the Lei family. Lei Yang wants to take action before other families react. Hello, we're here. The taxi arrived at the hotel entrance. Li Sun threw a stack of banknotes casually got out of the car, and went straight into the hotel. It feels so good to be free, but who can restrict one's freedom? As long as the Lei family is behind him, no one dares to touch him. Lee Sun used the room card to open the door and walked in. As soon as he entered, he felt something was wrong. There was actually someone sitting on the sofa. His face changed slightly, and he turned around and tried to leave, but the door could no longer be opened. "Why are you here?" He was not afraid of Zhao Jianlin, or even the entire underground circle of Tianhai, because he himself came from the top-level underground circle, but now, the person sitting in front of him was Yi Qiu. That madman. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yi Qiu had a blank expression on his face, staring at Li Sun, "Because I know they have no other options for you, so they can only let you go. But I can't let go." Upon hearing this, Li Sun's face changed drastically. "What you up to? Do you really dare to kill me? I am from the Lei family. If I die, none of you will be able to escape." He gritted his teeth and threatened, "When the time comes, not only you, your woman, your children, but also your friends will all die. Ha ha ha. Do you still dare to touch me?" Yi Qiu stood up and slowly raised his hand, which scared Li Sun so much that his face turned pale, but he still remained stubborn. "Come on, let me see if you have the guts to do this. Going against my Lei family, against the Kyoto family, I want to see if you have the guts to do this." Puff, suddenly, a stream of air turned into a sharp arrow, shot out from Yi Qiu's fingers, and instantly pierced into Li Sun's chest. Li Sun suddenly screamed, fell to the ground, twitching in pain. "Lei family." Yi Qiu walked up to him and looked down at him. "You know Lei Yang, right?" When he heard Lei Yang's name, Li Sun's pupils suddenly contracted. "Yi Qiu actually knows Lei Yang? He actually wanted to hurt my child." Yi Qiu's eyes became very bright, like stars in the dark night, which made Li Sun tremble with fear. That kind of light easily brought out the fear in his bones. "No one can hurt my child. If you dare to do so, you will bear the consequences." Yi Qiu could clearly see with his eyes that the energy he had released had already penetrated into Li Sun's body and was gradually destroying his internal organs. Li Sun is definitely going to die, but no matter how they checked, they couldn't find the cause of death. The only conclusion they could give was that he died suddenly of a heart attack. Li Sun was twitching, his face full of fear. He never thought that Yi Qiu didn't care about the Lei family at all, and even dared to attack Lei Yang. So what did it matter if he wanted to kill himself? Don't, Li Sun begged. "Please let me go, I was wrong. Please let me go." Yi Qiu didn't even look at him. He took out his cell phone, walked out of the room, and dialed the emergency number. "Hello, I have a patient here, please." He went downstairs and the ambulance arrived quickly, as if it had been waiting nearby for a long time. Immediately, Li Sun was taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. Yi Qiu knew that even a god could not save him. Besides, this kind of scum and beast, only a god would be sick to save him. Yi Qiu returned to the pharmacy, where Zhao Jianlin was waiting. Seeing that Yi Qiu had just returned, he had already guessed it, but did not ask anything. "I quit." He poured himself a cup of tea and said, "I don't want to do this any longer." He really felt aggrieved. He had caught so many bad guys over the years, but now, his persistence seemed meaningless because some bad guys were right in front of him, and he couldn't catch them. Even if he is caught, someone will release him soon. What's the point? It's okay. You don't need to blame yourself. Yi Qiu knew that Zhao Jianlin was blaming himself and felt guilty for not being able to bring the evildoer to justice. "There needs to be people like you who stand up for justice," he said seriously. "If you can't hold on, what about others?" Zhao Jianlin was stunned. "The more resistance there is to something, the more we should do it. Don't worry, the wicked will be punished by God." Yi Qiu and Zhao Jianlin looked at each other with eyes as bright as torches. These guys who think they are superior and look down on others will all pay the price. His eyes were bright and exuded a righteousness that gave Zhao Jianlin a strange feeling. It seems that those eyes are the justice of this world. Ring, ring, ring. Just as he was daydreaming, Zhao Jianlin's cell phone rang. It was Xiao Zhou calling. "Boss, there's a situation. Where are you?" Chapter 105, Guardian. Zhao Jianlin held the phone, slightly hesitant. He has already resigned. Is he still going now? "Boss? Hello? Come quickly. Without you, the brothers are worried." Xiao Zhou shouted. "Where is the location?" Zhao Jianlin took a deep breath and asked. Immediately, he hung up the phone and looked up at Yi Qiu. "This city needs a patron saint." Yi Qiu smiled and said, "Go quickly." Zhao Jinlin didn't say anything else, turned around, and left quickly. How could he let go of his brothers who had been through life and death with him? How could he just watch Xiao Zhou and the others face danger? Yi Qiu was right. This city needs a patron saint. If I retreat, who else will dare to stand up? Looking at Zhao Jinlin's back as he walked further and further away, Lin Wanxiu felt a little emotional. You are truly special. She looked at Yi Qiu. Zhao Jinlin was actually a little disheartened, and Lin Wanxiu could sense it. As a person from the upper circle, especially since she is from a noble family, she knows very well that ordinary people like Zhao Jinlin have no way to fight against the real powerful people. Many times, they are just tools of the powerful. But Yi Qiu was able to give Zhao Jinlin strength and allow him to re-examine his true heart. This is truly a rare quality. Looking at the man in front of her, Lin Wanxiu said, "There are many imperfections in this world, but I believe that you are the one who can make up for these shortcomings." Yi Qi checked it. I'm not that great. You have it, and if I say yes, then yes. Lin Wanxiu glared at him and dared to talk back. After saying that, she took a deep breath and her expression became serious. But this time, things are not easy to handle. The Lei family will definitely not let it go. She has already called Kyoto to ask. The Lei family was naturally furious. Lei Yang was blind, and if he wanted to be cured, he could only ask Yi Qiu, but Yi Qiu could not save him. A guy who tried to hurt Xiao Yuer, a guy who humiliated Yi Qiu's friend Chu Tiangang. It was already good enough that Yi Qiu didn't take his life. Still expecting Yi Qiu to help him heal his injuries? Lin Wanxiu knew very well that to Yi Qiu, Xiao Yuer was his life. For Xiao Yuer, he dared to make the whole world his enemy. It's not just that they won't give up. Yi Qiu glanced at her and said, I don't know how to do that either. Lin Wanxiu was stunned. Does he want to fight the Lei family to the end? What do you want to do? She thought about it and asked, It's better if they don't mess with me, otherwise. Yi Qiu's eyes sparkled. I will open a medical clinic in Kyoto, right in front of their homes. He wasn't joking at all. Extremely serious. At the same time, Kyoto, Lei family. Lei Yang is still in a coma. Lei Ao has sent people to look for famous doctors to treat his eyes. He can't bear to watch his little son become blind. But all the famous doctors in Kyoto National Medical Hall were invited, but no one could cure him. Uncle Fu woke up. His injuries were serious. At his age, being injured like this would probably only happen once in his life. Even now, he is still scared. Lei Ao looked unhappy. What did you do in Tianhai? He looked at Uncle Fu without any politeness. Didn't Lei Yang say that he would only take over the Lei group? What else? He knew that Lei Yang would never do just one thing. It was just a cover. So he turned a blind eye and didn't care too much. But now that this has happened, it's not just a matter of Lei Yang being injured, but also about where the Lei family's face will be. Master, it's my fault that I failed to protect the young master. Uncle Fu bowed his head and apologized. The young master did more for the Lei family, hoping that the Lei family would have a greater advantage in the future competition among the aristocratic families. But he didn't expect such an accident to happen. Humph, don't think I don't know what's going on in his mind? Lei Ao narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Do you think that such a large area along the coast is a piece of fat meat? Why doesn't anyone go to grab it? Uncle Fu's heart skipped a beat. Are you thinking that as long as you control the underground circles along the coast, you can seize a lot of resources? Lei Ao had seen through all of this. Madness. Lei Ao cursed. If he can think of it, can't others think of it? He's just a smart fool. If the struggle among aristocratic families were so simple, wouldn't it be possible for anyone to come to Kyoto and establish their own family? He didn't point out Lei Yang's mistake, just to let himself hit the wall and have a chance to learn a lesson, but he didn't let him end up with such a result, and he ended up losing more than he gained. Uncle Fu didn't dare to speak. He just lowered his head, feeling full of guilt and even more shocked in his heart. Let me tell you, a small city like Tianhai is really nothing, but in the provincial capital, there are at least 5 families. Do you think that such an attractive place would go unnoticed? A hint of coldness and disdain flashed across Lei Ao's eyes. Tianhai is a small city, so it is normal that no one pays attention to it. So he allowed Lei Song to develop there, just wanting to use this small city to hone him. He never thought that Lei Song would actually die. But when Lei Yang went there, not only did he not learn any lessons, but he became blind, which is really disappointing. Okay, you don't have to worry about this anymore. When Lei Yang wakes up, you stay by his side. From today on, you are not allowed to go to the coast again. Do you understand? Lei Ao ordered. Yes, patriarch, I understand. Uncle Fu bowed and did not dare to refute. He stepped back, Lei Ao took a deep breath, and suppressed his inner anger. Lei Yang still needs to find someone to treat his eyes, but he won't send anyone to Tianhai for the time being. If he goes there rashly now, it will attract attention. The Lei family has never liked to be high profile. What's more, there is someone there who can seriously injure Uncle Fu. So how can we just go there casually? Even a master who has been at the grandmaster level for many years was injured like this. The person who did it must be at least a grandmaster. Lei Ao did not ask Uncle Fu about this matter. He knew that people like Uncle Fu also wanted to save face. Since Uncle Fu did not say anything on his own initiative, he naturally would not ask. He wondered if this could be used to muddy the waters along the coast. Now, there are shadows of 5 families that can be found in the coastal areas, but his Lei family is not among them. It is not an easy task for him to reach out and grab some resources. The Lei family is facing internal and external troubles now and needs a lot of financial support. The coastal area is indeed a piece of fat meat with inexhaustible resources, but it is not easy to intervene. Has Lei Ao never thought about what Lei Yang wants to do? He even thought about it for more than 10 years, but still couldn't find an opportunity. Now it seems that the opportunity has appeared. I hope that when that day comes, the Lei family will be strong enough to protect themselves. After a long time, Lei Ao sighed, but then his eyes regained their depth and ferocity. Chapter 106, Strange Disease. No one could have imagined that all Lei Ao wanted was to protect himself. Could it be that there is something else that can make even the head of a Kyoto family like him so fearful? Naturally, he would not give up the resources along the coast, but he was not too interested in Tianhai. That kind of small city could not satisfy his ambitions at all. Now that the opportunity has come up, of course he has to take action. How could he waste such an opportunity? Over at Tianhai, Lin Wanxiu had been asking her friends to keep an eye on the news from the Lei family in Kyoto. She was relieved when she saw that Lei Ao did not take any action. It seems that Lei Ao didn't take Tianhai seriously, or perhaps Lei Ao chose to keep quiet about such a shameful matter, not wanting more people to know about it and bring shame to his Lei family. After all, the young master of the Lei family was blinded, and even a master like Uncle Fu was seriously injured. It was indeed a shameful thing. For these noble families, face is often more important than anything else, but Lin Wanxiu knows better that they will have to regain their lost face sooner or later. What she has to do is to make Yi Qiu stronger before the Lei family takes revenge. Yi Qiu didn't think so much about it. He didn't care what happened to the Lei family. It would be better if they didn't provoke him. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. Life returned to normal. It was as if nothing had happened. Yi Qiu still picks up and drops off Xiao Yuer every day, and occasionally helps solve some difficult and complicated problems, while Lin Wanxiu devotes himself wholeheartedly to expanding the development of the medical hall and making it bigger and stronger. The days of the 3 of them were busy, yet comfortable and relaxed. This day, Yi Qiu had just solved a difficult problem and was sitting there drinking tea when a car stopped at the door. "Ma'am, this is it. They said the miracle doctor is here." A young man walked in and looked around, as if he was looking for someone. Behind him was a woman dressed in luxurious clothes, with a proud face and an air of luxury all over her body. She walked into the pharmacy and smelled the scent of the medicinal herbs. She couldn't help but frowned and didn't go in any further. The young man's gaze stayed on Yi Qiu for a moment, then shifted away. "Excuse me, who is the miraculous doctor in Xiaoyur Medical Hall?" He looked for a long time, but couldn't seem to find the person he was looking for, so he had to run and ask someone else. "Here, Dr. Yi is there." The man turned his head, and his eyes fell on Yi Qiu again. He was stunned for a moment, as if he thought others were joking with him. So young? He had never seen anyone who became a miracle doctor at such a young age. He thought about it, then walked up to Yi Qiu and said, "Excuse me, are you the doctor in charge of this medical hall?" "I don't deserve it." Yi Qiu glanced at him and said modestly, "I only know a little bit about medicine. What do you want to talk to me about?" The man didn't know Yi Qiu was being modest. He thought he was telling the truth because he was afraid of being misunderstood. He smiled helplessly and said, "My master has a strange disease. The doctors in the big hospitals can't help him, so He wanted to try his luck, but he didn't dare say so because his wife was here. So I would like to ask you to go and see if there is any solution." His wife had told him so he had to do as she told him. But who would dare to believe this so-called miracle doctor, who might even be younger than himself? Don't let it happen that the master, who originally had no serious condition, gets treated by this guy and something goes wrong. He can't afford it then. What's the disease? What are the symptoms? Yichio didn't care about the young man's eyes. He was used to it. Because he was young, it was difficult for people to believe in his medical skills. What else could he do? He said, "Tell me the symptoms, and I can make a rough diagnosis." Just as the young man was about to speak, the lady behind him coughed twice. "Our master's illness is very strange, and he has been locking himself in the room. How can we see it?" She glanced at Yichio, still worried that he might not be good enough, and waved her hand. Forget it, forget it. I may have found the wrong place. I'll look for someone else. You're so young, yet you dare to call yourself a miracle doctor. You must be a liar, right? Humph." The lady still felt that Yichio was not the miracle doctor she was looking for. Where could there be such a young miracle doctor? After saying that, a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes, and she turned and left. Yichio watched them leave and couldn't help shaking his head. Do I have to have white hair to look like a miracle doctor? After the car left, the two men went to other places, but they couldn't find the so-called miracle doctor, so they had to return to the provincial capital. As soon as I arrived at the door, the housekeeper ran out in a hurry, his face full of anxiety. Madam, madam, it's bad. The master has gone crazy again." When the lady heard this, she ran in quickly. From the study, she heard bursts of screams and the sound of the master banging his head against the door fiercely. Bang! 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 It was as if there was a wild beast locked up in the study, torturing itself madly, and the roars it made one's skin tingle and feel numb. "Master! Master! How are you?" The lady shouted, anxious and worried. "Can you guys rush in? Hurry and save the master." When the young man heard this, he wanted to rush in immediately, but he heard the master's voice from inside. "Don't come in," I said. "Don't come in. Whoever dares to come in will die immediately." How could those young people dare to move? The lady was so anxious that she wanted to cry, but she didn't dare to go over. "Master, what happened to you? You tell us what we should do, you tell us." In the study, no one responded and the noise gradually subsided, as if nothing had happened. This situation had happened several times in succession, and each time it was so scary. And now the frequency of relapses is getting higher and higher, but they have no idea what the situation is. The master refused to say anything and just locked himself up, not allowing anyone to get close to him. But they would be worried. "Madam, we must find a solution as soon as possible." The housekeeper sighed, his face full of worry. "I heard that this might be caused by evil spirits. It's useless to find a doctor." "Possessed?" The lady frowned. As an educated person, how could she believe such words? "Don't talk nonsense," she scolded. "We must believe in science. There is no such thing as being possessed by evil spirits." The housekeeper had no choice but to shut up, but what else could he do? Everyone in the yard had a gloomy face and was at a loss as to what to do. "Madam, that miracle doctor, maybe he really has a solution." After a long while, the young man spoke. "I heard from my relatives before that the miracle doctor knows about this kind of thing. Chu Tiangang, the famous charity boss in Tianhai, had a similar thing happen to him, and it was the miracle doctor who cured him." Just now in the medical hall, the lady didn't believe Yichio, and he didn't dare to say anything. Yichio was indeed young, and when it came to his medical skills, it might be hard for people to believe, but when it came to such mysterious things, age might not necessarily be related. The lady turned her head and frowned slightly, thinking that she had just returned from Tianhai and had made it clear that she didn't trust Ichio. Could it be that she had to invite him over again? Then where would you put your own face? Chapter 107. Attitude is important. "Madam, the master's illness cannot be delayed." The housekeeper was a little anxious. He glanced at his wife. If she wasn't the wife of the Xiao family, he really wouldn't be able to help himself. The master is so ill, but she is still worried and concerned. It is really inappropriate for the master to marry such a young concubine. "So what do you say we should do?" Madame Xiao couldn't help but said, "We have found so many doctors, but none of them can help. I am worried too. Isn't there a Professor Su in the provincial hospital? I heard that his medical skills are quite good. Have you ever looked for him?" The butler asked. "You knew there was such a doctor. Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Mrs. Xiao was a little angry, and the housekeeper wanted to get angry, but didn't dare to, so she could only say, "Then hurry up and find it." He always thought that Madame Xiao would mobilize all her connections to find the person, but she didn't expect that she didn't look for the nearest expert and instead went to Tianhai. What was she thinking? Without thinking too much, the housekeeper immediately found Su Ongwa's contact information through a friend and called him. What? You are conducting research in another place, and not in the provincial capital? What should I do then? The housekeeper was very anxious. Su Ongwa is not in the provincial capital. This is really terrible. Tianhai. When the housekeeper heard Su Ongwa recommending them to find the miracle doctor in Tianhai, he was stunned for a moment. My wife just came back from Tianhai and said there is no miracle doctor there. He looked up at Madame Xiao, and Madame Xiao's expression changed slightly. Is there really a miracle doctor in Tianhai? But they searched for a long time and still couldn't find it. Well, he will find a way. If he can't do it, then I guess there's nothing I can do either. Su Ongwa's tone made the housekeeper's heart tremble. He hung up the phone and turned to look at Mrs. Xiao. Professor Su said that the miracle doctor in Tianhai might be able to help. Oh, and he said that the miracle doctor is very young, so we shouldn't get him wrong. Hearing the word young, Madame Zhao's face became even uglier. Is it really Yi Qiu? She had questioned Yi Qiu to his face. So now was she asked to go back and ask him again? Madam, it's that young miracle doctor. I said he was. The driver clapped his hands and wanted to say something, but Mrs. Xia glared at him, and he dared not say anything more. What are you still standing there for? Madame Xiao shouted. Go and invite them over. The driver nodded and turned around and left in a hurry. Mrs. Xiao looked at the closed door of the study, frowned slightly, and her face was full of worry. She is the lady of the Xiao family, but she is Xiao Zhengguo's second wife. Xiao Zhengguo married her a few years after his first wife passed away. Also, because of her young age, few people in the Xiao family think she is qualified. What's wrong with being young? Does being young mean you are not qualified? She didn't know that she also doubted Yi Qiu's medical skills because of his young age. Otherwise, Yi Qiu would have been here treating Xiao Zhengguo. The housekeeper glanced at her and said nothing. He stood at the study door, waiting for the doctor to arrive. Tianhai Medical Hall. Seeing the driver coming back, Yi Qiu showed no reaction. Dr. Yi, I'm so sorry, I didn't recognize you. Could you please come with me and save my master? The driver seemed very polite. Why didn't your wife come? Yi Qiu asked. The driver knew that Yi Qiu was angry, so he smiled awkwardly. Dr. Yi, don't be angry. My wife is busy taking care of the master, so she has no time to come. Don't worry, we won't reduce the consultation fee by a penny. Let her do it herself. Yi Qiu shook his head and said you're welcome. Why would he agree so easily when he doesn't even have the minimum respect for me? Attitude is very important when doing things. Yi Qiu doesn't care whether the other party has money or not. He has saved penniless homeless people and poor people with nothing in their homes. But if you don't even have the minimum respect for yourself, why would he help you? After saying that, Yi Qiu ignored it. The driver had no choice but to call back immediately. What did you say? He's so arrogant. Do I have to apologize to him? Madame Xiao said angrily. Come if you want. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? Why should she apologize to a doctor? Madam, the master's illness cannot be delayed. The driver was so anxious that he almost cried. He really had nothing to say to this young lady. If something happens to the master, will you still be able to stay in the Xiao family? He couldn't help it. Hearing this, Mrs. Xiao was silent for a moment and then hung up the phone. The driver had no choice but to wait at the door of the pharmacy. Every now and then, when he saw Yi Qiu stop and was no longer busy, he would go in and beg for mercy, but Yi Qiu remained unmoved. He also has his temper. Soon, another car arrived. Mrs. Xiao got out of the car, her face still looking a little bad. Madam, you are finally here. The driver rushed over and said, Hurry up, it will be too late if you are late. Mrs. Xiao walked into the pharmacy and was choked by the pungent smell of medicinal herbs, which made her cough uncontrollably. Dr. Yi, I was wrong before, please don't be angry. My master is in a very bad condition. Can you please come with us and help save him? Her attitude became much better, but Yi Qiu could tell that she was not sincere. Respecting others is the most basic quality. Yi Qiu glanced at her and said, You can question my medical skills, but calling me a liar is a bit too much. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I was so anxious that I couldn't control myself. Please don't mind. Mrs. Xiao continued to apologize, but she snorted in her heart, thinking that Yi Qiu was taking advantage of her. If he couldn't cure the master's illness, then don't blame her for being rude. If she hadn't been worried that something might really happen to Mr. Xiao and her position in the Xiao family would be lost, she would not have bowed her head and apologized to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu could naturally see it, but he didn't want to argue with Mrs. Xiao. Okay, since you apologized, I can go with you to take a look. He stood up, said something to Lin Wanxiu, got in the car, and headed towards the provincial capital. The Xiao family's facade looks unusual, and it is considered a well-known large family in the provincial capital, with countless businesses under its umbrella. However, no one expected that Mr. Xiao would suddenly get this strange disease and lock himself up. Please show me. The butler did not dare to be impolite. Like Madame Xiao, he was over 50 years old, which made him know that one should not judge a person by his appearance. Not to mention, even Professor Su Wang was said that Yi Qiu was amazing. However, his attitude made Mrs. Xiao unhappy. The housekeeper was so polite to Yi Qiu, a stranger, but he was never very polite to herself. Yi Qiu nodded, walked to the study door, and knocked. Master Xiao, I'm the doctor who came to treat you. He took the initiative to speak. Bang! There was silence in the study for a moment, and suddenly something hit the door hard, making a clanging sound. Go away! I'm not sick. Chapter 108, Nightmare. This violent reaction made the housekeeper and others outside the door even more worried. It seems that the condition is getting more serious. Yi Qiu didn't care about anything else and just reached out and pushed the door open. The door had just opened when Xiao Zhengguo inside had already grabbed something and smashed it directly towards Yi Qiu's head. Everyone around was shocked, but Yi Qiu reacted very quickly and directly blocked Xiao Zhengguo's attack. Then he lightly touched his neck with his finger. Xiao Zhengguo's bloodshot eyes suddenly lost their luster, his body softened, and he fell asleep. Master! The housekeeper and several others ran over immediately. How is my master? He's very nervous and probably hasn't slept for several days and nights. He's very tired. Let him rest for a while. Yi Qiu said. The housekeeper and others hurriedly carried Xiao Zhengguo to the room. Yi Qiu did not follow him, but looked around the study. There were writings and drawings on the walls, as well as various marks, and there were dents from being hit by chairs, sticks, and other things. The surroundings were in a mess, and it didn't look like a study room at all. This place is more like a cage, and Xiao Zhengguo is trapped here like a mad beast. Yi Qiu frowned slightly and had some guesses in his mind. Hurry up and save people. What are you still looking at here? Behind him, Mrs. Zhao's voice came. Seeing that Yi Qiu did not go to save people, he looked around in the study, and no one knew what he was doing. To cure illness and save lives, we must at least know the cause of the patient's illness. Yi Qiu turned his head and glanced at her. Prescribed the right medicine for the right disease, you know. His eyes, sharp as light, stared at Madame Xiao, causing her heart to beat violently. She seemed a little flustered, cursed softly, and turned away. In the room, Xiao Zhengguo fell asleep, and several housekeepers were guarding by his side, not daring to leave even a step. The second and third masters are both out of town and haven't had time to come back yet. The master has been ill for 2 or 3 days. We have consulted many doctors, but none of them can help. The housekeeper sighed. In the past 2 days, the master has locked himself up, not eating, drinking, or sleeping. He seems to be crazy. What's going on? He told Yi Qiu about the situation. Xiao Zhengguo was fine before, but just a few days ago, he seemed to have suddenly gone crazy. He cursed at the wall, and even smashed things and banged his head against the wall, which scared everyone. Yi Qiu nodded. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. After taking Xiao Zhengguo's pulse, he found that there was nothing wrong with his pulse, just that he had been subjected to too much stimulation. As for what kind of stimulation it was, he would probably have to wait until Xiao Zhengguo woke up to know. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Now should we let the master have a good rest? Yi Qi nodded. If a person doesn't sleep all the time, his nerves will be so tense that he will collapse sooner or later. Let him have a good sleep. I will solve his problem when he wakes up. Seeing that Yi Qiu looked confident, the butler felt relieved. Thank you, Dr. Yi. You have come all the way to the provincial capital. I asked the kitchen to prepare some snacks. Please eat something and take a rest. The housekeeper was very nice and arranged everything. Yi Qiu was not polite. This was the other party's respect, which he deserved. After a simple meal, Yi Qiu returned to the room. Xiao Zhengguo was still asleep. Don't come over here. Don't come over here. Suddenly, Xiao Zhengguo twitched violently, shouted loudly, and waved his arms wildly, as if he had dreamed of something terrible. Please, don't come over here. Don't come over here. He was so frightened that he woke up suddenly, gasping for breath, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. Master, master, how are you? The butler asked hurriedly. Xiao Zheng was suddenly realized that he was sleeping in the room, and what just happened was just a nightmare. But how could the dream be so real? He turned around and looked around. In addition to the housekeeper and a few familiar faces, there was also someone he had never seen before. Master, this is Dr. Yi. He's here to treat you. The butler introduced. I'm not sick. Xiao Zhengguo was a little irritable and shouted loudly. Who asked you to call a doctor for me? I said I'm not sick. He struggled to get out of bed, and the housekeeper wanted to stop him, but didn't dare to. You are indeed not ill, Yi Qiu said. But if you keep having nightmares like this, would you dare to sleep? His words made Xiao Zhenghua, who had already got one foot out of the bed, tremble all over. He looked up at Yi Qiu with horror. How could he know that he would have a nightmare as soon as he fell asleep? And it's always the same nightmare. If a person doesn't sleep for a long time, he may not die, but he will definitely go crazy, Yi Qiu said lightly. He looked at Xiao Zhenghua with his bright eyes, and it was as if Xiao Zhenghua saw stars. He couldn't help but tremble at the brightness. How do you know? There was some disbelief on his face. How do you know? I always have nightmares. He never told anyone about this. I also know that the nightmares you keep having are all the same. Yi Qiu's words made Xiao Zhenggua's psychological defenses seem to collapse instantly. He fell to his knees with a plop, crying, Help me! Help me! He burst into tears. It wasn't me who hurt her. It wasn't me. How could I possibly hurt her? The housekeeper and several others were terrified. They didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Zhenghua and why he was so excited. You guys go out first. Yi Qiu waved his hand and asked the housekeeper and the others to leave first. He and Xiao Zhenghua were the only ones left in the room. His judgment just now made Xiao Zhenghua no longer doubt that Yi Qiu didn't know what had happened to him. I just married a new wife, but I've been having nightmares since a few days ago. My ex-wife. She keeps coming to me. Whenever I fall asleep and close my eyes, all I see is her. She said she was unwilling to accept it and that I was sorry for her. How could I have ever been sorry for her? Xiao Zhenghua was a little emotional. His voice was trembling. It was all an accident. I couldn't do anything. I couldn't save her. His body was shaking and his throat was dry. He had never encountered such a strange thing before. He was so scared that he dared not sleep or go out these days. He could only hide in the study. But as soon as he closed his eyes, his ex-wife would appear. He felt like he was about to collapse. Calm down. Yi Qiu tapped Xiao Zhenghua lightly with his fingers, and several streams of righteous energy instantly penetrated into his body, making him feel refreshed and much more comfortable. Dr. Yi, what's wrong with me? Xiao Zhenggua's hair was already gray, but at this moment he was like a frightened child, with tears all over his face, and he was extremely scared. My ex-wife, is she going to take me away? He was really scared. The thought of his ex-wife coming to him with blood all over her face made him extremely frightened. But he really didn't do anything wrong to his ex-wife. It was an accident, and no one could do anything about it. Besides, how could the woman he remarried after 3 years be different? You're right. She really wants to take you away. Chapter 109, Implantation. Hearing Yi Qiu's words, Xiao Zhenghua felt his scalp tingling instantly. He stared at Yi Qiu, his lips trembling. What did you say? My ex-wife wants to take me away? What a joke. Although he married another woman, he had never treated his ex-wife unfairly when she was alive. Why did she want to take him away? Xiao Zhenghua felt his nerves were numb, and he was worried, not knowing what to do. The she I'm talking about is not your ex-wife. Yi Qiu shook his head. Your ex-wife has passed away. How could she take you away? The dead cannot be resurrected, so how could such strange things happen? Some things exist, but some things are inaccessible to ordinary people. Seeing that Xiao Zhenghua was almost driven crazy by this nightmare, he comforted him. Don't think too much. It's just a nightmare. It's just a nightmare? It can't be real. Yi Qiu was very surprised that Xiao Zhenghua, the head of a large family, was frightened like this. It was enough to show how much the nightmare had affected him. Anyone would be terrified. The same nightmare repeats itself every day. As soon as you close your eyes, a woman with a bloody face comes to you. Wouldn't you be afraid if you were in their shoes? Yeah, just a nightmare. Yi Qiu nodded. Moreover, this nightmare was deliberately implanted into your brain by someone. His words shocked Xiao Zhenggua's mind. He felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. How could anyone implant a nightmare into his mind? This sounds too mysterious. But this nightmare keeps appearing, and I can't get rid of it. What should we do then? Xiao Zhenghua hurriedly said, Little brother, you have to save me. I'm really going crazy. If this continues, he will definitely go crazy. Someone deliberately implanted nightmares into his brain. Who could that be? Xiao Zhenghua didn't remember who he had offended, and with his status, who would dare to do this to him and use the memory of his ex-wife? Yi Qiu glanced at him and said, Master Xiao, what have you done and who have you offended? I'm afraid you should first think about who is most likely to attack you. Also, during this period of time, who have you been in contact with? Where have you been, and especially, where have you slept? He asked seriously. This kind of problem is not difficult to solve, but the cause needs to be found. Otherwise, Yi Qiu helped him clear the nightmare once, but the next time, it might not be just a nightmare. It seems like this is more like a prank, a warning and revenge. Xiao Zhenghua immediately started thinking about it seriously, but after thinking for a long time, he just shook his head. I've been very busy recently and haven't come into contact with any strangers. I've been sleeping. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his mouth opened slightly, as if he couldn't believe it. I slept in my current wife's house for one night. But after that, he brought his current wife to the Xiao family and never went there again. He quickly shook his head. Impossible, my current wife would never harm me. But he himself was not confident in saying this. The relationship between an older man and a younger wife was not uncommon in their circle, but Xiao Zhenghua himself did not believe that it was because of true love. He was after the woman's youth and beauty, while the woman was after the luxurious life Xiao Zhenghua could provide her. Yi Qiu didn't say anything, but reached out and tapped Xiao Zhenghua on the head a few times. Xiao Zhenghua suddenly felt refreshed, but he still couldn't believe that his current wife would attack and harm him. We'll know who did it if we try. Yi Qiu put away his hand and said softly, just do as I say and do it again, and you will know who attacked you. Xiao Zhenghua looked at Yi Qiu with some worry. What if this isn't a nightmare anymore? He was worried that if others failed in their first attempt, they would drive him crazy with nightmares and would directly attack him. Wouldn't that mean he would lose his life? Yi Qiu took out an amulet from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Zhenghua. Put this on and you'll be fine. Xiao Zhenghua took a deep breath. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, he chose to believe Yi Qiu. At least Yi Qiu did solve his problem, so he would no longer have nightmares when he closed his eyes. The door opened. Xiao Zhenghua came out safe and sound, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Master, Madame Xiao walked up to him, her eyes red with tears still hanging in the corners of her eyes. I'm so glad you're okay. You scared me so much. That charming face would confuse anyone. But Xiao Zhenghua remembered what Yi Qiu said in his heart and just said, I've been under a lot of work pressure these days, and I didn't sleep well. It's no big problem. I can't sleep well at home, so I'll go to your place and sleep. He said directly. Ah? Hearing this, Madame Zhao's face changed slightly. No one has lived there for a while and might be very messy. It doesn't matter. Xiao Zhenghua said calmly. Let's go now. I still want to have a good sleep. As he said this, he turned to look at the butler. Entertain Dr. Yi well for me. Xiao Zhenghua took Madame Xiao and left directly. The housekeeper wanted to dissuade them, saying that last time they went to Madame Zhao's house and stayed there for one night, and this happened the next day after they came back. Why are they going there again now? Dr. Yi, this? The housekeeper was a little worried. My master, is he okay? He even suspected that it was because the stimulation was too great, and Xiao Zhenghua had become confused. How could he dare to spend the night there? It is definitely true that beautiful women are a disaster. It's okay, don't worry. Yi Qiu said, your master asked you to do something, so come with me. Hearing this, the housekeeper's heart moved, as if he understood something, and he nodded repeatedly, bowed and said, thank you, sir. In the car, Xiao Zhenghua and the other person sat in the back row, holding each other's hands. Master, you really scared me these past few days. Fortunately, you are okay. Otherwise, I would have become a sinner of the Xiao family. Mrs. Xiao leaned on his shoulder and said angrily, it's okay, I'm just too tired. I'll take a nap. Call me when you get there. Xiao Zhenghua couldn't hide his tiredness. He smiled and fell asleep leaning back in the chair. This time, he really didn't have a nightmare and fell into a deep sleep quickly. Seeing that Xiao Zhenghua was really asleep, Mrs. Xiao carefully took out her cell phone, sent a text message, and then deleted the text message to erase all traces. Soon we arrived. Master, we are here. Mrs. Xiao shook gently. Let's go upstairs and go to bed. Xiao Zhenghua opened his eyes dazedly, stood up and got out of the car, asked the driver to go back first and pick him up tomorrow. Then he put his arm around Mrs. Zhao's waist and went straight upstairs. When the door opened, Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but frown. The room was indeed a bit messy. He remembered that it was not like this when he left last time. It seemed as if someone had lived in it, and there was even a faint smell of tobacco in the air. Although it was covered by the perfume, he, a non-smoker, was very sensitive. "Oh, I told you it's a mess. Go and have some rest while I clean it up." Mrs. Xiao hurried to the sofa and rolled up her messy clothes, with a trace of panic in her eyes. Chapter 110. Reward You. Xiao Zhengwu didn't say much, seemed very tired, nodded, and went into the bedroom to rest. But after a while, he could hear a slight snoring sound. Mrs. Xiao walked to the door and took a look. She was relieved to confirm that Xiao Zhengguo was asleep. Just as she was about to turn around, a person suddenly appeared behind her, stretched out his hands and hugged her directly, and his palms even reached into her clothes unscrupulously. Madame Zhao's face changed slightly, and she lowered her voice and said, "Why haven't you left yet? Don't mess around. What if he wakes up?" He can't wake up. There is a drug in the perfume. He can finally get a good night's sleep." As he spoke, the man's hands became more dishonest. He moved closer to Mrs. Zhao's neck and kissed her all over. He even deliberately pushed her into the bedroom and wanted to do some unspeakable things in front of Xiao Zhenghua. "Don't mess around. Stop it." Madame Xiao was in a panic. She quickly pushed the man away and glared at him. "Get out. Get out now." She immediately pulled the man out of the door and closed it, fearing that Xiao Zhenghua would suddenly wake up. "Why, now that you've become Mrs. Xiao, you're planning to dump me?" The man sneered. "Don't forget, I'm your boyfriend. Can you calm down a little?" Madame Xiao straightened her clothes and looked at the man. "Didn't we agree that I would give you some money and you would leave the provincial capital? I already have a new life. Don't bother me anymore." Sure enough, as if he had guessed what Mrs. Xiao would say, the man laughed. During this period, he lived in this house. He had no job and no source of income. He relied entirely on Mrs. Xiao for money, just because he used to be Mrs. Zhao's boyfriend. If Xiao Zhenghua hadn't liked her, he wouldn't have lost his girlfriend. Mrs. Xiao also knew that she did not like Xiao Zhenghua. But which woman could refuse a billionaire like him and a life of luxury? "You want to get rid of me with that little money?" The man shook his head. "Since your husband is so rich, give me this amount, and I will disappear and never appear in front of you again." He held up a rootless finger. 500,000? 50 million? Are you crazy? You are the one who is crazy. The man roared, his eyes red, and he grabbed Madame Zhao's hand and said viciously, "How dare you abandon me and marry someone who can be your father at this age? I think you are crazy. Do you think he really likes you? He just wants to sleep with you." Madame Xiao raised her head and looked straight at the man, not being polite at all. "Don't you want to sleep with me? You are a crappy hypnotist, making a few $1,000s a month, and I will sleep with you. He makes hundreds of millions a month, and I would rather be slept with by him." Bang! The man was so angry that he slapped Madame Xiao hard, knocking her to the ground. His face became very ferocious, as if he was a cat that had been stepped on, and he jumped up directly. His self-esteem was thrown to the ground and trampled on. "I'll kill him," the man said angrily. He pushed the door open and was about to rush in, but Mrs. Xiao hurriedly held him back. "What do you want to do? You almost drove him crazy last time. Isn't that enough? Stop it. If anything really happens to him, you can't escape." The man ignored it. "Get lost. He's a hypnotist. Last time, he hypnotized Xiao Zhenghua while he was asleep and implanted the nightmare into his consciousness. This made Xiao Zhenghua have the same nightmare every time he fell asleep, teaching him a lesson for stealing his woman. Who would have thought that he would actually find someone to cure him? But this time, he didn't want to overthrow Xiao Zhenghua. The man rushed in, grabbed a pillow, and was about to cover Xiao Zhenghua's face with it. Just as he touched Xiao Zhenghua, suddenly, a strong light appeared. The man only felt a flash of light in front of his eyes, and then he could not see anything. A sharp pain came over him, making him scream in pain. "What's wrong with my eyes? I can't see. Aya!" He screamed miserably, not knowing what had happened, and Mrs. Xiao was equally terrified. She saw the man's face covered in blood and started screaming. "Buzz!" Xiao Zhenghua opened his eyes and saw Mrs. Zhao's pale face and the man with blood all over his face. He immediately jumped off the bed. "You too," he said angrily. "It turns out that you really harmed me." Madame Xiao opened her mouth to explain, but how could she explain it now? "I kill him. Kill him now." The man was still shouting. "Kill him. Let's take the money and leave quickly." Xiao Zhenghua felt a chill on his back. The person he slept in the same bed with turned out to be such a vicious person. He even colluded with others and almost killed him. Bang! Suddenly, the door outside was kicked open. Yichio walked in, followed by the housekeeper and others. "Master!" Seeing this, The housekeeper immediately called for people to rush forward and capture the man, while Mrs. Xiao collapsed on the ground. She knew that she was finished. Master, are you okay? The housekeeper said worriedly. I'm fine. Xiao Zhenghua is still a little scared now. If Yi Qiu hadn't taken action, his nightmare would never stop and he would have been driven crazy sooner or later. Moreover, we don't even know when we will die at the hands of this couple. Brother Yi, thank you very much. Xiao Zhenghua expressed gratitude. You're welcome. Yi Qiu glanced at Madame Xiao and the man and said, don't do anything that would kill for money. He also didn't expect that Mrs. Xiao actually had a boyfriend. It was understandable that women pursued a better life. But if they abandoned their lovers because of vanity, it would sooner or later cause trouble. Seeing two people being taken away, Yi Qiu didn't say much. If there's nothing else, I will leave first. Master Xiao, goodbye. Xiao Zhenghua cupped his hands and said, Brother Yi, I owe you a favor. When you have time to come to the provincial capital, please come to my house and have a visit. He was in no mood to entertain Yi Qiu now. He would not be able to swallow this humiliation if he didn't teach this couple a lesson. Yi Qiu nodded, said nothing, and left. This kind of bloody thing is not uncommon in the circle of wealthy people, but it is indeed a bit too much to the stage of robbery and murder. I am afraid that after this incident, Xiao Zhenghua would rather remain single than look for any young woman again. Yi Qiu didn't take this matter to heart. As soon as he returned to Tianhai Pharmacy, Lin Wanqiu heard the voice, ran out excitedly, and hugged Yi Qiu's neck. Quick, reward me. Ah? Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment. What reward? How to reward? I've just opened up market channels in the provincial capital. I'm going to set up a distribution station in the provincial capital and open our pharmacy in the provincial capital. Shouldn't you reward me? Lin Wanqiu had a smug and proud look on her face. She said that she would open Yi Qiu's medical clinic in Kyoto, and she must do it. The provincial capital was just the beginning. Of course it's okay to reward you. Yi Qiu looked at this flawless face and said seriously, but it's still daytime. Can we do it at night? Chapter 111, Strange Smell. Is it okay at night? Lin Wanqiu's head buzzed, and then he realized that the reward he was talking about was completely different from the reward Yi Qiu was talking about. The employees around pricked up their ears. They didn't expect the boss and his wife to be so unrestrained. Are you already discussing evening activities in broad daylight? What are you thinking about? Lin Wanqiu punched Yi Qiu in the chest. Her face flushed instantly. Who said that? Oh no, I won't say any more. She ran away in a panic. Even though she was a bold and outspoken woman, she still felt that she was being teased by Yi Qiu, an honest man. She even felt that Yi Qiu's honesty was just an act, and his true colors were revealed after he tricked her into submission. Often the most advanced hunters appear in the form of prey, and Yi Qiu definitely belongs to this category. I got fooled. Seeing Lin Wanqiu running in with a shy look on her face, Yi Qiu exclaimed, Didn't you say you were going to treat me to a big dinner? If not tonight, when will we have it? He thought Lin Wanqiu wanted to blackmail him into having a sumptuous dinner. Yi Qiu turned around and saw the girls around him, all of them blushing, as if he had said something that made their blood boil. But did he? Yi Qi. Outside the door, Zhao Jinlin called him and walked in quickly. He looked at the girls at the counter. Their faces were red all the way to their necks. They lowered their heads and dared not look at Yi Qiu. He couldn't help but ask, What's wrong with them? Do they all have a fever? Why are everyone's faces so red? No. Yi Qiu waved his hand and saw Zhao Jinlin looked exhausted. What do you want to talk to me about? I have something and need your help. They were all old acquaintances. Zhao Jinlin didn't like beating around the bush, and he wouldn't be polite to Yi Qiu. Come with me to the provincial capital. I just came back from the provincial capital. Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment. He just helped Xiao Zhenghua solve his troubles and returned from the provincial capital. Now Zhao Jinlin wants to go to the provincial capital by himself again? Are you busy with other things? Zhao Jinlin asked. If not, then you should come with me. I need your help with something important. I'll treat you to a drink later. He couldn't think of anyone else. If Yi Qiu was willing to help, it would definitely be twice as effective with half the effort. Yi Qiu turned his head and took a look inside. Go quickly. If you can't come back in time at night, don't come back. Lin Wanqiu's voice came from inside, with a hint of indescribable shyness, as if reminding Yi Qiu that something important happened in the evening. Yi Qiu nodded. Then let's go. Having just returned from the provincial capital, Yi Qiu thought that this was not a solution when he went back to the provincial capital again. The medical clinic will be opened in the provincial capital, and Lin Wanxiu is already making preparations. They will spend a lot of time in the provincial capital, and it will not be very convenient to keep going back and forth or staying in a hotel. It seems that he still needs to buy a house in the provincial capital. Anyway, with his current income, buying a house is as easy as drinking water. In the car, Zhao Jianlin did not feel relieved. During this period, strange murders have occurred one after another in the provincial capital, and there has been no clue so far, so they found me, hoping that I could help. He paused. Of course, looking for me is actually looking for you. He was able to solve those major cases thanks to Yi Qiu. Without Yi Qiu's help, even if he could solve them, it would probably take a very long time. A murder? Yi Qiu frowned slightly. Do you want me to check the body? That's right. Zhao Jinlin thought to himself that he had found the right person. Yi Qiu knew what he was talking about before he even opened his mouth. Since we can't find any other clues, the only way is to look for it on the body. But the forensic doctor over there hasn't found anything useful, so let's see if you can find it. Zhao Jianlin took a deep breath and said, "How could these damn murderers be so cruel and merciless?" He clenched his fists, his face full of anger. Apart from condemning this inhumane behavior, he just wanted to do his best to bring them to justice. Yi Qiu could understand his feelings. Those innocent people who were killed and their families must be so sad. What can comfort them is to catch the murderer and give justice to the victim. The car quickly drove to the technical investigation department of the provincial capital. Old Zhao, hearing that Zhao Jianlin was coming, a middle-aged man rushed out from the corridor and greeted Zhao Jianlin. "You're finally here? Old Qin, you look like you've been staying up late a lot." "Who is this?" Qin Hao glanced at Yi Qiu. "My brother, Yi Qiu, is a doctor." "Brother Yi, I've heard of your great name for a long time." Qin Hao immediately stepped forward and shook hands with Yi Qiu. "Old Zhao told me about you. He said that he has been in the industry for decades, and now the person he admires most is you. You are indeed a young and promising person." Yi Qiu smiled and said modestly, "He is flattering me." After a few simple pleasantries, Qin Hao said directly, "We really have no other options, so we ask Lao Zhao, an expert in solving cases, to come and help us. We don't have any clues at the moment, and we haven't even found anything valuable on the body. What do you think? Go check out the body first." Zhao Jinlin looked at Yi Qiu, and when he saw Yi Qiu nodded, he spoke. Qin Hao glanced at Yi Qiu. He didn't expect that Zhao Jinlin would actually ask for Yi Qiu's opinion. He had heard from Zhao Jinlin that Yi Qiu was very powerful, but he didn't think that such a young boy could have any ability. He could understand that Zhao Jinlin wanted to save face for his little brother. But this case is a major one in the province, and they are required to solve it as quickly as possible. This is no joking matter. However, Qin Hao did not stop him and did not give Zhao Jinlin any face at all, even though he could not ask him for help. The three of them came to the autopsy room. Qin Hao knocked on the door of the laboratory, and the door opened, revealing a face wearing a mask with only a pair of bloodshot eyes exposed. "Team Qin. Sun Xine, this is Captain Zhao from Tianhai. Zhao Jinlin, Lao Zhao, he is our forensic doctor, Sun Xine." Qin Hao briefly introduced and pointed at Yi Qiu. "This is the technician brought by Captain Zhao. He is here to help you examine the body and see if there is anything you can find." Hearing this, forensic Dr. Sun Xine's eyes changed obviously. He looked Yi Qiu up and down and couldn't help but sneer. "You understand?" He was a little unhappy to have an outsider come into his laboratory and give orders. If he was sent by a higher authority, it would be fine, but he came from a small city like Tianhai. "A little bit." Yi Qiu could sense the other party's tone and responded calmly. "What a big tone." Sun Xian didn't expect Yi Qiu to dare to reply like that. He looked at Yi Qiu deeply and naturally didn't want to embarrass him in front of Qin Hao. "Come in, don't scare me." He opened the door, and Yi Qiu and others followed him in. As soon as he walked into the autopsy room, Yi Qiu couldn't help but frown. The strong stench of blood made even someone like Zhao Jianlin, who was used to big scenes, feel a little nauseous. Why is there such a bad smell? The biggest problem with these corpses is the smell. Sun Xan seemed very calm, as if he had gotten used to it. He glanced at Yi Qiu, who was frowning in a provocative manner. Chapter 112. No. According to the information, the corpse in front of us had been dead for less than 3 days. How could it be possible for it to emit such a foul odor? This is obviously wrong. Sun Xian glanced at Yi Qiu, walked to the body, and pointed at some marks on the body with his gloved hand with an expressionless face. According to the examination, there are no fatal injuries on the man's body. These bloodstains should be inadvertent scratches while struggling or escaping. He analyzed. Then what was the cause of this person's death? Neither Qin Hao nor Zhao Jinlin spoke. There were no fatal injuries, nor was he killed by suffocation, and no other cause of death could be found. This is the biggest problem. Even though Sun Xian examined several times, and even dissected 2 corpses, he still didn't get the answer he wanted. I suspect he died of poisoning, but it should be a special poison that we have not seen before. This is his judgment. This is a judgment that Qin Hao and others can accept at the moment, but they have not found the basis for it yet. It was also because of this that Qin Hao sought Zhao Jinlin's help. But it was obvious that Zhao Jinlin had never seen such a thing before and was unable to determine the real cause of death. Seeing that no one spoke, Sun Xen narrowed his eyes slightly and his gaze fell on Yi Chio's face. A doctor from a small place was actually going to guide his work. The more he thought about it, the more dissatisfied he felt. If Qin Hao had not been here, he would have ridiculed him to save Zhao Jinlin's face. Well, what do you think? He still wasn't too polite. But Yi Chio just stood there and took a look without even examining the body. So how could he have any insights? Qin Hao could feel that Sun Xian was a little unhappy, but he didn't say anything because he also wanted to see what this man, whom even Zhao Jinlin admired so much, was capable of. Wrong. Suddenly, Yi Chio spoke. His eyes, bright as stars, looked carefully at the corpse again and again, then turned to stare at Sun Xian. You are wrong. Wrong? Sun Xian laughed angrily. What's wrong? Yi Chio didn't even examine the body, yet he dared to say that his judgment was wrong? Then he should tell us the reason. This way of saying it is a bit too unprofessional. The cause of his death was not poisoning. Yi Chio still stood there, not moving, and had no intention of sticking with the corpse. Your inference is unreasonable. Sun Xian was angry. You haven't even examined the body. How dare you say that my inference is wrong? He has no other fatal injuries, and he didn't die of suffocation. It wasn't caused by external forces. What other possibilities could there be? He was a little annoyed and glanced at Qin Hao, as if he wanted to see Qin Hao's reaction. Seeing that Qin Hao did not try to stop him, he could no longer suppress his anger. Don't think that being a doctor means you can do forensic work. Different professions are like different worlds. He was frightened to death. Without waiting for Sun Xian to speak, Yi Chio spoke directly. For a moment, Sun Xian was stunned. Qin Hao and Zhao Jinlin looked at each other, seemingly unresponsive. But when they heard Yi Chio say the word scared to death, a light seemed to flash in their minds. This person was frightened to death. Yi Chio said, the stench on his body is also caused by this. His tone was calm and his speech was steady, as if he was lecturing students, and Mance was not in a hurry at all. Didn't you find that his gallbladder had ruptured during the autopsy? You must have found that, so you guessed that he was poisoned, and that the poison caused his gallbladder to rupture and rot, which is why it emits a foul odor. Yi Chio shook his head. But have you ever thought about how to deliver the toxin to the gallbladder accurately, without harming other tissues and organs if it is poisoning? There is a way, and it can be done even with the simplest injection, but it is very difficult. But there are still external injuries on the body. This means that the deceased resisted and struggled before death. How could it be possible for someone to accurately inject the toxin into the gallbladder in his body? Moreover, Yi Chio could see with his eyes that the deceased's pupils were dilated and enlarged, and the blood vessels in his body were also dilated than normal, which further proved that the deceased had suffered great stimulation. The thing that can best bring this kind of excitement is fear. So Yi Chio judged that this person was scared to death. For a moment, Sun Xian was speechless. He could not find any flaws in Yi Chio's analysis. Instead, he felt as if Yi Chio's words had awakened him from a dream. Something seemed to have been flashing through his mind, but he just couldn't grasp it. But at this moment, he realized that the thing that flashed by was what Yi Chio said. He opened his mouth and looked at Yi Chio in disbelief. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. You clearly haven't examined the body. How did you make that judgment? After a moment's silence, Sun Xian asked, but his tone had become lighter and not as sharp as before. It's very simple. Yi Chio pointed at his eyes and said, I saw it directly. The air instantly fell into deathly silence. Even Qin Hao and Zhao Jinlin didn't know what to say for a moment. Although this seemed to be the fact, it sounded like someone wanted to hit someone. Damn, this is a bit pretentious. Directly seen? Sun Xian felt a little suffocated. He stared at Yi Chio blankly. his mouth open as if wanting to say something, but it seemed as if someone was choking him by the neck, and he couldn't utter a word. In all his years in the industry, he has never seen anyone so good at pretending. You can perform an autopsy to see if his blood vessels are dilated. Then you can look at his pancreas and adrenal glands and extract secretions for testing. That way you can know how much stimulation he received before he died. Fear is most likely to be the cause of these stimulations. After saying that, Yichio turned to look at Zhao Jianlin. Let's go out first and don't disturb him while he's working. Yichio walked out. Zhao Jianlin nodded and followed him. Qin Hao hesitated for a moment, said nothing, turned around, and went out, closing the door. Brother Yi, I'm sorry. Old son has this kind of temper. Please bear with me if I'm offended. After going out, Qin Hao smiled and spoke to smooth things over. No problem. Yichio nodded. I'm used to it. Okay, let's go to my office and take a rest. I'll have someone sort out the case information and tell you in detail. Qin Hao called someone and took Zhao Jinlin and Yichio to his office to rest for a while. He waited outside the door for a long time and heard a click. The door opened and Sun Xian walked out. He seemed to know that Qin Hao would be waiting for him at the door. He took off his mask. His expression looked a little strange. He hesitated for a while and sighed. I am really showing off my skills in front of an expert. Chapter 113, Clues. Hearing this, Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat. Is he really right? Is Yichio so powerful that he can determine the cause of death of the deceased just by standing there and taking a look, and to the exact degree? What a joke. Even the most experienced forensic pathologist can't do this, right? But Sun Xian nodded. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he still admired him. Captain Qin, who is this guy? Sun Xian took a deep breath, no longer daring to show the contempt and unwillingness as before. He knew very well that it was impossible for Yichio to be lucky and guess right by chance. Thinking of Yichio's calm look, he must have been very confident and not at all flustered. He seems to be just an ordinary doctor. Qin Hao wasn't quite sure either, and he didn't have time to ask Zhao Jianlin. But if ordinary doctors were so good, then the definition of the word ordinary would probably have to be changed. Okay, you just take care of yourself here, and we'll talk if you have anything else. I'll go over and talk to them first. Qin Hao did not waste time. Since the cause of death had been determined, at least he had a direction for the investigation. He didn't expect that the troubles that plagued so many people in the team could be solved by Yichio's arrival. Watching Qin Hao leave quickly, Sun Xian pursed his lips and shook his head in self-mockery. Where did he get such a sense of superiority that he dared to question Yichio just now? Just because he came from a small city and I'm from the provincial capital's brigade? Today I was really taught a good lesson by this young man. In the office, Qin Hao was making tea, Zhao Jinlin was looking at the files carefully, and Yichio was sitting there, eating snacks and listening to their conversation. So, several people were frightened to death? Zhao Jinlin couldn't believe it. It's understandable if one person died in this way, but it's a bit strange if several people died in this way. He had never seen a murderer kill people in this way. But to scare someone to death is not an easy thing. In fact, some of us had speculated before that he died suddenly from excessive shock, but since it was a homicide, we still didn't dare to make a judgment. Qin Hao wanted to save some face. He glanced at Yichio and said, Brother Yi, in your opinion, what kind of method can scare someone to death? Yichio sat there, and although he didn't say a word, he exuded an unfathomable feeling. Even Qin Hao, a well-known figure in the provincial capital, couldn't help but sigh, thinking that there are really many masters among the people. In other words, is it possible to use shock as a weapon to kill people? It's entirely possible. Yichio suddenly thought of something, but it's difficult because everyone's fear threshold is different, so it needs to be targeted and designed according to each person. What he said sounded a little mysterious, but it was understandable. Everyone's sensitivity to fear is indeed different. To put it simply, everyone is afraid of different things. Some people are afraid of heights, some are afraid of water, and some are even afraid of illusory ghosts. Only when the stimulation is great enough can a person be scared to death. Then we'll have a direction to investigate. Zhao Jinlin put down the file and said, we can investigate the deceased's interpersonal relationships and see if there is any breakthrough here. Qin Hao nodded and immediately called someone over and instructed them to conduct a survey based on this direction. It's getting late. Let's stay in the provincial capital today. I'll make arrangements for the evening. Thank you both for your help. I have to say that Yichio solved a big problem as soon as he arrived. Although no clues have been found yet, everything is difficult at the beginning. It is not easy to find a breakthrough direction. You're so kind. Zhao Jinlin waved his hands. This is an important case. The higher-ups are pursuing it so closely. You've been so busy. We can talk about the meal later. Go to your own thing first. You can't miss this meal. Qin Hao is definitely very busy now and has no time to entertain them. Zhao Jinlin knows this. Okay, then I won't be so formal with you guys. I'll owe you this meal first. They're all veterans in the industry, know that this is the busiest time, and can understand each other. After Qin Hao finished speaking, he went out to assign tasks. If we can help them find their way, our mission will be accomplished. Zhao Jinlin stood up and said, "Let's go. Old Qin doesn't have time to treat you, so I'll treat you. I can't let you make such a wasted trip." Yi Qiu smiled. He didn't come here just to eat with Zhao Jinlin. "I'll take you somewhere." He didn't care what to eat. "Where are you going?" "Looking for clues." "Ah." Zhao Jinlin was stunned for a moment. "Looking for clues? Yi Qiu wants to take him to find clues? Could it be that Yi Qiu has already thought of something? How is that possible? At present, he has only determined the cause of death of the deceased. He needs to have a direction to investigate. Otherwise, the work will only come to a standstill." But Yi Qiu said that he was already looking for clues. After leaving Qin Hao, Yi Qiu took Zhao Jinlin directly to the Xiao family by car. Standing at the gate of the Xiao family, looking at the imposing gate, Zhao Jinlin took a deep breath and said, "Dr. Yi, why did you bring me here? You're not going to tell me that the clue is in this Xiao family, are you?" The Xiao family is a well-known big family in the provincial capital. Compared with them, Chu Tiangang is still an order of magnitude behind them. If that case is related to the Xiao family, it would be a big deal. Yi Qiu just nodded slightly, then walked forward and said a few words to the security guard at the door. Soon, footsteps were heard outside the door, followed by a man with slightly graying hair walking out. When he saw that it was Yi Qiu, he burst into laughter. "Little brother, why are you here? I thought I heard it wrong. Please come in quickly." Xiao Zhenghua didn't expect Yi Qiu to come back. "I have to treat you to a good meal. Stay at my house tonight and have a few more drinks." Zhao Jinlin held his breath and looked at Yi Qiu in a daze. When did Yi Qiu become so familiar with the Xiao family? "Master Xiao, you are too polite. I am back in the provincial capital again. I am not remembering your meal, but I want to ask you for help with something." "Help?" Xiao Zhenghua said. "If there's anything I can help you with, just let me know." Yi Qiu saved his life and didn't ask for a penny. Not to mention helping him for one thing. Even helping him 10 or 100 times would be no problem. "I want to ask, where is that man now?" When Xiao Zhenghua heard that man, he reacted for a moment. Then he understood. His face changed slightly, and it seemed that he was still angry. He glanced at Zhao Jinlin and asked, "What do you want to do with him?" The man who used hypnosis and almost killed Xiao Zhenghua was severely beaten up by him, and he was just about to throw him into the sea to feed the fish. Well, it's a very important matter involving a serial murder case. Hearing this, Xiao Zhenghua frowned. He didn't expect that the boy had such a big thing on his mind. "Fortunately, you arrived in time." Xiao Zhenghua waved his hand and called the butler over. "That kid hasn't been thrown into the sea yet?" Chapter 114, Murder in a Dream. "Not yet." The butler nodded and said, "Do you want to bring him here?" "Bring it here." Xiao Zhenguo. He asked the housekeeper to handle the matter, and at the same time, he called Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin into the house. "It's not urgent, right? It's time for dinner. You must have dinner at my place. Come here. Prepare a banquet immediately. I want to entertain Brother Yi." Xiao Zhenghua is a man with a very strong aura and is very particular about appearances. Naturally, he will treat well those whom he considers his friends. What's more, Yi Qiu is a friend who saved his life, so the highest standards must be used. Don't waste it, don't waste it. Seeing that more than a dozen dishes had been served, Yi Qiu said hurriedly, "We can't eat that much." "Ah, Brother Yi, please don't be polite to me. This is not much. Let me ask how much you have left." Xiao Zhenghua asked how many dishes were left in the kitchen. 16 more? "Stop it, that's enough. It's not good to waste it." Yi Qiu waved his hands hurriedly. 3 people eating more than 30 dishes. What a joke. He couldn't help but feel a little distressed. If he couldn't eat it, wouldn't it be wasted? "Master Xiao, can I ask you for a favor?" Yi Qiu asked. Seeing Yi Qiu's distressed expression, Xiao Zhenghua said, "You saved my life. It would be too polite to ask for a favor. Just say it directly. Let's just keep a few snacks for drinking and give the rest to them. How about that?" Yi Qiu pointed at the servant standing aside. He really couldn't bear to see so many dishes wasted. Xiao Zhenghua was stunned. He had never done such a thing before. The servants at home had their own canteen, and of course, the food was not as good as his own. Seeing Yi Qiu spoke, he naturally would not refuse. Brother Yi is a person who cannot stand waste. I understand. He immediately said, you guys take all these dishes away and eat them all. Don't waste them. Yes, patriarch. Several people were very happy. These were all delicacies from land and sea. They usually had no chance to eat them. They all looked at Yi Qiu with gratitude. The three of them left a few side dishes and simply ate while chatting. What did you say? Killing someone in a dream? There are people who use hypnosis to kill someone in a dream. Xiao Zhenghua felt his scalp tingling. You're lucky. That guy's skills are not very good, so he just made you almost crazy. If he had done it right, you would be scared to death now. Yi Qiu's words made Xiao Zhenghua feel a chill on his neck. He was almost scared to death? And was he scared to death in a dream? Gurgle. Xiao Zhenghua's atoms apple slid, and the food no longer tasted delicious. Master, the people are here. Not long after, the butler brought the hypnotist. Xiao Zhenghua continued eating. Brother Yi, if you have any questions, just ask them freely. Just return them to me after you're done. He didn't care what Yi Qiu and the others were going to do, but he had to throw this man into the sea to feed the fish. Otherwise, he would never be able to get rid of the hatred in his heart. The man knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Where was the arrogant and domineering look from before? Mercy! Master Xiao, please spare me. I don't dare to do it again. I was so bold that I dared to attack you, Master Xiao. I was wrong. Please spare me. Please spare me. He cried and screamed, with snot and tears. I won't fight with you for the woman anymore. I won't. Ah. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Zhenghua couldn't help but step forward and kicked him over. Steal a woman from me? Who do you think you are? Xiao Zhenghua cursed angrily, and then said, My little brother wants to ask you a question. You have to answer honestly. If you dare to tell a lie, I will chop you into pieces and feed you to the fish. Yi Qiu didn't expect that Xiao Zhenghua would be so strong. Even Zhao Jinlin felt a little surprised. Xiao Zhenghua's external image has always been gentle and polite, and it is rare to see him so furious. But think about it, being almost scared to death, anyone would go crazy. May I have your name? Yi Qiu asked. Chen Xiong, 26 years old, male, hobbies? I didn't ask you so much. Yi Qiu waved his hand. Hypnosis. Who taught you? Upon hearing this question, Chen Xiong's face changed and he stammered, not daring to speak. He saw Xiao Zhenghua standing up again and hurriedly said, It's my master. It's my master. Master? Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin looked at each other and felt that the clue was closer. Who is your master? Where is he? Yi Qiu continued to ask. His name is Adai. That's what we all call him. I don't know his real name. We met him while playing cards. He said he was good at hypnosis, so I asked him to teach me. Is that okay? Chen Xiong argued. We just thought it was fun. Fun? Zhao Jianlin snorted. Do you know that this thing can kill people? Now, someone has used this method to kill several people. Tell me this is fun? Hearing this, Chen Xiong's face turned pale instantly. Kill someone? He never thought that this thing could kill people. It was just used to scare people and teach them a lesson. How could it possibly kill people? But seeing Zhao Jinlin's expression, Chen Xiong knew that this must be true. Then when he attacked Xiao Zhenghua, didn't he almost kill Xiao Zhenghua? He turned around and saw Xiao Zhenghua staring at him fiercely, as if he wanted to eat him. I don't know. I don't know anything. He almost cried. I just learned a little bit and used it to scare people. I didn't kill anyone. I really didn't kill anyone. How could he have the courage to do that? Tell me, where is your master? Zhao Jinlin roared, instantly breaking Chen Xiong's psychological defenses. His whole body trembled violently, and he couldn't even kneel steadily. He is, he cried. I don't know if he is there. We haven't been in touch for a long time. Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin looked at each other. Master Xiao, can we borrow this kid for a while? When we are done, we will return it to its original owner. No problem. Xiao Zhenghua also knew that this was a big deal. He also didn't expect that he could kill someone in a dream, and he almost became a victim. How could he not support it? Listen, kid, cooperate with my brother Yi and get the job done. I can consider giving you a way out. If you can't do it well, I'll let you live. Xiao Zhenghua sneered and didn't say the second half of the sentence. He didn't need to say it. How could Chen Xiong dare to say no? He nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Yi Qiu took him away to find Chen Xiong's so-called master. Perhaps if they found him, they would have more direct clues to the case. If someone else told Zhao Jianlin about killing someone in a dream, he would never believe it because it was simply a fantasy. So Yi Qiu didn't tell Qin Hao about it because Qin Hao would definitely not believe it. Rather than being questioned again and then wasting time explaining to others, Yi Qiu thought it would be better for him to just catch the murderer. Two big brothers, I want to ask, did he really kill so many people? Chun Xiong asked cautiously. He said before that many people looked down on him, and he wanted to kill all of them. We thought he was joking. Chapter 115. Come and save me. 8. Zhao Jianlin said expressionlessly. You said he said something like this before? Chun Xiong was completely frightened. He never thought that a Dai would actually dare to kill someone, and he has killed 8 people in a row. We all thought he was joking. His voice was trembling. If I help you catch him, will it count as meritorious service? Forget it, Yi Qiu said. I can plead for you then. Hearing this, Chun Xiong took a deep breath and seemed to feel relieved all of a sudden. If Yi Qiu was willing to plead for him, then he would definitely not be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Don't worry, I will definitely help you catch him, Chun Xiong said immediately. He took Yi Qiu and Zhao Jianlin to the mahjong hall they used to go to. But after searching everywhere, they couldn't find a Dai. Chun Xiong asked someone and found out that a Dai had not come to play mahjong for a long time. I know a place where he might be. Seeing Yi Qiu and Zhao Jianlin frowning, Chun Xiong hurriedly said, Don't worry, I'll take you there now. The three of them immediately went to an old residential area. A Dai used to live here. We came here once when we were drunk. When he got downstairs, Chun Xiong took out his cell phone and said, How about I try calling? Yi Qiu nodded. The murderer is hiding very well now, and Qin Hao doesn't have any clues at all, so he may not be so cautious. What's more, it is not easy to arouse suspicion when someone like Chun Xiong calls. Hello. The call was connected. Master. When Chun Xiong heard the voice, he quickly signaled to Yi Qiu with his eyes. It was a Dai. Where are you? I haven't played mahjong with you for a long time. Come out and play a few rounds. No more playing. On the other end of the phone, the voice was deep. No money. I have money? Then I'll treat you to a meal. I just got a lot of money from that bitch. Thanks to the hypnosis you taught me, Master. It's hundreds of thousands. He deliberately mentioned the amount of money, and the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, and then said, Okay, see you at the old place. Okay, see you later. After hanging up the phone, Chun Xiong was still a little nervous. We have an appointment. The usual place is a food stall in the village in the city. Lead the way. Chun Xiong didn't dare to delay and immediately took 2 people and rushed towards the food stall. Yi Qiu, what is the possibility that this person is the murderer? Zhao Jianlin asked. 80%. Yi Qiu thought about it and didn't say it was 100% certain. Being able to kill someone in a dream was the biggest possibility. Moreover, judging from Chun Xiong's words, this person's psychology was probably a little distorted. He was looked down upon for years, his wife ran away with someone else, and even his parents thought he was a loser who had accomplished nothing. I'm afraid this was the motive that led him to kill. Old Qin, Zhao Jianlin, didn't want any accidents, so he called Qin Hao immediately. I found some clues, and now I need your support. Bring people here immediately. Qin Hao on the other end of the phone didn't expect that while they were having a meeting, Yi Qiu and Zhao Jianlin had already found the suspect. He had seen how powerful Yi Qiu was, so he didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately arranged a group of people and led the team personally. A food stall in the urban village. This is where they often drink and eat. Chun Xiong was sitting there alone, while Yi Qiu and Zhao Jianlin were sitting next to him, and they didn't seem to know each other. He was a little nervous. He didn't expect that he would be involved in such a murder case. If the real murderer could not be caught, he would probably be suspected. After all, he also knew hypnosis, even if he was only a half-baked one. Beads of cold sweat the size of beans slid down his forehead. Chun Xiong's hands holding the wine glass were shaking slightly. He looked around from time to time to see if a Dai had come. From afar, a disheveled man walked towards us with his head lowered and his hands in his pockets. As he walked, he carefully looked around, extremely sensitive and cautious. Master, seeing a Dai, Chun Xiong immediately waved his hand. This way. When a Dai saw him, he frowned slightly and slowed down his pace. There seemed to be something wrong with Chun Xiong's reaction. He and she were just drinking buddies, but they didn't have much affection for each other. He had never been so happy to see her. He immediately looked around and saw 2 people sitting not far from a Dai, and there were actually quite a few people sitting in other seats at the food stall. There aren't usually so many customers here at this time. He suddenly realized something and immediately turned around and ran. Oops! Zhao Jinlin slammed the table and quickly chased after him. He found out. Chase him. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Qiu had already rushed out. His speed was many times faster than Zhao Jinlin. Adai ran away like crazy. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! He shouted, pushing through the crowd and heading into the alley. Behind him is Yi Qiu. It was like a cheetah chasing after us at high speed. Further behind, Zhao Jinlin and Qin Hao led their men to chase desperately. They were both elites among elites and had even broken records in long-distance running. But in the blink of an eye, Yi Qiu disappeared. Why so fast? Qin Hao panted heavily and looked at Zhao Jinlin. Isn't he a doctor? Can't the doctor run faster? Zhao Jinlin held his waist and gasped for breath. Stop talking nonsense. Chase him and catch him. That person is very likely the murderer. Qin Hao felt his head buzzing. They had no clue about the case, but now Zhao Jinlin and Yi Qiu came, and they even found the murderer? Without caring about anything else, the two of them, along with a group of their team members, chased after them desperately. And at the same time, Yi Qiu is almost catching up. Swish! Swish! It has to be said that Adai is extremely fast and is very familiar with the terrain. Otherwise, he would have been caught by Yi Qiu long ago. But even so, at this moment, Yi Qiu is less than 5 meters behind him. Stop! Yi Qiu shouted loudly and sped up suddenly. He rushed to Adai almost instantly and pointed his finger at Adai's back. Suddenly, Adai screamed and fell to the ground. His legs seemed to be fixed, and he could not move at all. "Ah!" he yelled, holding his thigh. "Who are you? Why are you chasing me? Why?" He didn't know what Yi Qiu had done to him. It seemed like he had sealed his legs, making it impossible for him to escape. "Why am I chasing you? Do you think that if you kill someone in your dream, no one can catch you?" Yi Qiu drank. Hearing this, Adai's face changed. "I don't know what you were talking about. You want to plant nightmares in people's minds, so that they will die of excessive fright in the nightmare. To do this, you have to design different nightmares for each person. You are so capable." Adai's face was full of disbelief. He didn't expect that his sophisticated tricks could be seen through by others. Every word and every sentence Yi Qiu said was correct. Seeing Qin Hao and Zhao Jinlin coming with their men behind him, he knew that if he didn't escape, he would have no chance. "I promise. I'll go with you." Adai gritted his teeth, roared to the sky. His face was ferocious, and he seemed to be talking to someone. "Come and save me." Chapter 116. Who is he? He seemed to be crazy, turning around and shouting. "Save me! Come and save me! Take me away!" Yi Qiu frowned slightly, not knowing what Adai meant. Qin Hao and others behind him have caught up. "Save you? No one can save you." Qin Hao shouted, "Control him." Several team members rushed up immediately. Suddenly, a strange smell came. "Careful." Yi Qiu reacted immediately and shouted hurriedly. Without bothering to catch Adai, he immediately rushed towards several team members and pulled them back. Right under their feet, several darts hit the ground with a clanging sound, creating sparks, which was terrifying. If Yi Qiu hadn't stopped them, they would have been dead by now. A figure flew past at an astonishing speed. While Yi Qiu was rescuing people, he directly picked up Adai and quickly disappeared. Qin Hao and the others didn't react yet, and their heartbeats were still violently beating. What is that? He even felt that it was not a single person. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? They couldn't even see who it was. Those team members were still frightened. Their hands were shaking as they looked at the darts that had penetrated several inches into the concrete floor. They were almost killed. "Chase!" Qin Hao finally reacted and shouted hurriedly. But Yi Qiu shook his head. "I can't catch up." "Yi Qiu, did you see clearly?" Zhao Jinlin's face looked solemn. "He's a master," Yi Qiu said. "He is very strong, terrifyingly strong, stronger than anyone I have ever seen." He had seen many masters along the way, including masters at the Grandmaster level, but none of them could compare to the man who had just rescued Adai. If they really fought, Yi Qiu didn't know if he could defeat him. How could such a person suddenly appear and rescue Adai? Things suddenly became mysterious and confusing. Adai was rescued. Obviously, he was the murderer who killed several people. But in front of Yi Qiu and his friends, he was rescued by Qin Hao and his dozen men. Especially what Adai said before he was rescued. What did he promise those people? And who were those people? Back to the team. Qin Hao and the others all had solemn expressions. Not only because the murderer Adai was rescued, but also because of the appearance of the terrifying master, which made them vaguely feel that things had become more complicated. The surveillance camera didn't show anything. That person is not only very powerful, but also has a strong anti-reconnaissance awareness. Now it seems that they should have left the provincial capital. Qin Hao said. He looked at Yi Qiu. Brother Yi, in your opinion, the strength of that expert is at least at the Grandmaster level? Yi Qiu nodded. This is troublesome. A master at the Grandmaster level is considered a big shot even in the provincial capital. Why would a master of this level come to rescue a murderer? No one can figure it out. Maybe he was impressed by Adai's ability. After a moment of silence, Yi Qiu suddenly said, all of a sudden, as if he was awakened, Qin Hao slammed the table, hurriedly turned on the computer, retrieved a lot of files, and looked through them carefully. Bang! He slapped the table. That's right. That's it. Come and see. He was somewhat emotional. 3 years ago, there was also a person who was secretly taken away. That person also had some special abilities. No one paid attention to it at the time. Now it seems that what happened today is the same. Zhao Jinlin and Yi Qiu looked at each other. You mean there are people who specialize in collecting these guys with special abilities? I guess so. As long as we gather files from all over the country and analyze and screen such incidents, I think we should be able to get the truth. Qin Hao took a deep breath. He had a vague feeling that things were getting serious. The person who took Adai away might not just be a person, but an organization, a mysterious organization that has never appeared in their sight and has always existed in the dark. If that's the case, then things will be really troublesome. Lao Qin, this is a big deal. Zhao Jinlin said, we can't help you. I know. Qin Hao understood that if this guess was confirmed, it would not be a trivial matter, and he would even need to report it to Kyoto. Thank you very much. If you hadn't come, this matter might not have been discovered. He looked at Yi Qiu and said, I can only owe you this meal for now. I have to report to my superiors immediately. You go ahead and do your work. Yi Qiu and Zhao Jinlin did not delay Qin Hao's work. They said goodbye and left. The development of the matter has exceeded their imagination and expectations. They thought that the matter would be over once the murderer was found, but unexpectedly, it would lead to a bigger incident. That mysterious man, and whether there is really an organization behind him, has become something that needs to be confirmed urgently. It was already dark, but Yi Qiu still insisted on returning to Tianhai. He agreed with Zhao Jinlin to inform him as soon as there was any news. Although this was not Yi Qiu's job, Yi Qiu was very interested in that mysterious man. He also wanted to know who rescued such a vicious person like Adai. Was he taken away just because he had special abilities? If so, does that mean I have special abilities? Will they take me away after discovering me? This thought suddenly flashed through Yi Qiu's mind. Return home. Lin Wanxiu seemed to have given up cooking and ordered a takeout meal. She and Xiao Yuer were still eating it with great enthusiasm, not knowing whether it was dinner or a midnight snack. Dad! Seeing Yi Qiu coming back, Xiao Yuer, still holding food in his mouth, called out vaguely, Have you eaten? We left some for you. Yi Qiu walked over and took a look. What the hell? Most of the food on the table was bones. It was clearly enough for 3 people, but it was not enough for the 2 of them, let alone their turn. How is it going? Lin Wanxiu wiped her mouth with a tissue, regained her ladylike demeanor, and asked softly, You've been so busy that you've only come back now. When one problem is solved, another, bigger problem emerges. Yi Qiu shook his head and said, Let's talk later. I'm going to take a shower first. Seeing Yi Qiu enter the bathroom, Lin Wanxiu reached out, pinched another piece, and put it into his mouth. Why are you still eating? Aren't you full? It was Xiao Yuer's surprised tone. How can you be full? Didn't you see that I didn't eat much? You ate all of it. Nonsense, I'm just a kid. How much can I eat? You ate it all by yourself. Annie, I didn't know you were such a good eater. Ugh. Xiao Yuer's mouth seemed to be covered by someone. Keep your voice down. Do you want me to treat you to a meal next time? Lin Wanxiu looked towards the bathroom with a guilty conscience and glared at Xiao Yuer. You betrayed your teammates, and you will end up cleaning the table. In the bathroom, the water rushed down on Yi Qiu's body, making his mind particularly clear. That scene kept echoing in his mind, and those eyes looked at him deeply. Who is he? Chapter 117. Those eyes. That person glanced at himself. Yi Qiu was certain that the man had indeed glanced at him, and just that one glance made Yi Qiu feel shocked. He didn't know how to describe the feeling. It was as if someone saw into his heart at a glance. Who is that person? What is the strength? He took Adai away. Was it really because Adai's hypnosis skills allowed him to kill people in dreams? And he was looking for someone with this kind of special ability? There are so many questions. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, someone knocked on the door gently. Before Yi Xiao could react, the door opened a crack and Lin Wanxiu tiptoed in. Even through the glass, one could see Yi Xiao's sturdy figure. You haven't washed yet? Lin Wanxiu whispered. Do you need help? Yi Xiao almost fell to the ground. I'm done. He hurriedly said, I'm getting dressed. Get out now. Xiao Yuer is still outside. Lin Wanxiu is so bold that she actually dares to walk in like this. Isn't she too unconcerned? Lin Wanxiu couldn't help laughing when she saw Yi Qiu so flustered and nervous. I said I was here to help you, but it seems I was just being too sentimental. She said this deliberately before opening the door and walking out. Yi Qiu put on his clothes and walked out of the bathroom. Lin Wanxiu was sitting on the sofa, eating fruit with her legs crossed. Didn't she just finish her meal? The little fish on one side leaned there, gently patting its round belly, and didn't want to move at all. You too. Yi Qiu held his forehead, not knowing what to say. He really had no way to deal with these two women, one big and one small. Xiao Yuer was already difficult enough, and now with Lin Wanxiu's support, he was becoming less and less influential. How? Lin Wanxiu and Xiao Yuer said in unison and turned to look at Yi Qiu at the same time. It's okay. Just remember to brush your teeth before going to bed. Yi Qiu waved his hands, knowing that if he said anything more, he would be attacked by the two women. So he simply shut up and went back to his room to rest. Seeing this, Lin Wanxiu stretched out a hand, and Xiao Yuer immediately followed suit and high-fived. My dad can't seem to do anything to you. Xiao Yuer said, blinking his eyes. He can't do anything to you. I'm just taking advantage of you. Lin Wanxiu picked up a slice of orange and stuffed it into Xiao Yuer's mouth. Baby, it's great to have you. Your dad doesn't dare to bully me. That's it. Xiao Yuer raised his head proudly. He loves me the most. Of course he listens to me. Great, great. Lin Wanxiu gave a thumbs up and praised him profusely, saying that Xiao Yuer had Yi Qiu under her control. She had Xiao Yuer under her control. This family truly formed a perfect closed loop. Yi Qiu didn't know that the two of them were watching TV in the living room while discussing the issue of family status. He sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling his body carefully. Ever since his body changed, Yi Qiu could feel that his strength was getting stronger day by day. Even if he didn't practice martial arts, the improvement was very obvious. His speed, strength, explosiveness, and agility seemed to be improving over time without any effort on his part. Isn't this a bit too outrageous? Especially, there is an energy in his dantian that supports all his evolutions. That is the righteous energy mentioned in the mantra. Only with the righteous energy in his body can his strength be exerted to the maximum. And his eyes. Yi Qiu slowly closed his eyes and used his internal energy to circulate the positive energy in his body, enveloping his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, they were incredibly bright. He could see clearly even the finest textures of everything. The insects flying outside the window seemed to be in slow motion in Yi Qiu's eyes. Even the fluttering of their wings became very slow. He could capture every movement. I don't know what happened to my eyes, but now, I'm afraid even high-precision cameras can't compare to them. Yi Qiu muttered to himself. Not to mention, his vision can penetrate flesh and blood and see the meridians and bones inside the human body, which is even more difficult to explain. I must understand the changes in my body as soon as possible and fully control these abilities. Ever since the mysterious man appeared, Yi Qiu had a strange feeling, as if he was approaching the door to a new world. In order to protect himself and the people around him, he needed to become stronger. Moreover, this feeling is particularly strong. At that time, a paradise on earth. Green mountains and clear waters, with courtyards and pavilions hidden among them and surrounded by mist, make this place seem like a fairyland on earth. The singing of birds and the fragrance of flowers in the distance make people feel relaxed and happy. A figure sat cross-legged, fishing by the stream, like an old monk in meditation, motionless, staring at the float in the water, waiting for the fish to take the bait. I don't know when, but there was a person standing behind me. He never said a word, and I didn't dare to disturb him. Thump! Suddenly, the man lifted the fishing rod violently, and the fish was pulled to the surface of the water. However, the fish struggled for a while, splashed in the water, and then broke free from the hook and escaped. Well, he couldn't help but say, The fish were scared away by you. The person behind me smiled faintly and didn't dare to say that it was your level that was not good enough. Did you bring the person back? I brought him back. His hypnosis skills are really powerful. He can set different dreams for different people. Using it to kill people is a crooked path. The person behind him replied, I will brainwash him first and then use him. The fisherman turned his head and narrowed his eyes slightly. You came to me not just to respond to this matter, right? If it was just a small matter, there was no need to come to me in person. A simple reply would be enough. They had recruited many people with special talents over the years, and were already used to it. As expected of you, the leader. The person behind him nodded. I found a pair of eyes. When the word eyes was mentioned, the fisherman's eyes changed slightly, and his whole aura became different, as if these two words had special meaning to him. That's why the person behind him made a special trip to tell him. It's very bright. The man responded, a pair of bright eyes. I think you will be very interested. Do you want me to bring him along? Have you checked? No, but I can feel that his eyes are not ordinary, definitely different from those of ordinary people. Moreover, his strength is not weak. He is so young, but he has the strength close to that of a grandmaster. It is surprising. Even Yi Qiu didn't know that his true identity was seen through by just one glance. It can be seen how terrifying the power of this mysterious man is. Grandmaster, he had no interest in grandmaster-level masters, but those eyes immediately piqued his interest. Don't worry about this person. I'll do it. Where is he now? Chapter 118, Separation. I don't know. The man replied, I didn't follow him when I brought him back, but such a special person shouldn't be hard to find. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. The man who was fishing seemed to be only slightly interested and didn't care too much. Seeing that he was not sure where Yi Qiu was, he was not in a hurry either, as he didn't think fishing was more important. He turned around and continued fishing, but it seemed that his mood had been affected and he could not concentrate. The person behind him also disappeared without a trace. No words were spoken that night. In the morning, Yi Qiu woke up, feeling full of energy. A night's rest had made the righteous energy in his body even more abundant. If you do nothing, your positive energy will also grow, but the speed will be very slow. Last night, Yi Qiu followed the formula and tried to practice it himself. He didn't expect the effect to be so good. It seems that my guess is correct. Every time the Haoran Jingqi Ju is circulated, a portion of Jingqi can be accumulated. If I do nothing, the Jingqi will circulate on its own, and the speed is extremely slow. Yi Qiu was somewhat surprised and said, but if I run it on my own initiative, the speed will be increased by at least 10 times. This means that his strength is improving faster than in the past. I don't know why, but when I saw the mysterious man's eyes yesterday, and the two of them met, even if it was only for a moment, Yi Qiu had a strange feeling in his heart. That person will definitely come to find me. What are you thinking about? Yi Qiu stood there in a daze. Lin Wanqiu rubbed his messy hair and yawned. Make breakfast, the head of the family. Your precious daughter has to go to school later. Yi Qiu gave Lin Wanqiu a displeased look. Is this the status of the head of the family? Lin Wanqiu smiled, stepped on her wool slippers, walked up to Yi Qiu, stretched out her hand and lifted his chin. You are wrong. Cooking is an obligation, and it is your right. She deliberately leaned over. Her breath was as fragrant as orchid and blew gently into Yi Qiu's ear. I haven't used it before. Hearing this, Yi Qiu's body trembled. He couldn't help but let out a gurgling sound as his Adam's apple moved up and down. He felt as if a ball of fire was burning inside his body, instantly igniting. But Lin Wanqiu had already run back to the room. So Yi Qiu had no choice but to endure it and went into the kitchen angrily to busy himself. He thought that his rights as the head of the family should be put on the agenda and used as soon as possible. After breakfast, the two sent Xiaoyer to school first and then rushed to the pharmacy. Today, Lin Wanqiu convened a meeting of all the company leaders to announce the expansion plan for the provincial capital. Yi Qiu attended the meeting. He knew nothing about these business matters, so he could leave everything to Lin Wanqiu. He only needed to nod and say, I agree when voting. Sister Wanqiu, someone in the provincial capital has already sent us an invitation. They heard that we are the developers of the traceless cream, and they are very enthusiastic. The manager of the marketing department said, not only did they take the initiative to invite you, but they also offered very good conditions. Here are their relevant information. He handed the information he had sorted out long ago to Lin Wanqiu and Yi Qiu. No hurry. Yi Qiu just reached out to take it, but Lin Wanxiu didn't even look at it. No matter where we take our medical halls things, there will definitely be people who grab them. Everyone should get used to it. Good things mean they can bring huge benefits. Who doesn't like them? Yi Qiu had no choice but to retract his hand. What I want to tell you today is the cooperation model we will adopt next. Lin Wanxiu tapped her fingers on the tabletop rhythmically. You must listen carefully. No matter how far we develop in the future, this is the foundation. She started to speak, very seriously, carefully, and professionally, but Yi Qiu didn't understand her at all. Yi Qiu knew every word she said, but when they were put together and spoken from Lin Wanxiu's mouth, they became unfathomable. Yi Qiu simply left the meeting room under the pretext of going to the restroom. Everything is like a mountain between two different professions. He couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, Lin Wanxiu is at home. These things that seem so complicated that they make people's heads explode, in Lin Wanxiu's eyes, are like pulling silk from a silkworm and can always be easily sorted out. Ring, ring, ring. Yi Qiu's phone rang. When he saw that it was Zhao Jinlin calling, his expression changed slightly and he answered the call immediately. Is there any news? He was still thinking about what happened yesterday. Sure enough, as soon as Zhao Jinlin got the news, he immediately replied to Yi Qiu. Lao Qin called and told us that Adai has indeed disappeared. In addition, they investigated other files and found that several people have disappeared without reason in recent years. What they have in common is that they all have special abilities. Zhao Jinlin's tone was slightly serious. Yi Qiu, you might have guessed right. There are indeed people who are deliberately recruiting these talents with special abilities. Adai, who can kill people in his dreams, counts as one, and the other few people also count. So, should my eyes also count? Yi Qiu didn't say anything, thinking about this matter in his mind. Yi Qiu, are you listening? Yes, yes, you say. Yi Qiu came back to his senses. Those people will definitely appear again. Zhao Jinlin has always been perceptive and can detect the slightest changes in Yi Qiu's emotions. He also guessed what Yi Qiu was thinking. They may come to find you. Speaking of special abilities, those of Adai can only be said to be unconventional. But Yi Qiu's abilities are simply amazing. Not to mention his extraordinary skills, his amazing medical skills alone are absolutely needed by all forces. After all, no one can live a lifetime without getting sick or injured. Once you have a miracle doctor who can bring people back to life, you will feel very confident. If even a guy like Adai is taken away with such importance, then Yi Qiu will definitely be targeted by them. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Jinlin was so concerned and kept following the news from the provincial capital. You said that person is very powerful, and there must be more than one such person. If they come looking for you, what will you do? Zhao Jinlin couldn't help but worry. Can Yi Qiu refuse? This world seems to be bound by various laws and rules, but they can only bind ordinary people. For those with extraordinary strength, these laws and rules cannot trap them at all. I have no idea. Yi Qiu answered honestly. I can feel that they will come looking for me, but I really don't know how to deal with it now. The feeling was very strong. He was 100% sure that those people would come to find him, but he didn't know when, what they would come to do, and how they would take him away. Yi Qiu, if you were taken away, what will happen to Xiao Yu? Buzz! Zhao Jinlin's words made Yi Qiu tremble all over. He suddenly realized that those people wanted to separate him from his daughter. Chapter 119. Not even caring about life. This is absolutely not possible. Yi Qiu immediately became alert. No matter what, it was impossible to separate himself from his daughter. No one should think of doing this. But he had a strong feeling in his heart that that person would definitely come back to find him. So, what are you going to do? Of course, Zhao Jinlin knew that Yi Qiu's biggest weakness was Xiao Yu. He would never allow anyone to hurt her, let alone take Xiao Yu away from him. But those people are very powerful and mysterious. Qin Hao has been investigating for a long time, but can't find any clues. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. If they really come, what should Yi Qiu do? As long as I am stronger than them, they can't take me away. After a moment of silence, Yi Qiu spoke. He makes it sound simple, but this is the best way. As long as he is strong enough, no one can take him away. Zhao Jinlin was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It was indeed true, but that person could not be just one person, but most likely an organization. And in that organization, there will be many people who are as powerful as him. Can Yi Qiu resist them alone? I not only need to make myself stronger and stronger, but I also need a lot of reliable friends around me. Yi Chio said seriously. Only if we unite together and become stronger together can we protect each other. He looked at Zhao Jinlin, his eyes full of trust. It can be said that Zhao Jinlin is his best friend now, just like a brother, and they are friends for life. Zhao Jinlin felt a little touched. Don't worry, no matter what happens, I will always be behind you. He took a deep breath and said solemnly. He has never pursued a career in politics and has not been very interested in promotion, but now he feels that sometimes a little advancement in position can be helpful in many things. Naturally, there is no need for too many words between the two of them. They can understand each other's thoughts with just a glance. After knowing Yi Chio's answer, Zhao Jinlin felt relieved. I will continue to pay attention. Once I find any clues, I will tell you immediately. Don't worry, this is just speculation. Maybe everything is a coincidence. He smiled, patted Yi Chio on the shoulder, and asked Yi Chio to relax. Yes, I know. Okay, then you go ahead and take care of some things at work. Zhao Jinlin left. Yi Chio stood there, slightly absent-minded. What he said is indeed the best way to solve the problem, but improving one's own strength is not difficult, but improving the strength of the people around you is not a simple matter. After returning from prison, Yi Chio had a smooth journey, because his special eyes and powerful skills made his life change dramatically. Similarly, because of these abilities, if he is being targeted by others, he might get into trouble. Not to mention, he had offended the Lei family in Kyoto before. Before he rose to power, he had such a powerful potential opponent. He couldn't help laughing. Yi Chio felt that the ups and downs in his life were a bit too exciting. No matter what, my daughter is my bottom line, and no one is allowed to touch it. Yi Chio adjusted himself and returned to the meeting room, only to find that the atmosphere in the meeting room seemed to have changed slightly. I just went to the bathroom. He saw Lin Wanchio looking at him, smiled, and said, "Did you miss anything important?" No matter what the content is, I won't understand it even if I tell it to myself. It's all commercial stuff. It has some important content. Lin Wanchio's eyes were bright. He asked Yi Chio to sit down and said, "I now announce that our plan has changed." Changed? Yi Chio, who had just sat down, was surprised and suspected that he had heard it wrong. Lin Wanchio put a lot of thought into this business expansion plan and changed it as he said, but Yi Chio found that the other people present didn't seem surprised at all, nor did they feel dissatisfied with Lin Wanchio's changes. From today on, everyone present here is just a department of our entire company, called the marketing department. Your mission is to use the various miracle drugs we have developed to help as many people as possible. Lin Wanchio said loudly. Please remember, our goal is not to make a lot of money, but to help more people in need to the best of our ability. Of course, Yi Chio, and I will not treat you unfairly. Here, you can get the best salary and benefits in the industry, get the opportunity to exercise, and get the opportunity to realize your ideals and ambitions. So starting today, everyone's salary will be increased by 30%. From now on, the first thing I will do with the money I earn every year is to increase everyone's salary. Everyone present was extremely excited. They had not expected that the change Lin Wanchio was talking about was actually this. Not to mention salary increase. Even if there has been no increase, their treatment is much better than their peers, and now it is far better, even crushing. The purpose of work is to make a living and to eat. Only when you have enough food to eat are you qualified to talk about ideals and dreams. If you want to keep people, you must either not feel aggrieved or pay them enough. It is meaningless and extremely immoral to make empty promises. Wow! There was sudden applause in the conference room. Does Mr. Yi have anything to say? Someone in the crowd shouted. After all, this medical hall actually belonged to Yi Chio. He has no objection. Without waiting for Yi Chio to answer, Lin Wanchio said directly, "Also, don't call him Mr. Yi from now on. Call him boss and call me the boss lady. Do you understand?" Understood. Yi Chio was stunned. Whoever shouts wrong will have their salary deducted. I am absolutely clear about this. After saying that, Lin Wanchio slapped the table and said, "Okay, the meeting is over, disband." The excited group of people walked out one by one in jubilation. In the conference room, only Yi Chio, who was a little unresponsive, was left, looking at Lin Wanchio with a smile. "Madam Boss, what is this song about?" He changed his words because he was afraid that Lin Wanchio would deduct his salary. Lin Wanchio walked up to him and looked him straight in the eye. "I heard everything you said to Lao Zhao. Just now, she saw Yi Chio had been out for a long time and hadn't come back, so she walked out to take a look. She heard everything Yi Chio said to Zhao Jinlin. She didn't expect that Yi Qiu would get into such big trouble. But despite the troubles, Yi Qiu carried them all by himself, silently, without telling anyone or implicating himself. Yi Qiu, you're a little too much, you know that? Lin Wanxiu held Yi Qiu's face with both hands and said seriously, I, Lin Wanxiu, have chosen you. I can give up everything to find you. But you didn't let me really enter your heart. Ah, do you think that I'm a woman and cannot bear anything? I can only be protected by you? So you despise me? Yi Qiu shook his head. Lin Wanxiu is very powerful, extremely powerful. As the eldest daughter of the Lin family in Kyoto, she is much better than this rough old man in terms of ability and knowledge. How could he dare to look down on Lin Wanxiu? Since you don't dislike me, please treat me as the most trustworthy and reliable person in your life. At this moment, Lin Wanxiu's eyes were so bright that Yi Qiu's heart was shocked, because I can even give up my life for you. Chapter 120. Let me save you. Who can stand a woman confessing like this? Yi Qiu opened his mouth, but was so moved that he couldn't speak. His eyes turned slightly red, and his voice became a little hoarse. Do I deserve you to treat me like this? What do you think? Lin Wanxiu said. She chose to follow me from Kyoto without any hesitation. Is there anything else she needs to explain? Yi Qiu is very capable, but when it comes to emotions, perhaps because of his previous failed relationship experience, he has become dull and cautious, but this is also his lovable side. Thank you. Yi Qiu reached out, pulled Lin Wanxiu into his arms, and held her tightly without letting go. He knew that he didn't do well enough and made Lin Wanxiu worried. Don't worry, I can protect you. I brought you from Kyoto, and I won't let you lose. He has confidence and believes in his abilities, and he can definitely do it. I trust you, Lin Wanxiu said gently. The two hugged each other for a long time before separating. You just said that the medical hall is just one of the departments. Are there others? Back to business. Yi Qiu still didn't know what changes had taken place in Lin Wanxiu's plan. I want to help you build a powerful force. Lin Wanxiu's tone was light but firm. Not only you, but everyone around you must become strong, including me. You can protect us, and we can also help you. This is the path we should take. She just heard what Zhao Jinlin said, that someone was targeting Yi Qiu and might do something bad to him. Not only those mysterious people, but also the Lei family in Kyoto. And even other troubles that would be encountered in the future would require Yi Qiu to further improve his strength. In this world, having money doesn't necessarily mean you can succeed. You also need other things such as power, status, connections, and even force. Lin Wanxiu, who grew up in Kyoto, knows this best. I understand, but it will be hard for you to follow me. I'm sorry to trouble you. Yi Qiu was touched. Then you have to treat me better. Lin Wanxiu said with a smile. Okay, I'll treat you to a nice dinner tonight. Yi Qiu gently scratched Lin Wanxiu's nose, smiled at each other, and spoke his true feelings. The distance between the two seemed to become closer, and they could feel each other's heart. After a busy day, it was time to get off work. All the employees went back home, and Yi Qiu was the last one to close the shop. They took Xiao Yuer to have dinner, looking like a family of three. Oh, where's my phone? I think I forgot it in the store. Lin Wanxiu suddenly realized that he had forgotten to take his cell phone and left it in the office. It's okay, we'll get it after dinner. The three of them talked and laughed, feeling very warm. After finishing their meal, Yi Qiu drove the two of them back to the pharmacy. They stopped the car, and Yi Qiu said, Wait for me in the car. I'll be there soon. He got out of the car and walked to the door. As soon as he opened the store door, he suddenly smelled a bloody smell. There's someone in the store. Yi Qiu's perception ability is very strong. Even without turning on the lights, he can find that there is a person squatting in the corner, staring at him cautiously. The slight breathing sound was uncontrollable. Obviously, he was injured. Yi Qiu didn't turn on the lights. He stood there with a sharp gaze. In the dim environment, it seemed as if he could see through people's hearts. Your injuries are serious, he said calmly. You came to my medical hall just to find medicine to save your life, right? The person in the darkness didn't expect Yi Qiu to see him, so he tightened the dagger in his hand and no longer suppressed his rapid breathing. Yes, I'll find some medicine and leave. No harm done. The voice was deep and low, with obvious wheezing. Yi Qiu judged that the lungs must be injured. The medicine you need is on the second floor of the third row. Take 2 bottles of wound medicine. The tourniquet and disinfectant alcohol are on the third floor. The anti-inflammatory medicine is on the 5th floor. You can take 2 antipyretic medicines. Given your current condition, You will definitely have a fever. Yi Chio turned on the light with a snap, and the person hiding in the corner trembled all over in fear. But Yi Chio didn't look at him, as if he didn't want to know what he looked like. He turned and went into the office to get his cell phone. The man struggled to get up hurriedly, and according to what Yi Chio said, he quickly found the medicine he needed. He didn't even react. Yi Chio clearly didn't turn on the light just now, so how could he know the extent of his injuries? He was a little flustered and knocked over several bottles of medicine. He almost lost his balance. The severe pain made him feel dizzy. Without caring about anything else, he stuffed the medicine into his pocket and ran out in a hurry. Yi Chio took out his cell phone from the office and saw the mess on the floor. The corners of the wall were stained with blood, but he didn't say anything. Ah! Suddenly, a sharp cry came from outside the door. It was Lin Wanchio's voice. Yi Chio rushed out immediately, only to see a few thugs running away screaming in panic. "What's wrong?" he asked hurriedly. Lin Wanchio patted his chest, his face slightly pale. "Those drunks saw that Xiaoyer and I were the only ones in the car, and they actually tried to rush in. Fortunately, that kind-hearted person..." She turned her head and looked around, but there was no one there. Where are the people? A very tall young man just took action and scared them away. He was right here. Lin Wanchio couldn't see anyone at this moment. Yi Chio knew that the one Lin Wanchio was talking about was the guy who sneaked into the medical hall and got injured. Although the lights were not on, he could see his figure and appearance with his eyes. It seems that he has a good nature. "I'm glad you're okay." Yi Chio didn't say much. He went back to deal with the traces, closed the shop, and drove Lin Wanchio and the others home. The next night, Yi Chio asked everyone to go back early and stayed behind alone. He knew that person would come again. If his prediction was correct, that guy didn't know how to treat his injuries at all. Even if he took the medicine, it wouldn't work. The injuries would only get worse, and he might even have a severe, high fever. Click, click. As expected, there was a noise outside the door. The man squatting at the door had a pale face and bloodshot eyes. He looked around carefully to see that there was no one around and was about to pry the door open. But suddenly, the door opened by itself. He felt his whole body tense up and his hair stood on end. "Come in." Yi Chio's voice came from inside. "I knew you would come again. Do you have a fever? I'll help you deal with it." The man shuddered. He didn't expect Yi Chio to be waiting for him inside. He hesitated a little, obviously worried that Yi Chio had called the police and was waiting for him here on purpose. "It's okay. I'm alone here. Feel free to come in," Yi Chio said. The man took a deep breath. His eyes were a little dazed, and he saw Yi Chio with double vision. His severe high fever had consumed a lot of his energy to get here. Even if he wanted to escape, he couldn't. He walked in, holding the door, and saw Yi Chio sitting there grinding some medicinal herbs. "You are in good health. The knife wound to your lung didn't kill you." Yi Chio looked up at him and said, "Thank you for saving my family last night. Now, it's my turn to save you." Chapter 121, Blood Feud. The burly man stared at Yi Chio with a vigilant look on his face. He stood at the door and did not dare to go in directly. The hand behind his waist even held a dagger. Just like a frightened rabbit, it can bite people if it tries hard. "Why did you save me?" the man asked. "I am a doctor. Saving lives is my duty." Yi Chio glanced at him and said, "Who you are and what you did are none of my business. Besides, if you wanted to hurt me, you would have done it last night, right?" His words made the man relax a little. He walked in, pulled a chair, and sat down. He is too tired. He hadn't eaten anything during the past few days of escape, and with the injuries on his body, he was able to hold on until today. Even Yi Chio couldn't help but marvel at this guy's good physical fitness and tenacious vitality. Clang. The man threw the dagger in his hand on the table. He knew in his heart that Yi Chio was definitely not an ordinary person. There was no fear on his face, and he was not afraid of him at all. If Yi Chio really wanted to deal with me, this place would definitely be full of police officers at this moment. "Thank you for your help." He frowned and slowly closed his eyes. The severe pain from the wound made him lose the strength to resist. Even if Yi Chio wanted to kill him, he had no choice but to accept it. But Yi Chio had no intention of killing him. He walked up to the man and took a close look at him. "If this knife had gone 1 centimeter deeper, you would have died," Yi Chio said. "Other skin injuries are minor problems, but this one is very serious." The man nodded slightly. He no longer had the strength to speak. He gradually became drowsy and finally lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he smelled a fragrance. "Eat, you need some energy." On the table, there was a bowl of hot beef noodles. The man didn't hesitate. His eyes seemed to light up, and he immediately started to wolf it down. In the end, not even a mouthful of soup was left. His wounds have been treated, and the pain has been alleviated a lot. Yi Chio's suturing skills can enable him to recover in the shortest time. My name is Zhang Fei. Thank you for saving my life, sir. Once I have taken revenge, my life will be yours. After finishing the noodles and feeling his strength recovering, Zhang Fei stared with his big eyes like copper bells and said very seriously. He was very grateful to Yi Chio for saving his life, and not asking about his background or identity, but simply saving his life. This was a great favor. He introduced himself to express his sincerity. No problem. Yi Chio said calmly, I'm just doing my duty as a doctor. Zhang Fei nodded, turned around, and walked away without saying anything else. When he reached the door, Yi Chio suddenly called him. You said you wanted revenge, but given your current physical condition, you might just die. Hearing this, Zhang Fei stopped. If my guess is correct, the person who stabbed you is an expert with great skills. You are lucky to have survived, but if it happens again, are you sure you can handle him and get revenge? Zhang Fei didn't move. He knew very well that he couldn't take revenge now, and even his chance of survival was very slim. Those people had been looking for him, and once they found him, they would definitely try their best to kill him. He turned around and looked at Yi Chio. I will die sooner or later, and it's okay to die with him. No. Yi Chio shook his head. Zhang Fei, right? You are really a reckless man. I admire your manliness, but sending yourself to die in vain is just stupid. Besides, you just said that I saved your life. Your life is mine now. He stood up, walked to Zhang Fei, raised his head slightly, and looked at this 1.9-meter tall, burly man. I don't need you to repay me, but do you want to pay for my medical expenses? Zhang Fei was stunned. He almost forgot that he had to pay for medical treatment. His face suddenly turned red. He didn't have any money on him. Even if he had money, he wouldn't starve to death. Money? How much money? He felt a little embarrassed. Yi Chio smiled secretly in his heart. Sure enough, his guess was right. This guy was not a bad person by nature. Otherwise, with his skills, it would not be difficult for him to steal some food. However, he endured the hunger and refused to do such a thing. Even if he secretly ran into his own pharmacy, it was because he was desperate and wanted to get some medicine to save his life. This guy is quite interesting. Yes. Yi Chio pointed to the banners hanging on the wall and said, I'm the most famous doctor in Tianhai. My consultation fee is very expensive. It costs this much. He held up 5 fingers. Zhang Fei couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. 500? I don't have any money on me right now. 50,000, Yi Chio said bluntly. What? Zhang Fei almost jumped up, his eyes widened even more. You are robbing me. Who would spend 50,000 yuan on medical treatment? He used to only need to pay a dozen yuan for medical treatment and take some medicine. He has never seen such expensive medical treatment. This is just the consultation fee. I haven't yet charged you for the medicine and the medicine you took from me last night. Yi Chio ignored him and said seriously, you can go and find out how famous my medical hall is. Just do the math. For saving your life, you owe me at least 300,000. Zhang Fei stopped talking. 300,000. He can't pay it back even with his life. For a moment, he didn't know what to do. No money? He nodded. How about this, you stay and work for me, and I'll deduct money from your salary every month until you pay off your medical bills. Then I'll let you go. You can go wherever you want to take revenge. How do you think? Yi Chio stared at him. Zhang Fei was silent. He wants revenge, he must take revenge. If he doesn't take revenge for such a deep blood feud, he would not be worthy of being a son. But Yi Chio was right. He was injured now and did not have this ability. Even if his injuries healed, it would still not be enough. He needed to further improve his strength. He looked at Yi Chio and said, I'll tell you the truth. I have enemies. If I don't kill them, they will come and kill me. If I stay with you, I will cause trouble for you. I can't do this. This is repaying kindness with enmity. He shook his head firmly. I will find a way to pay you back the money I owe you, but I can't stay. You are a good person, and although the medical expenses are a bit expensive, I still can't hurt you. After saying that, Zhang Fei took a step forward and was about to walk out. Do you think I'm afraid of this? Yi Chio's words made Zhang Fei stop his foot in midair and retract it. He turned his head to look at Yi Chio, and suddenly realized that Yi Chio could find him in the dark and could also see his injuries. How could ordinary people have such eyesight? Not to mention, Thanks to Yi Chio's miraculous medical skills, he actually didn't feel much pain at this moment. Zhang Fei suddenly realized that Yi Chio kept him here not because he really wanted him to pay for his medical expenses, but because he wanted to save his life and avoid making a fearless sacrifice. You are still afraid of getting me into trouble, which means you are not a bad person. I'm sure that you are a good person, Yi Chio said, so I don't want you to die in vain. I'm curious, what kind of hatred would make you prefer death without any hesitation? Speaking of hatred, Zhang Fei's eyes turned red instantly, and 2 lines of tears immediately slid down from the corners of his eyes. They kill my mom. Chapter 122, He Dares to Provoke. Upon hearing this, Yi Chio's expression froze. He didn't expect that the hatred Zhang Fei mentioned would be such a deep blood feud. I am from the provincial capital. I returned from the army a few years ago and worked odd jobs in the market. I lived with my mother, but I never expected that. Zhang Fei's teeth were about to break. His eyes were red. Our old house in the village is going to be demolished, and the price they offered is very low. It's basically bullying. No one agrees, so they use all kinds of means. A flash of cold light flashed in his eyes. I never expected that they would take advantage of the night and suddenly attack and knock down my house. My mother didn't have time to escape and was crushed to death. Zhang Fei's breathing was rapid. His face was full of murderous intent, and his eyes were already wet with tears. This is a blood feud. I must avenge it. He tried many methods and even looked for people in the underground circle, but it was all useless. The other party just said it was an accidental injury and was willing to compensate. They also provocatively asked Zhang Fei to name a price by kilogram. Such arrogance and disregard for human life, as if it was just an object that could be priced at will, made Zhang Fei completely angry. So he chose to take revenge on his own and look for an opportunity to kill the person in charge. However, he did not expect that there was an expert around the person in charge, and he was defeated and almost died. If Zhang Fei hadn't had some background and had escaped to Tianhai and met Yi Chio, he would have lost his life. Yi Chio did not expect such a thing to happen. In such a bright and clear world, such humiliating things could happen. Are these so-called powerful people really superior to others? This is the kind of person he hates the most. He thought of Lei Yang from the Lei family, who was also the same kind of person. Why did they do that? Just rest and recuperate here with me. When you are well, you can seek revenge if you want. I won't stop you, but there is no point in going to die now. Yi Chio looked at Zhang Fei. You know what I said is right. Zhang Fei took a deep breath. Thank you, Dr. Yi. Of course he knew that what Yi Chio said was right, but Yi Chio had already saved his life, and he didn't want to implicate Yi Chio. At this moment, he had already confessed, but Yi Chio was still willing to keep him, which moved him even more. You can rest assured that no one dares to cause trouble here. Knowing Zhang Fei's concerns, Yi Chio said calmly. In Tianhai, he really had nothing to fear, not because of the presence of Zhao Jianlin and the others. With his own strength, Yi Chio was not afraid of those people. He hates those who think they are superior. If they dare to come, Yi Chio will not be polite. I can't express my gratitude enough. I, Zhang Fei, will remember this kindness. Zhang Fei suddenly knelt down with a thud and kowtowed solemnly. After I have avenged myself, if I am still alive, I will be at your disposal from now on, without a second thought. Yi Chio helped him up. Such a man of blood was rare. You can rest in the medical hall. There is a lounge inside. You can stay there for the time being. He patted Zhang Fei on the shoulder and said, It's never too late for a man to take revenge. Stay calm. After saying that, Yi Chio walked out without saying anything else. Zhang Fei looked at Yi Chio's back, his eyes red and his face full of gratitude. The next morning, the pharmacy opened and Zhang Fei had already changed into the pharmacy's work clothes. He doesn't have any specific job, so he just does odd jobs for the time being. Wherever help is needed, he will go and lend a hand. He is diligent and meticulous in his work and is very likable. No one asked him how he came to the medical hall, and no one would question it since Yi Chio brought him here. Lin Wanqiu also didn't ask any more questions. She recognized that Zhang Fei was the big man who drove away the drunkard that night and protected her in Xiaoyuer. Everything was as usual, except that there was one more person in the pharmacy. Ding ding. At the door, Chu Tiangong's luxury car arrived, stopped and opened the door. Chu Tiangong couldn't wait to get out of the car, but just looking at his expression, it seemed that he was not in a good mood. Can you let Xiaoyuer stay at my place tonight? He went to find Yi Chio and told him about this matter. What? Are you missing Xiaoyuer? Chu Tiangang took a sip of tea and nodded. I miss her so much. She hasn't stayed at my place for a long time. I feel good when I see her. So, you're not in a good mood now? Don't mention it. Chu Tiangang waved his hand. Business matters. He knew that Yichio was not very interested in doing business and did not mention it. But Yichio could see the helplessness in his eyes. Chu Tiangang is now a famous figure in Tianhai. He is not only rich but also kind-hearted. He is very active in charity work. No matter who is in Tianhai, everyone will give him some face. How could there be anything that makes him helpless? It's business in the provincial capital. Seeing Yi Chio's concern, Chu Tiangang groaned. It was originally a big order, but it was ruined by someone. The loss is not small. Who dares to ruin your business and make you so upset that you don't even think of fighting back? Yi Chio was really surprised. Chu Tiangang has a very stubborn temper, and he won't stand this kind of loss. The Su family in the provincial capital is not an ordinary family. I'm nothing in front of them. I can't afford to provoke them. Forget it. I'm also a Buddhist now. I will earn less if I earn less. Although Chu Tiangang was not convinced, he also knew that there was a huge gap between himself and the Su family. The other family did not take him seriously at all. Otherwise, they would not be so excessive. He accepted his fate. Anyway, all he had to do was to hold on to Tianhai. The suppression from the provincial capital was too much for him, so he simply withdrew. But Yichio didn't think so. Most of the money Chu Tiangang earned now was used for charity to help those in need. Now the loss was huge, which was equivalent to someone cutting off the livelihood of those poor people. Okay, I shouldn't tell you this. It's going to affect your mood. Chu Tian just stood up and said, don't worry about it. I'll pick up Xiao Yuer from school in the evening and ask her to call you in the evening. After saying that, Chu Tiangang got into the car and left. The Su family in the provincial capital is the Su family in the provincial capital again. Yichio turned his head and glanced at Zhang Fei, who was sweeping the floor seriously. His mother's death was also related to the Su family. This Su family was so domineering. Not only did he bully ordinary people like Zhang Fei, he even didn't dare to provoke Chu Tiangang, and could only swallow his anger when he was suppressed. You want to care? Lin Wanchio's voice came. Yichio turned his head and glanced at her. Don't those departments in the underground circle care about this kind of thing? I think too much. Lin Wanchio rolled his eyes at Yichio and said, they can't do anything about it, even if I step in. A powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake, you know. The Su family is obviously a huge force that has been entrenched in the provincial capital for decades. They have complicated personal connections and a wide range of interests involved. Who would go and cause this trouble? It's a thankless task. She knew this kind of thing very well. Most people didn't dare to mess with that kind of big family. But looking at Yichio's expression, Lin Wanchio knew. He dares to provoke. Besides, he's going to cause trouble. Chapter 123. Listen to my advice. Didn't you say a few days ago that you were going to the provincial capital to open a branch of the medical hall? Yichio looked at Lin Wanchio and asked seriously. Well, the plan has been decided. First we need to find a store. Okay, I'll take care of this. Yichio nodded. It just so happened that Xiao Yuer let her stay at Chu Tiangong's place these days so that he could go and take care of some things. Lin Wanchio could guess what Yichio wanted to do. She did not try to persuade him, nor would she do so, because she knew that Yichio had made up his mind and could not be persuaded. What's more, the Su family is indeed too arrogant. Since Yichio dares to provoke them, he must be confident. Yichio, I just want to remind you, Lin Wanchio said seriously, the rules of this world can be summed up in 4 words. The strong prey on the weak. This is true no matter what circle you are in, and applies to any environment and anyone. Yichio will have to come into contact with these things sooner or later and face these realities. It is not a bad thing to have some experience early. I know. Yichio nodded. He has already experienced it. No matter it was Sun Long at the beginning, Lei Yang from Kyoto, or the Su family in the provincial capital now, they all have a kind of domineering and arrogant attitude in their bones. Don't take other people's lives seriously, let alone respect others. Why? Just because they are so powerful. In their eyes, the weak are not worthy of respect, or even of living. He got up and left without taking anyone with him, heading to the provincial capital alone. Yichio went to Zhao's house first. Naturally, he needed to know more about the situation in the provincial capital, knowing both himself and the enemy, so that he could be more confident in doing things. You want to open a branch in the provincial capital? When Xiao Zhenghua heard Yichio's words, he laughed out loud. Welcome, welcome. I couldn't ask for more. I've said it before, a miracle doctor like you should come to a bigger city. A small place like Tianhai can't hide a giant like you. He was very enthusiastic. If you need any help, just let me know. I'm very familiar with the provincial capital. Yi Qiu smiled. I really have something I would like to ask Master Xiao for help. He paused and said, I really need a suitable storefront now. I've looked for several locations, and there are indeed some good ones. I would like to ask Patriarch Xiao to give me some advice. Tell me about it. Xiao Zhenghua said. Yi Qiu told Xiao Zhenghua the three addresses he had chosen, and then said, My favorite one at the moment is the one in the village in the city, the shops on Miaoyan Street. Hearing Miaoyan Street, Xiao Zhenghua frowned slightly. He hesitated for a moment and looked at Yi Qiu. You may not be familiar with the situation in the provincial capital. Take my advice, don't consider going there, change places. Why? Xiao Zhenghua's expression looked a little serious. You don't know, the Su family has their eyes on that piece of land and is now taking action. It will be there sooner or later. If you open a store there, it won't be long before the store is gone. If you change the address at that time, it will have a huge impact. Xiao Zhenghua waved his hand. There are many other good places, just change one. But I heard that the people over there are unwilling to sell the house and land to the Su family. What can they do if they don't want to? The Su family has 100 ways to force them to hand it over. Now that they have set their sights on it, they will definitely not give up. Ordinary people cannot defeat them. Xiao Zhenghua shook his head and said he was polite. He has seen too many things like this, especially the Su family, which has developed so rapidly in recent years and has used many despicable means. Even he didn't like to cooperate with the Su family. It was common for them to go back on their words, so he always kept his distance from them. Brother Yi, you are right to listen to me. Don't mess with the Su family. They have been entrenched in the provincial capital for decades. They are good at everything. Even I don't like dealing with them. This was a friendly reminder, and the implication was that if Yi Qiu provoked the Su family, it would not be easy for a big shot like Xiao Zhenghua to help. Yi Qiu nodded. I see. Luckily you reminded me. Otherwise I really wouldn't know. It seems that this Su family is not simple. That's right. I heard that he has a close relationship with a certain noble family in Kyoto, so it's not surprising. Kyoto again. Yi Qiu didn't ask any more questions. He chatted with Xiao Zhenghua for a few words and then got up to leave. He went directly to the village in the city. More than half of the area had been demolished, and Zhang Fei's home was among them. Currently, this area of Miaoyan Street has not been moved, but it can be seen that the people who live here or do business here are a little panicked, with anger and unwillingness written all over their faces, as well as a hint of helplessness. Many stores have already posted their closing dates, and have already found stores and other places to move to, and have notified new and old customers. There are obviously fewer people on the street, and it is no longer as lively as before. Are you selling this store? Yi Qiu walked into one of the deserted pharmacies and asked. The shop owner, who was sitting there in a daze, suddenly looked up, thinking he had misheard. Transfer. He glanced at Yi Qiu and shook his head. Brother, the entire Miaoyan Street is going to be demolished. Who will want to transfer the business? If you take it over, you will have to close it in just a few days. Although there was a sign on his door saying for sale, he would not do anything to cheat others. Let's go look somewhere else, alas. The shop owner shook his head helplessly, thinking that he should find a store somewhere else to continue his business, or simply change his career. It doesn't matter, just tell me whether you want to transfer your store or not. Yi Qiu said, if it is a transfer, then we can sign the contract and pay the money now. The shop owner's eyes widened. He had already decided not to cheat anyone, so why was Yi Qiu still so persistent? Judging from his accent, Yi Qiu was not a local. Did he really not know? Are you serious? Yi Qiu directly took out a few stacks of banknotes from the bag. If you say you don't want to transfer it, then I'll go to the next door to have a look. Turn. It's not close to my door. The shop owner jumped up and said, come in. Please come in and discuss. In less than 10 minutes, the transfer contract was signed. The owner took the money and didn't even want the remaining things in the store. He didn't expect Yi Qiu to be so generous. As if afraid that Yi Qiu would go back on his word, he simply packed up his things and left quickly. People around were pointing and talking. Some said Yi Qiu was stupid, while others kindly reminded him that he was cheated by the store owner and asked him to go and get the person back as soon as possible. Young man, the Su family wants these streets. Don't you know about this? Everyone is moving away, but you are still joining in. Aren't you asking for trouble? Yes, that shop owner is really dishonest. He didn't even tell you and transferred the shop to you. He is so wicked. Go after him quickly. Maybe you can catch him and make him return the money. Otherwise, your money will be wasted. Several older people shook their heads. They knew that making a living was not easy, and Yi Chio was going to put himself in a dead end. Yi Chio was about to explain when suddenly, a deafening horn sounded in the distance, and the faces of the people around him changed one by one. Here they come again. Chapter 124, No Moving. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd scattered like birds, as if they were all very scared and did not dare to offend them. Yi Chio turned his head and saw a car approaching from afar. There was a loudspeaker on the roof of the car, which was broadcasting along the road. Move out immediately. It's the last day. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. The voice was arrogant and overbearing, without any politeness at all. Yi Chio frowned slightly. He didn't expect that someone would be so bold as to do this. Isn't this a threat? No wonder Zhang Fei fell to such a state and almost lost his life. The tyranny of these people can be seen at a glance. The car stopped and 3 or 4 people got out. They looked like scoundrels, with fierce faces and a ferocious look. I've been telling you to move out for days. The one walking in front was a bald man with sideways eyebrows and a scar on the bridge of his nose. He looked like a centipede crawling, very hideous. When the people around saw him, they all ran away in panic, not daring to look at him directly. How could they dare to mess with such a person? I'll move today. I'll move today. One of the bosses walked a step slower and was grabbed by the bald man. He smiled ingratiatingly and said, I have a lot of stuff, so I need more time. A lot of stuff, right? The bald man sneered, his face suddenly darkened. I'll smash it for you, so you don't have to move it, right? After saying that, several people behind him rushed into the boss's store and started smashing things crazily. Stop! Stop it! The boss was extremely anxious and yelled at them to stop. But how could they stop? They overturned everything they could see in the store to the ground. Not a single table or chair was intact. Even the computer screen on the counter was smashed by them. The boss wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was so angry that his body was shaking, but he dared not say anything. You don't have anything to move now, right? Get out of here. The bald man laughed and patted the boss on the face. If I see you again tomorrow, I won't just smash these pieces of junk. I'll smash your whole family. After he finished speaking, he glanced around and saw everyone else trembling with fear. They were all angry, but no one dared to stand up because they all knew that they could not afford to offend these beasts. Apart from being forced to accept unequal conditions and move away, what other options are there? The bald man's face was full of disdain. He knew that these were all soft persimmons. He wanted to make an example of them to scare the monkeys. They would definitely be moved today, and when they came tomorrow, he could send the bulldozer directly. Suddenly, a person appeared in his sight. He was cleaning the store seriously with a rag. His movements were gentle, and he even wiped the door threshold until it was shiny. Obviously, he had no intention of moving away. The bald man was angry. He didn't expect that there would be people who didn't know how to live or die. Hey, he yelled, pointed at Ichio, and cursed. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? I asked you to move out. What do you mean by that? As he walked over quickly, the people around him couldn't help but worry about Ichio. They had advised Ichio not to rent the house, but he wouldn't listen. Now, he had to suffer the consequences for offending this bastard. Ichio heard the voice and turned to look over. You talking to me? If I don't tell you, why should I tell the dead? The bald man cursed. Stop wiping it, and move out today, or I'll make you pay. No, Ichio said. I just rented it. How could I move out? This is a great location. I will definitely make money if I do business here. The bald man seemed to see a fool. He didn't expect Ichio to say such a thing. Of course he knew that the location here was good. Otherwise, why would the Su family take a fancy to this place? Did you just rent it? The bald man laughed angrily. Don't you know that this area is going to be demolished soon? Your shabby store will be gone tomorrow. What's the point of renting it? Ichio took his time and took out the contract. I just rented it, and I'm going to open it tomorrow. His words made the bald man so angry that he almost jumped up. He reached out to grab the contract, but Ichio dodged him directly. What you do? What are you doing? I really want to slap you to death. The bald man cursed. Move out today. Where did this idiot come from? He really can't understand what people say. Ichio frowned slightly. You curse? I'm scolding you for being so stupid. Ah. The bald man didn't even finish his words when he suddenly felt a sharp pain. His outstretched hand was grabbed by Ichio. With a little force, the The bald man screamed in pain, and there was a sound of click. His bones are broken. Ah! The bald man screamed heartbreakingly. Didn't your mother tell you not to curse at people? Yi Chio said calmly. If she didn't teach you, then I'll teach you a lesson for free. Everyone around was stunned. They never thought that Yi Chio would actually dare to take action and take the initiative to fight with the bald guy. Did he really not know where this bald guy came from? What are you still standing there for? Kill him, the bald man shouted, and several people behind him immediately rushed over. They swung their fists and hit Yi Chio hard. Several people around him even covered their eyes in fear, afraid to see Yi Chio being beaten to death by them. Oh! But screams were heard one after another, and those who fell to the ground were the thugs. Yi Chio stepped on the bald man's face. I said I won't move, and I won't move. No one can move this store without my signature. He was not polite at all. If you dare to disturb my business again, don't blame me for being rude. Get out. Then he kicked the bald man hard, making him fly out like a sandbag. He rolled on the ground for several times before stopping and had no reaction. The other people were shocked. They never expected that such a ruthless and powerful guy would come here. How could they dare to say anything? They quickly raised their bald heads and fled with him in a hurry. Yi Chio continued to clean the glass, still looking meticulous. Young man, you're in big trouble. Yes, those guys are all from the underworld. They're responsible for all the demolitions in this area. No one dares to mess with them. You better leave quickly. They will definitely not let you go. A few older people came over and said helplessly, we are all ordinary people. We can't beat them. Don't hurt yourself. There was anger in their eyes, but more importantly, helplessness. Yi Chio looked at them and asked seriously, do you want to move? Of course I don't want to. This place isn't a good location and I can make money doing business. If I move to another place, I'll have to start all over again, which is too difficult. It's not impossible for us to move. We all support urban development, but the compensation is really too little, less than 1/3 of what other places give us. Yes, if we move, we will suffer a lot of losses. Who can afford it? They shook their heads, full of bitterness. Everyone was trying to have food to eat and to support their families. If they weren't going too far, who would be willing to cause trouble? Ordinary people simply can't afford it. Yi Chio looked at them and took a deep breath. Have you ever tried to resist? Chapter 125, Arson. Rebellion? Everyone looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and shook their heads. They did not resist. They didn't even dare to say no, except to bow their heads, admit defeat, and complain a few words, without even trying to negotiate or argue their case. Because they don't dare. They know they can't afford to offend. They are afraid and can only accept it. This is the sorrow of the lower class. We can't afford to toss. An old man's eyes were slightly red. These people are all desperate criminals. It doesn't matter if I die, but I still have a little grandson. He was so angry that his whole body began to tremble. I didn't die on the battlefield back then. I'm old now, and I'm being bullied by these beasts. Sigh. Everyone around was helpless. Rebellion? They had this idea, but without someone to take the lead, it would be difficult to unite because those people were very resourceful and it would not be difficult to defeat them one by one. I have advised you, young man, think about it yourself. After a few people finished talking, they turned around and went back to pack up their things. If they didn't move out today, everything would definitely be smashed tomorrow, and the loss would be even greater then. Looking at their helpless backs, Yi Chio's eyes lit up, his fists clenched tightly, and he became more and more angry. He just doesn't believe that there is no morality in this world. He just doesn't believe that those unreasonable people can act lawless. If no one else stands up, then he will. Yi Chio took a deep breath and continued to clean the glass, still seriously and meticulously. It was obvious that he wanted to treat this place as the branch of the medical hall in the provincial capital. At the same time, a clubhouse. Brother Ho! The man was soaking in the bathtub with his eyes half closed. Two beauties beside him were carefully massaging his body. Someone walked in from outside the door. Explain. Ho Feng spoke quietly without opening his eyes. Something happened on Miaoyan Street. Ho Feng opened his eyes when he heard this, with a somewhat unhappy look on his face. What are you doing for a living? How could something go wrong? There's a nail house. The man lowered his head and said, the bald man was beaten and is still in the hospital. Ho Feng is no stranger to the term nail house. What he is best at is removing nail households, so over the years, he has taken on a lot of demolition work and made a lot of money. But now, it is rare to see someone dare to beat his men. Who? Ho Fong asked subconsciously. He has always been cautious. If it really has something to do with some powerful people, he would have to be more cautious. He's from out of town. He doesn't have much background. Hearing this, Ho Feng's face suddenly darkened. Waste! He cursed, then waved his hand to ask the two beauties to move aside. He got up from the pool, put on his bathrobe, picked up the black-framed glasses aside, and put them on. The people around him didn't dare to breathe, knowing that Ho Fong must be angry. Ho Fong didn't care too much, but he was indeed angry. The demolition of Miaoyan Street will begin tomorrow. I told you that everyone must be moved out today. Don't let anyone get killed. If someone targets us, it will be difficult to deal with. He snorted. What does that guy want? If he wants more money, just give him the money. Keep it to yourself and move out. If he asks for too much, don't be polite to him. Brother Ho, that guy said he doesn't want money. He just wants to open a store there, and he just refuses to move no matter how much money you give him. This kind of words are usually prepared for the lion to ask for a big mouth. Ho Fong had heard this countless times, but anyone who said this never had a good ending. He has little patience. You're welcome then. Ho Fong said, bring a few people with you at night, burn it down, and I'll let him open a shop in the garbage dump. Night. There aren't even any street lights. The power was out on the entire street, and it was vandalized. Only a few shops were still using flashlights to move their belongings as quickly as possible, fearing that they would not be able to move after tonight. Yi Chio didn't need a lamp. His eyes could see everything clearly even in the dark. In the distance, a car was approaching. He looked up and couldn't help but snorted. As expected, they are here. These beasts are really unscrupulous. The van stopped, and more than a dozen people got out, holding iron bars in their hands. They looked like they were up to no good and were well prepared. The last person actually had a box of gasoline in his hand. Before he got close, Yi Chio's keen sense of smell enabled him to smell gasoline. Burn that house down. It would be even better if that guy is inside. Burn him to death. You guys, have you destroyed all the surveillance cameras? Move a few stones to block the intersection so that the fire trucks won't come too early. Wait until everything is burned down. Their voices were not loud, but Yi Chio heard them all. I have to say, these people are really cruel. No wonder Zhang Fei's mother was pushed into the house and crushed to death by them. These people are beasts. Seeing someone walking into the store and about to unscrew the gasoline cap, Yi Chio suddenly asked, "Want to set a fire?" The man was startled, and when he looked up, he saw a pair of eyes that were as bright as stars. His heart trembled violently, and he almost lost his grip, knocking the fuel tank to the ground. "Boss, he's here!" he shouted quickly. Soon, more than a dozen people outside rushed in, waving iron rods in their hands and rushing directly towards Yi Chio. "Kill him! Burn them all together!" What cruel words! As soon as he finished speaking, several people rushed over, wielding iron rods fiercely and smashing towards Yi Chio's head. This is really going to cost Yi Chio his life. Bang! Yi Chio saw it clearly. He raised his foot and kicked the man directly in the chest. With a click, he broke several bones. After a scream, he fell heavily to the ground and struggled but couldn't get up. "You beasts, all deserve to die." Yi Chio shouted angrily, and then disappeared like a ghost. In the dim light, others cannot see him clearly, but he can clearly see everyone else's every move. In his eyes, it is like slow motion. Bang! 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 More than a dozen people had their limbs broken by Yi Chio and were lying on the ground, screaming miserably. They never thought that Yi Chio was so terrifying. In front of Yi Chio, more than a dozen people were not even as good as elementary school students. "Who the hell are you?" One of them gritted his teeth and said, "I'm telling you, it's not too late to leave now. When our brother Ho comes, you'll be dead." Bang! Yi Chio kicked him and even crooked his mouth. "Then call him quickly." Those eyes were exceptionally bright in the darkness, as if they could see deep into one's heart, causing one to feel a surge of fear. Yi Chio picked up the gasoline that fell on the ground, unscrewed the lid, and poured the gasoline directly on the dozen people. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. They tried to struggle, but couldn't even stand up. "What do you want to do? What are you going to do? Stop! Stop! Spare my life! Stop it now!" Yi Chio seemed not to have heard and emptied the entire tank. The air was filled with the smell of gasoline. "Don't you want to set a fire?" "I wanted to." Chapter 126. Don't accept the toast and drink the wine. Yi Chio's words frightened these people so much that their faces turned pale, and they were almost scared away. When they saw Yi Chio took out a lighter, they quickly begged for mercy. Mercy! Mercy! Brother, spare me! Don't light the fire! They were all about to cry. As long as Yi Chio lights this lighter, they will all die here today and be burned to death. Yi Chio held the lighter, expressionless, and pressed lightly with his finger. Snap! The flames jumped up, and those people were so scared that they burst into tears and their bodies couldn't help shaking. Don't light the fire. We give in. We give in. Brother, spare my life. Several people were crying and shouting, with snot and tears running down their faces. If the floor wasn't too slippery, they would have been unable to stand and would have had to kneel down in front of Yi Chio. Yi Chio glanced at them. Are you scared now? He sneered. I thought you guys really weren't afraid of death. When these bastards were bullying the common people, didn't they feel very happy when they saw others were afraid? Now that they are afraid themselves, they just bow their heads and admit defeat? Who doesn't fear death? Big brother, spare our lives. Please show mercy. We're just trying to make a living. Please spare our lives. They begged for mercy with trembling voices, knowing that they could not afford to offend Yi Chio. And if they did not bow their heads and beg for mercy, they would definitely not be able to return alive today. Call and see who Brother Ho is. Yi Chio extinguished the flame. Yes, yes, yes. I'll call right away. One of them carefully took out his cell phone, fearing that the strong signal would set him on fire. Hey, Brother Ho? We are screwed. Please don't scold. That person said. He looked up at Yi Chio and said, he wants to see you. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned for a moment, then hung up directly. It was unclear whether he agreed or not. Yi Chio pulled a chair and sat there, playing with a lighter in his hand, while those people sat on the ground, not daring to move at all, for fear that Yi Chio would be unhappy and burn them and send them back home. I can't fight back, and I can't run away either. I've never felt so frustrated. At the same time, Ho Feng's face turned red, and he was so angry that he brought a large group of people over there. He has been in the industry for so many years, but he has never felt as aggrieved as he does today. Fuck you, you're a bunch of losers. You can't even do this, and you want me to do it myself? Ho Feng directly took dozens of people with him and rushed there. Even if it was embarrassing to bring so many people with him, he didn't care. According to the plan, the demolition would start tomorrow. If he can't get it done tonight, how will he explain himself tomorrow? Even if we have to bury the person alive today, we have to resolve the matter. Soon, several cars drove to Miaoyan Street, in front of Yi Chio's store. Don't light the fire! Seeing someone trying to light a fire from afar, the people kneeling on the ground shouted, Don't light the fire! Ho Feng approached and smelled gasoline. He quickly asked them not to ignite the fire and shone the car lights from a distance. He didn't expect to meet such a ruthless person who dared to play with fire and burn himself. He thought Yi Chio was going to threaten him by self-immolation. Brother, what's the big deal? Why do you have to be so desperate? Ho Feng sneered. If you are not satisfied with the compensation, we can discuss it. How about this? I will give you an extra 100,000 yuan. You get more than everyone else, so this should be fine. He didn't want to waste too much energy on something that could be solved with a little money. He had greedily taken so much anyway, so a few 100,000 or a few 100,000 wouldn't mean anything. As long as the problem can be solved, he can get more from the Su family then. I don't want any money. Yi Chio stared at Ho Feng. I want to open a shop here. Is that not okay? Bang! Ho Feng smashed the drink bottle in his hand to the ground with a loud bang, and his eyes widened. No. I said no. It's no. I'm warning you. Don't refuse a toast. I gave you face, didn't I? Now, leave obediently, and I'll return the 100,000 yuan to you. Otherwise, you will have to stay here and die. This is really a form of coercion and inducement. Yi Chio didn't expect that Ho Feng would be so arrogant. Really? You want to save my life? Ho Feng narrowed his eyes. He seemed to be a stubborn person. If he couldn't explain it clearly, he wouldn't say it even if it was difficult. Kill him. You can use the 100,000 yuan to live your life to your heart's content. He shouted directly. As soon as he finished speaking, the dozens of people he brought with him all rushed towards Yi Chio. Yi Chio stood there without moving, but slowly raised his lighter. Snap! The flame shot up. Everyone stopped suddenly. How could they dare to move forward even a single step? Stop! Stop it! The hearts of those who were doused with gasoline were about to jump out of their throats. Don't light the fire! Don't light it! Brother Ho! Brother Ho! Save us! Save us quickly! Ho Feng didn't expect to meet such a ruthless guy. He stretched out his hand to stop the person who was about to attack him, and was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Of course, he couldn't just stand by and watch him die. Otherwise, who would dare to follow him in the future? Name your price. He had no patience anymore, thinking that Ichio was just asking for too much. I don't have the patience to play with you. 300,000? How about 300,000? I'll give you the money, and you can get out of here right away. I'll just pretend this never happened, okay? The hostility and ferocity on his face showed that he was already suppressing his murderous intent. I said, I don't want money, don't you understand? Ho Fong was a little mad. Then what do you want? I want an explanation. Yichio said, the people here don't want to move. You have no right to drive them away. Besides, the compensation is so little, isn't it right? Ho Feng's face darkened. Of course the compensation amount is less. He embezzled a large portion of it from every household. How could it be less? But who can know about this kind of thing? As long as he gets things done, the money from the Su family will still be given to him. Who among those ordinary people would dare to question him or ask him for money? But Yichio brought up the matter directly. Ho Fong waved his hand, completely losing his patience. He doesn't dare to do it. He sneered directly, as if he saw through Yichio. Kill him for me. I don't believe he dares to set fire to us. Go ahead. The dozens of people hesitated for a moment and then rushed forward. Sure enough, Yichio did not light the fire. Of course he couldn't do such a thing. Seeing that Yichio did not light the fire, dozens of people immediately became ferocious, and without any mercy, they all aimed the weapons in their hands at Yichio. Those who had gasoline on them also took the opportunity to run out and hurriedly took off their clothes and pants, even in this slightly cool night. Kill him! Kill him! They were shouting as they took off their clothes. They were so scared by Yichio that they almost lost their souls. At this moment, they all wanted to rush over to take revenge. Seeing these people surrounding him, Yichio slowly raised his hand. The next second, he disappeared. Chapter 127. Danger is imminent? Yichio seemed to turn into a ghost and disappeared. Where is the human figure in front of me? Where did you go? Why did you disappear? Someone exclaimed that Yichio was just in front of them. But now he disappeared, as if he had disappeared out of thin air. But just as he finished his words, a gust of wind blew, and before the man could react, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Bang! One punch! It hit him hard in the face and broke his nose. Ah! The screams were heart-wrenching. The others were shocked, but Yichio disappeared again. He came and went without a trace, so fast that people couldn't even see where he was. Bang! Another punch, the other man squatted down, holding his stomach. His face suddenly turned pale, his whole body twitched, and cold sweat instantly broke out from his forehead. Where is he? I can't see him. Several people shouted. Light it up, hurry up. Bang! 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 In this dim light, they couldn't see anything, but Yichio could see it clearly. He changed his figure like a ghost, and suddenly appeared and punched with great force. But in just half a minute, dozens of people fell to the ground. How could they even have a chance to stand up? Ho Feng's face changed drastically. He didn't expect Yichio to be so powerful. Kill him! Kill him! He turned around and shouted, but apart from those people who had taken off their clothes and pants and were shivering in the cold wind, who else could take action? Even they were frightened again and wanted to hide behind Ho Feng. They almost forgot that Yichio was very skilled and they had been taught a lesson before. So how could they have forgotten it? Yichio's figure slowly walked out of the darkness, and his pair of bright eyes made Ho Feng's heart suddenly shrink. Who are you? He mustered up his courage and said angrily, If you want money, I'll give it to you. How much do you want? Name your price. Crash. A gust of wind blows towards me. Yichio suddenly appeared in front of Ho Feng. The surging wind seemed to have thorns, which stung Ho Feng's face so much that it hurt. You ah! He opened his mouth to speak, but Yichio punched him so hard that his bones shrank as if his stomach had been pierced. Money? If you're willing to make up for everyone's debt, then I can agree to it. Yichio said calmly. You have taken a lot, right? You are so embarrassed to take the money of those low-level people? Do you think that no one can control you? His fist, still wrapped with a righteous spirit, hit Ho Feng directly in the stomach, causing Ho Feng great pain. Beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead, and his muscles and bones seemed to be stretched out by something. He felt like he would rather die than live. These people work honestly just to have a stable life. They are afraid of causing trouble and don't want to cause trouble, but this doesn't mean you can bully them at will. Trampling on their dignity, Yichio spoke word by word. Mercy! Ho Feng gritted his teeth in extreme pain and fell to the ground, twitching with a distorted expression. Please, spare my life. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, an alarm sounded in the distance. Ho Feng suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and felt that he could survive. Yi Qiu is simply a madman. He doesn't know where this madman came from and why he targeted him like this. But if his subordinates called the police and sent help, he could survive. Do you want him to return all the money? Dream. Several police cars rushed over in the distance and were shocked to see so many people lying on the ground. As soon as the car stopped, more than a dozen people rushed out. Put your hands up, the leader shouted, but just as he finished shouting, he saw a familiar face under the car lights. He thought he was seeing things and hurried forward. Are you Mr. Yi? Yi Qiu looked up. Do you know me? It's Yi Qiu indeed. Put down your weapons. The leader shouted quickly. It's Mr. Yi. Hearing this, Ho Feng's heart skipped a beat. What does this mean? Do these people know Yi Qiu? Judging from their attitude, is Yi Qiu some big shot? How is this possible? It turns out to be Mr. Yi. It's Mr. Yi. The leader asked hurriedly. Mr. Yi, you came back to the provincial capital by yourself. Our team leader was still talking about inviting you to dinner. Although the real culprit in Adai's case was not caught, it was a major breakthrough, and many discoveries were made afterwards, which can be regarded as a great achievement. And all this was because of Yi Qiu's help, otherwise they would still have no clue. The most important thing is that the forensic doctor with the worst temper and the most arrogance in their team was full of praise for Yi Qiu. Every time he expressed his admiration, it made them realize clearly how powerful Yi Qiu was. These people wanted to set fire to my shop at night, but I stopped them, Yi Qiu explained. Hearing this, the expressions of more than a dozen policemen changed. Arson? And they want to burn down Yi Qiu's shop? What a courage! Call the captain and tell him that Mr. Yi has arrived in the provincial capital. The leader immediately explained, and then walked up to Ho Feng. Ho Feng, why is it you again? You are in trouble. He's not polite. In the past, they were also troubled by people like Ho Feng who had been to the palace several times. After teaching him a lesson, they would eventually release him. But this time it was different. He is... Shut up. Ho Feng's face changed, and he turned to look at Yi Qiu. He wondered who Yi Qiu was that made these people respect him so much. This is going to be trouble. Take away. Yi Qiu followed them and returned to the team. Qin Hao had already received the news and rushed over from home. He didn't expect to see Yi Qiu again under such circumstances. After listening to Yi Qiu, Qin Hao nodded. We have also heard about the demolition of Miaoyan Street, but we have different responsibilities and did not ask too much. He frowned slightly. Why are you here? I'm coming to the provincial capital to open a branch. Yi Qiu said. He didn't say much, but I didn't expect that they would chase me away and burn down my shop right after I found a good place. I didn't allow it. Qin Hao took a deep breath. He had seen how powerful Yi Qiu was and knew that Yi Qiu was showing mercy. Otherwise, Ho Feng and the others would have been dead by now. Captain Qin, this is not a trivial matter. Isn't it too much for these people to bully ordinary people like this? Qin Hao didn't say anything. There must be a complicated chain of interest behind this kind of thing, especially since it was related to the Su family. It was not an easy task to resolve. He didn't know how to answer Yi Qiu for a moment. Brother Yi, I know you are a sentimental person, and you cannot stand such bullying of the people. To be honest, I was also very angry when I heard it, but this matter is indeed a bit troublesome. My duty. Qin Hao was about to say something when the phone suddenly rang. He said sorry and quickly answered it. As soon as he heard the first sentence, he frowned. What did you say? Your life is hanging by a thread? Chapter 128. I want to say something for them. After hanging up the phone, Qin Hao became nervous. He suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot. Lao Zhao said you are a miracle doctor. Yi Qiu glanced at him. What happened? Follow me first. Without bothering to explain, Qin Hao pulled Yi Qiu up and said, Let's talk while we walk. He immediately drove away from the team with Yi Qiu and headed towards a sanatorium. My old leader is ill, and his life is hanging by a thread. The experts at the provincial hospital say his chances are slim. You must help. Qin Hao drove quickly, the engine roaring. Brother Yi, I'm counting on you. The car quickly arrived at the nursing home. Qin Hao got out of the car and ran towards an old house with Yi Qiu. The room was brightly lit. Qin Hao pushed the door open and walked in. When the people inside heard his voice, they all turned around and looked over. Old Qin, seeing that it was Qin Hao, a middle-aged man nodded, his eyes slightly red and his voice a little hoarse. Go in and see him for the last time. Qin Hao quickly shook his head. I brought a friend with me. My friend is a miracle doctor. He might have a way to save the teacher. As he said that, he turned and looked at Yichio. Yichio didn't say anything and was about to walk in, but several people frowned. What miracle doctor? Such a young miracle doctor? What does Qin Hao mean? Although he is the old man's student, and even his most proud disciple, he can't joke about such things, right? Lao Qin. The middle-aged man frowned slightly and shook his head. Thank you very much, but the expert said that there is nothing we can do to save the patient. Yi Qiu. Before he finished speaking, several experts came out of the room and saw Yi Qiu at a glance. They were very surprised and said, "Why are you here?" "It's great." Qin Hao and others were stunned, especially the middle-aged man. His mouth was open, but he hadn't finished speaking yet. But the words were stuck in his mouth, and he couldn't say anything. "I just happened to have something to do, so I came to the provincial capital. Thank God, the old man is not destined to die. I happened to meet you in the provincial capital. Now he is saved." Without caring about other people's reactions, a few people immediately invited Yi Qiu into the house and closed the door. Is he really a miracle doctor? The middle-aged man's Adam's apple moved. He paused and asked. He just saw several experts from the provincial hospital. They looked as if they had seen a savior, and some even breathed a sigh of relief, as if Yi Qiu had come and the pressure on them had instantly disappeared. Qin Hao nodded. Yeah. He wasn't sure, but he had no choice. He had seen Yi Qiu's powerful skills and his other abilities, but he had never seen his medical skills with his own eyes. He only heard from Zhao Jianlin that if he was about to die one day, it would be right to ask Yi Qiu for help. The reactions of several experts gave Qin Hao some confidence, and he added, he definitely is. Time passes by every second. Qin Hao and others were waiting outside anxiously. The middle-aged man was pacing back and forth, looking anxious and uneasy. Other family members were crying, some had red eyes, and they were all in great pain. Everyone thought that it was too late to save the situation. Suddenly, a burst of laughter came from the room. Several experts seemed to be joking and chatting with Yi Qiu. Qin Hao was stunned, and the middle-aged man also looked up suddenly. The two looked at each other, not knowing how to react for a moment. Qin Hao hurried forward and knocked on the door, and the door opened. I'm sorry. We were so chatting that we forgot you were waiting outside. One of the experts apologized, but don't worry, the old man has been rescued and is fine for the time being. Yi Qiu is here, so he won't be in any trouble. He didn't say that even if the king of hell himself came, he couldn't take the person away. Hearing this, Qin Hao and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. Thank you very much. You have worked hard. We are not in a difficult situation. Fortunately, Yi Qiu happens to be in the provincial capital. Otherwise, it would be too late to go to Tianhai to invite him. The expert waved his hand and did not dare to take credit for it. If Yi Qiu had not arrived in time, today would be a regret. They tried their best, but it was difficult to guarantee the safety of such old injuries, even with high-precision instruments, especially since the patient was unable to move and was sent to the hospital for operation. There was really no other way except Yi Qiu's air needle treatment. Yi Qiu, let's go back first. You can come to our hospital for guidance another day. I didn't hear enough at the last symposium. I'll be waiting for you anytime. Several experts said hello to Yi Qiu and went back first. Qin Hao and others entered the room and saw that the old man was sleeping peacefully with his even breathing, which finally made them feel relieved. Call. Qin Hao let out a long breath, then tiptoed out with Yi Qiu. Thank goodness for you. He lit a cigarette to ease his emotions. Otherwise, my teacher might have a hard time getting through this today. He has an old injury, probably from the battlefield. Fortunately, he is in good health and has managed to hold on until now. Yi Qiu said, I'll write a prescription later. You can have someone get the medicine for him to take for a period of time, and it will be completely cured. Good. Qin Hao didn't know what to say to express his gratitude. This was such a huge favor. Okay, there's nothing else to do. I'll go back first, Yi Qiu said, etc. Just as Yi Qiu was about to leave, the middle-aged man came out of the room and called out to Yi Qiu, Please stay. What's wrong? Thank you for saving my dad. I owe you a favor. Yi Qiu just nodded slightly and waved his hand. It's just a small favor, don't take it to heart. He cured illnesses and saved lives, never for any favors or rewards. Qin Hao was standing aside, winking at Yi Qiu. Seeing that Yi Qiu didn't see it, he coughed twice. Yi Qiu, I forgot to introduce him to you. He is a senior leader in the provincial capital, in charge of urban construction. After hearing this introduction, Yichio glanced at Qin Hao and saw him nod. He immediately understood that Qin Hao was reminding him that the person in front of him could solve the problems of Miaoyan Street. But, I have something, and I would like to ask you for help. The middle-aged man was stunned. Yichio had just said that it was just a piece of cake and told him not to take it seriously. Now he turned around and asked him for help again? Especially Qin Hao. Why did he specifically introduce his identity and position? Could it be that he had some personal matter that he wanted me to help solve? Thinking of this, the middle-aged man had a calm expression, as if he was used to it. Although he didn't like it, Yichio saved his old father, so it was nothing if he could help Yichio solve some small problems. However, the admiration that he had just felt for Yichio disappeared in an instant. "What's up?" he asked calmly. "That's right. You should know about the demolition and reconstruction project of Miaoyan Street, right?" Yichio said seriously. "I want to say a few words for those ordinary people." Chapter 129. How powerful is it? Can you say a few words for those people? Song Shiyu was stunned for a moment. He glanced at Qin Hao, who just nodded. He knew that Qin Hao was a criminal investigator and did not understand urban construction, and he could not get involved in it. This guy deliberately mentioned his identity in front of Yichio. He thought, could it be that he wanted to help Yichio gain some personal gain? But Yichio said that he wanted to say a few words to help those ordinary people. Say a few words for them? Song Shiyu smiled and said, "Then I am a little curious. What do you want to say for them? And what do they need you to say for them?" He knew something about the demolition work over there. Someone reported to him every week. The current progress was very fast, and the work was going smoothly. Was there anything he didn't know? I want to ask a question. Should the construction and development of a city be based on the sacrifices of ordinary people? Yichio asked. It's inevitable. Song Shiyu did not evade the question. Some people will have to sacrifice, but at the same time, the developer and we will compensate them so that they will suffer as little loss as possible. You can even gain something. He is serious. The focus of their work now is to develop the entire city and make it better so as to benefit more ordinary people. As the city develops, there will be more job opportunities and everyone's living environment will be further improved. This is a win-win situation in many aspects. Yichio had an easy answer to this question. As for those who sacrificed, to be honest, they did not actually sacrifice anything because they received compensation, and the compensation was quite generous. Maintaining stability is one of his working ideas. Anything? Hearing this, Yichio laughed. Is it the income from losing everything in the family, or the income from having your mother killed but having nowhere to seek justice, or the income from facing problems in the livelihood of your family? Song Shiyu was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong. What did you say? I think you should go to the scene yourself and ask, but I'm worried that even if you ask, no one will dare to tell the truth because everyone is afraid of death. Yichio spoke word by word. His words made Song Shiyu's heart tremble violently. These ordinary people work honestly just to have 3 meals a day and for their families to have a stable life. You want development, but you can't cut off their livelihood. Sacrifice is necessary. But is such a great sacrifice appropriate? I don't understand you. Song Shiyu frowned slightly. Was Yichio criticizing his work? If Yichio had not just saved his father's life, he would have been very unhappy just by hearing these few words from Yichio. Someone was actually questioning his work. In the entire provincial capital, no one dares to talk to me like this. Old song. The situation over at Miaoyan Street is very different from what you know. Qin Hao helped by saying, it's not appropriate for me to say this, but since Yichio has spoken, let me help him say that the problem he reported does exist. Perhaps you need to investigate it. Song Shiyu didn't expect Qin Hao to say this. He frowned slightly, thought carefully, and nodded. Yichio, I will seriously consider what you said. After I figure out the situation, I will give you a reply. He looked at Yichio and said, you saved my father. I will repay you for this favor. He had a feeling in his heart that he didn't want to be too involved with Yichio. This man was obviously just a doctor, but he wanted to interfere in the affairs of their yamen. Song Shiyu didn't like such a person. But once something is said, the favor must be repaid. He doesn't think there will be any problem with his work, but since Qin Hao also helped to say something, he naturally has to take it seriously. Yichio seemed to see what Song Shiyu was thinking. He didn't say much and nodded gently. I'll wait for your reply. Goodbye. Having said that, he walked out. Old Qin, who is this kid? Song Shiyu called out to Qin Hao. It's okay. How much do you know about the situation in Miaoyan Street? Qin Hao glanced at him and spread his hands. I suggest you go and see the situation of Miaoyan Street yourself. The problem is not small. If it gets out of hand, it may be detrimental to your future work. As for Yichio, he paused. I don't know where he came from, but I can be sure that he is a very good and powerful person and master. Qin Hao couldn't describe how great he was, but he knew it from the attitude of those experts from the provincial capital towards Yichio. At least in terms of medical skills, Yichio was definitely outstanding. There's no harm in getting to know a miracle doctor like this. After saying that, Qin Hao followed him out. Song Shiyu was still standing there, frowning, thinking about what Qin Hao had said. He didn't quite understand what they meant, but he knew that there must be a problem on Miaoyan Street. Shigur, a voice came from the room. When Song Shiyu heard the confident shout, he trembled involuntarily and turned around quickly. Dad! He rushed in, somewhat surprised that Song Guiqiang, who had just been on the verge of death, was now full of energy. Looking at his ruddy face, he doesn't look like someone who has been through the gates of hell. I'm not dead. Song Guiqiang himself was a little surprised. He clearly saw his old comrades in arms and felt that his life was disappearing. He had already accepted his fate, but it seemed like a ray of light pulled him back from the endless darkness. A miracle doctor saved you. Song Shiyu was very excited. At this moment, he suddenly realized how powerful Yichio was, as Qin Hao said. How do you feel? Song Guiqiang didn't say anything, but he pushed himself up with his hands and walked down from the bed. He rubbed the place on his chest where the old wound had occurred. There was a blood clot right at the heart. The operation was extremely risky, so even the experts didn't dare to do it. He could only leave it to fate. But now, there is not even a single strange feeling. Which miracle doctor? Is there a miracle doctor in the provincial capital that I don't know about? How did he do this? Song Guiqiang didn't even notice that he had any wounds on his body. How come the operation was done without him feeling anything? Song Shiyu shook his head. He was not there and did not see what Yichio did. No matter what, I survived a disaster and got my life back. Where's the miracle doctor? I have to thank him very much, ha ha. Song Guiqiang was in a good mood. He knew that he had lived enough in this life and was very satisfied to have lived to this age. He had wanted to meet his old comrades who had sacrificed their lives, but it seemed that he would have to wait for a while. He just left. Song Shiyu laughed. Just left? Song Guiqiang's face suddenly fell. Why don't you invite him to have a meal? I have to thank him in person. Go and invite that person back. Go quickly, Song Guiqiang shouted. Chapter 130, Overturn. With such a personality, he didn't even say a word of thanks after someone saved his life. How could that be appropriate? The older generation always repays kindness with kindness and repays hatred with hatred. The person has left. Song Shiyu said, he has other things to do. Let's talk about it later. He didn't want Yichio to stay, for fear that he would speak without restraint and say nonsense in front of Song Guiqiang, which would be bad. The old man has retired and no longer asks about work matters, but if the old man knew about the problems Yichio mentioned, he would definitely not sit idly by. He is in poor health and cannot stand stimulation or emotional fluctuations. Is that so? Then next time, you must invite the person to come over. I need to meet him. Song Guiqiang ordered. Okay. Don't worry, I'll make the arrangements. Why don't you take a rest first? Song Shiyu was still a little worried about Song Guiqiang's health. He had just recovered from a life-threatening situation, so it would be better for him to be cautious. But Song Guiqiang shook his head, feeling that his physical condition was better than in the past few years. He had a feeling of being reborn, and he was actually quite interested in the miracle doctor who saved his life. Only when he used such exquisite medical skills on himself would he know how powerful they were. In the car, Qin Hao sent Yichio back. You're going to take care of this matter, right? Qin Hao heard from Zhao Jianlin that Yichio was a man of temperament, who could clearly distinguish between good and evil, and could not stand others bullying others. Seeing that he deliberately chose a store on Miaoyan Street to open a branch, Qin Hao guessed what Yichio wanted to do. Are you trying to remind me that those people are not easy to mess with? Yichio said calmly. Of course he knew that those people were not easy to mess with, but it was precisely because those people were not easy to mess with that ordinary people dared not resist and could only allow themselves to be bullied. If no one stands up and speaks for them, what other options do they have? A fight to the death? What do they have to fight with? To be honest, the situation in the provincial capital is very complicated. It's completely different from Tianhai. You've seen it. Even for me, I have few opportunities to speak. Qin Hao paused and said, I understand your feelings and I admire you very much, but personally, I still suggest that you don't wade into this muddy water. He had already seen Song Shiyu's attitude. Song Shiyu didn't care too much about this kind of thing. What he wants is performance and results. As for the process, why would he care? He couldn't manage it all. After all, he needed to worry about more than just urban construction, but also various other areas that needed to be kept an eye on. Let me show you my phone. Chinhao took out his mobile phone, and there were obviously more than 30 missed calls on it. It was a different person calling. Just at this moment, at least 10 people came to me and wanted to rescue Ho Feng. He glanced at Yi Qiu and sighed. Sometimes there is really no other way. You can't spend your energy on these. Parking. He didn't say anything. Yi Qiu asked him to stop the car. Chinhao stopped the car. Don't get me wrong. No misunderstanding, Yi Qiu said. I know you have good intentions and don't want me to get into trouble, but I am probably just stupid. If I want to do something and I believe it is the right thing to do, I will insist on doing it. If no one is in charge, then I will do it in my own way. After saying that, Yi Qiu turned and left. Chinhao stood there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. He shook his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. He suddenly felt that compared to Yi Qiu, he seemed to become more cowardly as he got older. He didn't want to get involved with so many forces, as getting involved would not lead to any good results. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang again. Chinhao answered the number. Boss, are you going to release them or not? They are coming in person. Let him go. Chinhao had no choice. He couldn't nail Ho Feng to death now. What else can I do? The person on the other end of the phone didn't seem to understand what Chinhao meant, but didn't ask any more questions. After hanging up the phone, Chinhao thought about it and called Zhao Jinlin again to talk about this matter. Old Qin, do you believe that Yi Qiu can turn the provincial capital upside down? Chinhao was shocked when he heard what Zhao Jinlin said. To be honest, he didn't believe that the entire provincial capital could be turned upside down. The provincial capital was too big, and the forces were intertwined and complicated. Not to mention Yi Qiu. Even he, who had considerable power, didn't dare to say that. Yi Qiu? He thought it was unlikely, but deep down he always had some strange feeling, as if there was a slight possibility. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, hung up the phone in a hurry, started the car, and rushed back to the unit. When Chinhao returned to the unit, Ho Feng had already let him go. Gone? Didn't you tell me to let it go, boss? It's been a while since I left. The subordinate was stunned. Did he hear it wrongly on the phone? Chinhao stamped his feet and said, It's bad. Ho Feng must be going to take revenge on Yi Qiu. This bastard is so petty. How could he possibly swallow this? Do you know where he is now? He asked hurriedly. The men shook their heads. How would they know? Call all the brothers and find Ho Feng or Yi Qiu immediately. Quickly. It must be quick. Chinhao suddenly felt a sense of fear, as if something big was about to happen, the kind that would alarm the entire provincial capital. He must not let himself guess it. The entire team immediately took action, and the situation was more tense than before when handling major cases. Cars drove out one after another, sirens sounded, and the dark night was illuminated. Chinhao guessed correctly. Ho Feng would certainly seek revenge on Yi Qiu. How could he swallow this? After being in the business for so long and reaching his current position, he was still beaten up and even arrested and imprisoned. Even though he is out now, Ho Feng still cannot swallow this humiliation. If this matter gets out, where will he save his face? Did you find the person? Brother Ho, our people saw that kid going back to the shop on Miaoyan Street. Is this kid stubborn? Ho Feng sneered. Very good. I thought he would run away. Since he is waiting for me there, I won't be polite. Is everyone here? Here we are. Over 300 people. If each of them spits on him, they can drown him. They had never mobilized such a large force before, just to kill an unknown person. Although it was a bit embarrassing, Ho Feng didn't care. He wanted Yi Qiu to die, at least to ensure that the demolition work would not be affected at dawn tomorrow. If Yi Qiu doesn't die and keeps obstructing the way, how is he going to explain this to the boss? Very good. He must die today? Ho Feng said, Listen to me carefully. Kill him and burn him. Don't leave any clues. Do you understand? Yes. Several cars sped away and soon entered Miaoyan Street, surrounding Yi Qiu's shop from all directions. Chapter 131, 1,000-pound weight. Yi Qiu. Ho Feng got out of the car and deliberately shouted loudly. Didn't expect that I would be out so soon? Are you very unconvinced? Ha ha ha. He was just trying to provoke. The door opened and Yi Qiu walked out slowly with a calm face, as if he had expected that Ho Feng would be released and would come to seek revenge on him immediately. He didn't say anything and looked around. There were quite a lot of people coming, very densely packed, probably about 300 people. Do you know what will happen if you go against me? Ho Fong said with a grin. You don't even bother to ask around in the provincial capital's underground underworld. Who am I? Ho Fong. Do you think an ordinary person like you would dare to mess with me? Look at this whole street. Who dares to mess with me? Do these little bastards dare? He roared with a smug look on his face, as if he didn't realize that he had gone too far. He just liked others to be afraid of him. I'm telling you the truth. I ate the relocation money. So what? What can you do to me? Ho Fong looked at Yi Chio and saw Yi Chio's angry and helpless expression, but there was nothing. Yi Chio still had no expression on his face, which made Ho Fong a little annoyed. With so many people coming to surround and kill Yi Chio, isn't he afraid? He even said these things on purpose just to provoke Yi Chio, but Yi Chio's expression. He had no expression at all. Are you done? Yi Chio looked at Ho Fong. You are here to kill me, right? Ho Fong gritted his teeth and sneered. What do you mean? If you are here to kill me, do it quickly. I need to sleep soon. Don't disturb my rest. Ho Fong laughed out loud. Still want to sleep? When you die, you can sleep forever. He couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to provoke Ichio, but he didn't expect that he was the one who was provoked instead. How could Ho Fong have any patience left? Superior. At his command, more than 300 people rushed forward with roars. He just didn't believe that so many people couldn't kill Ichio by trampling him to death. Even if one person punched Ichio, they could beat him to death, right? Kill, kill, kill him. Give it to me. With roars one after another. These people had ferocious looks in their eyes, as if they were evil spirits released from hell. With ferocious looks, they rushed towards Yi Chio like a tide, wanting to swallow him alive. But Yi Chio stood there, motionless, watching the dark crowd surrounding him, as if he had been frightened. Ho Fong leaned against the car door, lit a cigarette for himself, and watched quietly how Yi Chio was beaten into a pulp. If he says he wants revenge, he won't be polite. Anyone who provokes him will end up like this. Country bumpkin, you'll regret it on your way to hell, and you'll mess with me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Chio suddenly moved. Bang! The loud noise was caused by Yi Chio stepping on the floor, which directly shattered it. He took action. Like a cannonball, it suddenly exploded in the crowd, and more than a dozen people screamed and flew out in an instant. There was a loud bang, deafening. Ho Fong was so frightened that the cigarette he had just lit fell to the ground. He looked up suddenly, but couldn't see Ichio at all. He could only see a shadow wandering wildly in the crowd, causing screams wherever it went. People kept flying sideways, screaming heart-wrenchingly. Some had their arms broken, and some had their thighs broken. The sound of broken bones is enough to make one's scalp tingle. Buzz! Ho Fong only felt a buzzing in his head. It felt too unreal. How is this possible? Yi Chio rushed into the crowd, and it seemed that he surrounded the 300 people. One person against 300? This is absolutely impossible. But no matter how Ho Fong pretended to be tough, the screams made his heart beat violently. Bang! 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 It was the sound of a fist hitting a person. Heavy force and power. Yi Chio completely entered a state of madness. For the first time, he unreservedly and fully displayed the righteous energy in his body. Even he himself did not expect that he could be so powerful. It was completely devastating. Yi Chio has the confidence that he can kill all of these people, let alone 300, even if there are 3,000 of them. A long fist was thrown out and hit one person. The fist force was concentrated in an instant and exploded. Bang! The man's chest was completely caved in, and it was unknown how many bones were broken. He opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of blood, and his eyeballs popped out. The expression on his face showed not only pain, but also fear. They don't know whether they are facing a human or a demon. So why is it so terrifying? The crowd of more than 300 people could have swallowed up any one person, but at this moment, Yi Chio forcibly made a hole in them. The sound of the doors slamming continued to be heard, and the screams of ghosts and wolves howling pierced the night sky. Ho Feng's body shook violently, and a feeling of fear instantly struck his heart. He had never seen such a scene before. Even in the underground underworld, he had been struggling for many years and had seen blood on his hands. He was considered a notoriously ruthless person in the circle, but he had never seen anyone like Ichio. Boom! With a loud noise, Ho Fong looked up quickly and saw a figure flying towards him and landing heavily at his feet. His neck tilted, and he stopped breathing. Killed instantly. He felt his spine go cold from the soles of his feet to his neck in an instant. Monster! Ho Fong yelled, hurriedly opened the car door, got in, and locked it. He wanted to leave here, so how could he dare to stay any longer? More than 300 people. At this moment, half of the people have fallen down, and how could any one of the other half rush towards Ichio? They all turned around and fled, fleeing in all directions. Ho Fong knew that if he didn't leave now, he would never be able to leave. Yi Chio was like a madman. He chased whoever was running away, with such speed that even his shadow became blurred. No matter whether it was a punch, a palm, or even a finger, it would instantly make the person unable to move. Seeing Ho Fong trying to escape, Yi Chio snorted coldly, stepped forward, and rushed over in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. Ho Fong has already started the car. When he saw Yi Chio coming, he became even more flustered and hurriedly tried to shift gears and step on the accelerator to escape. Yi Chio has arrived. Boom! With a loud bang, Yi Chio jumped up and stomped hard on the hood of the car. His feet landed like a 1,000-pound weight. The entire hood of the car sank, a cluster of sparks flashed, and the car stalled immediately. At that moment, Ho Fong felt his heart sink suddenly, as if he had instantly fallen to the bottom of a valley. Through the windshield, he saw Yi Chio's eyes, which were frighteningly bright. It's like a beast awakening in the dark night. How could Yi Chio be so terrifying? Is he still human? Start! 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 Ho Fong tried to light the fire again and again. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. His lips turned pale and his body was shaking. He became even more scared when he saw Yi Chio slowly raising his fist. Start it up! He was frightened to death. But the car was directly damaged by Yi Chio's terrifying feet. How could it start? Bang! Yi Chio punched directly at the windshield in front of Ho Fong. Chapter 132. Come and save me.